Lin Su remembered that she had just logged into the virtual reality game Rebirth. But now, looking at what was in front of her, she was completely speechless. She had spent an entire month in the game completing a long and difficult chain of missions, finally earning the right to own a white tiger. Just yesterday, she had received the inheritance egg personally produced by the white tiger, one of the game's 4 sacred beasts. What happened after that? Oh, right, the celebration party. She had some friends in the game, and getting a sacred beast's egg was a big deal. Everyone gathered to celebrate, eat, and have fun. There was good food, good drinks, and fireworks. The party went on until late at night. Even after logging out, she still felt the excitement in her mind. When she woke up the next morning, eager to log in and hatch her white tiger egg, a flash of white light appeared before her eyes, and suddenly, she found herself in a strange place. Yes, a wild, untouched, unfamiliar forest. With just one look, Lin Su instantly realized this wasn't a game. This was real life, an unbelievable, frustrating reality. The so-called virtual reality system only created illusions in a person's mind, sending signals to their senses to make them believe they were truly experiencing something. The more realistic the sensory feedback, the higher the level of immersion. All sensations, sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch, were just different forms of stimulation. But no matter how advanced the technology, there was always one basic rule. The illusion had to stimulate the senses first before the mind could react. When a loop of signal transmission and feedback is formed, it creates a set of simulated signals. With many such signals working together, they build a world that looks and feels real, the stage and background of the game. When people close their eyes, this action sends a signal to the brain, and the subconscious automatically reacts by rejecting simulated input. It releases a signal that refuses to receive virtual stimulation. In this state, even the most advanced devices or connections cannot open a person's subconscious, let alone send signals to their senses. Since closing one's eyes when facing something frightening or unbearable is a natural instinct, the game system takes this into account. It adjusts the level of signal blocking so that this habit can better protect players' mental health, preventing them from receiving stimuli beyond safe limits, which could cause emotional breakdowns or instability. At this moment, Lin Su closed her eyes, only to find, to her frustration, that her hearing and sense of smell became even sharper. There was none of the empty, floating feelings she usually experienced when closing her eyes in the game. Just from this, she could be completely sure this world was real. Realizing this, Lin Su almost broke down on the spot. When she bought the game connection device, she chose the bracelet version. Although its login time was much shorter than that of the helmet or game pod, it was easy to carry and flexible to use. She could even play for a while on the bus, as long as she wasn't worried about someone taking her wallet or getting too close. But now, even though the game bracelet was still on her wrist, she could no longer call up the system or her personal panel. Lin Su could faintly sense that the bracelet contained another space, like the storage bag she had in the game. Well, to be exact, it was her in-game storage bag, only larger. Her mind could already sense the pile of items inside, including the white tiger egg she had just obtained yesterday. This wasn't the game, yet she still had her in-game items. A real world, connected at the very moment she logged into the virtual one. Could this world possibly get any worse? Lin Su squatted by the small stream not far away, bit her lip, and took a few deep breaths, finally calming down a little. Then, angrily, she waved her short, chubby arm at her reflection in the water as if to protest. The bracelet on her wrist jingled, and her round little face twisted again for a moment. Yes, this was what she found hardest to accept. The eyebrows were still hers. The eyes were still hers. The reflection in the water was indeed familiar, yet it wasn't the beautiful 20-year-old woman she should have been. Instead, she had turned into a soft, chubby little girl, about 4 years old, just like the photos she had once seen of herself as a child. In this situation, shouldn't I at least have a guardian or something? Lin Su covered her face in despair. She tried pressing her bracelet again, hoping to call for help from the emergency GM hotline, but as expected, there was no response. "Hey, At least send me some beginner's gear. That's not too much to ask. Could this really be the legendary time travel? It took her an hour to convince herself to accept the fact that she had somehow crossed into another world. More importantly, she had to get used to living in this fragile 4-year-old body. No matter what, figuring out how to survive came first. After pulling herself together, the little girl finally began to carefully observe her surroundings. As mentioned before, this was a wild, untouched forest with no signs of people. The trees were not only tall and thick but also strangely shaped, with many species Lin Su had never even heard of. That was one of the clues that told her she was no longer in her original world. The place where she had appeared was beside a massive tree, so huge that it would take nearly 100 people holding hands to circle it. Though the tree was withered, it still looked majestic. Nearby was an open clearing, and about 10 meters away, a small stream wound its way through the forest. At least for now, there were no signs of dangerous animals around. Stretching her short arms and legs, Lin Su walked around the giant tree once, only to end up panting and exhausted, leaning against the trunk to catch her breath. Still, her effort wasn't wasted. She had found what could become her new home, a treehouse built among the branches of the giant tree, about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Although the treehouse was small, it clearly showed that this strange world had signs of civilization. Lin Su was quite satisfied. Since she could no longer return to her own world, she at least hoped she wouldn't have to live like a wild person, eating raw food, wearing leaves, and shouting through the jungle. Still, climbing up to such a high tree house was a serious challenge. Next, the problem to solve is food. Lin Su said seriously, her round little face full of determination. Lin Su was very good at organizing her storage bag. Most skilled online game players were. They knew exactly where to place weapons for quick access, where to hide valuables from thieves, and how to arrange potions for long training sessions or emergencies. Regularly sorting and planning one's storage bag was truly a habit every expert should have. But now, that good habit made Lin Su feel very awkward. She had 20 sets of healing medicine, 50 sets of strong mana potions, a set of material bags, a seasoning kit, an alchemy cauldron set, her favorite twin daggers crescent, a level 96-piece equipment set, and a white tiger egg. There were also some rare accessories, weapons, fruits, crystals, and scrolls, everything she owned. She had already sold all the junk, planning to trade or auction these valuable items later. A true expert never lets useless things fill their storage bag. So now the situation was clear. This well-organized expert girl had no food at all in her bracelet. She really wanted to slap herself.
Wait.
I still have an egg, Lin Su said, feeling conflicted as she took out the priceless treasure everyone had once wanted in the game, the white tiger pet egg. Her old world was gone, and no matter how valuable it was, survival mattered more now. Just as she started imagining whether it would taste better fried or boiled, she suddenly realized something she should have noticed long ago. How could items from a virtual game world appear in reality? Lin Su was startled by her own conclusion. She had thought those things were only for viewing. What a surprise. Did this mean that the rules of that world and this one were actually the same? For example, not only objects but also her profession and life skills could, in theory, be used in this world too? Lin Su narrowed her round, grape-like eyes, thought for a moment, then firmly raised her chubby little paw and tapped the white tiger egg in her hand. Hatch and bind.
Ding.
A crisp system sound echoed mysteriously in her mind, a bit like the ringing one hears during a moment of dizziness. Lin Su twitched her lips, feeling a bit speechless, then focused on the egg in her hand. The white shell, covered with faint silver patterns, began to glow. Soon a small crack appeared, then more and more until crack. The shell broke apart in her palm, revealing a tiny white kitten, no bigger than a child's hand. It was fluffy and round, as cute as a snowball. The kitten shook its head quickly, as if trying to get rid of the bits of shell stuck to its fur, then lifted a tiny paw to clean its ear. After tidying itself up, the little furball finally looked around and noticed Lin Su holding it. Its moist golden eyes blinked as it studied her carefully. When it realized that the little girl before it was its new owner, the kitten let out a cheerful meow, lowered its head sweetly, and gently licked her finger in a friendly gesture. Lin Su pressed the veins popping on her forehead with her free hand, then forced a smile. I knew the white tiger in the game liked pretending to be a cat, but I thought you'd be a little more impressive than your father. She looked down at the kitten with a disappointed expression. The kitten stopped acting cute, clearly speechless. Weren't girls supposed to like adorable little animals?
Can you hunt now?
Lin Su asked directly, rubbing her stomach. Meow the kitten looked embarrassed. Usually, when a pet first hatched, wasn't it the owner's job to help it level up first? Even though life is short and full of hardships, at least there's something like kindergarten to ease us into it. Can't do it? Lin Su sighed and frowned. Then can you at least fly? Meow. The little cat scratched its tiny paws, blinked twice, and looked embarrassed. Judging by that guilty look, I guess you can't carry anyone either, meow. The kitten let out a weak sound, looking utterly defeated. TSK. What a shocking result. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean you're useless.
Meow.
The kitten's eyes filled with tears. 002 It seemed this deal was a bit of a loss.
Lin Su's mouth twitched.
She had thought that after hatching one of the 4 sacred beasts, she would finally have some support in this strange world where she had no one to rely on. But in the blink of an eye, the mighty creature turned into a delicate little kitten. Not only could it not protect her, it even looked like it might want her to take care of it instead. Impulsiveness is the enemy. Lin Su held her forehead and groaned, starting to regret her rash decision. All right, at the very least, you should still have some natural sacred beast power. Lin Su gritted her teeth, cupped the kitten between her hands, and smoothly made a standard baseball pitching motion. Then she threw the little white cat toward the distant forest.
Fight!
At least scare a couple of rabbits and bring them back. A sharp cat's cry broke the peaceful silence of the jungle. The small white ball of fur flew through the air like a zookeeper tossing food into the tiger enclosure, landing in the thick forest. The moment it hit the ground, it jumped up nervously and ran off, startling a bunch of birds and animals into flight. Looks like even though its stats dropped, its strength and agility are still pretty high. Lin Su shaded her eyes and looked into the distance. Then she stretched her arms and legs, recalling how her body had felt when she threw the cat. Half regretful, half satisfied, she murmured, Just like in the game, my body stats really do match my old character's build. From what she could tell so far, it seemed she might be able to regain her in-game physical abilities in this new world. As for her current condition, it was probably about the same as a brand new player just starting out in a game. Another thing that both puzzled and delighted Lin Su was that all the skills she had learned in the simulation game seemed to be engraved in her mind. It wasn't just the names of the skills, nor could they be described by simple data like proficiency levels. Whether they were combat techniques or everyday crafts, everything she had once learned in the game, their effects, the way energy flowed, the patterns, formulas, origins, and transformations had all become part of her memory. All this knowledge had broken free from the flat data of the game world and turned into real, living skills. It was as if these abilities had always existed in this world, passed down for thousands of years, now deeply rooted in her instincts. With just a thought, Lin Su could call upon and use them at any time. They were no longer vague concepts or strings of numbers like cooldowns, casting times, or damage values. Instead, they were real manipulations of some mysterious energy that filled the world, energy that could be guided, reshaped, and even transformed. Of course, even though she now understood all this, it didn't mean Lin Su was invincible. Knowing how to use a skill and actually performing it were two very different things. Many powerful combat techniques, no matter how clearly she understood them, were still beyond what her body could handle. On the other hand, theoretical knowledge and basic techniques had fewer limits. For now, her main challenge was to strengthen her body and improve her physical abilities. Fortunately, some simpler skills and non-combat crafts didn't require great strength, which gave Lin Su a bit of comfort. After sorting out her thoughts, she glanced at the little white tiger running farther away, then refocused her mind and began to seriously think about what kind of food she could find around here. Forget about that so-called white tiger cat that's out hunting. She didn't expect such a tiny creature to bring back anything edible. It would be lucky if it didn't get eaten itself. Unless the little white tiger suddenly gained wisdom and learned how to catch mice, there was no chance it could handle any real prey. There were plenty of things in the jungle that could serve as food, like the birds and beasts chasing after the little white tiger. Unfortunately, none of them looked easy to deal with. In Lin Su's quick glance earlier, she had already spotted 2 or 3 creatures that could breathe fire. Judging by the frequency and strength of their flames, they were clearly very experienced at it. Some others could raise walls of earth with a swipe of their claws or a loud howl. Lin Su didn't know how strong those walls were, but she was sure they weren't fragile or weak. Unlike some careless builders in modern society who spend months or years constructing a tall building, only for it to collapse in a single afternoon rainstorm right after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Su found it strange. Technology was supposed to be improving, so why were modern creations still no match for ancient ones that had lasted thousands of years? After thinking about it, she guessed it might have something to do with the rise of fake products. Nowadays, almost everything could be fake. Milk powder, beef, eggs, diplomas, even money. Amid all the complaints, the only fakes people seemed to like were artificial people, with all kinds of cosmetic changes and enhancements that had become strangely popular. Wait, was she getting off track? Lin Su blinked, distracted, until a distant, pitiful meow pulled her back to reality. Come to think of it, she had just noticed something odd. She was standing in a wide, open spot in front of a big tree, only about 20 or 30 meters away from the group of magical beasts chasing each other. Yet, none of them had attacked her. Could it be that she looked even less appetizing than that skinny little cat that was all bones and fur? But that doesn't seem right either. Even animals that are picky about food usually just choose between meat and plants, which is related to digestion, not taste preferences. People who are picky eaters are usually beautiful women. They don't eat onions, garlic, oily food, or meat. You can check for yourself at a Western restaurant. Most beautiful women can get by with just a few leaves of salad and a cup of coffee. Of course, the food can't be cheap. It definitely can't be something from the local market. It's best if it's flown in from another country. I'm getting off track again. So, if it's not because of food preferences, then why don't these magical beasts attack her? Could it be that they're wary of the area she's standing in? Lin Su looked around carefully. Sure enough, even after checking again, there were no signs that any animals had ever been here. In other words, no living creature had ever come close to this place, even though there was a water source nearby. It must be because they're afraid of something, Lin Su murmured, finally turning her suspicion toward the giant tree beside her. Is it this tree? Of course, there was no answer. Lin Su was just bored. In a place like this, with no one to talk to, she was afraid she might forget how to speak, or worse, go crazy if she didn't talk to herself once in a while. Through her pet contract, she summoned back the little white tiger that had been running for its life outside. The moment it returned to the area near the giant tree, the animals that had been chasing it suddenly stopped. They cautiously sniffed the air about 20 meters away from the tree, then all turned and ran off with looks of disgust, leaving the little white tiger behind without hesitation. As expected, it was because of the tree. Lin Su touched her round chin and placed some stones along the boundary where the animals had stopped. So this place is basically a safe zone. Meow. The little white tiger, still upset after its near escape, scratched the ground angrily, clearly unhappy about being ignored. Good kitty, you're amazing. Lin Su praised the little cat generously and tossed out a bowl of pet food, instantly catching the attention of the easily distracted little white tiger. Things are a bit tough for us right now, but I believe everything will get better soon, don't you think? Meow, the little white tiger's eyes lit up. It had been running around and was starving, so the food came just in time. It pounced beside the bowl and buried its head in it, refusing to lift it again. Is it tasty? Lin Su asked with a bright smile. Meow, the little white tiger purred happily, eating so eagerly that even its whiskers twitched. Lin Su gently scratched its head, making the small tiger so comfortable that even the tip of its tail stiffened with delight. It didn't even notice what the girl was whispering beside its ear.
I knew you'd understand me.
From now on, I'll count on you for scouting missions, Lin Su said cheerfully, watching the little tiger eat with joy. Meow meow, the little white tiger, unaware of what it had just agreed to, kept eating happily.
Vinsu's stomach growled softly.
She pressed her fist against it and looked at the little tiger, who was still focused on its food, completely unaware. She laughed even more.
Go on, eat.
You'll have to work it off later. Even if it was just an animal, since it was her pet, it had to learn that there's no such thing as a free meal. This pet food actually looked like something a person could try too. After finishing its meal, the little white tiger was full of energy again, completely forgetting the unpleasant memory of being thrown into the magical beast forest. It strolled lazily around the clearing, digesting its food, when it noticed a ring of small stones that hadn't been there before. Curious, it pawed at one of the stones and studied it for a moment before looking up at Lin Su with a puzzled meow. Good kitty, don't worry about things that are too complicated for you, Lin Su said with a laugh, patting its head. The little white tiger looked speechless. A safe zone, monsters, a young sacred beast to help her recover strength, and a few high-level items, potions, and materials. This was everything Lin Su had to her name for now. So, what should she do now to find food in this jungle full of dangerous beasts? Lin Su rested her chin on her hand and thought for a long time before finally coming up with a plan that seemed possible. She patted the dust off her clothes and stood up. Then she searched through the space in her bracelet and soon found the fine alchemy cauldron set she had bought in the simulation game. To do a good job, one must first have good tools. In the game, aside from her battle class, Lin Su had reached a decent level in 3 life skills: alchemy, tailoring, and cooking. Tailoring and cooking were both popular life skills that her friends strongly recommended. They said these skills were always useful. If nothing else, she could repair her gear and cook wild food to keep up her strength when out in the wild. But the one she chose out of personal interest was alchemy. Alchemy had 2 branches: crafting and potion making. Crafting included all kinds of tools and gadgets. As long as one had the materials, ideas, and time, it was even possible to make things as complex as explosives or advanced machinery. Of course, for things involving fuel or chemical formulas, help from the potion-making branch would be needed. Potion-making covered everything from healing and poison to chemical mixtures and other forms of synthesis. As mentioned before, Lin Su came from a well-off family, so she never had to worry about spending money. In the game, players often called people like her money warriors. Still, everyone had to admit that players with money could gather far more resources and advantages than ordinary ones. Besides, Lin Su was good at dealing with people. She had plenty of materials to practice with, enough recipes to upgrade her skills, and many friends who helped her find hidden quests and NPCs. No one bothered to cause her trouble. With all these advantages combined, it was no surprise that Lin Su could master both branches of alchemy if she wanted to. Inside her bracelet's storage space was a set of alchemy cauldrons. It was a reward she had received from the professional guild after completing the Dual Master certification in alchemy during the game. Only dual-type grand alchemists were qualified to use this special set. In terms of improving the quality or success rate of alchemical products, this cauldron set wasn't particularly outstanding. What made it special was its indestructible binding property and, most importantly, its wide range of uses. Ordinary alchemy tools could only be used for one branch of alchemy. For example, cauldrons were mainly used by potion makers, while equipment makers needed a magic workbench. However, this alchemy cauldron set included tools suitable for both potion making and equipment crafting. At first glance, the set seemed to contain only 3 cauldrons, large, medium, and small, stacked together. But on closer inspection, one could see that the surfaces of the cauldrons were covered with hundreds of finely carved patterns. These patterns were not ordinary decorations. Each one was actually a magic rune, representing a tool sealed within the cauldron's surface. When the cauldron's recognized owner placed a hand on a rune and gently rubbed it 3 times, the corresponding tool would appear. These included workbenches, chairs, measuring cups, knives, spoons, and many other instruments, everything needed for processing and preparing materials for potion or equipment making. After taking out the alchemy cauldron set and setting it up in an open area, Lin Su unfolded the extended workbench and pulled out a tall stool. Once everything was ready, she climbed onto the stool, leaned over the workbench, and opened her material pouch. She carefully selected a few herbs and began measuring, cutting, and grinding them. Fortunately, skill in life professions didn't depend on physical strength or level. Only patience and knowledge of herbs were needed. After preparing all the ingredients, she added them to the cauldron in order, refining, stirring, and heating them. Soon, steam began to rise from the large cauldron. The gentle flame simmered the mixture slowly, allowing the herbs to blend completely and release a unique, pleasant scent of magic potion. The poor little white tiger, with its excellent physical senses and overly sharp nose, found the smell far too strong, even though it was mild enough for Lin Su. In this situation, even if it wanted to run, it wouldn't know where to go. Leaving the safe zone would be too dangerous. Even though it was a sacred white tiger, it was still young, and no magical beasts here would respect it. In fact, some even seemed eager to take advantage of its weakness. Carefully controlling the heat, she not only had to keep the potion from spoiling but also needed to add small amounts of extra ingredients from time to time to keep it stable. A chubby little girl with short arms and legs stood on a tall stool in front of a huge cauldron, so big it could almost serve as her bathtub. Her round face was serious and focused as she stirred the boiling mixture with great effort. It was quite a funny sight. The little white tiger covered its face and, more importantly, its nose. After a long while, the liquid in the cauldron finally turned into a thick, pale golden color, just as the white tiger was about to lose patience. Lin Su quickly turned off the fire, then took out a bundle of fine arrows from her storage bag and poured them all into the pot.
Meow?
The little white tiger looked relieved but still covered its nose, meowing in confusion. This is poison tempering,
Lin Su explained.
In this environment, the white tiger was her only companion, so even though it couldn't talk, she didn't mind chatting with it. At least it made her days less lonely. Right now, we're both too weak. Without this method, we can't catch prey for food. And I also want to test if defeating monsters can give experience points. A 4-year-old child couldn't possibly have any real power to protect herself. But if this body worked like in a game, gaining strength through experience from battles or tasks, then maybe she could use potions and traps to level up. Once she had enough strength to defend herself, she could finally leave the forest and explore the outside world. Every parallel world might have its own customs and ways of life, but one thing was always the same. Only strength could truly protect a person. The book will join the PK event starting tomorrow, February. Please support it with clicks, recommendations, favorites, and most importantly, PK votes. By the way, a quick note. Anyone who doesn't abandon the story is a good person. 004. The new book is in the PK stage. Please vote and recommend it. For every 50 PK votes, I'll add 1,000 extra words. One pink vote also equals 20 PK votes. Please support me. The arrows slowly absorbed the golden potion in a large cauldron until the metal tips began to glow faintly with a soft yellow light. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Su finally put on her dragonhide gloves and took out the soaked arrows. She checked the level of absorption and, once sure the process was complete, placed each arrow carefully back into the quiver. She then collected the remaining potion into a crystal bottle and packed away her alchemy tools into her space bag. Next, I need to dig a deep pit and lay these arrows at the bottom. It was the simplest kind of hunting trap, crude, but for someone without proper training and with limited materials and a weak body, it was already the best she could manage. The real question now was, where should she dig the trap? Obviously, if she dug it inside the safe zone, no magical beasts would ever step into it. But if she dug it outside, that meant she would have to leave the safe area. After what happened with the little white tiger earlier, Lin Su didn't feel safe about the world beyond. Little Meow, how far can you sense danger? The girl asked helplessly, patting the small white tiger. The white tiger was a guardian of battles and patrols. Among the 4 sacred beasts, it was the strongest fighter and the best scout. In other words, whether it was exploring, guarding, or fighting, this little creature was a true expert. The small white tiger tilted its head, thought for a moment, then stretched out its front paws as wide as it could, trying to show a big circle. You mean very far?
Meow.
It nodded. Then is it safe outside the safe zone? If it was safe, they could go dig the pit. Meow, meow, meow. It shook its head hard. Lin Su sighed, then asked again, "What about the sky?" Meow. It nodded again. Well, at least the flying beasts in this forest weren't as many as she had feared. Lin Su sighed, pulled out a broom, and jumped on it. "Let's go. Let's take a little trip." The small white tiger leaped lightly onto the broom and slipped into the front of Lin Su's clothes, leaving only its head out to watch the surroundings and alert her if any danger appeared. Lin Su casually activated the broom's basic protective barrier, finishing her safety preparations before setting out. Although the broom's barrier wasn't very strong, mainly just blocking the wind, it was still quite useful for 2 beginners like Lin Su and her new companion. At least it offered some protection, and in case of an accident, it might even save their lives. The girl and the cat rose into the air. Based on her experience from the game, the altitude of 39 meters above the ground was a safe zone between the areas where flying creatures and ground creatures usually moved. Even monsters with great jumping or teleporting abilities could only reach about 15 meters high. Except for the powerful bosses with full-range attacks, most bosses' long-distance skills could only cover around 30 meters. Considering visibility and other factors, flying above 30 meters was generally safe. Flying creatures, on the other hand, often stayed above 50 meters to avoid attacks from human weapons. After long observation, players in the game had discovered what they called the 39-meter rule. Flying at this height usually kept one safe from ground attacks, and if there were flying beasts above, one could spot them early before entering their territory. As Lin Su flew, she looked down from her broom. Below her stretched an endless sea of dense, ancient forest, far larger than she had imagined. She couldn't even see the edge of it. Given her current small and weak body, she guessed that walking out of this forest on foot would take at least a month or 2. The giant tree she had appeared near seemed to be at the center of this forest, and the open space around it was likely the safe zone she remembered. Apart from this area filled with giant trees, there were no other dense woods nearby. About 1 kilometer away from the trees was a large open space, a big lake. There might be fish or other aquatic creatures living in it. Around 10 kilometers to the north stood a mountain range. From Lin Su's current position, she could only see its hazy outline, unable to make out any details. "If you find a place where we can land, scratch me once. If you sense danger, meow," the young girl told the little cat, setting their secret signals. So should it scratch or meow now to show it understood? The little white tiger felt very frustrated. "Why aren't you reacting?" Lin Su asked in confusion. Then, seeing the tiger's pitiful expression, she suddenly understood. "If you understand, just nod." The little white tiger nodded hard.
My fault.
"I overestimated your intelligence and forgot to give clear instructions." The little white tiger felt even more upset. An hour and a half later, the girl and the white tiger finally found a safe area. After landing, they spent another hour digging a pit and setting up traps with poisoned arrows. To be extra careful, the girl also picked up as many large, heavy stones as she could carry. There were dozens of them, and she stored them in a special section of her space bracelet. Once any prey fell into the trap, she could immediately fly up on her broom and drop all the stones into the pit, making sure the creature couldn't escape by jumping, climbing, or using any strange skills. "Let's see you get out of that," she thought. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans know how to make and use tools. Of course, this skill came from the need to survive. Her physical strength was too weak. Without tools, what else could she do? Back when she was a top bounty hunter in the game, she used to defeat monsters and enemies with pure strength, never needing any tools at all. After finishing all the preparations, the girl flew into the air, leaving the little white tiger by the pit, hopping around and playing. As the bait, the little tiger had a very important job. 005 It wasn't that Lin Su was cruel to small animals. The main reason was that the white tiger had a contract with her. If anything went wrong, she could immediately summon the little creature back to her side. But if the situation were reversed and something happened to her, this tiny sacred beast, weaker than even a cat, probably wouldn't be able to lift even one of her fingers. Besides, Lin Su always felt that in the eyes of magical beasts, the little white tiger seemed far more appealing than she was. She and the tiger stood together in the safe zone. Although the beasts couldn't enter, they could still stare greedily from outside. Lin Su noticed that the hungry looks aimed at the white tiger were far more intense than those directed at her, even though the meat on her arm alone would be more filling than the tiger's entire body. After thinking for a long time, Lin Su concluded that this must be an instinctive reaction. Even though the little white tiger wasn't strong enough yet to release any aura, the beasts could probably sense that it belonged to a higher-level species. It was like how monsters in old stories all wanted to eat the monk Tang Seng's flesh. Did they really believe one bite could make them immortal? Of course not. But at the very least, it was considered a great delicacy. And eating something like that would surely make them feel more powerful. In the world of monsters, Tang Seng's flesh was probably as valuable as a rare gourmet dish in the human world. So, in short, the beasts were drooling over the white tiger. After a long wait, just as Lin Su was about to fall asleep leaning on her broomstick, a creature finally appeared about 10 meters from the trap. It looked like it had good meat on it. The reason she only noticed it at that distance wasn't because her eyesight was bad, but because of how the creature moved. It had dug its way up from underground. Lin Su wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. Thankfully, she had the white tiger as her living radar. Otherwise, facing a beast like this would have been impossible to guard against. Imagine jumping down onto what looked like solid ground, only to be pulled straight underground for a dirt burial. The prey seemed very cautious, as if its instincts were warning it that something wasn't quite right. But premonitions are always vague and uncertain, far less tempting than the real presence of the little white tiger. Torn between choices, the prey hesitated, showing a deeply conflicted expression. Lin Su was even more troubled. This wasn't fair at all. She had planned for everything above and below ground, yet never thought about what to do if the prey could dig its way out. Maybe she should bring back some granite later to reinforce the trap walls? While both sides were lost in thought, the prey finally gave in to temptation. With a loud cry, it leapt toward the little white tiger, only to fall straight into the trap with a thud. Tears streaming down her face, Lin Su grabbed a broom and began throwing stones into the pit as fast as she could. There was no need to hesitate anymore. For the sake of experience points and dinner, go for it. The prey had lived in the wild jungle for so long that it had never encountered humans, let alone an artificial trap like this. With no experience or caution, it naturally fell right in. If it had been just an ordinary pit, that would have been fine. But unfortunately, a mischievous young alchemist had lined it with poisoned arrows. Creatures that could survive deep in the jungle were never easy to deal with. Compared to the beasts on the outskirts, their strength was far greater. It was just like in an RPG game. The deeper you go into the map, the stronger the monsters become. The ones near the edges are only for beginners to practice on. So, of course, the prey that fell into the trap was no ordinary beast. At least on the continent, 8 out of 10 adventure teams would avoid it if they saw it. But no matter how strong it was still just a beast, a simple, honest creature. Having never known the dangers of the world, how could it have imagined such a sneaky combination of deep pit poisoned arrows, falling rocks? Hunters might set traps, but never this cruel, and they only dared to catch ordinary animals. Adventurers capable of fighting magical beasts wouldn't bother with traps. They'd rather spend that time preparing extra magic scrolls. Besides, who would dare or have the time to set traps in a magical beast's territory? And so, the poor beast that fell into the trap was badly hurt, both in body and spirit. As the only high-level magical beast in known history ever injured by a trap, it felt tremendous pressure. An arrow was stuck in its rear, just a few inches away from a vital spot. If it were to die in such an embarrassing way, it would lose all dignity, even if it wasn't eaten afterward. Besides that, a poisoned arrow had pierced its soft belly, while the rest of its body only had minor cuts and scratches. Still, the poison had already spread quickly through its blood. Wounded and poisoned. That was bad enough, but then a rain of falling rocks came down from above the pit. The stones were not well aimed, but out of every 5, 2 or 3 still hit its head, leaving it dizzy and bleeding even more. Lin Su no longer had to worry. Even without the falling rocks, the creature was too badly hurt to dig its way out of the trap. This was, in a way, a side effect of playing too many online games. In games, a character's agility is often judged by how much health they have left. When the health bar is full, the character moves easily. When it's low, they slow down. In some games, even with very little health, movement, and other abilities remain unaffected. Especially in player battles, people often aim for weak points to get critical hits, like the eyes, neck, or chest. Lin Su often used a dagger to stab at an opponent's neck, only to see them keep fighting as if nothing had happened. If the game didn't have a blood filter, the scene would have looked far more terrifying than any horror movie. But in real life, a wound like that would be instantly fatal. Except for those with some kind of special transformation, no one could survive such injuries. If you have pink votes, you can click Vote PK. 1 pink vote equals 20 PK votes. The more you vote, the more updates you get. The competition is fierce, and the PK ranking changes quickly, so please keep supporting. With multiple piercing wounds and the deadly poison on the arrowheads, Lin Su had worried too much. There was no shameless AI cheating here, and the magical beasts weren't like the bosses in realistic games that had special privileges or could suddenly power up or summon endless helpers after being injured. 10 minutes later, the beast that had been struck by the poisoned arrow and crushed by falling rocks finally bled out at the bottom of the pit. That became the first experience points Lin Su earned in this new world. She felt several warm currents flow through her body one after another. Although she didn't have a personal status panel, she counted the number of times the warmth appeared and noticed her limbs felt stronger and her senses sharper. She could roughly tell that she had leveled up about 7 times. "I really got experience," the girl said happily, clenching her fist. Meow. The little white tiger also raised its paw excitedly. It had gained experience too. "Finally, we have food," Lin Su said with relief. Meow. The little white tiger yawned, not as thrilled this time. After all, it still had its pet food, which suited its taste better. She stored the beast's body in her bracelet space, cleaned the pit, replaced her poisoned arrows, and repeated her hunting method. After 2 more hours, she managed to hunt a boar-like beast and leveled up more than 10 times. Feeling that several basic skills in her skill tree could now be used, she happily collected the 2 beast corpses, gathered some dry branches and leaves, and flew back to the giant tree safe zone with the little white tiger. The little white tiger seemed to like the giant tree very much, perhaps because it was born there, or maybe because it felt safe from other beasts. In its eyes, the area around the giant tree was like a private territory shared by it and Lin Su. If Lin Su hadn't stopped it in time, the little white tiger might have already marked the area several times. Lin Su had long noticed that ever since arriving in this strange new world, even her game pet's actions and personality seemed far more realistic than they ever were in the game. At least, she had never seen the mighty white tiger sacred beast in Rebirth marking its territory like this. As soon as they landed in the giant forest, the little white tiger happily jumped out of Lin Su's arms, rolling and playing under the huge trees. It chased its own tail in circles, tumbling through the grass like a fluffy ball until its fur was covered in leaves.
Lin Su Said.
She was starting to doubt whether what she had hatched was really a white tiger sacred beast. Maybe the mission had failed from the start, and what she actually hatched was just
A cat?
Yes, it must be a cat. The cauldrons in her space bracelet were all meant for brewing potions or making alchemy items, clearly not suitable for cooking. Without hesitation, Lin Su gave up on any cooking methods that required pots and decided to roast the meat instead. Thankfully, she had just leveled up more than 10 times. Before crossing over, Lin Su's in-game class had been the Hidden Assassin, an advanced form of the rogue. Her strength and agility stats were much higher than those of ordinary players, 2 or even 3 times greater. So after leveling up, her physical power and speed had increased even more. Although her current childlike body would take years to grow into adulthood, in terms of stats and physical ability, Lin Su was already stronger than most grown men. She pulled out a smaller boar-like beast from her inventory and dragged it to the stream. Mixing some diluted neutralizing potion with the water, she carefully cleaned the creature's body, especially the wounds, to make sure no poison remained. Then, using her advanced gathering skill, she skillfully used a dagger to remove the beast's hide in one perfect piece. Aside from a few holes made by the trap's arrows, the skin was completely intact. Once tanned, it would make excellent clothing or bedding. If some parts were too damaged, she could always gather other materials and mix them to make light leather or something similar. All the peeled hides were placed into her spatial bracelet. After rinsing her dagger in the stream, Lin Su turned her attention back to the beast's skinned body. Although she wasn't familiar with the species, she knew that as long as the laws of nature were the same, the structure of muscles and bones should be similar. After thinking for a moment, she pressed along the beast's tendons, quickly found the right spots, and carefully made her cuts. With steady hands, she sliced through the tendons and pulled out the tough sinews along the muscle lines. When she had gathered enough to form a ball the size of an apple, she washed it in the stream. The blood rinsed off easily, revealing a bright silver sheen like fine silk threads. It seemed that while the structure was similar, the material itself was quite different. Lin Su studied the sinew for a moment, made a mental note, and stored it in her spatial pouch. Next came the task of opening the body and removing the bones and meat. Since she wasn't familiar with this creature, Lin Su couldn't tell which organs might be poisonous. To avoid any accidents in this strange world, she decided not to touch the internal organs at all. After cutting off all the usable meat, she found a thumb-sized, fiery red crystal inside the beast's head. Lin Su looked at the crystal cautiously, but the little white tiger beside her seemed very excited. It stopped playing, ran to her side, and rubbed against her leg, gazing eagerly at the crystal in her hand with wide, pleading eyes. "You want this?" Lin Su asked, glancing between the crystal and the little tiger. Meow, the white tiger's eyes widened as it nodded quickly, letting out a soft, sweet cry. "I see. Actually, I want it too," Lin Su said sincerely. The little tiger froze, speechless, as she calmly put the crystal into her spatial pouch. Anything that could catch the attention of one of the 4 sacred beasts couldn't possibly be ordinary. The method is very simple. Just click Vote for PK, then enter the number of votes you want to cast in the pink vote section on the right side of the pop-up window. P.S. Let's call for some support. There are so many new challengers on the PK ranking list that we're about to be pushed down. Even though the little white tiger is small, it's still a sacred beast. Since even it finds the item rare and desirable, it's obviously not something cheap, maybe even quite valuable. Trusting the sacred beast's judgment, Lin Su was confident that the crystal block in her hand was worth something. Based on what she knew from games, these crystals should be similar to magic stones. However, the ones taken from the heads of magical beasts in this world seemed smaller and less pure in color. Even if she was wrong and the crystal wasn't a magic stone at all, maybe it wasn't worth much, or was just something for pets, she could always give it to the little white tiger later. It would be like keeping it safe for a while. After all, time didn't pass inside her bracelet storage space, and nothing inside would spoil. The little white tiger watched helplessly as the shameless thief kept the crystal it wanted. After a moment of shock, it felt deeply hurt and burst into an angry tantrum. The fluffy ball rolled onto the grass, kicking its legs and letting out pitiful cries. Its big eyes grew misty, as if saying, "If you don't comfort me, I'll start crying." Unfortunately, even though the little white tiger was furious, its only audience didn't seem to care. After rolling around for a while and realizing Lin Su wasn't paying attention, the disappointed tiger finally gave up. It lay quietly on the grass for a bit, then got up and sat by the roots of a large tree, turning its back to Lin Su. Its ears and tail drooped sadly as it let out soft, pitiful whimpers, as if accusing her of being heartless. But the sight that could melt anyone's heart only earned a tired glance from Lin Su. When you level up, you can hunt monsters yourself. You'll have as many of these stones as you want. Did this so-called sacred beast have no shame at all? Would it ever stop? When Lin Su's voice sounded, a pair of small furry ears twitched and perked up again. The little white tiger suddenly seemed to remember something, let out a happy cry, rolled on the grass, then stood up, shook off the leaves on its fur, and bounced back with light kitten steps. It rubbed affectionately against Lin Su's leg, meowing softly as if showing it was willing to make peace. Lin Su was completely speechless. Was this really a cat? Both its intelligence and attitude seemed far too human. She cut all the meat into pieces suitable for roasting, then skewered several portions with branches. The rest she sprinkled with seasoning and placed on some flat stones she had found. The skewered meat was stuck upright in the ground nearby. After washing her hands, it was time to start a fire and roast the meat. Since the area around was too open, Lin Su first used stones to make a small circle, then built a pile of dry branches inside. Starting the fire was easy. One small fireball spell was enough. In the game she used to play, all basic skills could be learned freely by any class. After all, players needed some way to level up before choosing a profession. Those skill books were cheap and easy to get. Even though learning them didn't bring much benefit, it also didn't hurt. So whenever Lin Su had one and didn't feel like going back to town to sell it, she would just learn it. Over time, she had picked up quite a few small spells. They weren't useful in battles or duels, but for daily life, like lighting a fuse with a small fireball or washing her face with a small water spell, they were quite handy. It was a good thing she had learned them. Otherwise, she might have had to start a fire the old-fashioned way in this strange world. The dry leaves caught fire quickly under the fireball spell, and small flames began to rise. Lin Su hurriedly used a stick to push the flames under the pile of branches. The wood was dry, so before long, the fire spread and the campfire was burning brightly. She moved the stones with the marinated meat closer to the fire and placed the skewers around the stone circle, letting the heat slowly roast them. Once everything was set up, Lin Su finally had time to relax. She only needed to turn the skewers occasionally and brush on some seasoning from time to time. Before long, the meat began to sizzle, turning golden as the fat melted. Lin Su held the branch a little farther away and slowly turned it with a steady rhythm. From time to time, she gave her wrist a small twist so the juices could soak evenly back into every part of the meat. While turning the meat, she also brushed it now and then with a small brush dipped in honey, making sure the sweet glaze spread evenly over the surface. This method made the meat tender and juicy, preventing it from becoming tough from losing too much fat. The honey's sweetness mixed with the aroma of the roasting fat, giving the surface a golden, crisp layer while keeping the inside soft and delicate. Compared to ordinary grilling, this technique showed the skill of a more experienced cook. Before long, the smell of roasted meat filled the air, rich and tempting. Even the little white tiger, who had already eaten its pet food, couldn't help twitching its tiny nose, eyes sparkling as it stared at the roasting meat. Just as the meat was almost done, Lin Su suddenly sensed several unfriendly presences coming from the forest outside the safe zone. To be more precise, the danger outside had always been there. The magical beasts living in the forest seemed to avoid the area near the giant trees for some reason, but that didn't mean they wouldn't wait outside for her and the little white tiger to leave. Before she started cooking, the beasts' presence had been faint, perhaps because they were of lower rank. But once the smell of roasted meat and spices spread through the air, it naturally attracted stronger creatures. And stronger beasts meant greater danger. The few powerful auras that appeared now were clearly not easy to deal with. Lin Su kept turning the meat calmly, while quietly scanning her surroundings. Unfortunately, with her current eyesight, She really couldn't tell what was hiding in the jungle beyond the safe zone. At least from the surface, the forest looked perfectly peaceful, almost like a natural wildlife park. When the roasted meat was finally done, Lin Su took the pieces off the branch and placed them on a large, clean leaf she had picked earlier. Still, no animals had entered the safe zone, and not even a single ice arrow, wind blade, or small fireball had appeared. Lin Su found this quite strange. Even if animals couldn't come in, long-range attacks shouldn't have such limits, right? Could it be that even if they used long-range skills to harm her, they wouldn't be able to take her body out of the safe zone? So, following the natural rule of no needless killing unless for survival, those magical beasts simply chose not to attack her or the little white tiger. If that was the case, then humans were far crueler than beasts. Animals killed only to survive, while humans often did it for pleasure. For example, catching a shark just to eat a small part of it, or hunting a monkey only for a rare delicacy. As someone skilled in cooking, Lin Su could understand the pursuit of perfection in taste, but she couldn't understand what meaning such indulgence had. To put it bluntly, if you're not even hungry, would it really hurt to eat a little less? Lost in thought, Lin Su casually picked a smaller piece of roasted meat from the leaf and tossed it beyond the safe zone, just past the ring of stones marking the boundary.
Meow.
The little white tiger tilted its head in confusion. From what it had learned about her, she didn't seem like the kind of girl who would feed stray animals before herself. Besides, the creatures in this jungle were nothing like helpless little animals. "Be good," the girl said gently, comforting the white tiger. "We don't know if this meat is safe to eat. Let's wait and see if other creatures try it first." After hearing that, the little white tiger could only break into a cold sweat, speechless. As expected, there was no trace of gentleness or kindness in her at all. The moment the roasted meat was thrown out of the safe zone, the jungle stirred. From behind trees and bushes, several dark shapes darted out like lightning, some large, some small, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin. Clearly, they were not related to each other. Lin Su stared speechlessly at the beasts outside the safe zone. The beasts stared back at her in silence. They were helpless too. This was just a sad, instinctive reaction. None of them had actually planned to come out. Their original plan had been to wait quietly for prey. If they left their hiding spots, they would expose themselves, risk scaring off their target, and might even attract other hunting beasts to attack them. But plans never keep up with sudden changes. Everyone knows that animals have a natural instinct to chase moving things. When something moves quickly across their sight, they can't help but pounce, knock it down, and bite it, then decide whether to eat it or play with it. For example, dogs naturally chase after flying discs, and cats love to play with rolling balls of yarn. So, when a piece of delicious-smelling roasted meat suddenly flew out without warning, disaster struck. Lin Su almost wanted to cry for these poor beasts outside the safe zone. How sad. So even in another world, the instinct to pounce couldn't be hidden. The beasts were also on the verge of tears. This girl was too tricky. Just as Lin Su had guessed, these beasts were not of the same species, so peaceful coexistence was impossible. Normally, when they met, they would fight fiercely, if not to the death, then at least until one was badly hurt. Now, with all of them suddenly appearing together, the atmosphere became tense. Any movement from one beast could draw everyone's attention, or even everyone's hostility. The smell of the roasted meat was incredibly tempting. In this untouched jungle, cooked food had never existed before. Even in the most advanced cities of this world, few had ever seen roasted meat made with otherworldly spices and the skills of a true master. In this tense and explosive moment, the aroma of the roasted meat seemed to grow even stronger, lingering around the sensitive noses of the beasts and refusing to fade. Lin Su, the little girl, was just as frustrated as the magical beasts around her. She had only wanted to find someone to taste the meat and make sure it was safe to eat, so she could fill her stomach sooner. Who could have guessed things would turn out like this? The group of beasts faced each other for quite a while. When the roasted meat began to cool, one of the younger beasts, clearly weaker than the others, let out a soft whimper and took a few steps back. The tense air seemed to break. Some beasts twitched their ears, others sniffed the air, and all of them turned their attention to the small creature, who felt the pressure of so many eyes on it. However, since there were still many potential rivals around, the beasts only watched carefully, keeping most of their focus on each other, afraid to make any wrong move. After trembling for a moment and realizing no one attacked, the young beast gathered its courage, stepped back a few more times, and looked around cautiously. Seeing no reaction, it suddenly turned and dashed into the forest, disappearing after a few quick leaps. Once the first one escaped safely, others began to follow. The weaker beasts, encouraged by the example, started to retreat one after another, some hurriedly, some carefully, until they all left the scene. After this steady retreat, only a few high-level magical beasts remained. 009 Jungle Survival. The battle between the high-level beasts was about to become even fiercer and more intense. Of course, this had little to do with Lin Su. She had already figured out that no matter how wild these beasts became, none of them dared to enter the safe zone. It seemed the remaining ones wouldn't decide a winner anytime soon. Feeling bored and restless, the little girl decided to store all the cooked meat in her space bracelet to keep it fresh. Taking advantage of the time, she dragged another unprocessed beast carcass to the riverbank. As before, she cleaned it up, keeping the useful materials, discarding the useless organs, carefully storing the crystal, and cutting the meat into pieces. Then she brought it to the fire and roasted it again. Whether it was like a storm or a whirlwind, after nearly 2 hours, the second batch of roasted meat was finally ready, and the silent battle among the beasts had also come to an end. A completely black panther emerged as the final victor. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you all trained under the same master, communicating with just a look, competing to see who can act the most impressive. While we humans fight with skill and strength, you beasts seem to compete with sheer presence. Lin Su, the little girl, muttered as she wrapped another portion of freshly roasted meat in a large leaf and tossed it toward the panther. It landed right next to the first, now cold serving. She really couldn't stand this kind of silent show of dominance. If it were her, she'd just strike first, either win or lose quickly and move on. This time, since she had found a jar of peanut butter in her space bracelet and had nothing better to do, Lin Su decided to make Indonesian-style sauté. She cut the meat into small pieces, grilled them on an iron mesh, and though the aroma wasn't strong, the taste was light and refreshing. The victorious Black Panther looked much like those on Earth, but purple lightning arcs flickered around its body, crackling softly from time to time. It was clearly a mutated and evolved species. When Lin Su tossed over the second portion of roasted meat, the panther hesitated. A trace of human-like caution and curiosity appeared in its eyes. Oh, it actually has intelligence? Lin Su thought in surprise. The Black Panther seemed to finally remember the importance of food safety. It cautiously took a small step back, then carefully sniffed around the 2 pieces of roasted meat, occasionally pawing at them. After a while, it lowered its head, sniffed again, and appeared to judge that the smell was acceptable and there was no obvious danger. Only then did it tentatively roll out its tongue, scoop up the steaming meat, and swallow it. As soon as the food was in its stomach, its bright yellow vertical pupils lit up suddenly, showing it was very happy. Its long tail, which had been dragging behind, stiffened and curled excitedly. Lin Su even thought it looked like the little white tiger at home, happily bouncing on its paws and ready to roll on the grass. "Is it tasty?" Lin Su asked a very obvious question. The Black Panther seemed to understand her language and nodded happily. "Then, do you have a stomach ache? Or feel dizzy, weak, or confused?" She continued to gather data for her small experiment. The Black Panther looked confused, unable to understand such a complex question and logic. "I mean, do you feel anything else besides it being delicious?" The Black Panther thought for a moment, then raised its front paw and pointed at the remaining roasted meat, giving a firm nod of approval. Then it raised its paw again, pointed at the meat with a disdainful snarl, and spat on the ground, giving Lin Su a look of contempt. What does that mean? The panther's heart was like the sea. She didn't understand. The little girl felt a bit sad. Actually, the Black Panther just wanted to say there wasn't enough meat. After finishing the meat in front of it, the Black Panther left contentedly, neither showing friendliness nor lingering over the delicious food. The little girl, meanwhile, was eating the confirmed safe food and thinking about future problems. First, she faced two big questions: how to survive and how to live. No matter how many detailed plans she had made for her future life before, she never imagined she would travel to another world. After all, the chance of this happening was so small, it was almost non-existent. Fortunately, with game skills and physical strength that improve with experience, Lin Su believes that if her only goal is to survive, she will have no problem at all. However, if she wants to live a better life, she needs to do more. After all, a civilized world doesn't rely on killing to make money like in the game. No one here would discuss issues like red names or PK points with her. The items in her space bracelet are limited. Although she doesn't need to worry about running out of materials, potions, or tools right now, these will eventually be used up. When that happens, it might cause some inconvenience. Fortunately, her alchemy skills include both crafting and potion making. As long as she can find materials in this world that can replace the ingredients from online game recipes, creating similar formulas and products is not impossible. Before that, her first task is to analyze various samples to understand the composition of local plants, animals, and mineral sources. And then there is the civilization of this world. From the small treehouse built on a giant tree branch, it's clear that some form of civilization exists here. But how advanced is it? She only knows that magic exists here. Could it be a semi-primitive era of magic and swords? Lin Su was stunned by her own thoughts. She heard that people in this era don't like to wear underwear. She quickly finished the meat in her hand and stored the marinated meat chunks on the stone slab into her space bag. She clapped her hands and pulled out 2 animal skins she had peeled earlier, thinking about what they could be made into. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. She has no problem with eating, living, and moving. She has roasted meat, a treehouse, and a broom. But she definitely needs to prepare some new clothes. The equipment already in her space bag isn't suitable for a 4-year-old girl, and she wouldn't be willing to use those precious magic patterned fabrics to make everyday children's clothes. So, she can only focus on local raw materials. 010 Jungle Seeking Sponsorship, PK Ticket 300 Bonus. Tanning animal hides clearly requires a lot of raw materials and quite a bit of time. Unfortunately, these conditions are hard to meet in the primitive jungle of this world. Luckily, if magic potions are used, most of the steps and time can be saved, leaving only the final drying process to turn the hide into leather. The little girl took the fur to the stream, rinsing and kneading it with the water. She also found a relatively fine brush and carefully cleaned off blood, dirt, and grease from the hide without damaging it. Next, she laid the processed hide flat on the ground by the stream and used a magic potion to soften it further, removing attached fibers and tendons. After several rounds of treatment and tanning, about 2 hours later, the girl finally had a finished piece of leather. It was smooth, shiny, soft, and strong, with almost no damage. Holding the leather, Lin Su was nearly moved to tears. She had never done such work before, not in her childhood or even in her games. Even when she first learned tailoring in a game, she was mostly just sent out to plant cotton or shear sheep. She had never been so involved in making something by hand. Feeling nostalgic, she gently touched the hard-won leather and decided to make herself a set of female hunter clothes. Since this was a primitive jungle, the most important thing was to wear something suitable for moving around. She used the sewing kit from her bracelet and her advanced tailoring skills. Even without the ability to activate skills, she could craft a child's hunter outfit in just over half an hour. Because of the material-saving approach for children's clothes, she even sewed a pair of gloves and leggings for herself. She almost made an extra pair of insoles but ran out of time at the last moment. Meow. The little white tiger pouted and circled around her, its big eyes clouded with a sad, pleading look, as if blaming her for not making something for it too. Lin Su, feeling overwhelmed, simply ignored it. She was barely managing to take care of herself, let alone comfort a cute, purring cat. And what if it's a sacred white tiger? Building good relationships early is important, right? Don't be ridiculous. Whose white tiger would be so useless? Not to threaten all the beasts in the world or fight for the master. At least it should be able to hunt a prey, right? The level of a sacred beast is too high, so it's hard to expect that. But even if it can't reach the level of a sacred beast, it should at least meet the standards of a beast, right? Lin Su sighed with her hands behind her back, feeling quite sad. Just after a few breaths, a beast roar came from outside the safe zone. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw the black panther that appeared during the barbecue had somehow returned outside the safe zone. It was holding a medium-sized deer-like creature in its claws. Eating deer meat is illegal. The little girl clicked her tongue, looking at the prey with interest. Does Brother Hay want me to help you roast it? Roar. The black panther bared its teeth and let out a low growl, nodded, pointed at the prey with its paw, then at Lin Su, then at the prey again, and finally at itself.
Ah.
The little girl was speechless, thinking for a moment before trying to translate. You mean I roast this prey, and then we split the meat?
Roar.
The beast roared and nodded again, so Lin Su knew she guessed correctly. After the agreement was made, the black panther didn't seem worried about Lin Su breaking the promise and taking all the prey. It simply raised its paw and slapped the ground, sending the large prey flying into the safe zone. Then it flicked its tail, turned a few steps away, found a big leafy tree nearby, and climbed up quickly to rest on a branch. Its long black tail hung down from the branch, faintly flickering with tiny arcs of electricity, swinging leisurely, looking very comfortable. It even left faint purple traces in the air as it swayed. Lin Su circled around the prey twice inside the safe zone. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed no different from a deer on Earth. It had the typical hooves of a herbivore. Are there herbivorous monsters too? She flipped her wrist and drew a dagger. Using its sharp blade, she carefully cut open the prey's head and found inside a small, pale blue crystal. This time it was smaller, about the size of a soybean, and the color was dull and murky, not bright. Brother Hay, are you interested in this crystal? Lin Su squinted and held the crystal she just dug out, waving it toward the tree where the black panther was resting. The black panther on the tree lifted its eyelids, looked at Lin Su and the crystal in her hand, then sneered with a sound and lazily closed its eyes again. Was it looking down on her? Lin Su touched her nose, shrugged, and casually put the crystal into her bracelet space. She then squatted down again to skin and prepare the meat. As for the little white tiger that kept circling her feet, acting cute and trying to get the crystal, who cares about it? In this tough world, making a living is never easy. Not only in the primitive jungle, but even in the modern city with tall buildings, there are all kinds of troubles. The Black Panther clearly is the local boss, and Lin Su doesn't see herself as a big shot either. The harsh reality now is that she has unlimited potential, but her current strength is too small. The other side might only be this strong for now, but at this moment, they are definitely several times stronger than her. So, after a realistic analysis, Lin Su thinks it's very necessary to find someone to support her for now. She doesn't expect to become like the main characters in fairy tales, who can suddenly become powerful and conquer all beasts just by shaking a little. Her only wish right now is simple. She just hopes not to be eaten or turned into nourishment in this jungle. From what she sees now, her relationship with the Black Panther is no longer just pure hostility, which is good. That way, she still has room to develop. Even if she just works as a cook or maid for it, at least she's useful to this panther. It's sad, really. Lin Su sighed and shed a tear of bitterness. In a daze, she remembered her childhood vow when she first started playing this game. One day, she would wear golden armor, step on rainbow clouds, and come back to wipe out the beginner village. Congratulations to Chess Piece for becoming the first deputy moderator. Applause, flowers, and best wishes with PK tickets. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Life in the primitive jungle is both tough and easy, depending on the day. Since forming a friendly relationship with the Black Panther, helping each other, and sharing resources from time to time, Lin Su has gradually adapted to life in this different world. especially as her experience points increased and her physical attributes kept getting stronger. She slowly regained some of her game-like state. Of course, many advanced skills were still beyond her reach, but that wasn't a big problem. The monsters in this jungle were strong, but they were mostly just elite small creatures, not powerful enough to require her ultimate skills to handle. As long as she was careful not to get overwhelmed by their group attacks and took her potions in time, Lin Su could move freely through the monster jungle now. Her little white tiger was also growing stronger each day. Although it hadn't grown in size, it could now help her hunt some tricky monsters. The area near the giant tree was officially marked as her private territory. No one dared to compete with her for it. Besides her and the little white tiger, no other creatures came close to this large monster jungle. The white tiger had tried several times to mark its territory by urinating, but Lin Su didn't have the instinct to claim land like wild animals, so she didn't follow the usual rule of, the first to mark with scent owns the land. After several attempts to mark the territory without attracting attention, the white tiger was very sad. It became even more determined to reinforce its scent marks. One day, when it was caught marking its territory in front of Lin Su, she was very angry and scolded it for being unhygienic. She took the little ball of fur outside to reflect on its behavior and punished it by withholding a meal. The territory marking was thus suppressed, and the matter was settled. The little white tiger was so ashamed that it bowed to the sacred beast. "Is Little Black not here today?" A small, chubby hand was holding a freshly cut grass vine, while the other hand was selecting test tubes to analyze samples. Lin Su, taking a quick break, looked up at the sun and realized it was almost noon. She sensed something was wrong. Today is so quiet. No one has sent prey to share a meal with us. For months, led by the Black Panther, other high-level monsters attracted by the smell of roasted meat gathered around. It seemed that all the intelligent high-level monsters in the jungle knew about the girl near the giant tree, who would share half her meat with them and help make the food tastier. Gradually, more and more monsters came to bring prey and share meals with her. The taste of raw food and cooked food is naturally very different. Although these beasts do not deliberately hunt only certain creatures just for flavor, when options are available and food sources are plentiful, they will naturally choose the tastier ones. However, because these magical beasts have different living habits and hunting times are unpredictable, during their busiest periods, Lin Su, the little girl, worked almost non-stop, day and night. She would just finish with one creature and then start with another repeatedly. It became too much for her, so she finally decided not to indulge these beasts who don't understand the concept of an 8-hour workday. She resolutely switched to a 3-meal schedule. She only prepares 3 meals a day, and whether she cooks for whom is decided by a game of rock, paper, scissors among the high-level bosses. If that doesn't work, they can even have a fierce contest to decide. After a period of chaos and darkness, once the high-level magical beasts agreed to take turns using the little chef, Lin Su's life finally became stable. Because of this cooperation, although Lin Su still didn't gain the loyalty of all the beasts or form true friendships, her safety while moving in the jungle improved a lot. Now, ordinary small monsters are no longer a threat, and the more troublesome ones have become her clients. Just like crocodiles and toucan birds in her original world, even if they're just partners, they can still make things easier for each other. Of course, she is still only at the level of a toucan bird herself. Could it be that these kind-hearted magical beasts finally remembered to give me a break? Lin Su pessimistically guessed the most unlikely possibility. Meow, little white tiger lazily yawned, showing that it was listening to her dreams. Anyway, no matter what, it doesn't really matter to her. During this time, besides improving her strength, Lin Su's biggest achievement was analyzing and testing nearly 3 to 4/10 of the plant-based components in this magical beast jungle. Many of these herbs even had medicinal properties better than those in game herbs. After collecting the seeds and carefully planting them in suitable locations, large-scale cultivation should be possible. Of course, there are some herbs that, even though Lin Su already knows their ingredients and medicinal properties, she still can't quite figure out the best way to use them. It seems it's time to develop some new formulas. She slices the herbs and puts them into the last potion, letting it sit for a while. When she sees a gentle green glow appear on the surface of the slices, Lin Su makes her final note in her big notebook. Basic life attribute. No dark reaction, no natural magic elements. Preliminary judgment. Suitable as an additive for high-purity, light-based potions. After finishing her notes and tidying up her work area, Lin Su thinks for a moment. She picks up her lazy little white tiger, which is sunbathing with limbs spread out on the ground, and throws it into her clothes. Excited, she grabs a broom, mounts it, and says, "Let's go. Since we don't have work today, let's breathe some fresh air." The little white tiger is comfortably lying down, eyelids drooping, tail flicking lazily, almost falling asleep. Suddenly, without warning, its skin tightens at the back of its neck, then it leaps into the air, gets swung around, and is pushed aside. When it opens its eyes again, it finds itself in the collar of a familiar outfit.
Darn.
In this day and age, there are still kidnappings?
Meow.
Mew 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 meow meow. Hey, you've been living in the forest every day. Aren't you tired of just calling out? The little white tiger struggles fiercely, letting out a loud, pitiful cry, but it's all useless. All protests that don't suit the young girl's wishes are automatically blocked. So, the girl and her tiger head resolutely into the depths of the monster forest. Riding her broom and feeling the wind, Lin Su has rarely enjoyed such a relaxed moment since she started working as a cook and caretaker for the monsters, changing her roles and responsibilities. Of course, she can't entirely blame the high-intelligence monsters for not giving her a day off. Even when she does have rare free time, she's busy using that moment to familiarize herself with the environment, analyze plant samples, and search for alchemy recipes or alternative herbs and minerals in the game world. Gathering information on a strange map is never easy, especially since this isn't a game. She doesn't have a personal radar or detection devices. Everything depends on her own efforts. And her level isn't very high right now. Fortunately, these tasks have finally come to an end today. Although she hasn't fully studied everything in this monster jungle yet, she has already exceeded her goal in finding alternative materials for alchemy recipes. She also collected samples of these materials, seeds, and other items. Her storage bag for crafting materials is divided into 5 sections: plants, leather, metals, crystals, and special items. Each section has 99 slots, and many items can be stacked. When closed, the bag is only as big as a waist pouch, making it very convenient for players like miners and farmers to carry while gathering in the wild. This also makes it easier for Lin Su to collect various specimens and mineral samples. By the way, I remember seeing a single grass-like plant by the lake half a month ago. I wonder if it's fully grown now, since she has only seen this plant once and isn't sure if she can find more nearby soon. She didn't pick it at the time. If it's already mature, that's no problem. After collecting its seeds, even if she can't find the plant again after studying it, she can grow a new one in a suitable environment. Meow humph, the little white tiger, tucked inside her clothes, angrily scratches her small hunting outfit, showing it's unhappy and not in the mood to pay attention to her, though she's just trying to sunbathe and take a nap. Ignoring the white tiger's mood, Lin Su forcibly drags the tiger to the lake. Recently, she's been grilling meat for the monsters every day. Those smart bosses, whether by design or coincidence, haven't thought to bring some water creatures to eat. They've been eating meat for 3 months straight, every meal grilled. After a few months, her arms are probably thicker from skewering so much meat. At the lake, Lin Su first has the white tiger scan the area. After confirming there are no threatening monsters nearby, she jumps down from her broom and walks straight to the lone grass-like plant she found last time. After careful observation, although I have never seen a mature plant of this kind before, I can roughly tell that it is probably fully grown. The plant and the seed clusters are very plump, with slight cracks at the openings. The color has also deepened significantly compared to half a month ago. "I think I can harvest now," Lin Su muttered to herself. She then took a box, put on gloves with her other hand, and carefully started to peel off the seed clusters from the plant. Meanwhile, Little White Tiger was happily playing by the river. Lin Su usually didn't like to be disturbed while working, and Little White Tiger was too lazy to bother with boring people. Now, The beast forest was like her backyard, with the strength of a holy beast. Except for a few very powerful high-intelligence monsters, she could basically walk freely through this forest. Not far away, a small beast passed by. It saw a figure sitting by the lake and wanted to pounce, but suddenly noticed a bunch of bottles and jars nearby. Memories of being captured and experimented on half a month ago, losing hair, teeth, suffering back pain, and leg cramps, rushed back. The little beast let out a miserable cry and ran away crying. Who is that beast? Lin Su only looked up after the fact, catching sight of a rushing figure of a beast and the dust cloud behind it. What a lunatic, the little girl muttered with a straight face, feeling speechless. Poor little beast. It must have just woken up, so it didn't realize there was a dangerous person here. Little White Tiger deeply understands the pain in a beast's heart and couldn't help but despise her owner a little. She often said she could walk freely in this forest. But ever since the girl's abilities started to grow, and she could use more skills, all the small monsters in the beast forest had been caught and experimented on by her. Just like the high-intelligence monsters knew there was a girl who could make barbecue in the giant tree area, the ordinary monsters in the jungle had long heard of her existence. If these small monsters fell into her hands, they would at most die. But if they fell into her hands, it would be truly worse than death. Just thinking about how malicious this girl's interests were, Little White Tiger couldn't help but shed a tear for her fellow monsters. Maybe she still didn't know that when the Little White Tiger went out now, it was at best like a noisy commotion, chaotic but still lively. But if the young girl herself went out, it would be like a blooming flower that left nothing untouched. Few could match her strength now. Except for a handful of powerful beings who could still challenge her, there were almost no creatures left in the magical forest that could stand against her. There's no sign of magical beasts in this area. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from the forest, filled with both excitement and urgency.
Quick.
Everyone, come here. Come where? Having been away from people for so long, the girl wasn't used to hearing a human voice again. Her ears had only known the cries of birds and beasts for ages. Wait, what language was that? Hold on, someone just spoke. The little girl froze in shock, not realizing that someone had actually entered the magical forest. People. Real, living people. Lin Su felt a rush of excitement. She quickly plucked the remaining grains, tossed them into a box, then stored it in her bracelet space. Standing up, she clapped her hands. Little White, let's go take a look.
Could you be any more casual about this?
Bonus note. The first character from the main continent appears. Feel free to show support. 013 The young stranger. Before hearing that unfamiliar voice, Lin Su had never really thought about what kind of language people on this continent used. Now that she heard it, she was startled to realize it wasn't any language she had ever known. Even stranger, she could understand it perfectly, as if it were her own mother tongue, as natural as breathing. Could this be one of the strange effects of her crossing into this world? Life in isolation was lonely. Even with a cute little white tiger who only knew how to eat and act adorable, Lin Su still felt deeply bored. The people who had entered the forest were soon found by the girl. In fact, she didn't even need to look for them. They were already heading toward the lake. The smaller beasts in this area had long been scared away by her potions, so anyone searching for a safe place without magical creatures would naturally end up here. So, their meeting was only natural. Lin Su, the young boy. Lin Su observed the boy carefully for a long time, then looked at the group of wolves behind him. Silently, she picked up the little white tiger and took a few steps away, squatting down and whispering with a small frown, "This person doesn't seem like an ordinary human." Meow? The little white tiger tilted its head. Look, he has a triangular patch of fur on his head that looks like ears, and there's a furry tail behind him. More importantly, he's with a group of wolves, and they seem very obedient. Meow meow woof. The little white tiger twitched its small ears and wagged its tail proudly, showing it has its own tail and ears. Of course, it will have its own tail and ears in the future. Even if it can't find a tiger group, it can still catch small cats. Lin Su looked at this little creature, feeling speechless and a bit disdainful. She paused, then gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Based on my guess, when you combine these features, the boy's identity becomes obvious." Meow? "He must be a beast trainer," she said confidently. "What a ridiculous guess." Cough, cough. The other boy, listening with his ears perked up and a serious expression, finally couldn't stay silent after hearing such a shocking deduction. After coughing a few times, he quickly spoke. "Actually, you misunderstood. I am the wolf leader of the half-beastman tribe." Half-beastman?
Wow.
He's hiding his race. Yes, the wolf boy remained cautious, mainly because he couldn't understand why such a young girl would appear in this dangerous, monster-filled forest. After all, when something seems abnormal, it's usually a sign of trouble. Lin Su is clearly an unusual presence here. "Nice to meet you." Lin Su politely placed her hand on her chest in a bow and smiled as she introduced herself. "My name is Lin Su. I think I am probably human." "Probably?" Lin Su nodded sincerely, then helplessly spread her hands. "That's right. Actually, I'm not even sure. Do you know where I can get a DNA test on this continent? It's so sad. After living 20 years, I suddenly don't even know if I am human. Is this tiny body really real, or just part of the game world?" Because of the realistic game, the characters are generated based on real human parameters, and Lin Su did not change her appearance when logging into the game. In other words, her game character looks exactly like her in real life. If this body is from the real world, then it is obviously human. But if it's from the game... The young wolf boy blinked several times, feeling a bit dizzy. "DNA? What is that?" Could it be that their half-beast tribe has been hidden away for too long and has become disconnected from the mainland? Fortunately, Lin Su didn't really expect this native from another world to answer such questions about crossing over. She simply changed the subject. "May I ask, why did you bring such a large pack of wolves into this forest? Are you planning something? This seems like an intrusion." After hesitating, the wolf boy decided to tell the truth. 3 months ago, there was a brief chaos in the magic energy fluctuations across the continent, which caused a lot of panic. Even time and space twisted for a moment, as if the laws of the world were about to collapse. Luckily, it didn't last long, so no irreversible damage was done. Once the magic elements stabilized again, our priest conducted a divination and found that the source of the magic disturbance was in this forest. That's why our half-beast tribe sent me here. 3 months ago. Space-time disorder.
Lin Su tappet Herçin.
Her cheerful little face gradually turned serious. 3 months ago was when she crossed over from the game login point to this world. Could it be that the chaos caused by the magic disturbance and the space-time twist is why she coincidentally arrived here? This is so frustrating. Before distributing crossing opportunities, they should at least ask for her opinion. "So, you're also sent by your tribe to investigate the source of the magic chaos?" Seeing the little girl's unhappy expression, the wolf boy looked for an explanation. "Don't worry, the magic elements are now stable and won't erupt again. We're just here to check if someone caused the chaos intentionally, so we can be prepared and know who our real enemies are." As for her not knowing what tribe she belongs to, the werewolf didn't believe at all. There's no way in the world someone wouldn't know what kind of race they belong to. This little girl looks very human, and she has no tail, no ears, no fur, no claws, no webbing, no fins. And she's also very short. She must be from the dwarf race. The young werewolf felt very proud of his high intelligence. Besides saying that the source of the magic surge is in the jungle, did your tribe's priest mention exactly where it is? Like coordinates. Cough, cough. I mean, other landmarks or signs. No, the werewolf replied firmly and without hesitation, shaking his head. With such a large forest, if you don't give some hints, how are we supposed to find it? Lin Su swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous. "Big brother, actually, we could have some clues." "There's really nothing," the werewolf said sincerely and with some helplessness, looking at Lin Su. That look is so familiar. It's the same as when he watched the priest before, just like the little girl in front of him now is looking at him. Just as they stared at each other in silence, suddenly there was a commotion in the forest. 014 Tree of Life. PK ticket 500 plus extra. Oh no! The young boy's ears perked up sharply at the noise, and his eyes grew serious. When I was getting close to the center of the jungle, I accidentally triggered the alert range of a high-level magical beast. I don't know why, but this beast actually attracted more monsters. That's the most frustrating part for the werewolf. Higher-level monsters tend to be loners, especially the intelligent ones, who are usually solitary and irritable. Normally, they fight each other to the death, but now they're gathering together and working as a team. The young werewolf looked very tense and a bit frustrated. If these monsters appeared alone, it wouldn't be so hard to handle. But a whole group at once? My pack, and I can't manage that. I lost some of my wolves just trying to escape those monsters. It was lucky to get into this area. I didn't expect they'd find us so quickly again. Maybe the blood scent gave us away. At this moment, Lin Su, the little girl, noticed that the young werewolf's right arm was injured. A deep, jagged wound ran from his shoulder down to his elbow, with some green herbal paste applied over it, probably a traditional remedy passed down among the half-orc tribe. His legs also had small, uneven cuts, and his leg guards had already torn into strips, soaked with blood and stained bright red. No wonder he didn't come to eat lunch today. It turns out he was teaming up to fight a boss. Little Lin Su only realized this now. Since so many high-level monsters were disturbed, it's clear that the werewolf in front of her wouldn't be easy to deal with. But it's understandable. After all, he is a representative of the half-beastman tribe. If his level isn't high, what if he gets attacked right after leaving home? So, you mean the monsters chasing you are close by? Yes, the young werewolf clenched his teeth. Girl, I have to go now. Please send my regards to your tribe's leader. After saying this, he nodded, bent his body, and prepared to leap away from the lakeside. Her tribe's leader? She has no such thing. Lin Su quickly called out, if you still have strength, go to the other side of the lake. About a mile away, there's a clear area with a big tree in the middle. The monsters don't dare go there. A mile, that's about 500 meters.
Cough.
You can see it after half a minute of running. Pfft. How could an otherworldly know Earth's measurements? Besides, he's a half-beastman. Thank you. The young werewolf turned his head, making a deep growling sound from his throat, as if giving orders to a wolf pack. Then he lifted his head and howled long and loud. Leading the pack of wolves behind him, they jumped into the lake one after another, disappearing into the foggy surface. Such a large group of wolves, even small animals or fish wouldn't dare to provoke them. Lin Su and the little white tiger silently exchanged glances at the scene of the wolf pack jumping into the river. Just go already. What are you whining about? And in stereo, too. After a long while, the girl wiped the black streaks from her forehead and said gloomily, Little White, do you think that wolf might have attracted the monster group just now? Meow meow. Then, do you think the monster group will realize we're here after seeing us standing where the wolves disappeared? Meow. So, a girl and a tiger continued to stare at each other in silence, wishing they could flip the bird. This is so frustrating. Meanwhile, the young werewolf's journey, guided by the instructions he received, was going much more smoothly. At first, it was fine when he stayed near the edge of the jungle, but once he led the wolf pack deeper into the central area, his opponents became more difficult to deal with. The monsters that appeared later were stronger, and their magical energy was more intense. Long ago, a half-orc elder in his tribe said that this monster-filled jungle was once the home of the elves, so the magic here is much stronger than anywhere else on the continent. However, after the Tree of Life gradually withered 1,000 years ago and could no longer produce new elves, the elves had to take cuttings from the tree and move elsewhere to find places rich in magic to keep their race alive. Since then, this once beautiful elf forest slowly turned into a monster jungle. Without the control of a powerful elf race, the monsters nourished by magic grew bolder. Their strength increased quickly, and some even gained basic intelligence. But what he heard before were just stories. Today, after experiencing it himself, the young wolf boy had to admit that the elders were right. If he hadn't brought the wolf pack, and if his strength wasn't among the strongest in his tribe, any other half-orc would have been eaten by the high-level monsters here long ago, leaving nothing behind. The strength of these monsters is far beyond that of ordinary monsters outside. After wandering for a long time and dealing with some careless water monsters, He didn't encounter any more tough enemies. His mood finally relaxed a little. Finally, after a while, he saw the outline of the lake's shore through the fog. Thank goodness he didn't swim in the wrong direction. He ran onto the shore and then hurried forward. The empty area and the giant tree that the girl mentioned appeared before his eyes. In the clearing, there was a simple stove made of stones, but it was surprisingly large. On top, there was a makeshift grill made from branches. Seeing the grill, the young wolf boy couldn't help but rub his stomach and lick his dry lips, feeling a bit hungry. Since this morning, I have been engaged in a physically exhausting battle. Despite getting injured, I didn't rest or bandage myself properly. It's a miracle that I can still hold on until now. I quickly shift my gaze away from the grill, and the young werewolf continues to observe elsewhere. I see a huge ancient tree, so thick it's hard to believe, standing quietly in the middle of an empty space. The tree has no leaves, only a few sturdy branches supporting a delicate little treehouse. Tree of Life? The young werewolf's eyes narrow sharply. Without hesitation, he calls out the name of the ancient tree from the past. The withered Tree of Life, abandoned by the elves and also rejected by them. So it's actually here? 015 the Fallen Dwarf? Summon PK Pink, summon Firepower, summons Super Scion Readers. I originally thought discovering the Tree of Life was a lucky surprise. But after the young werewolf tried to step onto the empty grassland, he realized there was nothing to be happy about. For some reason, as soon as his foot touched the boundary of the grass, a restless feeling immediately appeared in his mind. The bold explanation is that it's beast instinct. The superstitious explanation is that it's a sign of fate. Anyway, the meaning is the same. He is afraid. The young werewolf quickly pulls his foot back like lightning, then swiftly crouches behind the grass, lowering his upper body. He presses his hands to the ground, and with a press of his 10 fingers, his normal-looking nails suddenly extend into sharp, pointed claws. Besides that, his eyes turn into a look of alertness and seriousness. He bares his small sharp teeth, makes a low growling sound from his throat, and stares fixedly at the giant tree in the open space. He looks like a beast facing great danger, ready to attack at any moment. The wolf pack is also restless. Some are affected by the giant tree's emotional influence, while others are uneasy because their leader is showing signs of nervousness nearby. The pack of wolves and the young werewolf have been on high alert for a long time. The withered Tree of Life remains standing quietly. It hasn't suddenly transformed into a super scion or turned into a stunning beauty. The young werewolf's eyes nearly bulge out from staring so long. Besides feeling a bit dizzy from holding the same pose for too long, he can't find anything unusual anymore. The young werewolf blushed and felt a little embarrassed about being overly cautious. He shyly retracted his claws, put away his sharp teeth, and stood up from the ground. He then carefully calmed the restless wolf pack. After doing everything, the young werewolf finally stepped forward again, lifting his foot as if about to take a step. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Under the eager watch of the wolves, the young werewolf kept his foot raised and looked stiff for a long time, a very long time. After waiting so long, the brave warrior finally withdrew his foot suddenly and quickly darted into the bushes, looking frightened and clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. The wolves silently stood in the woods, mourning the hero. Actually, they didn't dare to go in either. "What's going on?" the young werewolf asked, pulling at his hair in frustration. One time, maybe he could say he overreacted, but over and over again, it was clear that this wasn't just a simple psychological reason. The young werewolf's mood grew serious. Just now, when he was about to step onto the grass, a strong feeling of unease suddenly filled his mind. It was as if, once he entered that area, something bad would happen immediately. And this feeling seemed even scarier than death itself. The little girl from the dwarf tribe, whom he met across the lake, also said that the area near the giant tree was a place even the native, wise magical beasts in the beast forest dared not enter. So, what exactly is inside that makes those creatures so afraid? And the large fire pit near the giant tree, along with the signs of activity around it, clearly showed that someone had been there. But this also made him wonder, What is it about this girl that makes her so different? How can she live so freely and comfortably in a place where even magical beasts dare not go? For the first time, the half-orc boy deeply realized that the task given to him by his tribe was not simple at all. Now, it was obvious. The strangest place in the entire beast forest was right here. But if he couldn't even get close to the giant tree of life, how could he investigate the cause of the magic surge? Does this confused young boy need me to show you the way in life? Just as the young werewolf was struggling with his dilemma, Lin Su's sweet, childish voice suddenly appeared, instantly pulling him out of his dark thoughts. By the way, you can go inside. The young werewolf quickly picked up Lin Su and excitedly hugged her tightly with his strong arms. I understand your excitement, but if you keep holding me like this, I might start charging you. Lin Su smiled kindly and winked at the young werewolf with her big, bright eyes. Earlier, on the road, she had thought about it. Considering where she appeared after crossing over and the strange behavior of the magical beasts avoiding the giant tree, Lin Su realized that this tree might be the source of the magical chaos from 3 months ago. The only difference was that she hadn't heard any elders tell stories about history, so she naturally didn't know that this tree was the tree of life abandoned by the elves 1,000 years ago. The young werewolf paused, then hurriedly put Lin Su down. After feeling himself, he managed to find a few coins and shyly said, I only have this much. I'm really sorry, but could you give me a better deal? Lin Su stiffened and took the coins offered with a serious face. She looked at the coins, then at the young werewolf, and finally forced a small smile, feeling overwhelmed. Okay, she had never encountered such honest simplicity in her life. So, was the local specialty of the half-orcs just being naturally naive? Well then, seeing that the other accepted the payment, the young werewolf was about to make a request. Suddenly, the sounds of magical beasts moving in the deep forest came from nearby. The young werewolf almost burst into tears. Wasn't I traveling all this way? Why are they still coming here? After being in the water for so long, he had it tough. Not dying from blood loss was already luck, and now these creatures still refuse to leave him alone. Don't misunderstand. They're not here for you this time. Lin Su quickly comforted the hurt young werewolf. They've probably been hungry after a whole day and are here just to find me for a meal. Huh. The young werewolf spat out a little blood and looked weak. Looking for you to eat. Why not? Lin Su blinked and then suddenly remembered. Oh right, did I forget to tell you something earlier? Although they cannot come near this giant tree, the stones outside are a regular gathering spot for high-level monsters. Your face doesn't look good. I have some good magic potions. Would you like to try one? No wonder the elder specifically warned him before leaving about the unpredictable changes on the continent and the dangerous world. He didn't expect that even the dwarf race would become so treacherous and corrupt. 016 peaceful coexistence in that moment. The young werewolf's mind was filled with all sorts of reckless ideas, conspiracy theories, and regrets. How did he believe such a small thing's words and walk right into the trap at the monster's gathering spot? Now, everything was ready. The skewers, the seasonings, just waiting for him to become the main dish. The young werewolf's face looked very grim, which was normal. Anyone would look the same when they realized they had walked into a trap and their life was in danger. You plan to hand me over to those monsters? He licked his dry lips. Although he could feel his body losing too much blood and growing weak, he still clenched his teeth and leaned back against the tree. His muscles tensed, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Behind him, his hands suddenly spread out, sharp claws ready to strike. The pack of wolves sensed the leader's mood and slowly gathered around. They growled low, blocking the escape route behind Lin Su and the little white tiger to the safe area of the giant tree. The girl pouted, looking at the tense muscles of the young man and the circle of wolves closing in. She thought, is he stupid? Can't see the obvious hostility? Are you planning to turn against the person who just showed you the way to escape? Lin Su asked sincerely. The young werewolf hesitated, his face flushing slightly. He started to apologize but only managed half a sentence before suddenly realizing she was changing the subject. The path she mentioned might not be an escape route at all. Given the current situation, it looked more like inviting wolves into a trap. The young werewolf's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and angrily accused, "Your dwarf race has betrayed the trust of the half-beasts, who told you I was a dwarf." Lin Su suddenly broke down. If the young werewolf hadn't blurted that out in anger, she wouldn't have realized he thought she was part of the dwarf race. She was so angry, she wanted to curse him. "There's nothing more to say." The young wolf boy spoke firmly, with a sense of righteousness and deep loyalty, and it's not that there's nothing to say. Mainly, the issue is the racial difference. It seems there's a big gap between her and him. Lin Su was speechless, lifting her small, chubby paw, pressing down the prominent blue veins on her forehead. It was clear she had been lonely in the woods for too long. When she finally met someone who could talk, she was reluctant to see him harmed. In the past, if it had been someone with such a simple mind, she would have turned away at first sight. In moments of silence, the little white tiger raised its paw, pawing at Lin Su's leg, making a few soft sounds, then pointed in a certain direction with its paw. Suddenly, from the bushes in that direction, a familiar big black head peeked out. Its golden vertical pupils glowed faintly in the darkness, making it stand out even more in the forest. Lin Su felt even more speechless. Now, the team's monster leader had arrived, and the progress had jumped straight to the final boss level. The young wolf boy felt a wave of despair. Although he still had fighting spirit, he was not naive. The Black Panther was clearly the one leading the high-level monsters that had attacked him multiple times. Wherever it was, other monsters were nearby. Now, the enemy suddenly appeared, and behind him was an area he couldn't enter. Even if he wasn't injured now, escaping alive seemed unlikely. In a critical moment, the little girl sighed and stepped forward. "Black brother, actually, wolf meat isn't very tasty. And look, we're so familiar with each other. Even if you really kill him, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to roast him." The Black Panther slowly approached, dragging a wild boar behind its tail. With a loud bang, it threw the boar into the safe zone. It looked at Lin Su with disdain, then deeply glanced at the wolf boy and the wolf. After a moment, it flicked its tail, turned around, and walked to a big tree, jumping onto its usual spot. It rested on the trunk, squinting its eyes and taking a short nap. The wolf boy was shocked when the little girl blocked his view. He was also constantly intimidated by the Black Panther's pressure. Only after the panther jumped onto the tree and indicated it was letting him go did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, his body relaxing so much that he almost fell to the ground. The pack of wolves howled as they gathered around, releasing their encirclement of Lin Su and the little white tiger. They all moved close to the young wolf, rubbing and leaning against each other, both to show affection and to support one another. "Thank you." The young wolf sat cross-legged on the ground, taking a moment to rest before politely saying to Lin Su, "I was mistaken about you. No need to thank me. After all, you paid for it." Lin Su smiled. "But Black Brother letting you go doesn't mean other magical creatures will do the same. Today, it's their turn to roast meat. If tomorrow they encounter other creatures, you might not be so lucky." The young wolf looked confused. "You seem to get along well with the magical creatures in this forest?" "Just okay, we mostly help each other out. When they need me and can find enough food elsewhere, they naturally have less reason to hunt me," Lin Su explained. "Do you know why they teamed up to ambush me?" The young wolf frowned, still confused about this. High-level magical creatures usually don't get along well because they compete with each other. Most of them live alone, and they only work together in special situations, like facing a very dangerous enemy or attacking a creature everyone dislikes. Before he left his tribe, he heard that only skeleton armies of necromancers had such cooperation. "Actually, you're overthinking. I think it's just because everyone has been pretty free lately," Lin Su said. "Free?" The young wolf looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Did this girl just save him and then treat him like a fool?" It was insulting for a dwarf to mock the intelligence of a half-beast. Well, recently, because of scheduling their barbecue times, the magical creatures have been talking more. Over time, their relationships have eased. Plus, it seems they've been eating a lot more these past few months and have gotten a bit chubby. So, they've been running around the forest quite actively. Before you arrived, they often split into groups and played a few rounds. In the past, if outsiders entered the magical beast forest, the territory usually belonged to whoever was responsible for it. They would fight if they could and retreat if they couldn't. But now, things are different. Everyone gets along well, and they all need to stay active. The werewolf boy then climbed onto the coffee table. I won't explain my own book, Chaos Genesis, which is already finished. If you haven't read it, you can try flipping through it. P.S. Also, summoning PK Pink. It seems like all gang fights are about territory and women. All girls crying on the street just got dumped, and all sad boys falling off cliffs and into water are bound to have adventures.
Cough cough.
Such story patterns have become rules. No one ever thinks there might be other stories behind these phenomena. So, naturally, no one has ever imagined that one day, the reason for monsters teaming up to attack invaders might just be because they want to lose weight. The werewolf boy was so angry, he almost bit his tongue to death. Drink this medicine first. Lin Su handed the gloomy werewolf boy a bottle of instant blood medicine, which could restore about 5,000 HP. Although she didn't know how thick the werewolf skin was, she guessed he probably hadn't lost more than a quarter of his health bar. One bottle should be enough. The werewolf boy unscrewed the bottle, sniffed it a few times, and didn't smell anything unusual. He happily drank it all. Then, blood started flowing even faster. Lin Su was taken aback. What's going on? The werewolf boy seemed to be in a daze for a moment, then looked confused and said, I feel much warmer inside after drinking the medicine, and my blood seems more energetic. But these hot feelings came on too suddenly, making me dizzy. Then they all rushed to the wound. So, he overdid it with the healing. The amount of blood restored far exceeded the werewolf's maximum HP. Luckily, he had wounds that released extra blood, preventing a dangerous blood pressure spike. Lin Su wiped a cold sweat and made a mental note about the importance of caution when using game items in another world. Despite this small accident, the goal of restoring blood energy was achieved. The werewolf boy looked a bit more energetic than before, and his face was no longer as pale as when he first crawled out of the lake. A basic cleaning technique was first used, followed by disinfection. Lin Su then took a roll of bandages from her bracelet space and held it up, indicating, "Let me bandage you." The combat bandages she had were special. She had spent 2 days and nights completing a hidden quest in the game to obtain them. When a player's 2 or more life skills reach the master level, some new combined skills may appear. For example, combat bandages can only be made when both alchemy and tailoring skills are at the master level. Compared to ordinary bandages that only stop bleeding, these combat bandages work better, last longer, and even during fights, they prevent wounds from reopening. They also slowly help heal the injury. Can you do it? The young wolf man was suspicious but still obediently stretched out his limbs, allowing the little girl to work on him. Don't worry, my bandaging skills are maxed out. He looked confused. She lifted his injured right arm onto her shoulder, pressed gently, and checked for a fracture. Finding none, she decided to start wrapping it. She moved quickly and skillfully, unrolling the bandage, wrapping the wound carefully, making sure it was tight but not too tight, and avoiding touching the injury directly. In no time, she had wrapped the entire wound securely. The bandage was snug but not loose, and it didn't cause discomfort. Her grip was just right. In less than a minute, the young wolfman's arm was well bandaged. He tried moving it and felt no pain or pulling sensation. He was amazed and a little uncomfortable inside. As a naturally aggressive half-orc, especially as a young leader of the wolves, he had experienced many battles and training. Getting hurt and bandaging himself was common. He was skilled at it, and those who got injured often became good at it over time. The small dwarf girl looked delicate and soft, but she seemed capable of handling him easily. He wondered what experience she had to learn such skills. Recently, it's best not to touch water. Fighting is okay, but remember, I am not encouraging you to fight. I'm just saying that if you really can't avoid it. Black brother, don't look at me. I didn't mean to suggest you might sneak attack him. Lin Su said this while feeling a bit headache herself. In the monster jungle, it's almost impossible not to fight unless the werewolf dares to enter the safe zone. She originally thought the safe zone only kept out beast-type creatures, but she didn't expect half-beasts to be included in the exclusion zone. Or maybe, besides her outsider, all the native creatures on this planet are driven out of this area? The young girl was still worried when the black leopard on the tree finally couldn't bear it anymore and growled softly. It's been a long wait. Do you want to cook or not? I can treat you to this meal, but your wolf pack has to find their own food. Also, if you want to stay nearby for a long time, you'll have to solve your own meals later, Lin Su told the werewolf boy up front. It's important to clarify these things early, so she wouldn't end up being relied on or forced into an unwanted arrangement with the little black face. Although her bracelet space was well stocked, she didn't need to worry about food for a while. But the beginning is always crucial. What if they plan to wander the jungle for 10 or 20 days? What if the wolves can't catch prey one day, and 50 or 100 of them come to her, baring teeth for meat? Kindness begets kindness. Lin Su truly valued this lone werewolf boy who could communicate with her, but that didn't mean she had a saintly heart willing to support him for free. They usually hunt on their own, the werewolf boy said confidently, not thinking her approach was wrong. Half-beasts cherish their packs, but we value our companions, not pets. If we weren't prepared to face danger or even die in the monster jungle, I wouldn't have brought them in from the start. Lin Su felt very pleased. Good, I like you very much, young man. After saying this, she took the little white tiger and headed toward the prey in the safe zone. She had been busy for a while and really needed to make something to eat. The black leopard was satisfied and lay down again to rest. The werewolf boy sat against the tree, giving a soft command to the wolf pack, who nodded and split up to hunt in different directions. The boy, tired, half closed his eyes and leaned back against the tree trunk, resting his body and mind after a long day of exhaustion. Skilled at handling prey, she removed the internal organs and set them aside. After splitting the crystal stones for collection, Lin Su cut the already skinned prey into 2 halves. Then she took a bunch of edible grass leaves and fruits she recently found in the jungle, squeezed juice and mashed them, and spread the mixture over the meat. Her supplies of seasonings were limited. Until she cultivated new plants or found substitutes, Lin Su didn't dare to use up all her seasonings at once. A few days ago, she also collected a beehive. Now she took it out, holding her dagger and turning her wrist quickly, slicing the hive into thin pieces. She then placed the slices into a large glass bottle, standing them upright so the honey inside could slowly seep out. Using some large tree branches, she hung the seasoned meat halves on a big stove, lit a fire, and roasted the meat. She also mashed the remaining fruits into sauce and placed it in a grooved stone nearby. She used a brush to apply honey and fruit jam onto the meat, turning it slowly as it roasted. The aroma gradually spread. The black panther in the tree and the wolf boy under the tree swallowed hard, eagerly watching the roasting meat in the safe zone. Only the little white tiger lifted a paw to cover its nose, showing dislike, pointing at the 2 meat halves being roasted, and whined at Lin Su, as if blaming her for using that stuff to feed it. What about the fish? And the shellfish? I just fished them out of the lake. It felt like being unfairly bullied by a sacred beast. That's for dinner. Or maybe late-night snack. Lin Su initially wanted to say dinner, but looking up at the sun, it was at least 4 or 5 in the afternoon. She had to change her words. That day, she didn't do much besides going out and finding a wolf man. He didn't fall for her charm, nor was he intimidated by her arrogance to become her follower. Instead, she had to feed him.
Tisek.
Such a loss. You're pretty good at roasting meat, the wolf boy sniffed, eyes shining as he sat close outside the safe zone, watching with longing. He wasn't surprised that Lin Su, who was less than a meter tall, could turn over dozens of kilograms of meat. After all, I heard that the dwarf race is famous for forging and blacksmithing, so they are often strong from working with metal. Thank you, Lin Su casually said. Your half-orc tribe probably mainly eats meat, right? How do you usually cook it? Mostly grilling and stewing, the young werewolf replied while watching the roasted meat on the fire. Our physical exertion is so high that the delicate cooking methods humans use don't suit us. I once disguised myself as an ordinary human and visited an imperial capital to try their so-called high-end cuisine. The meat pieces are so small that you can finish one bite, but humans slice them into dozens of thin slices as thin as possible, almost translucent, and spread out on a plate as big as a face. I can finish a plate of regular meat in 1 bite and a vegetable dish in 2 bites, yet they are so expensive. I wonder how humans' bloodlines have survived and continued. With such a diet, shouldn't humans have starved to death or become extinct long ago? Yet, not only do they survive, but they are also vigorous, fighting with all races, even winning, and taking over the continent, pushing other races into small corners. Humans are truly the most incredible creatures in this world. The young werewolf sighed in admiration. This is normal. The more high-end the food, the smaller the portion. They are selling status, not just food, Lin Su happily thought. She didn't expect that high-end restaurants in any world are all the same. For example, in her previous world, she visited an expensive roast duck restaurant. When a whole roasted duck was served, it was so good that it could barely be turned into a quail. But our tribe's grilled meat definitely isn't as good as yours, the young werewolf said generously with a smile. I've been to many places in my tribe to eat, and I've had delicious grilled meat, but yours seems to have a special flavor. Of course, it was special. She added some seasonings from the game world, making the flavor unique, and those seasonings were all top quality. But as a proper lady, she knew she shouldn't show off or be overly proud. Lin Su secretly reminded herself to stay humble, maybe with a modest smile and a comment like, "Oh, you're flattering me. It's not really that good." Thinking of this, the young girl shyly smiled and said, "Not really, it's not as good as you say." Then she added to emphasize and be honest, "It's just that what you ate before wasn't very impressive." Werewolf boy. During a casual chat with the werewolf boy, Lin Su learned some basic information about the half-orc race. After an ancient war, the victorious human race took control of the continent, while other races retreated to small, remote, and rarely visited areas to survive and reproduce. Humans are careful not to offend these regions. They only fought hard in the Continental War, and any attempt to wipe out these races would just make them angry or desperate to fight back. The half-orcs live in the mountains in the northwest of the continent. On the map, this area is called the Orc Mountains. Any human who enters these mountains without permission is not protected by any empire's laws, unless they are prepared to fight the half-orcs. This magical beast forest used to be the home of the elves, called the Forest of Elves. It was much more beautiful back then, the werewolf boy said, stretching his long legs on the grass and giving Lin Su some historical background about their current location. "You've seen it?" Lin Su asked with a smile.
Don't be silly.
The elves migrated over 1,000 years ago with the Tree of Life. Since then, the forest has fallen into decline. I was born only 14 years ago, so I've never seen how it looked before, the werewolf boy said, a bit frustrated.
He's already so tall, at just 14?
Lin Su envied him. She always wished she could grow to 175 centimeters, but she only managed 167 centimeters despite trying hard. It seems her genes can't be changed easily. Maybe if she eats more, she could unlock some hidden potential? So, the Tree of Life you mentioned, is it this one? While turning the meat on the campfire, Lin Su pointed to the empty space in the center of the clearing behind her. The werewolf's expression grew serious. Yes. The werewolf boy wasn't entirely sure if the recent magic chaos 3 months ago was related to the Tree of Life. But right now, the most suspicious place in the magical beast forest was here. No other areas showed any signs of abnormality. So you're just assuming the problem is here? Lin Su thought for a moment and said coldly, but you can't even get in to investigate. Even if the problem is here, you don't know what it is. But you can move freely inside. The young werewolf boy remembered this again. Things are not as simple as they seem. Lin Su thought carefully and explained in a way the other could understand. First, I knew there was a problem here 3 months ago. Do you think I haven't considered investigating it during these 3 months? It's obvious I haven't figured out the situation after 3 months. Even if I spend another 3 months, I might not understand it. Now, even if we both have patience and want to study it slowly, the problem is I can come in to avoid the monster's attacks. Where do you plan to stay while you're stuck in the jungle? Lin Su patiently laid out the facts and reasoned with the young werewolf. The young werewolf remained silent. Taking a step further, Lin Su said, "Even if we find the cause of the abnormality quickly, how do you plan to fix it?" She continued gently, "Right now, only I and Xiao Bai can get close to the Tree of Life. Do you think I alone can handle that abnormality? The young werewolf kept silent again. Ideally, things would be simple, but reality is harsh. Better to eat, wash up, and go to sleep, young one. Soon, the roasted meat was ready. One piece was thrown to the Black Panther, and Lin Su only took the front leg of another piece, giving the rest to the young werewolf. He was already starving, and after the big blow he'd just received from Lin Su, he didn't want to say anything. He took the roasted meat without much politeness, thanked her with a grunt, and then started biting into the meat, turning his frustration into appetite. Watching him eat so quickly, he really looked like a beast. Meanwhile, the true beast appeared more refined. The elegant Black Panther leisurely enjoyed the food, nibbling carefully, like a noble gentleman savoring afternoon tea. Lin Su took a few bites of the roasted leg and then threw the rest to Xiao Bai, since she only needed to fill her stomach. There was fish soup and roasted shellfish for dinner, so she didn't mind skipping a bit. Xiao Bai, however, was quite shameless. Just moments ago, he was disgusted, but now he happily chewed on the roasted leg. She stood up, walking around the big tree in the safe zone. After a few casual steps, Lin Su still couldn't understand why only she and Xiao Bai could freely enter this area. The little monsters that were brought back for experiments also behaved the same way. As soon as they are carried into the safe zone, no matter how fierce they are outside, they instantly become weak and timid, like innocent victims just after a harsh experience, looking pitiful and trembling with tears in their eyes. It's truly tragic. But despite their fragile state, I checked each of these little beasts carefully. Their health indicators are normal inside the safe zone. When released, they run faster than each other, and their screams are sharp and loud. They look lively and energetic, full of spirit. Before I could figure out what was happening, the hunting wolves returned. They gathered around the young werewolf and whined for a while. Then, they all lay down to rest, except for one that stayed on guard, watching the surroundings. "When do you plan to leave?" I asked the young werewolf, crouching near the safe zone. He looked at the little girl inside the safe zone for a long time, then hesitated and said, "I figured out what's going on. It seems you can't see it yourself. Staying here won't help. I plan to leave the forest with the wolves early tomorrow morning and go back to explain the situation to the elders. As for you, since you've left the dwarf tribe, why not come with us to the half-beastman village, your grandpa?" I twitched my mouth and took a deep breath. I looked at the young werewolf sincerely and said, "I didn't mean to say it's my fault, but I really thought you should realize that I'm under 5 years old, because I'm still very small. You're a dwarf, and your ancestors are all dwarves." Cough, cough, cough. The young werewolf choked on his own spit and hurriedly pressed his chest, coughing violently. "You said you're not even 5? What the heck? Apart from my height and appearance, what else makes you think I look 5 years old?" I nodded expressionlessly. The young werewolf looked shocked and exclaimed, "So you're not a dwarf?" "That's right." I was moved to tears. It's not easy. This stubborn wolf finally understood the point. Although the young werewolf rarely travels on the continent, just by looking at the children in his tribe I knew. Under 5 years old? The little beastmen of that age are still very childish, and many haven't even started combat training. First, because their skeletal muscles are not fully developed yet, forcing them to do training beyond their capacity could cause irreversible damage. More importantly, it's also because children at this age are usually just playing and fooling around. Now, seeing a child who looks under 5 years old standing in front of me, I noticed how calm he was when he first saw the wolves and when he pointed out the escape route. He even bravely communicated with a high-level magical beast and cooked meat himself. The young wolfman's heart is full of admiration. Are all children on this continent already so capable? That means you should come back with me. A young beast under 5 shouldn't be living alone outside, the wolf boy says firmly. You need friends and companions. At your age, you should be playing happily with others, chasing tails and rolling around in dirt pits. Ugh, the childhood of half-orc children is really sad. Lin Su can't help but feel sorry for the children of the half-orc tribe. Have you done that too? Lin Su finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. The once confident and steady wolf boy suddenly blushed and looked away awkwardly. Well, I was also a young beast once, so he has done that too. 020 Gray. Although Lin Su knows the wolf boy is kind-hearted, she doesn't need his kindness right now. With her current abilities, she can actually leave this monster forest on her own. The main reason she hasn't left yet is that she doesn't know what she can do after she gets out. This is a real world, and in a real world, to fit into a group, a person first needs a proper and legal identity. If Lin Su had an adult body now, that wouldn't be a problem. Even without official documents, she could pretend to be a wandering bard or find a remote, less developed village to live in. But she is just a child now. No one would watch a young girl living alone with only a small white cat without feeling curious. If a human adventure team told her this and offered to take her back to their city to live, perhaps Lin Su would go along with it. But a half-orc who likes to tug tails and often bites and wrestles in muddy puddles. Just imagining that makes Lin Su feel hopeless and very gloomy. After eating some grilled meat to settle her stomach, the Black Panther quietly looked at Lin Su, then glanced toward the young wolfman. Its eyes narrowed slightly as it raised a paw to lick itself. I personally think I might be more suited to human ways of life. After hesitating, Lin Su politely declined the wolfman's kind offer. The little white tiger was interested in the half-orc race, but unfortunately, it had no voting rights. In the eyes of the young wolf, this small fluffball was clearly just a pet, not a true partner, valued by their half-orc tribe. So, they didn't even think to ask for its opinion. The Black Panther lowered its paw, lazily yawned, then showed its teeth in a greeting toward Lin Su. It arched its back, leapt onto a tree, and disappeared into the woods.
Wow.
Today, it even knew how to say goodbye. Lin Su felt very touched and happy that the Black Panther had finally grown into a polite and civilized creature of the new era. Although the wolf boy was disappointed by Lin Su's answer, he didn't insist too much. He just nodded to show respect for her decision. In this regard, Lin Su actually admired the wolf boy. Maybe because the half-orcs don't understand much about politeness. They are straightforward. If they want something, they ask. If not, they simply say no. There's no pretending or playing hard to get. If the other side doesn't want to accept their suggestion, they respect that. Unlike humans, who often pretend to care about others but insist on their own way, either forcefully or politely. But from another perspective, most people would probably feel frustrated when dealing with half-orcs' way of communication. For example, if someone gives a gift and the receiver responds with polite false modesty, "Oh, I feel so embarrassed to accept this." You feel embarrassed? So, the items were put away. For example, when someone invites you to dinner, you should be polite and say, "Oh, how can I let you pay? I'll pay for myself." If you want to pay, then you also put your wallet away. In summary, dealing with a half-beast means being straightforward. Otherwise, you'll feel very frustrated. But even more important is to be shameless, or you'll feel even more frustrated. After all, the young wolf boy was cared for a lot by Lin Su during this time. Plus, considering he was so young and had to survive alone in the monster forest, it made the kind-hearted half-beast boy feel a little pity. Thinking about it, the wolf boy took a necklace with a beast tooth from his neck and threw it into the safe zone. "Miss, thank you very much for your help today. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude, some bandages and roasted meat." Lin Su caught the beast tooth necklace and noticed a carved pattern or writing on the surface of the tooth. It looked like a symbol or words. Although she had never seen this pattern or writing before, she understood what it meant. She had unlocked a special ability. What's more, could this be a legendary token of love? Lin Su suddenly felt overwhelmed. Then, after a moment of confusion, she awkwardly smiled at the wolf boy. "Thank you. Just let me know before you leave tomorrow. I'll prepare some medicine for you." The wolf boy, possibly named Gray, nodded seriously and said, "If I'm right, in a few days, people from other tribes will come into this forest to investigate the magic energy disturbance. If possible, you should leave here as soon as you can for safety." "Don't worry, I've already thought about that," Lin Su said sweetly. "The main reason I haven't moved yet is because the land prices outside are too high. Once the government adjusts the housing market, I'll find a suitable place and move out." The wolf boy's necklace had a wolf tooth pendant, which seemed to be his own canine tooth. Maybe it fell out during teething, or perhaps he lost it during a fight. After all, the half-orc's fierce customs have already left some impression on Lin Su. It's not impossible that the young man had lost a few teeth before, or even broken limbs. Although she doesn't understand the customs of this world, it seems unlikely that such things can be casually given away. Could it be that he offered his teeth in gratitude for saving her? Late at night, while sleeping in the treehouse, Lin Su gently touched the sharp wolf fang on her necklace. She was thinking about the meaning behind the werewolf boy's actions and planning what medicines to prepare for him tomorrow. Over the past 3 months, she has been testing the ingredients and properties of various plants in the jungle. She also kept experimenting with herbal recipes from this world to replace the game herbs for potion making. Most of the substitutes for her ingredients have been found, and the different potions she brewed during this time have filled her bracelet space quite a bit. She doesn't worry about the types and quantities of medicines. The main concern is whether the potions she makes are effective enough. If the potions are too weak, they won't help much and might just be a burden during her actions. But if the potions are too strong and others find out, it could cause trouble. Someone might even covet her work. Having medicines that are too good or too bad is not ideal. There's also the issue of instant heal potions causing excessive blood replenishment, which could lead to high blood pressure. Just thinking about it makes Lin Su feel overwhelmed. She never expected that the most popular instant heal potion in the game would not be very suitable here on the continent. Don't let the enemy cause him to bleed out or die from exhaustion. The young boy might end up hurting himself first, like bursting a blood vessel. After a night of fussing, by dawn when the sky was just turning light, the young girl had already jumped down from the treehouse. She had big dark circles under her eyes and was carrying a small pouch about the size of her palm. Young girl, the werewolf boy cheerfully stood under a tree outside the safe zone, full of energy, greeting the wolves and Lin Su behind him. If you ignore his pointed ears, fluffy tail, and the small sharp teeth that sometimes peeked out, he was actually quite a handsome and lively young man. "Good morning," Lin Su smiled and handed him the pouch. This is a space bag with 32 compartments. All the medicines are inside. It contained not only blood-replenishing medicine but also emergency supplies like bandages. Lin Su even packed some of her smoked meat jerky in the space bag as dry food for him. Space bag? The werewolf boy didn't mind and took the small pouch directly. Curious, he looked inside and then tied it to his belt. Think carefully about what I told you yesterday. The relationships between different races on the continent aren't always friendly. Some races are even more aloof and difficult than you might imagine. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a kid. If you really can't handle a situation, you can show them that canine tooth I gave you. The pack of wolves howled in agreement behind him, baring their teeth to show they would protect her. Oh? Is this like finding a boss for yourself? Lin Su forced a laugh, then picked up the wolf tooth hanging on her chest and waved it. So, I don't have to pay protection money, right? Protection money? The werewolf boy paused, then curiously asked, "Is that a new tax introduced by some empire on the continent?" "No, it's nothing," Lin Su replied, feeling a bit amused. She took out a new pair of leg bindings, gloves, and a beast hide hunting outfit. "Your clothes seem pretty worn out too. Since they're all plain and no one would buy them at a junk shop, why not change into this set?" Rough, primitive clothes couldn't compare to her tailor skills. With a casual flick, she turned out a blue-tier outfit with added attributes, strength boost. Don't miss out on this special deal, a big sale in the new world. Plain? The werewolf boy increasingly feels a deep gap between himself and human children. He often utters strange words that he cannot understand. It's hard to find someone who truly understands. Lin Su sighed again, saying, "It's nothing. I mean, you should change your clothes quickly." Finally, the werewolf boy, who had just left wearing new clothes and leading a pack of wolves, was gone. The girl felt very lonely, without someone to talk to. Before, when no one talked to her, she didn't mind. She could talk to herself, or speak to small white tigers and black panthers. Even though they couldn't speak back, they would make sounds. But suddenly, a talking person appeared, stayed for just one night, and then left unexpectedly. The feeling of loss was very painful. The girl felt empty, lonely, and cold. White. Did that werewolf say that a lot of people will come in a few days? Lin Su suddenly remembered what the werewolf boy had repeatedly warned her about before he left, while she was brewing magic potion. Meow, yes, he also told you to be careful and to leave early if possible. Exactly, I almost forgot that in a few days I might see many living people. She added 2 dried herbs into the steaming cauldron, stirred the potion, and sighed longingly, a gathering of hidden races from another world. I wonder how they differ from the hidden races in the game. Meow, actually, she thought it was better to hide in this situation. Anyone with a clear head wouldn't risk their life just to go out and do errands. But this place is too desolate, and we have to host so many people. Meow. Host? Who do you want to host? Who told you to host? The little white tiger's expression suddenly looked shattered. Accommodation, food, various recording and investigation tools. What if they leave trash everywhere while investigating and staying here? Lin Su looked worried as she stared at the potion in the cauldron, which was beginning to glow with a pearl-like sheen. She seriously fretted, I don't know what the living habits and personal qualities of these hidden races are like. At this moment, a normal person would first consider how dangerous the other party might be. The little white tiger yawned, closed its eyes, and lay down, no longer wanting to pay attention to her. So, after Lin Su's well-meaning, or rather, bored, preparations and arrangements. Half a month later, the center of the beast forest finally welcomed the first group of foreign visitors after the werewolf youth. If you need help, light this string of paper. What is this? The leader of a hidden race exploration team looked suspiciously at the note in his hand. He had just plucked it from a tree in front of him. Many similar notes hung on other trees, each with a small cylindrical paper attached to a string at the end. The team members gathered together. 2 kept watch carefully, while others approached, took the notes from the leader, shared them, and discussed their contents. It's in the common language of the continent, probably not meant for us. Maybe it's meant for all intruders, including us. Is this a trap, or some kind of detection magic? Activated immediately to teleport somewhere. What kind of foolish creator would think we would fall for such a simple trap? Or maybe the creator thinks that with our intelligence, this level of trap is enough. Do they look down on us, the Tide tribe? Darn it, surely our tribe's reputation has been forgotten. Exactly. That's why Gem once suggested to the chief that basic communication with the continent is very necessary, like opening up the sea market. No, I think we should first. Chirping and chattering. The team leader. 022 little girl in the jungle as the discussion shifted from trap analysis to promoting Tide tribe culture and revitalizing the tribe's prestige. The only clear-headed member quickly pulled the group back from the tangent. We don't have much time left on land. I heard the only water source in the entire beast forest is near the center. If we've rested enough, we should hurry up. Then about this message. A fellow team member, also regaining some rationality, asked seriously. Well, the captain hesitated for a moment, then used several detection spells. When he found no unusual signs, he folded the note and the small tube behind it together. He pursed his lips and said seriously, We can't be sure if it's friend or foe, but since there's no dark magic fluctuation, it's probably just a location detection. Maybe it will be useful later. With that, the alien team quickly decided to ignore the note and continue moving forward. They pressed deeper into the jungle. Perhaps because of the appearance of the note, the team leader became more cautious. Now, the beast-filled jungle looked much more dangerous and mysterious than before. Dense, tall native trees, tangled thorns, scattered rocks. You never know what hidden dangers might leap out from a concealed corner in the next second. After all, there aren't many jungles suitable for elves to live in. 1,000 years ago, this jungle was chosen because it contained a rich concentration of magical energy. Plus, the elves intentionally cultivated and protected the magical trees. This strong magic buildup naturally attracted many fierce and tricky monsters and poisonous insects.
Oh.
Neptune's underwear. Isn't that the blood-dried vine, which is said to be extinct? While sighing and feeling regretful, 2 members of the Tide tribe momentarily lost focus. In the next second, they panicked and got caught in a tough, seemingly wilted but actually very resilient vine trap. Seeing this, the team leader quickly called the remaining team members to help cut and pull apart the vine net. After some effort, They managed to free the two lucky survivors from danger. The vines have slight toxins, but a common antidote can neutralize them. The blood loss isn't serious, and the wounds are only from the stings, not torn. Just bandage and press them, and it won't affect our movement or condition. The team's medical expert quickly examined the two unlucky ones after reaching a safe spot. Not all wounds need grand magic healing. Even simple magic requires magic power. In this dangerous jungle, lacking enough magic power is almost the same as risking death. While bandaging, the injured member, A, took out a wooden token and handed it to the captain. I found this in the vine net of the blood-dried vine. It has writing on it. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. The squad leader took the note and read aloud. Blood thorns, identified as a dark-type thorny plant from the thorn family. It climbs or spreads, with thick, tough stems, covered in thorns, and contains mild, paralyzing toxins. When fully fed, it blooms, and its scent can cause dizziness. The fruit can be used medicinally, but is highly toxic if taken alone.
Darn.
What does this wooden sign mean? Is it a threat? And yet, it's clearly blood wither vine. Although the name blood thorns does sound more vivid. Clearly, if it was meant as a sincere warning, this wooden sign should be placed somewhere more obvious, not in the middle of the wither vine. It would only be noticed after someone is already entangled. Based on this, the Shio tribe members believe that this sign is more of a provocation than a warning. A careful team member pointed out, "Does the writing on this sign look very similar to the note at the start?" The squad leader quickly pulled out the note for comparison. After a long look, he was completely speechless. What do you mean, very similar? It's exactly the same. There are words on the back of the sign, too. The injured person sitting on the ground, due to the angle, noticed there was more writing on the other side of the wooden sign. Turning it over, sure enough, there was a line of small text. If you need help, light the paper fuse. If you don't have a note, look east from your current position. If you came from the east and didn't find the note, the Ling Glasses shop eagerly awaits your visit. The squad leader silently swallowed a small amount of blood. It seems the person who left this message isn't very friendly, but there's no apparent hostility either. Should we try lighting the fuse? Can't wait to see what comes. A giant monster? An orc? A skeleton? Or, why don't you imagine something a bit more pleasant? Actually, I'm more curious about what the Ling Glasses shop really is. Let's praise the sea god. And quickly light the fuse, chirping and chattering. The squad leader again. After a careful and cautious discussion, the Shio tribe squad finally decided to light the fuse attached to the note. From what we can tell, the person who left the note is very familiar with the monster jungle and knows the areas they will pass through, including the dangerous creatures that might be lurking there. At this point, hiding their whereabouts no longer made any sense or had any effect. Since that was the case, it was better to openly call the person out so everyone would be in the clear. The fuse was lit, and a burst of fireworks shot into the sky. At the same time, a strange, hard-to-explain, and unspeakable smell spread out from the fireworks explosion point in all directions.
Quick.
Scatter. The team leader's first reaction was that someone was releasing a toxic mist, so he hurriedly covered his nose and pointed for everyone to move away. Wait! A professional medic in the team quickly stopped them. This isn't poison. It looks like just a dispersing potion. His face twisted into a strange expression, and he seemed to struggle to speak through clenched teeth. But what I can't understand is why this smell is so strong. Like the ocean god's underwear. What did that person add to the formula? Trusting the professional, and since no one could outrun the spreading potion anyway, everyone obediently stayed in place, enduring the discomfort and hoping the smell would disappear soon. During this awkward moment, a young girl riding a broom flew out from the deep forest sky. She was holding a small white cat in her arms and landed confidently among the people of the Tide tribe, hovering in midair with a big smile and greeting them. Hello, everyone. Hello to you too, the ocean god Socks. What's going on? A little girl? All the adults of the Tide tribe team looked at each other in silence, their eyes fixed on a tiny creature wriggling on a magical flying broom, trying to climb down. They hesitated, unsure whether they should step forward to help. Fortunately, this small creature seemed very agile, completely unlike a typical helpless child. Before the Tide tribe members could feel guilty, the little one had already jumped off the broom, clutching it with chubby arms, and looked up at them with wide eyes. "Did you light the fuse?" The squad leader was silent for half a minute. "Could it be you who left the note?" The little, lady, do you want to check the handwriting, sir?" The young girl tilted her head and asked back. A few surprised whispers came from the Shio tribe team. It seemed they just realized they should react and started whispering among themselves. The Shio tribe leader felt awkward, like bringing a fool into town. After coughing awkwardly, he said, "No need. All right. Thank you for your trust and recognition. Now let's talk business." The girl cheerfully pulled out a map from her pocket. "This is the latest map of the monster forest. It shows not only the terrain and landscape, but also marks the territory warning zones and common areas of high-level monsters. It also includes information about the most troublesome venomous insects and monsters in each region. 10 gold coins per copy, first come, first served." "It's a great deal." The Shio tribe leader wiped his cold sweat and looked uncomfortable. "Mississippi? Are you trying to sell this map to people entering the monster forest?" "Not only that. I have other things too," the girl continued, pulling out a bunch of bottles and jars. "High-quality red medicine for 3 gold per set, blue medicine for 4.5 gold, and various poisons, antidotes, and temporary attribute potions. Oh, I can also help repair equipment, but only cloth armor." "Red medicine? Blue medicine? What are those?" "Is this girl a merchant?" "She doesn't look like one, but she seems serious about selling her goods." No, that's not the point. The main issue is, how can there be such a young human child in the monster forest?" The Shio tribe leader wiped his sweat fiercely, trying to force a kind smile, and squat down to look at the girl. "Good kid, tell me, how did you end up here?" That's not important." The girl waved her chubby little hands, looking very indifferent. No. I think it's important." The Shio tribe leader felt speechless. "Be good if you answer my questions well. We'll buy everything you have on you." After hesitating, he thought it wasn't necessary to be too serious with a child, so he decided to coax her. Or rather, persuade her. The young girl sighed and looked at the captain of the Shio tribe with a helpless expression, as if he were a naive little potato. "Sir, this kind of lie sounds like something only a 3-year-old would believe. How can you say it so naturally?" The captain of the Shio tribe blushed, then darkened, almost breaking down on the spot. Well, he was wrong. This young girl was no longer an easily fooled 3-year-old. She was at least 5 years old. "Don't worry, I mean no harm." Lin Su looked at the hesitant foreigner and sighed. "The place I'm staying is right in the middle of this forest. I haven't met anyone who can talk, so I've been a bit bored. I heard you might come soon, so I came out to pass the time." "Oh, and these tools? You really don't need them? They're very useful. Did you hear we're coming?" The captain ignored the part he didn't understand and focused on the main point. "Who told you we're coming? Could someone be secretly watching the Shio tribe? Or was there a traitor inside? But then again, which traitor would be foolish enough to leak such harmless information? Or would they specifically tell such a young girl? It's not exactly that someone said you're coming, but a few days ago, another tribe came first. They said they were investigating the magic surge from 3 months ago. Before leaving, they mentioned that other tribes might come too. Are you not investigating?" "Just tourists?" Lin Su asked curiously. "No, we are here to investigate too." "Oh." The captain of the Shio tribe winced. "Then, what did the person you mentioned find out?" "Huh." Lin Su propped her chin with her hand and asked seriously, "Do you believe what I say?" Although he wanted to deceive the child, the captain was afraid of being humiliated again. "I don't believe it." "Then there's no point in asking." "You're just wasting my breath." Lin Su waved her map again. "1 for 100 gold coins, guaranteed genuine. If it's not good quality, you can return it within 10 minutes. This high-level map was worth that much." She didn't need money now, but that didn't mean she'd live in the forest forever. Such a life wasn't leisure, it was madness. Wasn't it just 10 gold coins earlier? The Shiju team almost shouted in anger, blaming the child for being untrustworthy. Sir, don't you know that prices have risen a lot recently? Lin Su sighed again, looking at the team leader with a helpless expression, as if he were dealing with a spoiled child. Besides, I've been talking to you for so long and giving you so much information. You're just drinking and chatting with a pretty girl, and that's probably worth more than this. This isn't a child, it's clearly an old rascal. There was a heavy silence. The Shiju team leader no longer wanted to explain that he didn't like drinking outside or hiring pretty girls for company. After a moment, he waved his hand, and everyone in the team immediately formed a circle, pooling their money. After searching pockets, shoes, and rummaging through their belongings, they finally gathered 100 gold coins and handed them over. One order, please. Lin Su felt a strange guilt, as if she were robbing refugees. A hidden race should be independent and powerful in magic. Although they hide their strength, they should be quite wealthy, at least not lacking money. That's how it's written in stories. Besides, these people were on official business. Surely their tribe would have some travel funds, right? As she handed over the money and the map, the young girl silently sweat. You guys took so long to gather just 100 gold coins. They're so poor. Even if she didn't know the prices on this continent, she thought the CPI couldn't be so high that one gold coin could support a normal family for a year. But then again, the wolf boy, or rather, that young man, also didn't seem to have much money.
Could it be?
Could someone have beaten them to it and robbed them at the outskirts of the monster forest? Lin Su's expression darkened with fear and anger. How dare someone steal from the Lin family? It didn't take long to realize she was overthinking. The leader of the Tide clan quickly checked the map, found it to be very detailed, and after considering that it seemed a bit expensive but still worth the cost, he swallowed a bitter tear and looked at the small figure who was only as tall as his thigh. Child, do you think we can buy anything with so much money in the monster jungle? Of course, I mean before you appeared. That made sense. The young girl sighed in relief, put down her pressure of extorting the civilians and discovering rivals, and soon said goodbye to the team. She rode her little white tiger on a broom and left the area. Before leaving, she kindly informed the Tide squad that the dispersing potion released when signal fire was lit would weaken in about 2 minutes. It was best to leave quickly during this time to avoid being surrounded by returning poisonous insects or other creatures. The members of the Tide squad silently watched the bravest little girl they had ever seen lift off with all their belongings. In a quiet, mournful atmosphere, the squad leader quickly composed himself, shook off his emotions, and said, "The lesson is deep. Everyone should take this as a warning. But we must not lose hope because of this. Now, everyone listen up. We need to reach the lakeside as fast as possible." Next, the Tide squad arrived at the center of the jungle by the lake and had the chance to see their camping tents and a wooden message board inside one of the tents. The board clearly listed the types of food available and their prices. Buyers could buy raw ingredients to cook themselves, enjoying camping and saving money, or they could buy cooked food directly from the giant tree area, saving time and effort to focus on investigations. Of course, hunting on their own was also fine. However, a friendly reminder, the high-level intelligent monsters in the central area have recently become very united. If they accidentally encounter one in a bad mood, they might call over 100 or more companions to attack the intruders. The wooden sign also states that the tent is only available for 24 hours of use, starting from the first time someone enters. After 24 hours, the tent will automatically close, and anyone wishing to stay must go to the giant tree area to pay the owner for access. Without payment, they cannot enter or continue using the tent. In the game world, besides crafting and alchemy, there are basic shared skills like setting up stalls and camping. These skills do not affect game balance, but provide convenience to players in certain situations. However, there are 2 points. First, you must reach a certain level to unlock these shared skills. Second, you need to pay money. The cost varies depending on how useful the skill is. For example, opening a stall is very simple. Once you reach level 15, you can pay 10 gold to unlock it. This skill is common among players. On the other hand, a more complicated skill like Summoning a shop anywhere in the map requires level 90 and a fee of 100,000 gold. These are more like VIP privileges than basic skills. The wealthier players get more benefits and permissions. This rule applies in any world. Lin Su is very glad she was a top spender in the game. She unlocked almost all the shared skills, and once she reached the required level, she could activate and use them again. For example, she unlocked camping a few days ago when she hit level 30. Although it only provides rain protection, temperature control, and basic defense, having a tent that shields from wind and rain is much better than lying on the ground. After reading the wooden sign, the leader of the Tide clan looked upset and silently cried for 10 minutes. Soon after, Lin Su, who was preparing lunch in the safe zone, welcomed the Tide clan members who had just arrived in the area. "Long time no see. Welcome, everyone," she said warmly and politely to the visitors from afar. "That if I remember correctly, we just parted ways about an hour ago," the Tide clan leader said with some frustration. "I know. I was just making polite conversation. You don't have to take it seriously." Lin Su chuckled indifferently, saying, for example, when meeting someone for the first time, people usually say, "Nice to meet you." But maybe in their hearts, they are secretly criticizing you for being unsophisticated, or thinking your makeup is too heavy today, or that your clothes lack taste. Being insincere is just politeness. If you take things too seriously, you might lose. Everyone has moments when they casually bluff or joke in life. After hearing the explanation, the Shiju people felt even more annoyed. Could this be the famous subtle insult? "Da, where's your little white cat?" After feeling frustrated, the Shiju team leader tried to start with a gentler topic. He needed to relax a bit. Talking to this little country bumpkin was sometimes quite challenging. "That," the small girl smiled. "It's doing some exercise in the woods before meals, and also doing some unimportant things that spoil the scenery. Usually when the white tiger leaves her sight, it's because it's going out to patrol its territory. Since it was punished once, it never dared to puff up its chest in front of her again. If you have something to say, just say it. In a little while, a few high-level magical beasts might come here, and you." Lin Su was about to remind the Shiju team leader not to let those beasts come looking for her to roast meat, but before she finished, she heard a rustling sound from deep in the forest. Something was approaching. Why is it so early today? The Shiju people were lucky because what returned was not a magical beast, but a white tiger. However, Lin Su was startled because what came back was not a small white tiger, but a big white tiger. She felt like she had forgotten something important, and after carefully trying to recall, she finally remembered. Large pets can switch their size freely after level 30, making it easier for various terrain battles and riding. Darn it. Lin Su's face darkened with frustration. Great. She only remembers that reaching level 30 allows her to open the camp, but she forgets that the white tiger at level 30 could already do many more things. So, this dead cat's various acts of weakness, cuteness, and playful antics over the past few days, like acting spoiled, rolling around, and chasing butterflies, were all just tricks to deceive her? And to play mind games while lazily shirking work? Every hour of broom flight consumes 1 unit of flying energy. The lowest grade magic crystal can only replenish 100 units of energy, while better ones can restore thousands. Although magic crystals are not rare, they are expensive. In other words, every time she goes out, she's spending money. After discovering the truth, Lin Su was very angry. She pursed her lips and puffed up her cheeks. This little thing was really cheeky. Doesn't it know who the boss is? Just as Lin Su was about to teach that bold and reckless feline beast a lesson, the nearby Shio tribe member suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, your pet is carrying a child." Then, suspiciously looked at Lin Su, as if it was her fault that the pet had gone outside and brought back a kid. As for why the Shio tribe member could recognize that the white tiger had grown bigger, there was nothing surprising about it. Many magical beasts can change forms after signing a master pet contract, and such pets are common in this world. More importantly, the little white tiger was wearing a special pet collar from the game. In the game world, every player's pet has such a collar engraved with the player's game ID. The main purpose of this design is to help players distinguish between wild monsters and pets, so they don't mistake a high-level boss for a regular monster and call friends to team up for a fight. Carrying a child? Lin Su's face turned serious as she looked carefully at her pet again. Sure enough, it had been hidden behind the bushes earlier. From her height and angle, she hadn't noticed it before. Now that the white tiger had stepped closer, she saw clearly that it was indeed holding a small boy who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Little White. Lin Su, the young girl, looked displeased and glared at the white tiger. I told you many times not to pick up strange corpses outside and bring them home to play with. That stuff is unhygienic. Great. Not only was it lazily wasting her magic crystals, but it was also picking up random things outside and bringing them back. This little beast's courage was getting bolder. The people of the Shi clan all broke out in cold sweat after hearing this. No, that's not the main point. The Shi clan captain wiped his sweat and said after half a minute, "No, look again carefully. He's not dead yet." The little boy indeed wasn't dead, but his condition was clearly not good. His delicate skin showed faint signs of abnormal dark blue coloring, a clear sign of poison. His lips were pale, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. His breathing was weak and sporadic, like a thin thread about to break at any moment. Anyone could see he was close to death. The Shi clan people didn't have any hostility toward humans. Seeing a child suddenly in such a state, they were naturally startled and quickly went forward to check. It's poison. And a curse. Curses are tricky, but we can figure them out over time. Our Shi clan has some experience with these evil curses. But the poison is the hardest part, said the captain with a frown, looking helpless, as if he couldn't accept the idea that such a young life might disappear right before his eyes. We have no way to cure this poison. He's going to die. Poison? Lin Sua wrinkled her nose. Who would dare to play with poison in front of a master alchemist? But then again, if it really was a difficult poison, even if she knew how to make an antidote, she might not have the right ingredients with her current conditions. The Shi clan captain had always seemed innocent and naive, but maybe because he was worried about the child, he suddenly seemed to realize something high-level, his spiritual connection talent. His eyes lit up with hope as he looked at Lin Sua, the little girl. From your expression, you have a way to save him, right? Lin Sua hesitated. Why was he suddenly so perceptive? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she said she might not have all the ingredients? Why do you care so much? Is this kid your illegitimate child? After a moment of silence, Lin Sua was frustrated. But he doesn't really look like it. Maybe you should do a paternity test first to be sure. Perhaps your mistress has another lover behind your back. The Shi clan captain looked even more frustrated than her. You're talking nonsense. I just can't stand seeing such a young child in danger right in front of me. As the young werewolf once said, not all hidden races get along peacefully. In fact, because they once competed for control of the continent, some rivalries still continue today. Although these conflicts are not deadly, they often exchange eye rolls or spit to show their disdain when they meet. Humans, in particular, tend to be the target of teasing from other races. Even though everyone tries to act indifferent, they can't help but make snide remarks when they see humans. After all, humans won the final victory and now hold the power over the continent. It's similar to how a class monitor might be teased or talked about behind their back by other students.
Why?
Because they're good at their studies or because they're the class monitor. However, the Tide race is an exception among all races. They neither reject humans nor feel threatened by humans controlling the land. During ancient times, when many races fought fiercely for dominance, the Tide race watched calmly and neutrally. Even now, they remain the most neutral race. Want to know why? It's very simple. Because they don't live on land. They live in the sea. The mysterious origins of the child P.S. Thoughtful, gentle, understanding, beautiful, and charming. Everyone wouldn't refuse to vote for the sleeves, right? Think about it from another angle. It's like sharks and whales fighting in the ocean for dominance. But no matter how fierce their battles are, what does it have to do with humans on land? Humans can't live underwater. When they go to the sea, it's usually just for fishing or transportation. More serious reasons might include exploring ruins like Atlantis or solving mysteries like the Bermuda Triangle. At most, if the ocean situation becomes chaotic due to a big fight, humans on land are unaffected. Who wins or loses in the sea doesn't impact their lives on land. To put it more deeply, this is called being strong by remaining unselfish. Similarly, the Shio clan doesn't really mind which race rules on land. Anyway, no matter who is in charge, they still need a visa to come ashore. It's just a matter of whether the process is complicated or simple. Of course, in the magical world, they might not call it a visa, perhaps they call it a pass or a permit. When Tripitaka and his 3 disciples took the scriptures to Buddha, they used something like this. Therefore, if any other race were in their place now, they might also feel sympathy and be reluctant to see the poison boy suffer, but they might not hesitate to help him immediately. For example, Gray. In the eyes of this young werewolf, even a relatively weak young creature shouldn't rely on stronger adults for survival, giving up the courage and faith to fight. Gray admires the brave little girl surviving alone in the forest, but he wouldn't be so selfless as to care for a weak boy who is just pretending to be helpless after being poisoned. But right now, the one here is the Shio clan. On this continent, if there's any race that would genuinely care about other races, especially about human children, it would be the peaceful ocean-dwelling Shio clan. As for why the Shio clan leader isn't as concerned about the little girl as he is about the boy, the reason is simple. Just like Gray admires the girl because she shows strength. What's so childlike about this kid? The young troublemaker. The Shio clan leader silently swallows a little blood, watching Lin Su's seemingly indifferent expression. Reluctantly, he has to speak again. Can you save him? He's still just a child. As a fellow child, how can he bear to see him suffer? But he's not an ordinary child. Lin Su sighs and finally speaks. Look at the clothes he's wearing. I don't know much about the fabric prices here, but these clothes are woven from silk threads with strong magic-conducting properties, creating natural magic patterns. Only the best quality materials could make such clothes. First, high-quality magical silk thread is very rare. It must be tough and contains stable magical elements, so it can be used for weaving fabric. Otherwise, the fabric might tear easily, and if the magical elements inside it are triggered by outside influences, causing it to go out of control, the wearer could be in serious danger, not just minor injuries. Second, even if such silk thread could be mass-produced, weaving it into fabric would still be very difficult. It would require skilled people who understand magic patterns and magic arrays, or even high-level mages personally weaving it. Both magic patterns and arrays are very delicate work, with no room for mistakes. In the game, creating such fabric is just a skill you activate, then wait for the progress bar to fill. The system will notify you whether it succeeds or fails. In real life, manually making this fabric would take a long time. Based on Lin Su's estimate, even for just 1 meter of fabric, it would probably take at least half a month to complete. This doesn't include the time needed for testing and ensuring its stability. She believes that in any world or dimension, the number of magicians would not be greater than in the game world. In the game, magicians are abundant. There are only those who don't want to be magicians, not those who can't. But in this world, factors like talent, tuition, and inheritance from mentors would limit the number of magicians. While magic users are plentiful in the game world, making textile magic fabric is easy, but the fabric itself is still expensive. In this world, magicians might be fewer and weaving magic fabric would be less convenient. So it's safe to say that magic fabric here would be even more expensive than in the game world. A young noble. Lin Su sneered and concluded, secretly adding, he's probably a young noble who lost a family fight, was betrayed, and is now near death. People like that are the most troublesome. The forces behind them are even more troublesome. With no relatives or friends, and many people dying every day due to natural disasters and human conflicts, she can't even feel genuine sympathy. The people of the Shi tribe are a bit speechless. These outsiders are willing to help selflessly, yet the young girl and the little boy seem to be human, so why don't they want to help? Of course, maybe the young girl is too young to understand the seriousness of poisoning and life and death. But that doesn't seem right. When she identified the magic pattern fabric and inferred the boy's noble status, she was clear-headed. So, Is she sensible or not?
Or could it be that?
Even at such a young age, she has become so cold and ruthless. The She tribe members are deeply conflicted. Lin Su glanced at the little boy already carried into the safe zone by the white tiger, ignoring the big tiger head that was rubbing against her shoulder and acting cute. She waved her hand to shoo everyone away. All right, you should leave now. Soon, high-level intelligent magical beasts will come to eat. If you don't leave, you might run into trouble. She paused, noticing the She tribe members hesitating and staring at the boy inside the safe zone, unwilling to leave. She quickly tried to comfort them, thinking she was being kind. Don't worry, I will bury him properly when I have time. 027 must save. I'm packing up my books and luggage, so today's second update is early doghead bow. See you tomorrow noon. Or maybe tomorrow afternoon.
Punto. No.
That's not what they're worried about. It's very important to develop the habit of burying certain trash on the spot when in the wild to protect the environment. But burying bodies in the wild doesn't seem like a good habit, especially since that little boy hasn't fully turned into a corpse yet. The She tribe members are grim-faced, sweating, and twitching at the corners of their mouths. Deeply speechless, they also realize that there seems to be a big gap in understanding between themselves and this little girl. This communication is just too exhausting. Captain, the kind She tribe members can't stand it anymore. The poor boy lying unconscious nearby isn't being cared for, and his breathing is getting weaker, his face looking worse. He might really die. The She tribe members just realized they can't enter the safe zone. Just like the situation the werewolf boy once faced, when the members of the She tribe stand outside the safe zone trying to step inside, an uncontrollable fear suddenly rises in their hearts. That suffocating feeling of pressure keeps flooding in, making it hard for them to breathe. They know in their hearts they should go forward, but their bodies tremble and won't move an inch. A few members of a different tribe tremble outside the boundary of the safe zone. Though they can advance, they also won't retreat. They grit their teeth and stubbornly hold on to rescue the poor boy. Lin Su, who is making soup, glances outside and says, "Hey, still playing around." No one is playing. The She tribe members are angry and sad. They are clearly fighting with their willpower, seriously trying to push past their limits and rush into the giant tree area. How can this be called playing? The young girl sighs, shakes her head like an adult, then turns back to continue cooking what looks like fish soup in a bamboo tube over the fire. She says, "When those monsters really come, it won't be so easy for you to leave." The She tribe's young leader grits his teeth and says, "Young girl, you must save this child." "Oh," Lin Su, curious, turns her head and asks with interest, "Where do you get such confidence? To think I can definitely save him?" She's still a child after all, at least in appearance. The She tribe members are also feeling emotional. No wonder the human race was able to sweep away other tribes and finally gain control of the continent during ancient wars. Although her tribe didn't participate in the battles and never saw the humans' bravery or the cruelty of war. Just look at this little rascal. If the humans back then were all like her, the tribes that fought in those wars must have suffered a lot too. What's so special about controlling the continent? Such a fierce race, after some time, might even hear about their enemies attacking divine seats or sweeping through the demon abyss in the ocean. Lin Su raises the hook higher, keeping the fish soup farther from the fire to let it simmer slowly and absorb flavor. She claps her hands, stands up, walks to the edge of the safe zone, looks up, and with bright, sparkling eyes, observes the She tribe members still standing strong and enduring, especially the young leader who just spoke. "And you say I must save him? Why? He is not her son. So why must he be saved?" The leader of the Shiju team looked at the increasingly dangerous situation of the small boy beside the giant tree. He pursed his lips and tried to put on a serious face in front of this small child who is not even as tall as his thigh. If I'm not mistaken, the badge embroidered on this child's sleeve should be a special mark representing the Tabairo Empire royal family. But wow, what a shock. The Empire? Royal family? The little girl's chubby face twitched suspiciously, almost breaking down in frustration. Turns out this troublesome kid was someone with a powerful background. She wondered if she still had time to silence him, hide the body, and cover up everything. Her tender lips trembled. Lin Su took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Then she put on a cute smile, looked up hopefully at the Shiju team leader, and said, "Sir, you must have seen it wrong, right? Hidden races don't often walk on the continent, so it's normal to sometimes mistake a royal badge for someone else's."
Come on.
Just admit it openly. There's nothing to be shy about. The Shiju person rarely showed sympathy for Lin Su, mainly because her desperate expression was too heartbreaking. Face reality, kid, the leader of the Shiju team sighed. The Tabairo Empire is one of the strongest magic empires on the continent. Their royal family bears a bloodline mark from birth. No matter where this child is, the Tabairo royal magic team can find him through the mark. Even if his body turns to dust, the soul imprint will remain on the land where his body disappeared. In other words, you don't have to save him, but if something happens to this child, and his family comes looking for him, you might not be able to explain yourself. Anyway, no one knows how the child died, or why, only that he was with you before he died.
Lin Su gasped in shock.
Are you saying that if I don't save him, you'll tell the people chasing him that I'm a bad person? Although your explanation isn't entirely accurate, it roughly conveys the same meaning. The leader of the Shio tribe looked pained. Actually, I don't want to make things difficult for you. This little kid, no matter how naughty, is just a small child. His conscience is subtly hurting. You are already making things difficult for me. Don't think that the Shio tribe is completely trustworthy or that their words will always be believed. The key is that Lin Su is very aware of these diplomatic tricks. Without a good reason, going to war with a race just because of a doomed little kid who can't come back alive is the most foolish thing. As for the girl being captured to vent anger, that's less stressful for her. She's a scapegoat. Whether it's fair or not, it's all for political reasons. Moreover, when the reinforcements arrive and investigate, they will see that what the Shio tribe said is true. At least, the issues of poison and curses can't be hidden forever. On one side, there's a hidden ocean race that has never fought on land. On the other, there's a seemingly childlike but peacefully living mysterious kid in this dangerous monster-filled forest. Their origins are unclear and mysterious. Even fools know who should be captured to report back. 028 gossip about Beast's life. I can't save him. Don't look like that. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply don't have the right medicines. The girl helplessly took out a bottle of potion as the Shio tribe members looked at her expectantly. But I have a petrification agent. Each dose can turn someone to stone for 2 hours. During this time, all their internal processes will freeze, and they won't have any sensation. Of course, the toxins won't continue to spread. That's great. Good for nothing. The girl rolled her eyes and scolded the excited Shio tribe members. This petrification agent is fine to use occasionally, but continuous use will definitely cause irreversible damage to the body. In the game, the side effects are only stiffness or sluggishness, and recovery takes minutes. But in real life, who knows? Can you guarantee that you'll gather all the medicines I need as quickly as possible? What medicines do you need? The Shio tribe leader gritted his teeth. I'm not really sure. This little troublemaker is still playing tricks on them. Lin Su felt helpless and wronged. She didn't mean to deceive these people. She simply didn't know the names of the herbs in this game world. In fact, she wasn't even sure if there were substitutes for those herbs here. If you can get me a book about herbs and minerals, I might be able to list the materials I need, Lin Su said with a shrug. This was the only idea she could think of. The captain of the Tide tribe was completely defeated and almost kneeled before the girl in despair. You can't even tell herbs apart? Then what kind of medicine are you making? Originally, this peaceful tribe wanted to say some harsh words, but in the end, they remembered she was just a little girl, so they held back. Lin Su was unfazed by the distrust from the Tide tribe. I've already told you what I need to do. Believe it or not. Do as you wish. If this kid dies, don't blame me. I might just find another forest to hide in. At this point, the Tide tribe had no choice but to accept the task and handed over the important job of caring for the poisoned and cursed boy to Lin Su, who looked a bit unreliable. Honestly, the Tide tribe didn't feel responsible for saving the boy. No matter which empire he was from, he was just a member of the mainland races. Even if the situation on the continent was chaotic, it didn't really concern a sea tribe. For example, if a shark and a whale fought and accidentally killed a small shark and a mother hen passing by didn't help, the shark couldn't vent its anger on the hen because it couldn't reach land. Humans also couldn't go into the sea, at least not to the depths where the Tide tribe lived. In summary, the Tide tribe wanted to help out of kindness. Lin Su's reason for acting was more practical. She was afraid of trouble. Not helping was also because she was worried about the hassle, but once she saw that saving the boy might cause more problems, she decided to do it. She poured a whole bottle of valuable petrification potion down the boy's throat. The effect was immediate. The boy, who was about to die, suddenly stopped moving. His breathing and heartbeat ceased, and he turned into a stone statue. This potion is usually sprayed on opponents during battles to turn them to stone for 5 seconds, sealing all skills. Drinking it directly has an even stronger effect, lasting 2 hours without reduction. The Shiju people watched the young girl keep her promise and relaxed a little as she left. Not long after they departed, the beast that was supposed to share a meal with the girl arrived. Lin Su saw the beast appear and immediately felt lucky for the girl. Such good fortune seemed almost planned. Could it be a coincidence? The beast brought along a horned deer and a muntjac, each one, and threw their prey into the safe zone. It also noticed a very realistic stone sculpture of a child inside the zone. Roar! The beast pointed at the stone sculpture and curiously roared at Lin Su. She ignored it, thinking, "I'm human, I speak human language." No need to talk to a beast. The girl easily carried the horned deer, which was almost twice her weight, to a small stream nearby to clean up, ignoring the beast's attempts to communicate.
Roar!
Roar, roar. The beast, seeing she paid no attention, kept barking at the edge of the safe zone. But the girl didn't react, and the white tiger was so startled by the noise that it crawled out of its treehouse. Meow, roar, meow meow meow, roar, roar roar roar. The beast's roars and the cat's meows created a lively, cheerful exchange. The girl was completely exasperated. Interestingly, her little cat was better adapted to the beast's jungle than she was, probably because their shapes and postures are similar. The white tiger regarded the beast as a fellow creature, so communication was natural and without hostility. She didn't know if they understood each other's language, but at least when they roared, there was never an awkward silence. Since Lin Su couldn't understand either, she just assumed they were having a happy chat. After a while of roaring and meowing, her curiosity was satisfied, and the beast, feeling pleased, wagged its tail. And then it left. Lin Su was stunned. No lunch today. Her confusion didn't last long. Soon, a commotion erupted in the jungle, and one after another, more beasts appeared, answering her question. No, they weren't skipping lunch. A beast was just too curious and brought friends and family to watch the fun. Roar, howl, chirp. Various animals gathered outside the safe zone, surrounding the giant tree area so tightly that no one could pass. The young girl was holding a broken hoof of a deer in a state of chaos and distress inside the safe zone. It seemed that only the first time she had a barbecue in the safe zone had she experienced this kind of treatment, and that time it didn't last long. When did the monsters in the jungle become so nosy? Of course, the monsters weren't usually so bored. Although they didn't fight much before, they were still somewhat distant from peaceful coexistence. Recently, life had become too comfortable, and their pursuit of survival was gradually shifting from simply defending territory to enjoying life more. They ate well, played well, and made many like-minded friends. Bored and restless, these monsters naturally looked for ways to find some fun in their lonely jungle life. What is this petrified male creature? The monsters, eager to find out the gossip, were excited. Troubles inside and outside the jungle, adding more. Maybe around midnight. Monsters have a habit of fighting over mates. When a strong male monster looks for a partner, he usually prefers a similarly strong female. In this harsh world, strength is the most important for monsters. It's necessary to produce stronger offspring and to survive better. Unlike intelligent beings, where attractiveness often matters, monsters focus on power. So, in summary, humans seek partners based on appearance and talent, while monsters look for fierce and powerful mates. Ahem. Next, after a male monster chooses his preferred target, the male and female usually have a duel during a dark, windy night to create a dramatic scene. This gives the male a chance to prove he can protect the female. If you can't win, there's no need to say anything. Usually, after a strong beast wins, the female will obediently submit and go back with the male to start a small family, hunt together, guard their territory, and have children. Of course, sometimes the female doesn't want to follow after winning. At these times, the male beasts are often not noble or gentle. They might forcibly take the female back to their den, keep her captive for a few days, roar at her for days, and maybe even beat her a few times until she loses her fighting spirit and agrees to submit. So, naturally, when a familiar and fierce little girl's home appears with a different species of person inside, especially when that person is clearly being held captive, some beasts who have a history of stealing mates or have seen their elders do so tend to get the wrong idea. Roar. The beast roars in a very lewd way. Howl. The other beast yowls seductively. Chirp. The third beast. The white tiger covers its face. It can't imagine what would happen if these beast roars were understood as words. Would the little girl get furious and go on a rampage? Luckily, its level isn't high enough to communicate with the master yet, or it wouldn't know whether to translate honestly or not. Little Lin Su really can't understand beast language, but some of their flirtatious and lewd looks and body language are very expressive. These signals can cross species and space, clearly showing the rich inner world of these beasts. The girl, misunderstood as trying to steal a good male, is overwhelmed and frustrated.
Darn.
She actually understood their eye contact. As the unofficial leader of the beast jungle, the black leopard is also watching. Its position is VIP, making communication with the safe zone very easy. It looks disdainfully at the petrified little boy in the safe zone. Judging from his size, muscle lines, and magic fluctuations, the black leopard quickly dismisses this weak male as unworthy. He's still a minor, and so weak. With a role like that, one swipe of its paw would be enough to kill him easily. Growl. The black leopard raises its paw, skeptically questioning little Lin Su's choice of mate. Why are you looking down on him? This kid has nothing to do with me at all. Young girl Lin Su snapped her hand, breaking the thick branch she was about to use to string up the antlered deer, grinding her teeth. The intense watching didn't last long. After the monsters finished their fun and had a deep discussion, they quickly dispersed in small groups, still eager. It was lunchtime, and everyone was still hungry. They could take their time to discuss gossip later. No one was leaving anytime soon. Soon after, only one monster, who had come to eat, remained outside the safe zone. It looked at the petrified boy with interest, let out a loud cry, and then impatiently looked at little Lin Su again, urging her to hurry up with lunch.
Why isn't it ready yet?
Today's efficiency is terrible, sighing. Lin Su silently turned away, calmly adding some chili to the roasted deer on the fire. The damp forest made her want something spicy to clear the moisture. An hour later, the monster that had been begging for food ran away, breathing fire and crying loudly. Lin Su felt refreshed and returned to the stone sculpture to drink another potion. She had already taken a second one. She wondered when the people of the Tide clan would come back. Meanwhile, outside the monster forest, many things were happening. Different countries on the continent also noticed strange new races appearing suddenly. After the ancient war, humans gained control of the continent, but that didn't mean all other races hid away. Many of them wanted to learn about human culture or communicate, trying to join human cities. For example, in human colleges, armies, and government offices, you could see members of various races. These foreign races were like overseas Chinese in Lin Su's world. Although they were different, they had official citizenship and were registered citizens. Later, some of these races only had temporary visas, like tourists or temporary workers. As more races held temporary visas, humans naturally sensed something was off. But when they remembered the magic distortion event that happened across the continent 3 months ago, their doubts quickly disappeared. Such major events affecting the whole continent drew attention from all races. Not only were the foreign races nervous, but various human countries also sent people to investigate the cause. It's just about crossing into another country's border, so naturally, there will be more paperwork and delays. When sending someone, you must choose the best people, not just one or two, in case someone tries to act against the rules. For the country receiving the visitors, this can cause big problems. The location of the beast forest is right within Tabiro's territory, but it is now considered part of the border area. Many people from different countries try to enter illegally, and the number of foreigners moving inside the country has increased. Plus, there was the recent incident of the missing young prince, which hasn't been made public yet. As a result, the Tabiro Empire is now on high alert across the whole country. Sorry, the imperial capital just issued a notice through the magic mirror. All foreigners and non-citizens must re-register. We apologize for the delay, but could you please come with us? At the border town just outside the jungle, the Shio tribe team was caught off guard and immediately stopped by patrol soldiers. 030. Take action, girl. PK ticket 1100. More updates. Regular updates will return to the usual times, 12 o'clock and 2000 hours. Extra updates will still be inserted around the second update. Finally, I can call upon the PK Pink fans again. Although the Shio tribe prefers peace, they are not naive. When they were stopped, the team leader quickly guessed why they were detained. Probably because the prince's disappearance has been uncovered. There's also a more serious possibility. The royal magic team has used magic detection to locate the prince, and this area has been marked as a key zone for surveillance. In this situation, should they tell the truth? The current situation is complicated. First, their innocence is hard to prove. Second, the real culprit who poisoned the prince might still be unknown. Even if they tell the truth, others might not believe the Shio tribe's innocence. Even if they do believe, they can't be sure that the people stopping them aren't secretly the mastermind behind the poisoning. Without knowing the full facts, answering questions honestly could be dangerous. The Shio tribe members exchanged glances and quickly reached a silent agreement. Yes, sir. The agreement among the Shio tribe is to hide and compromise. Lin Su waited alone in the forest for another 2 hours. Out of loyalty, she had to consider the serious consequences if she left and missed the Shio tribe. Unfortunately, she was true to her word, but it seemed the tribe had forgotten about the poor sleeping prince waiting in the woods for their rescue. TSK. They've abandoned me, Lin Su sighed, glancing at the little boy who had just woken up from his second automatic deimmobilization. She hesitated. Should she continue to freeze him or give up and walk away? Help! Help me! The boy's face was pale and dark, and he mumbled weakly with a frown. His small body curled up and trembled constantly, clearly suffering great pain while unconscious. Help you? Helping you would cost something, and afterward there might be trouble.
I can't just do business like that.
I still don't know if I can settle in this strange world. Lin Su rested her chin on her hand and yawned. Help me. Huh? Who's pulling on my clothes? Looking down, she saw the unconscious boy had suddenly woken up in pain, his wet eyes pleading like a small animal. No, I shouldn't be like this. She was still just a little girl, and at her age, it wasn't appropriate to be tempted in that way. Lin Su broke out in a cold sweat. If this kid kept sleeping, she wouldn't feel guilty about not helping him. But now that he was awake, it would be wrong not to help when someone is in danger of dying. What should I say in this situation? Lin Su hesitated and finally asked, do you want to sleep a little longer? Silence. More silence. Lin Su really wanted to slap herself. Her words were so pointless. Maybe because her body wasn't in good shape, she easily fainted in this painful state. But once she regained consciousness, it was hard to faint again. The boy looked a bit more alert now, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He clenched Lin Su's clothes tighter and begged, please, help me. Young bodies are strong. She had already checked his condition. This poison had drained most of his health. Despite that, he was still awake and pulling her clothes with such strength. Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you. The key issue is that the medicinal ingredients are not available. Lin Su tried to reason with the little boy. Look at your poor health right now. If you try to forcibly remove the poison, your life bar might not hold up. But if we don't remove the poison, we can only treat the symptoms. I think the person who poisoned you is probably quite wealthy. The poison they used is definitely not cheap street stuff. Save me. Reasoning is fine, but Lin Su overlooked that children are usually the least reasonable. They tend to be stubborn and spoiled. They don't understand complex rules or explanations. They just want what they want. So she said, "Listen, I'll sing you a lullaby, and you can sleep a little longer." You don't seem to agree with that. How about a bedtime story? Would you like the story of Snow White? The boy tightly clutched his clothes, determined. Save me. You're like a repeating machine. At this point, she knew she had to act. She couldn't bear the guilt anymore. The boy didn't seem easy to fool either. Lin Su silently accepted her helplessness, tears streaming down her face as she took out a red bottle. If you feel weak, just drink one bottle. Don't drink too much at once. Be good. Let go. I'll go make some medicine. She laid the small blood bottle in front of the boy. The girl finally regained her freedom, stood up silently, and prepared to boil the medicine. Right now, she couldn't be sure what kind of poison the boy had ingested. She could only judge by his condition: continuous bleeding, weakness, reduced attributes, but it didn't seem to slow down.
TCA.
It's a complex, high-grade poison. The best way to detox would be to brew holy water to remove all negative effects. But that material was impossible to get. So she could only try to remove the negative states one by one, hoping to at least eliminate a couple of them. She gathered the necessary ingredients: moonstone, calming grass, and a single black lotus. She sliced, ground, and distilled them to extract the juice. Maybe the boy noticed she was trying to find a way to detoxify him because he finally calmed down a lot. He half rolled himself up, kept his eyes fixed on her as she brewed the potion, and silently took a blood bottle, drinking it without hesitation. Fortunately, he didn't ask any curious questions like, "Where did these things come from? What are you doing?" Or, "Why do you have these?" Lin Su finds it most annoying to satisfy others' curiosity, especially when dealing with a little kid. The most curious beings in the world are little kids. The phrase 100,000 whys is made for them. These little ones always try to explore things even adults haven't noticed. Having a desire to learn is good, but when curiosity gets too intense, it can be overwhelming. Especially when adults can't answer many questions or feel embarrassed to do so, it can be very frustrating. After finishing his meal, the little white tiger went out to patrol his territory and chat with the bored magical beasts in the forest. After wandering around for a while, he remembered he needed to come back and take a quick look. 031 stayed up late, meow. He was surprised to find that the little thing he had picked up was already awake. The white tiger kitten looked very happy, especially since the other one, besides Lin Su and himself, was the only creature that hadn't been scared away and could stay in the safe zone. This made the tiger even more surprised. Lin Su had already noticed the boy's special nature. When he woke up, he only looked uncomfortable and didn't show any fear or attempt to run away. Maybe this is a natural instinct of human evolution? Or perhaps there is something special about the Tabairo royal family. In stories, ancient magical royal families are often descendants of gods or have some special bloodline. Such stories are also useful for publicity and fooling the public. The white tiger was curious and watched the boy, but the boy was cautious and a little trembling. Not because of anything else, but because the tiger had grown big and imposing, towering over the small boy. The contrast made the tiger seem even more intimidating, and the boy looked even smaller. It was quite a powerful sight. If only the tiger didn't roar so loudly. What is it?" the boy finally asked, trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. But this wasn't curiosity, it was fear. Lin Su smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just a cat. It's a bit overgrown, really. When it comes to educating children, sometimes a kind lie is necessary. For example, almost all children try to understand how they came into the world. In such cases, few parents honestly explain the process of conception to their children. One reason is they feel embarrassed, and the other is they think children won't understand. So almost everyone ends up telling a kind or maybe not so kind lie." Nonsense. The little boy trembled so much he almost rolled his eyes. How could she be brave enough to tell such a silly story to a child? No cat could grow that tall. Meow. The big white tiger curiously circled around the frightened boy, trying to talk to him. Talk to it if you want. I'll be right back, the girl said, helping to smooth things over. Talk. About what? How? The boy hesitated. He was confused. After about 10 minutes of nervousness and frustration, the boy was almost too tired to be scared. Finally, Lin Su finished making her first batch of medicine. Try this first, she said, cooling the potion and handing a test tube to the boy on the ground. Lin Su clapped her hands happily, watching and checking the medicine's effect. The boy made a face, as if used to taking medicine. He frowned and his cute face scrunched up. He didn't like taking medicine. After taking a dose, the boy tasted it and thought it wasn't as bad as he expected. His mood improved a little. It tastes about the same as those red bottles I drank. His words trailed off with a question. If both medicines had the same effect, why did she bother making a new one just for him? Stupid. This completely stops your blood loss. The red bottle medicine is a supplement, and it also helps remove negative effects. One treats the symptoms, the other the root cause. TSK. Kids just don't understand. Blood loss. He didn't understand, but he could feel his body getting better. His face's dark circles disappeared, and he wasn't getting worse. Really? The boy said excitedly. All right, now you can sleep peacefully, Lin Su said, putting away her cauldron. Just as she was about to go for a walk, someone tugged her sleeve. Looking down, it was the little boy, who looked at her with hopeful eyes. When can I get rid of the poison? Yes, the medicine Lin Su prepared only stopped the ongoing bleeding, but the weakness and attribute reduction still remained. So, although the little boy's life was safe, he was still very weak. Of course, he was now full of confidence about his future life, mainly because he trusted Lin Su. Be prepared mentally for this. I think your attributes might not recover easily, Lin Su said, giving the boy some honest advice. Her goal was simply to keep him alive, so stopping the continuous bleeding was enough. First, this negative state is caused by most toxins, similar to a common cold, and is easy to treat. Second, besides this negative state, the other two issues wouldn't cause death, so trying too hard to fix them wouldn't be very helpful. The boy's condition was mostly due to his physical state, which meant his future might not be very bright. However, people in the royal family usually live more comfortably than the emperor. They don't have to worry about many things, and they often travel abroad as representatives, experiencing foreign cultures. Unlike the emperor, who must stay at home and rarely leaves the palace, they have more freedom. Of course, during wartime, things are different. Usually, princes lead the charge, risking their lives, or are forced to marry someone from a good family to serve as political pawns, or sacrifice themselves for the royal image. The Dabairo Empire's situation should be pretty good, right? Lin Su thought she was helping the boy find a promising future career, but she didn't notice how pale his face suddenly became. The boy could clearly feel his body was weak and his reactions were much slower than usual. He couldn't even activate basic magic anymore. Is this going to last a lifetime? The boy felt like the world was ending. His lips trembled as he looked at Lin Su in disbelief. You mean I can't recover? He asked, thinking it was a lie. The medicine the girl with yellow hair just gave him seemed effective.
Why not keep taking it?
Lin Su thought for a moment and tried to explain the current situation in simple words that a young child could understand. Let me put it this way, you are no longer in immediate danger of dying. I'm not sure if your condition is caused by one poison or a mix of several toxins. But right now, it looks like you can be saved. The other two negative states are more difficult. The person who poisoned you probably didn't care much about whether you lived or died, but they definitely didn't want you to have a healthy body. It's probably related to inheritance or something like that. The title is My State, not content title. 032 Run, Bun. Successfully detoxifying isn't just about avoiding death. It's also about healing injuries and removing negative effects, which means bringing the poisoned person back to normal. If there are any lasting side effects, it might be better to just die instead. A weak body and a useless life. Not everyone dreams of a life of eating, drinking, and being cared for like a happy parasite. Especially for a man, or someone who is supposed to be a future important figure. The young boy's feelings are full of confusion, disappointment, and despair, feeling like life isn't worth living. The young boy is very angry and hopeless. He trembles with pale lips, his wide, helpless eyes look around, and he is so fragile and uncertain that it seems he might burst into tears and run away, like a tragic heroine. Don't look at me like that. I've done my best, Lin Su said, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if she were a doctor just out of surgery announcing bad news to worried family members. Surely, there must be other ways, right? The young boy's thin body shook a little. Lin Su thought he might fall, but surprisingly, he held on and asked again, still holding on to hope. It's very difficult, Lin Su replied after some thought. There are two possible ways to help you recover. One is to get the complete formula of the poison you were poisoned with, and I'll try to find an antidote. The second is to prepare a holy level detox potion. I have the recipe, but the ingredients are very hard to get, almost as difficult as conquering the continent. Are you sure you still want to believe in a miracle? There's no point in trying to remove the poison directly. Not only is the young boy still very weak, but even at his strongest, he might not be able to handle it. Such extreme methods are usually only used by MT, a special class or profession, which require many restrictions and a lot of health. Given the little boy's current abilities, even if he starts practicing martial arts now and lives to be 100, he might never meet the required conditions. To face this harsh reality, that very night, the boy secretly ran away in the dark. It's hard to say whether he wanted to rely on his own strength to sneak back into the palace to find a solution, or if he was hopeless about life and deliberately went out to seek danger. The tiny white tiger in Lin Su's arms wagged its tail and let out a soft meow. The girl opened her eyes, listened carefully to the quiet sounds under the tree, and softly sighed. Kids are always so brave and reckless, thinking they can do anything. She used to be innocent and naive like that when she was young. Meow. The little white tiger rolled over, showing its soft belly in Lin Su's arms, and wriggled a bit. Are you asking why I didn't help him? Lin Su reached out with her chubby little paw and gently scratched the tiger's belly, then blinked and said, Actually, I'm not even sure what I think. What does this world mean to me? I just want to go home. She never expected to travel through time, but she did. She never thought she would come alone to a strange new world, but she still did. No one ever asked Lin Su what she thought, and yet she had to accept everything unwillingly. To put it poetically, this is her unfortunate fate.
Darn.
She just wants to go home. The schemes and plots on this continent have nothing to do with her. The sounds from the woods gradually faded away. The boy successfully escaped. What a happy event! Lin Su curled her lips, turned over, and looked at the dark sky outside the treehouse window. It's a dark and windy night, perfect for crimes. She wondered if the monster coming to dinner tomorrow might bring some barbecue ingredients from a little dumpling. Meow meow, the little white tiger felt lonely again. The person communicating with it seemed distracted, so it impatiently pawed at the other's arm. Hey, can you be a little more professional when chatting? After a long silence, the little white tiger almost thought the girl holding it had fallen asleep. From the distant forest came a low roar of a monster. In the monster's forest at night, such sounds are quite normal. Not all beasts have the habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Many prefer to hunt at night. Let's go. Suddenly, the young girl sat up abruptly from her bed. Tossing and turning, she still couldn't sleep. She grabbed the back of the little white tiger's neck with one hand, while with the other she grabbed a broom and climbed on, biting her teeth in frustration. You little brat. If you're being raised, you should be aware of your responsibilities. My house has strict rules. Meow meow meow. The little white tiger growled and struggled, being thrown into her clothes and lying there. Before she could understand what was happening, she was frozen by the cold air outside and sneezed. Then the wind started howling in her ears. The long night was indeed boring, but going out to look at the moon at this time seemed a bit inappropriate. Afid had never been so overwhelmed before. He had just drunk a few sips of special fruit wine at his birthday party and ended up feeling dizzy, having to leave early. He only slept in his room for one night, but when he woke up, he was cursed with a deadly poison and collapsed in the monster forest. He met a strange young girl, saved his life, but the outcome was so terrible he couldn't accept it. It was just a birthday party, yet when he opened his eyes, his world was turned upside down. He went from being a highly anticipated magic genius to a useless person. Even more frightening, he was told that his future life might never change.
No.
It was definitely that blonde girl's poor healing skills. He should have guessed it long ago. She was just a little girl younger than him. How could she be that powerful? He still had teachers, his father, the queen, and the entire royal magic team. He didn't believe he would be unable to recover forever. As long as he could go back, there was hope. Roar. A beast's roar came from nearby. Startled, a feed, who was running unsteadily through the jungle, suddenly fell. He tried to gather magic, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon any magical elements. But then again, even if he could, what difference would it make? Small fireballs or tiny wind blades wouldn't hurt the monsters in the jungle at all. Trembling, a feed curled up into a ball, holding his breath and trying to hide himself in the tall grass. When he ran out of the big trees, he was full of courage, but now that courage was almost gone. 033 Little girl saves the boy. PK votes 1200. Extra update. Darn. Why are there so many monsters here? Fortunately, I haven't been discovered so far. The little boy happily feels innocent and proud of his quick reactions. Yes, he truly is a genius, the only one in the Tabiro royal family for 100 years. Actually, the little boy doesn't know the real situation. The high-level magical beasts in the monster jungle have already noticed this small, running creature in their backyard. But because of the impression from the noon observation and the misleading influence of the little white tiger, everyone mistakenly believes that this small male creature is a friend of the girl cooking meat in the giant tree area, who is being trained. They think he shouldn't be eaten. Well, maybe they can be considered friends, since they've known each other for a few months now. Thanks to Toransu, none of the monsters wanted to attack the little boy. At most, they just roared nearby to scare him a little, secretly mocking how the girl cooking meat is not as professional in training her partner. The male they caught and brought back to the nest managed to slip away. That's the difference in skill. Afford, of course, doesn't realize he's already been marked as a prize by the beast for the girl, nor does he know that he's actually safest in this most dangerous area. If he were to go further out or encounter ordinary monsters, it might be different. After all, the latter have no relationship with Lin Su and lack the wisdom to think. They only have the instinct to hunt for food. After trembling and hiding nervously in the grass for a while, he felt the danger outside had mostly disappeared. The little boy then carefully pushed aside the leaves and crawled out, quickly scanning the surroundings. No threats seemed to be present. Feeling lucky, the little potato ran off with his head down, continuing to run desperately. Unfortunately, the next part didn't go as smoothly. A familiar vine net appeared right in Afford's running path. The coiled vine net tightly trapped the blonde little potato inside. A dark red, furious mass of tendrils kept trying to wrap around him. The elite of the Sia tribe had also suffered a small loss here, ending up with a small wooden token after being rescued by a companion. Clearly, Afford is not an elite yet, and it's obvious that there's no one else around him. Roar, a beast that had come along to watch the fun, also got anxious. It originally just wanted to see some gossip and scare the little one a bit without harm. Unfortunately, it was not very lucky, and now might witness a crime scene. The little girl roasting meat wouldn't mistake it for doing it, right? And then she might permanently cancel its roasting rights? Blood-dried vines don't pose much threat to beasts, but only if they aren't entangled themselves. Usually, fire and wind types can handle them, but this unlucky creature happened to be a speed-type expert. High agility at this moment is useless. The beast's roar was out of impatience and a desire to quickly inform the other animals in the forest. In other words, it was trying to find two friends to help. It was definitely acting with good intentions. But unfortunately, a feed didn't realize it was being kind. All he knew was that he was now entangled in a dangerous magical plant, and nearby, another beast seemed to be watching closely, ready to add fuel to the fire. A feed was filled with sadness and despair. Just as tears were about to fall, a small figure descended from the sky. Gale's strike. A dazzling flash of sword light quickly cut through the blood-dried vines around a feed, slicing through the vines precisely. The sound of wind accompanied the sharp blades as they sliced through the air. The once lively blood-dried vines were now cut into sections and lay quietly on the ground. A feed almost couldn't believe his eyes. He thought the white glow from the dagger looked so dangerous. Several cuts just barely missed him, making him wonder if he would be cut into pieces next. And all in even segments. Xiao Bai, putting away the dagger in one hand, the amazing little girl shouted again. A fierce white tiger, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, flew into the air. Then a feed felt his collar being grabbed, and with a strong tug, he was lifted into the air. With a flick and a spin, he experienced flying for the first time.
Darn.
Is this flying? The white tiger swung its tail in the air and let out a cheerful meow, catching a feed precisely in midair. It then spun to reduce the force, lifting him higher with a small potato to escape the ground threat. The broom jumped up quickly, and before the blood vine nearby could entangle itself, Shaolin decisively chose to retreat. She was very familiar with this kind of situation. When she was investigating plant samples in this forest, she had dealt with many strange magical plants. The magical beast on the ground watched the whole process. After the girl successfully rescued the boy, the creature that was just passing by finally relaxed. Luckily, no irreversible damage was done. While riding the white tiger back to the giant tree area, a feed still looked shaken by what had just happened.
He was also secretly surprised.
He thought the girl was just a blonde kid, but it turned out she was even more capable than he expected before she was poisoned. But then he thought, it's not strange. After all, she lives in this beast-filled forest. If she didn't have some skills, she wouldn't survive. Little brother. Lin Su rode her broom closer, planning to explain the family rules of the Lin family to the small potato on the white tiger's back. I'm older than you, a feed immediately declared. Lin Su twitched her mouth and looked at his age. He seemed a bit older than her current body.
Cough.
What's your name then, to feed? A feed Wenzel Krippens. The small potato announced his full name seriously, waiting for the girl's shocked reaction.
Oh.
Then little A feed. He interrupted, frustrated. Don't you know what my name means? Krippens is a surname exclusive to the Tabiro royal family. Anyone with a bit of common sense on the continent would have heard of it. The small potato was now useless, practically destined for a life as a handsome face, and after seeing Lin Su's skills, he was so shocked that he wanted to gain some psychological advantage by emphasizing his identity. I call upon the pink heart of PK, so you should summon JQ for extra updates. 030 for the so-called old made the meaning behind the name. It's just a way to show off and hint that he's a second prince of the royal family. She's seen many princes, but in reality, not all princes live a good life, especially those with some talent and a bit of ambition. All princes trying to become emperor before they succeed are like broken-winged Orlun's grilled chicken in their past lives. You are just a prince now, and it seems you are a prince who has been outsmarted and betrayed in a power struggle. Even the emperor himself might not be as effective in this small territory. This isn't an important problem, little one, Lin Su sighed. Clearly, this young potato hasn't yet accepted reality. What's important is your current situation and surroundings. Do you know where you are? Lost Jungle, a feed replied obediently after a moment of confusion.
Huh?
Lost Jungle?
I didn't know that.
I always thought it was called Monster Beast Forest or something like that, as other races call it. Ahem. Then you should also know how unlikely it is for you to escape this jungle safely on your own. The Clawprince's family is not made of cowards, the little prince said proudly and sincerely, lifting his head.
Lin Su nodded in admiration.
So, you decided to bravely sacrifice yourself to become food for the monsters here. I'm very alert. I've already managed to get most of the way out of the jungle, he said confidently.
Huffed.
That distance you ran is at most 1,000 meters. I think you're just naive, believing a little kid like you can run several kilometers and cause chaos everywhere. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken so long. But then again, this is a side effect of playing the game for too long. Players often have quick ways to travel in the wild, like brooms, mounts, or instant teleportation. I never thought that in the real magical world, there might also be leg injuries or limitations. Come down. After flying back to the safe zone, Lin Su pulled the little prince into her treehouse. She first threw him onto the bed, then placed a beast hide over him. Sleep now. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. The small bump under the beast hide twitched and wriggled, then a shiny little head peeked out. The little prince, surprisingly considerate, asked, "What about you?" "I have a bed." She kicked the white tiger that followed her in. The tiger meowed sadly, then lay down in a grumpy manner, obediently becoming a soft cushion for Lin Su. She covered him with another beast hide, and that night was settled. The girl adjusted herself comfortably and warned, "Close your eyes, sleep. If you dare run out again, don't expect me to go looking for you." The sound of rustling and creaking followed. Clearly, the little prince was tossing and turning on the bed, unable to fall asleep. This night was very intense and shocking for him. In the palace, whether during studies or magic battles, others would intentionally hold back, afraid to truly hurt this precious little guy, both physically and in confidence. Like all naive frogs who grow up thinking they are invincible, the little prince gradually became very confident, almost believing he could do anything. If he were still a prince, this personality wouldn't matter much. After all, royalty should have pride and confidence. But now, he is just a fallen prince. Without the protection of the royal family and the empire, his naive self only ends up getting hurt badly. He finally realizes there are many things he cannot do. For the first time, he sees that many people think he is actually very fragile. For example, he can't run out of the lost forest alone, and he still doesn't know who poisoned and cursed him. "Hey, are you asleep?" Lin Su closed her eyes and hummed, "Yes, I'm asleep." "Oh." The little prince sincerely sniffed and turned over. After a while, he suddenly reacted, turned back quickly, and loudly complained, "You lied to me. Who can answer questions while asleep?" I just lied to you, so what?"
Lin Su felt a tache.
Before crossing over, she didn't even have a boyfriend. Now she's suddenly a tired old woman raising a child, which is hard to get used to. "What do you want now? Do you want a bottle or need a diaper change?" If he dares to ask her to sing a lullaby or tell a bedtime story to put him to sleep, she won't hold back from scolding the kid. The little prince puffed out his cheeks and glared at the girl on the ground angrily for a moment. "I'm cold. So, do you want me to warm you with my body, Your Highness?" Lin Su looked at the prince speechlessly. After a while, she finally gave in under his big, sad eyes. She climbed off the warm white tiger's belly, annoyed. "Wait." She left the treehouse, went down the tree, and skillfully built a fire with the remaining dry wood from the day. She then picked a round, smooth pebble from the creek and threw it into the fire. Well, since she started the fire, she might as well cook some fish soup. She was so exhausted from the night that she was also hungry. Little Prince ran out wrapped in animal hide, leaning against the treehouse and peering down at the doorframe. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Cooking dinner." She set up a hollow bamboo tube filled halfway with water over a fire. She selected 2 fish from her bracelet and threw them in. No need for spices, just seal it with a cork, and it becomes a tasty meal. The bamboo's natural aroma seeps into the fish. After cooking, a sprinkle of salt is enough. This bamboo tube is a plant she found on the other side of the beast forest, similar to bamboo on Earth, but thicker. The thickest part can hold both her arms, making it perfect as a pot or bowl. Thanks to it, Lin Su can cook soup in this forest. The little prince watched from the tree, drooling and his eyes shining. He was hungry too. He hadn't eaten anything since the banquet. Finally, the fish soup was ready, and the stones used for heating were almost hot enough. Lin Su put on dragon leather gloves and carefully took out a glowing red stone from the fire. She held the stone in one hand, flipped her dragon leather glove over it, and sealed it. The stone's temperature was just right through the glove. As long as that little noble potato didn't accidentally tear the glove open, it could serve as a hot water bag all night. "Here you go." Lin Su climbed up the tree and handed the stone and bamboo tube with fish soup to the little prince. "If you cause trouble again, I'll hit you." 035 passers-by A, B, C, etc. After tossing the fish soup and a makeshift warm bag to the little prince, Lin Su went to sleep. She didn't bother to check if the little one would sneak out again late at night. If he still couldn't see his situation clearly and kept seeking death, why bother saving a fool who would only get himself killed sooner or later? The night passed quietly. The next morning, Lin Su was pleased to see the little prince curled up peacefully inside the animal hide on the bed. Good. He's not completely stupid yet, there's hope. She got up, jumped down from the treehouse, and headed straight to the creek to wash up. Then she went for a walk to stretch her legs and visit the sacred beast. On her way back, she casually caught a head deer for breakfast. As soon as she entered the safe zone, she spotted the little prince peeking around the treehouse. Come down, wash your face and brush your teeth. Time to eat, Lin Su beckoned. And we need to talk about your problem. I can't get down, the little prince said, about to cry. The treehouse is 5 or 6 meters above the ground. He would definitely fall and get hurt. Xiao Bai, go help that little kid come down. At the command, the small white tiger, who had been playing happily by Lin Su's side, let out a meow and leapt into the air. Its body suddenly grew larger, transforming into the big fierce beast the little prince saw last night. It easily caught the screaming, struggling little guy and brought him down. Wash your face and rinse your mouth. Even at a young age, you should develop good hygiene habits. Lin Su efficiently skinned the beast by the creek, removing the internal organs, dividing the meat, and breaking the bones. She kindly left some water for the little one to wash. Unfortunately, the little prince didn't appreciate it. He looked like he was about to break down as he watched Lin Su handle the prey nearby. How am I supposed to wash here? He was appalled that she was doing such bloody work right in front of him. The water was no longer pure and he complained, there are no flower petals, no cotton, and no. Shut up. Lin Su rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. Please look at the environment we're in before making such foolish, luxurious comments. The little brat was just being uncooperative. Maybe she should have let him fend for himself last night. Reluctantly, as if she had endured a great grievance, the little guy finished washing and sat down in front of the fire Lin Su had built. He huffed and turned his head away.
Taste it.
That little brat. Lin Su was skewering the meat on a stick over the fire while casually tossing a handful of unknown wild berries nearby. Save these for later. You can't eat yet. The little white tiger, playing on the grass, saw this and hurried over to meow twice. It also got a few berries and happily carried them off to eat. A feed, the little carrot head, held the berries in his hands, looking conflicted. He felt it was too embarrassing to accept something so easily from others. But despite his stubbornness, he was very hungry. The fish and fish soup from yesterday had long been digested overnight. Soon, Lin Su heard the faint sound of crunching and nibbling nearby. Good. Knowing when to act is wise. After filling his stomach, his mood improved a lot. Kids' tempers come and go quickly, that's a good thing, showing they are open-minded. Many adults can't do that. The little prince went to the creek to wash off the fruit juice from his hands before returning. Curiously, he pointed at the roasted meat on the spit and asked Lin Su, "Are you going to eat so much meat? They will gain weight and also get pimples." Women in the palace pay attention to self-care. They eat less meat and control their meals carefully, afraid of gaining even a little weight that doesn't belong to them. Actually, this is also hard. Appetite and good mood are personal, but their figure is meant to please others' eyes and feelings. So, in summary, all women are truly great because they constantly think of others before themselves. It's not just me eating, you are too. When the little prince heard this, his chubby face immediately changed color. I can't eat that much. It's not just you and me. There are others too, Lin Su sighed. Every little troublemaker is naturally talkative because they always have endless questions waiting for answers. Who? Be good, that has nothing to do with you. She quickly dismissed the little troublemaker with these words, clearly indicating she didn't want to continue talking. She needed to calm down and think about future plans. Even if this prince is destined to be just a pretty ornament, she clearly can't be the collector. Sooner or later, she has to return him.
But when? How?
After the prince returns to the palace, will the mastermind who tried to harm him focus on her? That's why she hates being a good person. Every act of kindness often leads to endless troubles. Compared to those villains who are arrogant and domineering for dozens of episodes, eating and drinking happily until the finale only to be punished, the protagonists who endure hardships, eat plain food, upgrade through blood, and are beaten by countless small bosses until they die and come back. These are the true heroes. They suffer and struggle, only to finally be rewarded and return home in glory. Just as the meat was almost ready, the others Lin Su mentioned finally appeared. They were the members of the Shi tribe who had planned to investigate the plant encyclopedia but were stopped and questioned instead. Sorry, we were in town. Huh, he's awake. The Shi tribe leader, Feng Chenfu, hurriedly emerged from the jungle. Before he finished speaking, he saw Aphid sitting by the fire, looking surprised. Didn't you say you couldn't detoxify him? Yes, I can't, so he's not really detoxified. He just didn't die. The little prince's mood worsened again. He had already subconsciously tried to ignore this fact. Who are they? Oh, the passersby A, B, C, and so on. As the passerby, the leader of the Shio tribe team, feels frustrated. The others, labeled B and C, are even more upset than he is. When asked who B and C are, no one in the team could name them. Cough, cough. Prince Aphid, good day. We are a team sent by the Shio tribe. Aphid is surprised. You know me? Of course, the team leader replied kindly. The Tabairo Empire and our Shio tribe are friendly. When you turned 1 year old, your country even invited our tribe to meet you. Of course, back then, the old king mainly wanted to show off. It's like parents bragging about their child's perfect exam scores, not because of the scores themselves, but because of the praise and admiration they receive. Look at my son. So impressive. This shows how good my genes are, how successful my family education has been, and so on. The Shio tribe members don't have the safety zone to stay in, so they need to hurry. Besides explaining the prince's health condition, they also need to fill their stomachs before the noon monster patrol arrives and try to investigate the Tree of Life from a distance of about a few dozen meters. Hurry up, Lin Su throws some roasted deer meat to each person. The team leader catches the meat and nods slightly to his companions. The others start to watch for danger. The team leader steps closer to the safe zone and squats down, sincerely reaching out to the prince. Good boy, come over here. The prince immediately becomes alert, looking at the Shio leader as if he's a bad person trying to kidnap children. No, you come here. He then snuggles close to Lin Su, grabbing her with his chubby paws, as if daring the leader to come closer, thinking they will fight together if he does. Hurry up, don't delay. Lin Su, feeling impatient, gently pushes away the chubby paws and carefully takes the boy into the hands of a Shio tribe member outside the safe zone. The prince is shocked and struggles in the tribe member's arms, crying as he accuses Lin Su coldly. You abandoned me. You betrayed me. You lied to me. Boo-hoo, I thought you were a good person. The leader of the Sea clan sweated profusely. He only wanted to help by checking the depth and strength of the curse and its specific type. Others seeking to remove curses had to go through several levels and fight some bosses, which was exhausting. When they arrived at the Sea clan, they had to beg politely and patiently. This time, he was willing to help sincerely, but the child still didn't appreciate it. It hurt his pride. You're such a fool. I was trying to help you check the curse, Lin Su said disdainfully to the little prince. Of course, she understood how fragile a child's mind can be after experiencing misfortune and how little trust they might have in their surroundings. But understanding didn't mean she would tolerate bad behavior. If you keep causing trouble, I'll give you a good scolding. The little prince sniffled a couple of times. Maybe he realized he couldn't win and silently accepted his fate with tears in his eyes. The leader of the Sea clan wiped his cold sweat and quickly put the child down. He held his palm flat on the child's head, recited some obscure spells, and a white light enveloped the little prince from head to toe. After a few minutes, the Sea clan leader looked serious and withdrew the white light. It's a very strong suggestion spell, making him forget how to activate magic elements. From now on, he won't be able to use magic. You lied. I remember clearly, the little prince interrupted. But it was true that he couldn't activate magic elements anymore. The Sea clan member looked helpless at the uncooperative little potato. Just because you remember doesn't mean your body does. Subconsciously, it has already forgotten how to call upon magic elements. No matter how clear your mind is, it won't help. Don't waste time arguing with him. Just tell us how to fix it, Lin Su said. The Sea Clan leader nodded. Fixing this curse is possible, but it might take some time. It would be best if this child could come back with us to the Sea Clan, and then drown in the sea on the way back with you, the little prince, deprived of his voice, bitterly but maliciously interrupted.
Who can just go to the Sea Clan?
It's in the deep ocean. First, ordinary people can't hold their breath that long to dive down. Even if alchemy tools could solve the breathing problem, what about the pressure? Everyone knows that the deeper the sea, the higher the pressure. Most people would be crushed into pulp if they suddenly dive down. People in the magical world are also human, not Saint Seiya characters who can unleash their universe at any moment. The Sea Clan leader looked helplessly at Lin Su. Actually, he hadn't finished speaking yet. This child could have reacted less dramatically.
Lin Su nodded understandingly.
If you want to hit him, go ahead. No need to hold back. The Shiju people. The little prince. After thinking for a moment, Lin Su tried to find a compromise. Bringing him back to the Shiju tribe might not be a good idea. Your schedules seem very tight. Plus, his target is too big and there could be accidents on the way back. The concern isn't just whether the Shiju people have bad intentions. The real issue is that the mastermind who once secretly harmed Little Potato is a difficult problem to ignore. They might even be inside the so-called royal family, pretending to care while secretly using the royal GPS tracking team, which is actually a magic group, to find the little prince's location. I think the same way, said Lin Su. So, we need to handle the problem around Prince Aphid first before thinking about breaking the curse. Don't worry. Since the Shiju tribe promised to lift the curse for this child, they will keep their word. As long as you can protect him during this time. After speaking, the Shiju person looked at Lin Su with confident eyes, as if expecting her to agree. Hearing that she didn't need to go, the little prince, who lacked a sense of security, was happy. He also opened his big, moist eyes and looked at Lin Su like he was begging. So, her current appearance is just that of a child. Why do these people trust her so much? Lin Su hesitated for a long time before nodding. Alright, but what if someone from the royal family finds this place? Don't worry. Even the Toberall royal family would need some effort to casually enter the monster forest. This forest isn't some low-level monster collecting map. Only a few elite strong people can get in. If it were as easy as a restaurant where anyone can visit, the assassin wouldn't have used teleportation magic to drop the little prince here in the first place. Hearing this, Lin Su felt relieved. But then, the little prince was heartbroken. He had thought someone would come to pick him up soon. The Shiju person left behind their promise, waved their sleeve, and departed without taking a single cloud. But they did take a lot of roasted meat. As special envoys on a mission, they still had many tasks. This time, they came specifically to leave a message. Next, they had to go prepare some tools. Otherwise, it would be hard to investigate the situation of the Tree of Life inside the safe zone. Can't they send a message to my father? The little prince looked disappointed after watching the Shiju person leave. No, because your father might still be faster than anyone who could harm you, he said. Besides, national leaders are not easy for others to meet. This child is either very naive or just too innocent. Do you really think, like in stories, that you can just show some token and make someone willing to have a secret talk with you? If their caution was that low, the real mastermind wouldn't bother harming the little prince. They would just eliminate the king, the final boss, and save trouble. So, kid, you'd better stick to your simple, promising job as a handsome face. At lunchtime, the beast that often sneaks in for free food arrived right on time again. This time, the little prince was much calmer. Whether it was because of the night scare, or just pretending to be tough, it's hard to say. But on the surface, it was clear he had made some progress. Are these your pets? The little prince looked at the beasts outside the safety zone, happily accepting food from Lin Su, and showed a naive, envious expression. Having strong beasts as pets is everyone's dream on the continent. It means their fighting power can grow many times, or even dozens of times. More often, it's also a matter of face. Powerful beasts can help in battles, accompany their owners across dangerous places, and even serve as mounts. Famous beasts are like luxury cars. To the little prince, the beasts coming to eat at Lin Su's place seemed like Ferraris or Maseratis. Unknown powerful people who have captured countless top beasts and can even overthrow kingdoms with a wave of their hand, choose to live quietly and humbly in remote corners. That's so poetic, fitting the fantasy of every boy who dreams of being a strong warrior. No, I am their pet, Lin Su replied. The little prince's dream of being a hero was instantly shattered. He coughed up a little blood, feeling a bit frustrated. Then he looked at the small white tiger playing on the grass and at the tiny little girl who was half a head shorter than him. He pouted and muttered, "Well, I guess that's true. How could a little girl like you have such a powerful beast? This little cat suits you better." Even though it could fly and grow bigger, it was still just a cat. Just then, the little cat seemed to trip over a stone, stumble, and roll twice on the grass. After getting up, it looked very aggrieved, covered in tiny grass bits, and meowed softly, coming to Lin Su to complain and act cute. Lin Su felt very embarrassed. After feeling disappointed for a while, the little one suddenly had another idea. Since they are not your contracted magical beasts, what about me? Do I have the right to form a contract with them? No problem, Lin Su cheerfully agreed. Really? The little prince's eyes lit up, surprised by the sudden joy. Of course, Lin Su nodded. Go ahead and sign the contract. If you want to pursue your dreams, you have to do it yourself. Go on, child. March forward bravely toward the dead end. You're not going to help me. How can I help you? They're so strong. How can I sign a contract alone? The little prince naturally demanded. So, you have to help me. All traveling poets sing about this. Young people gaining friendship with magical beasts, signing contracts, and then becoming famous across the continent. Go wash up and sleep. Don't read too many simple stories. Lin Su couldn't stand this little kid anymore. Who told you that just because they don't bite people, it means you can sign a contract with them freely? Not to mention temperamental beasts. Even if you replace them with kind-hearted people, the same logic applies. It's impossible to say that because A and B are friends, A can sell B to a salon to be a hair-washing girl. Don't say these things are different. Both involve losing personal freedom and being kept as pets. Forcing a beast to serve as a pet is basically the same as forcing a good person into prostitution. Want to get high-level magical beasts as pets? It's simple. When you return to the palace, tell your father to send thousands of elite mages and warriors to follow you.
Pick whichever you like.
Maybe even sign two, one on your left leg, one on your right. As a royal descendant, having some privileges is just normal. But I just want to become stronger now. The little prince pouted and threw a tantrum. Then Lin Su finally understood. After all this time, the kid still remembered that messy poison and curse incident. Listen, having money, power, status, and background is already overwhelming. Others work hard to improve themselves just to stand out. Are you really so eager to steal some of that spotlight? Isn't that a bit unfair? Taking away someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Smashing their food source is no different from digging up their ancestors' graves. A prince shouldn't always think he's better than knights, or else how can he survive? Of course, little prince's persistence might be because he is thinking about inheritance issues. It's like in a job where the top graduates are more competitive than average ones, even if the position is just for sweeping floors. Similarly, even if a prince probably won't go into dangerous adventures or treasure hunts, if he has strong personal skills that boost his value, he has a better chance of inheriting the kingdom under the same conditions. Of course, this problem is easy to solve. Just eliminate the other competitors once and for all. From this perspective, Lin Su and the hidden mastermind behind the plot against the little prince share a common view. There's no doubt that anyone plotting against the little prince is doing so for the sake of the empire's inheritance. Otherwise, why bother targeting someone with such a sensitive background? After lunch in the afternoon, once the beast left and the Tide tribe arrived, the little prince immediately turned his attention to them again. He subtly expressed his desire to strengthen his abilities. The Tide tribe leader responded more patiently and kindly, but his message was the same as Lin Su's. It's very difficult to recruit the beast, and even harder to recruit the beasts in this forest. First, they are tough to deal with. Recently, the native creatures in this forest have been very united. They are true beasts with many numbers. Second, the ones the little prince is interested in are high-level intelligent beasts. Killing such beasts might be possible, but convincing them to join. Unless there's a special advantage, this wish is very unlikely to come true. After explaining, the Tide tribe members went back to their work. They had just brought in some magic stones to analyze the special features of the giant tree safe zone. They didn't have time to soothe the child's dissatisfaction. The reason they paid attention to him before was because the situation was urgent, and they were worried about causing diplomatic issues.
But now?
Since he's doing fine, there's no need to cause trouble. The little prince was completely ignored. Are those Tide tribe people still drawing magic circles outside the safe zone? Lin Su asked. Meow, is that little brat still hiding in the treehouse, planting mushrooms in the corner? Lin Su asked again. Meow meow, alright, I got it. Lin Su nodded. Ignore them. Let them do whatever they want. If that little brat can hold back for 2 weeks, then call Brother Hay to take him into the forest for some training. Want to become stronger? Even with weak attributes, there are skill books to learn. Helping him isn't impossible, but the key is whether he has the resilience to deserve her help. 038 Animal Keeper. Hey, if you want to eat, you have to work. Go catch some fish and make soup tonight. Lin Su handed Xiao Wangzi a fishing rod and directly assigned the task. Me? Xiao Wangzi looked blankly, holding the rod. In his short life of just a few years, he had never caught a fish before. Of course, it's not that people on this continent can't fish, but this activity doesn't really fit the royal image, especially not the image of a little prince. Of course it's you. I plan to make honey-fried meat and herbal fish soup tonight. You can go get some meat or fish. Which do you prefer? I'll go fish. Meat? In the forest, when talking about meat, it usually means monster meat. The little prince didn't think he was skilled enough to hunt here, so he chose to fish. Of course, he could also choose to throw the rod out and look down on the activity, firmly refusing to do something so undignified. He did that this morning but ended up going hungry. Wah! He misses the noble little girls in the palace who he had looked down on so much that they dared not cry with tears in their eyes. For Lin Su, fishing is also a way to gain experience points, though these points are hardly enough to fill his teeth. For the little prince, fishing clearly only meant humiliating himself. He first spent half an hour looking for suitable bait. At first, he wanted to use monster meat because he thought it was delicious, and the fish would like it. But Lin Su didn't agree. She thought it was a waste and suggested using meat bones, which also smelled good. The little prince was worried the bones might get stuck in the fish or that there wouldn't be fish in the creek big enough to swallow those bones, so he firmly refused. In the end, the little prince bought a bunch of soft-bodied creatures dug out of the ground with a IOU for 10 gold coins, hanging them on the hook, finally solving the bait problem. Next, he had to work on technique. Little guy, that's not how you fish. First, you need to find where the fish gather, then cast your line.
Darn.
I was kindly teaching you how to fish, and you hook my underwear. Lin Su was angry. How could this person be so lewd when casting the line? The small creek nearby couldn't be reached, but the fishhook with a line accurately caught her small underwear hanging on the tree to dry. Don't think that in another world you don't need to wear underwear. The novel doesn't mention this, but that doesn't mean the main characters don't need to wash or change their clothes or deal with bathroom needs. Those who disdain mortal life are either gods or crazy. I'm sorry. The little prince was helpless and quickly threw down his rod to apologize, his chubby face turning red with embarrassment. This was a new experience for him. When he was in the palace, he had never seen anyone drying underwear in his line of sight. He explained some specific points about fishing, then helped the little prince cast the rod into the creek. Lin Su rode a white tiger up a tree to turn her hanging clothes around for drying. Although animal skins are less likely to wear out, you can't just damage them like that. Her only task was to keep that precious little potato obedient by the creek, then she wouldn't bother to teach him step by step anymore. Young lady, the Shiju people came again, still standing outside the safe zone, calling for Lin Su. Help bury this under the tree roots. What is this? Lin Su took a shiny silver disc. It's a magic detection tool made of a good conductor of magic, coated with a secret silver surface. It can detect magic fluctuations in the environment. After placing it somewhere for a day and a night, ripples will appear on the disc in a ring pattern. If the magic elements are stable, the ripples will be perfect, spreading evenly in circles. The Shiju squad leader seemed very used to Lin Su's curiosity about everything they brought out, and he took out another disc. Help bury this under the tree roots. This one is for you to play with. Little White, go bury it. Lin Su threw one of the silver discs to the little white tiger, then put away her own, and continued chatting with the Shiju people at the edge of the safe zone. It's already been 3 or 4 days, and there's no progress. Aren't you going to give up? Heh, the Shiju squad leader sighed bitterly. It's not about whether to give up or not, but whether we can give up. This isn't an ordinary secret realm exploration. If we can't find out the cause of the magic upheaval from a few months ago, it would be terrible if similar events happen again in the future. It's not always smooth sailing with good luck and no dangers. It seems the young girl in front of us is still just a child, so she can't fully understand how serious this matter is. In the magical world, not everyone can use magic, but magic touches every part of people's lives. When these magical elements are calm, they can be used by other creatures and make life easier. However, if these elements become restless and active, and if they can't be controlled, it could lead to a terrible disaster. Lin Su also understands this. It's like nuclear energy or solar power, important sources of energy for Earth. They are convenient to use normally, but if there's a global nuclear leak or a solar explosion, the results would be disastrous, and no one wants to imagine that. Let's not talk about these now. What would you like today? After a few casual words, Lin Su quickly switches to business mode, politely addressing her only current customer. Well, I want 2 jars of the Snorlax's sauce on the back leg, 12 stone-baked potato pancakes, and 4 fish soups. Oh, yesterday and the day before, we encountered a silver wind wolf. It harassed us for 2 days. We had half of our magic circle destroyed. Do you know this beast? If possible, I hope it won't bother us today while we're working. The captain of the Shio tribe also orders food skillfully while complaining a bit. The recent difficulties in their investigation are partly due to the native creatures in the beast forest causing trouble and not cooperating. It had a fight with its wife last week when they came to eat barbecue. No one knows why, but in the end, it got slapped twice. Maybe it felt a bit embarrassed and in a bad mood, and maybe it stayed alone in its den for a few days to cool off. All right, I will warn it not to come bother you again. Lin Su sighs. Now, she's not only the guardian of the little prince, but also seems to have become a zookeeper. Can she stop being called to mediate every time a beast causes trouble? From prince to the slasher. Whether Lin Su feels frustrated or not, the captain of the Shio tribe is satisfied. Since the other side is willing to help pass messages, things should go more smoothly from now on. After a few days of getting along, the captain also found that talking to the young girl in the beast forest is very effective. It's hard to believe, but overall, this is a good thing for them. So, later when Xiao Lin Su was shopping with Xiao Lin Su, the leader of the Sher clan made a small, tentative request. Thinking that the customer is always right, the young girl Xiao Lin Su happily helped out. As a result, more small problems needing help kept coming in. With Xiao Lin Su's help in mediating, the alien exploration team finally managed to settle in the monster beast jungle. Before returning to the camp with a bunch of newly bought food, the Sher clan members left a message. They said that their team outside the jungle, sent to withdraw money, had received a magical message indicating that other teams from different races were also about to enter the monster beast jungle. Recently, because of the prince's situation, Tabiro's borders were under strict control for a while. Because of this, the various race teams that should have arrived earlier were delayed at the border town for a few days. It wasn't until last night that the Empire finally loosened restrictions. The latest alien team is expected to set out this morning. If everything goes smoothly, in just 3 or 4 days, this area will become lively. This means Xiao Lin Su will soon have more customers, but it also means that the prince's whereabouts will need to be kept more secret. If possible, it's better not to reveal Prince of Feed's location.
His situation is too bad right now.
If it gets out, the situation could become complicated. Not all land races are friendly to the Tabairo royal family. If someone sneaks in and tries to secretly harm a member of the Clawburn's family, it wouldn't be too hard. That's the advice the Sher clan gave to Shaolin Su. Shaolin Su quickly realized how serious the situation was. My bracelet's meat storage is only 60 kilograms left. Hunting is not a problem, but processing the prey is. I can't do it alone. If more new customers come and try to buy food but can't, the store's reputation will suffer greatly. Reputation is everything. A brand without trust will eventually fail. This is really terrifying. A store? What store? The little prince was overwhelmed. From his personal understanding, he believed that the most important and serious issue brought by the Shiju people was the secrecy of his identity, not the matter of running out of food to sell. The little white tiger seemed to hear his thoughts and pointed its paw upward. The little prince looked up and noticed a large wooden sign hanging under the treehouse where he had been staying for the past few days. It read, Lin Family Wild Game, in big blood-red characters.
Great.
Now he knew what kind of shop it was. The little prince was frustrated. He felt that his safety was completely ignored. In preparation for the upcoming exploration team from various races entering the monster jungle, Lin Su resumed busy hunting, not for experience this time, but for meat. The already miserable little prince hadn't yet recovered from his disappointment when he suddenly realized that his previous sad life was nothing compared to what this girl could do to make him even more miserable. Let me learn how to skin beasts, he almost shouted.
Why?
Will that help me run the empire in the future? Fishing was fine, not very elegant but not vulgar either, but handling beast skins.
Ugh.
Just thinking about the bloody scenes he saw during his daily washing made him want to vomit. It was too crude, too barbaric. Only hunters and low-level adventurers would do such things. No, but it can help increase my favorability. Be good. Work hard, and I'll reward you. Otherwise, I'll make you starve again. I have leftover dried meat for dinner. The little prince puffed out his thin chest and bravely faced the female demon. Lin Su was speechless. This little devil was indeed clever, learning from past lessons and constantly improving. He even knew how to hide supplies. No wonder he was sneaking around during dinner, acting sneaky. Then I'll make you go hungry for 2 meals. The little prince hesitated but knew that progress was good, even if it wasn't perfect yet. Lessons learned tell us that if we cannot solve a problem fundamentally, the problem will still exist and may even make the situation worse. The next day, with reluctant little prince in tow, Lin Su sat in front of the prey caught early that morning and began teaching this young noble how to skin an animal. First, you need to choose the right spot to cut open the hide, then carefully peel it off from there. The depth of your cut must be just right. A whole hide ensures maximum use and the best price. Waste is shameful. That cut is pretty good, but I don't need human skin right now. The little prince, tears in his eyes, sucked on his bleeding finger and begged, Su, can I go fishing instead? I'm actually pretty good at fishing. Although this was clearly a lie, Lin Su chose to support him partially. She gently explained that she still needed help with skinning the animals, so it was better if he didn't try to slack off. This greatly disappointed the little prince. Then, to show she wasn't a cruel guardian ignoring his advice, Lin Su politely said she was willing to accept his request. He could go fishing after finishing skinning all the animals for tonight's dinner. This was even more upsetting for the little prince. In silence, he felt like he was dying or turning into a monster. After feeling very disappointed, the little prince clearly vented his frustration on the prey in front of him. He slit the throat, tore the flesh, and cut fiercely. Although the final pieces were all ragged and terrible, he at least got used to it. So, when the Shiju people came in the afternoon to pick up the alchemy tools buried yesterday, they saw him fiercely chopping and tearing at the prey, looking like a furious butcher. Oh my god, has the heir of the Tabairo Empire already fallen? 040 bone removal, PK ticket 1300 bonus. Today, I will teach you something new. After a week of training, the little prince had become much more obedient than when he first arrived in the monster jungle. Perhaps no matter how much he shouted and protested, he couldn't get any advantage from Lin Su's hands. The wise little prince has already learned to submit to authority at a young age. To praise a feat, Lin Su decided to give up the 2-week observation period and start teaching him some skills early. This was also to prepare for the guests expected to arrive soon, possibly tomorrow or the day after. Thanks to the help of the magical beasts, the progress of these guests' plans is going smoothly. Led by the Black Panther boss, the magical beasts have been working together for several days, fighting hard in offensive and defensive battles. This not only helps with exercise and weight loss, but also slows down the progress of these hidden races, giving Lin Su more time to prepare. On one side, there are the local gangsters sticking together, and on the other, the mixed-race groups fighting separately. After a week of internal and external battles, except for the safety zone within a few miles, the entire magical beast forest is very lively. Since the hidden races don't know exactly where the strange activities are in the forest, they haven't realized that these beasts are actually protecting the giant tree area where Lin Su is from being discovered. Although the results are impressive, Lin Su thinks a week is probably the limit, as all the races are made up of elites. As the Xia tribe said, not all hidden races in the magical beast forest will be friendly to her or the little prince. So before these people arrive, she believes the little prince should have some self-protection skills. What do you want to teach me again? After a few days, the little prince has become exhausted with Lin Su's strange ideas. The first skill she taught him was fishing, then skinning beasts, as everyone knows. Besides that, there was laundry, chopping wood, fetching water. Thanks to her, the little prince now feels like a pretty good country boy. He's almost ready to feed pigs and raise chickens. Bone cleaning, Lin Su replied with a smile. Sure enough, it's more work. Why this time? To make big bone broth? The little prince finally lost his temper. Again with this, before he could finish, a huge dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground in front of him with a loud bang. He was startled and hadn't had time to see what was happening. Lin Su suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Next, a loud, continuous pounding sound like a fierce storm reached Little Prince's ears. The object that had just fallen to the ground let out a painful scream as it was struck. It tried to stand up, but each time it was hit, it wobbled and fell over. A small figure swiftly darted around it, changing positions quickly and moving very skillfully. It was dazzling to watch. Was this a beast? Or was it alive? Little Prince was startled. Watch carefully. This is called bone removal, Lin Su's clear voice said. Little Prince's eyes widened in surprise. He saw Lin Su stand back up in front of him after the final blow to the prey. The tall beast suddenly looked like it had exploded from inside, with many bloody holes all over its body. Bright red blood flowed out from these wounds. The beast let out a mournful cry and finally collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bone removal is a skill that ignores the opponent's armor and causes internal damage, making them unable to fight. The key is that each strike leaves a small energy mark inside the target. When enough marks are accumulated, the last strike explodes all at once, which can make the enemy lose the ability to move. If done well, it can even kill instantly, Lin Su explained regretfully as Little Prince looked on in shock. But although this skill is powerful, it also has a deadly flaw. What flaw? It damages the creature's hide, Lin Su said sadly. That's why she doesn't like to use the skill. Are you joking? Lin Su thought for a moment. Given Little Prince's current situation, he was basically cut off from magic and could only focus on physical skills. Also, because his attributes were greatly weakened by toxins, he couldn't learn many strong physical skills for now. However, for beginner skills, it didn't matter much. These skills are mainly for helping new players fight monsters early on, so they don't require special attributes. Star Mark doesn't depend on the type of energy, as long as it's some kind of energy. Plus, enough mental strength. Lin Su suddenly remembered another issue. So, you should have learned something like aura or similar powers, right? Ugh, what a mess. Forget what to do if the little prince doesn't have enough energy to leave a mark. The little prince looked at Lin Su with eager eyes and blinked. You will teach me how to use fighting energy first, right? After that, Lin Su, feeling overwhelmed, took the dependently eager little prince to find the people of the Xia tribe. After explaining the situation, The Xia tribe members understood the questions these two young kids wanted to ask. From a theoretical point of view, the curse doesn't seem to prevent Prince Afid from practicing fighting energy. But training with a new type of energy isn't easy. On the continent, it's rare to hear of magicians switching to fighting energy. The captain of the Xia tribe asked curiously, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Keep in mind, most warriors need several months to feel the energy. This isn't something that can be done quickly. After a few months, the prince might have already returned to the palace, and then we could lift the curse. After that, he could go back to practicing magic. Is it really worth spending this time on fighting energy? It's like a science student spending 4 years in university studying a science major, only to end up writing novels after graduation. Why is it so complicated for people on this continent to learn fighting energy? Lin Su felt a deep headache. In the game, she could learn any skill with just one skill book, and even forbidden spells were just tasks to unlock or money to pay for a few days of training. During training, she could also read novels, watch movies, or do other things to pass the time. It's almost noon. I should go back and cook, Lin Su thought, pretending nothing had happened. Unfortunately, just as she turned halfway, someone grabbed her clothes. After going through this process with the Xia tribe, it was basically like teasing the empire's prince. First giving him hope, then disappointment, and finally pretending nothing happened. Afid definitely wouldn't stand for it. No one knows what will happen in a few months, but for now, he couldn't practice magic anyway. Playing with fighting energy was just a way to comfort himself. Seeing Lin Su about to leave, the little prince naturally grabbed her quickly and firmly declared he wasn't afraid of wasting time. After all, wasting time was better than wasting life. He also really wanted to learn that bone-removing move because it looked so cool. Since he didn't use it often, he thought it was okay to practice it just to impress other young nobles. "Black brother, could you help me check if there's this kind of grass in your area?" During lunch, Lin Su contacted Black Panther through a visiting magical beast. After Black Panther kindly came to visit, she respectfully handed him a picture, asking him to identify it. "Roar," Black Panther proudly thought for half a minute, then nodded. "And what about this stone?" She showed another picture, taken from a large encyclopedia brought by the Shiju people. After comparing it herself, she found that these herbs and minerals looked similar to those in the game, and could be used as substitutes. "Roar." This time, he nodded uncertainly. "Great." Lin Su liked to think positively, so she took another picture. And this, before she could finish, Black Brother, who was already angry, had not even been shown the picture. He's not a herbivore, so why pay attention to the grass on the ground?
Roar. Howl.
Roar. He slapped the paper with his paw, tearing it apart, clearly unhappy. "Hey, this is just one book." Lin Su was also upset, desperately grabbing the torn paper and mourning for half a minute before continuing. "Luckily, I drew all these myself." "Well, then what are you sad about?" Since they couldn't communicate well, Black Panther felt a bit powerless trying to roar at her. It was also a bit unsatisfying. It was like two people of different nationalities insulting each other in their native languages on the street. Funny, but mostly amusing. Snap. With a flick of his tail, Black Brother pulled Lin Su back to safety, disdainfully ignoring her and turning to leave.
Buffed.
And he even sneak attacked. So mean. It was just because she accidentally revealed his illiteracy. Little Lin Su twisted her waist midair, did a backflip to land safely, then sneered with her finger. Anyway, the magical beast couldn't understand this gesture. She thought she'd have to find another magical beast to recognize the picture, but unexpectedly, Black Panther returned in half an hour, dragging a deer behind his tail. "Today's mood isn't good. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to some barbecue." Lin Su waved her hand, indicating she was busy and couldn't cook extra for others. Recently, she hadn't even been doing 3 meals a day. She only handled 1 lunch each day. Big shops bully customers. That's the way it is. Do you think you're impressive? But they have the right to be proud. If you're capable, then don't come here. In such a large beast forest, I really haven't found anyone else brave enough to settle here. Even if there were, they probably wouldn't be as mischievous as the young girl. The Black Panther, seemingly unaware, dragged the deer over. With a flick of its tail, It threw the prey right in front of the girl.
Hey,
Is it forcing me to buy something? Lin Su jumped up, about to protest, but the deer nearby let out a cry and woke up. The Black Panther lifted its paw to lick itself, then looked at the trash nearby, the deer, and finally at Lin Su. This is so confusing. What does it really mean? Could it be that since I just asked for its help, it expects some kind of reward like a meal or something? Lin Su cautiously took out her dagger and approached the innocent little deer. Before she could panic or scream, the Black Panther had already growled from outside the safe zone. It seemed she misunderstood. Lin Su put away her dagger and looked at the injured deer, which had its legs broken. She hesitated for a moment and thought, could it be that it wants the deer to help identify herbs for it? The panther is a meat eater, and the deer is a herbivore. Although the deer can't fight the panther, in the skill of identifying herbs, it is clearly better than the predator. The Black Panther nodded with disdain. Lin Su sighed. Brother Black, maybe you didn't understand me. The herbs I need are useful. Roar. Of course they are, then why ask about them if they aren't? So, the deer can recognize herbs, but that's not enough. After recognizing them, it still needs to lead me to find them. Lin Su pointed at the small deer that still hadn't stood up, saying, do you think it has that kind of ability? After some consideration, the small deer, which initially seemed hopeful to exchange knowledge for survival, was eventually eaten by Lin Su and the Black Panther together. Afterward, the Black Panther went to find new herbivores. This experience proves that people are the most abundant resource in this world. Without them, there are always others. The key is that sometimes you also need a bit of luck. The little prince and the white tiger had already gone out for a walk in the forest, bringing dried meat and picking wild fruits. Judging by their strength, it's hard to say whether the person is leading the tiger or the tiger is leading the person. Anyway, Lin Su finally had some free time, just enough to go with Brother Black to find herbs. Of course, she was responsible for the meals, from hunting to cooking. In the jungle, Lin Su often wanders around, but it should be noted that she usually doesn't walk when she goes out. She either rides a broom or a white tiger. Today, she is accompanied by Black Brother. Clearly, Lin Su can't leave him behind to ride the broom alone, or there might be communication problems between the sky and the ground, which could cause issues and hurt feelings. Riding a Black Panther is even less likely. The local family here is the boss, and in the beast jungle, the Black Panther's status is roughly equal to that of a human king. She is probably just a palace maid in the kitchen. Imagine a little maid riding on the king's back. Everyone's imagination should stay normal and harmonious. After half an hour, although Lin Su still has good stamina, her patience is running out. She becomes annoyed and asks, how much longer do we have to walk to find the herbs I need? This is only for the first type of material. If she needs to gather all 6 missing ingredients listed in the recipe, she might have to prepare for camping out. The Black Panther clearly looks down on Lin Su, showing its teeth in a mocking way. The herb-eating animal leading the way trembles. Its survival depends entirely on whether it is useful and on the mood of the 2 fierce followers behind. Right now, follower A is in a bad mood. Does that mean it's doomed to be eaten? 042 Run, Bunny. Run. After careful and cautious thought, Lin Su realizes that following blindly to dig for herbs is really not a good idea. First, it takes too much time. Second, it's tiring. Even in the game, alchemists didn't usually have to go find raw materials themselves when making a potion. They would buy them directly from the market. Of course, in the beast jungle, buying things isn't very realistic because the most important problem is there is no currency here. So, how can they mobilize everyone to efficiently and easily complete the herb collection task? After some thought, Lin Su decided not to look for herbs. Instead, she communicated with Black Panther Brother through gestures, changing her plan. Half an hour later, the herbivorous little animal that was guiding her gained freedom. However, it didn't leave quickly. Instead, it trembled more than when it was being held hostage. Your parents, your husband, your son, your daughter, your grandson, your granddaughter. Each beast's ransom is 15 herbs or minerals. The types are the 6 I showed you earlier. I only need 50 of each. If you don't come back by tomorrow morning, I will roast one every half hour. If I haven't collected all the materials by tomorrow night, you'll be ready to collect their remains. Sorry, I mean their bones. Lin Su captured the entire family of the herbivorous little animal and packed them into a large beast hide bag, which she carried on her back. Nearby, a black panther protector threatened the little animals fiercely. Of course, if she hadn't already confirmed that the black panther was also a wise beast, she wouldn't have needed to threaten at all. The herbivorous little animal was overwhelmed. This was like losing its descendants and family entirely. I know your brain might not be very sharp, so I can give you a friendly suggestion. First, go to a place that produces one of the materials and dig up 50 portions. That way, you can exchange them for 3 rabbits to help find the remaining materials. Then, each rabbit can go to a different place. 4 times 50 equals 200. When that's done, you can exchange again for 13 more rabbits at once. Lin Su comforted the little animal. As long as you bring back all 6 of the materials I need, after collecting 50 of each, I will release all the little rabbits I caught. So you might only need to make 3 trips. Everyone knew how fast rabbits could reproduce. In the herbivorous magic rabbit burrow, Lin Su casually found at least 70 or 80 rabbits. That doesn't include those that might have escaped or already formed new families elsewhere. Lin Su didn't plan to find the materials herself because it was too complicated. She couldn't buy the materials either, as there were no merchants here. After much thought, she realized that only robbing and kidnapping seemed to be her only correct choice. In summary, many villains are forced into their actions. She is actually kind-hearted. This is a simple small space bag with 6 compartments. Each compartment can hold up to 99 items. Remember to return it to me after use. After giving the instructions, the little herbivorous magic rabbit grabbed the space bag and dashed away in tears, as if fleeing from a fire. Lin Su leaned on the cool shelter and looked out, feeling emotional. This agility is really high. Brother Hey, how did you catch that rabbit back then? I think its speed must be at least 120 miles per hour. Brother Hey, the Black Panther, flicked his tail and glanced at Lin Su sideways, ignoring her. After saying goodbye to Brother Hey, she hung the big bag full of rabbits on her broom and flew back to the safe zone. Prince and Little White Tiger had already returned and were playing in the water. When they saw Lin Su, both were a bit surprised. Didn't you say you had something to do today? Prince asked first, surprised, then curious. What's in this bag? It was still moving, so maybe it was alive. Was it for him to practice butchering? As a good leader, I just assign tasks to others. Doing everything yourself isn't responsible, it's just being foolish, Lin Su said with a smile as she put the bag into the treehouse. Little White Tiger eagerly pounced into her arms, purring and meowing, urging her to cook quickly. After a day outside, they had some dried meat to snack on, but it definitely didn't taste as good as hot, fresh food. Since the owner came back early, Little White Tiger naturally wanted to eat something better. All right, I'll go cook now. By the way, did you encounter any other hidden teams today? Meow. The cat proudly meowed. It seems not.
Good.
Keep it up. It proved that under threat, the potential that can be awakened is limitless. Among social animals, there is a law of sacrifice. For example, during migration, when facing danger and needing to cross secretly, the old and weak are usually sent first, while the strong and young act as shields to protect the rest. This is to ensure the survival and continuation of the entire group, known as the law of sacrifice among social animals. When the survival of the species is at stake, individual safety becomes insignificant. Therefore, when their lives are threatened, Little Magic Rabbit can fully unleash its potential. When the whole family is under threat, it finally transforms into a scion rabbit. So, it can't just be a lonely rabbit living day by day, right? In the safe zone, Lin Su had just finished eating. It was probably only about 2 hours before she released the rabbits back into the wild. Little Magic Rabbit returned with the first batch of 50 herbs, exchanging them for 3 strong, healthy members. Although this achievement partly benefited from its own quick burst of energy, it is mostly because Black Panther greeted other predators along the way, and no one threatened this little worker. Then, the 4 rabbits each carried a space bag, rushing forward like the Little Magic Rabbit before, moving quickly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Suo estimates that by nightfall, her materials should be almost ready. She skillfully set up a crucible and prepared the workbench. Lin Suo began to process her existing herbs and the first batch of medicinal plants. Are you going to make medicine for me? The little prince looked at Lin Suo with excited, starry eyes. Just thinking about gaining fighting energy soon made him feel hopeful about the future. He could finally have a new kind of power again. Almost. I just need to do some rough processing first. Roasting, dehydrating, chopping, grinding. Every step must be done carefully. Even a small mistake could cause the whole process to fail. Then I can learn to remove bones soon. The little prince was still excited, not realizing that the girl in front of him needed to focus.
Yes.
But if you keep talking to me, you might be preparing for potion poisoning. 043 potions and vital points. The second time the little prince watched Lin Suo make a potion, he quickly regretted it. He thought he shouldn't be so curious. Sometimes, ignorance really is bliss. The materials: black cat's heart, lizard claws, dried insect skins. Though he couldn't tell many of them apart, just looking at them was enough to make him feel sick. As each strange ingredient was added to the crucible, and the mixture began to emit a swamp-like foul smell and bubbles, the little prince finally broke down. What are you doing? Clearly making a potion you'll drink later. You mean I have to drink that? The little prince's face changed as he screamed. No. You can't force a claw prince to drink such disgusting stuff. Suit yourself. Lin Suo was indifferent. If you want to eat soft rice, I won't force you. Anyway, after it's done, I can send you back, and the old king will settle the bill. At most, I'll keep the potion to sell for money. But at a time like this, shouldn't the other person try to persuade me, build my confidence, and maybe promise some conditions? The little prince hesitated. Many people have a common problem. When someone unconditionally cares for them, they see that person's actions as annoying or meddlesome. For example, many teenage girls dislike their mothers for being overly concerned, constantly reminding them to eat on time, wear warm clothes in cold weather, and so on. They can't understand the caring heart behind these actions. On the other hand, when someone doesn't pay attention to them, people often desperately want that person's focus. For example, girls whose boyfriends ignore them. So, Little Prince didn't want to take medicine at first, and hoped he wouldn't have to. But when Lin Su told him he could choose whether to drink it, the little guy quickly became upset. He knew the medicine was effective, after all, since the person who made it could easily remove poisons from their own body. Little Prince's difficult feelings are hard for others to see. In the end, he still drank the medicine. Luckily, after it was prepared, it didn't smell as bad as during the process. Little Prince tried to convince himself it was just a strange food from another culture, like how some places eat live small animals. Yuck. The Elf King sucks. He was wrong, imagining that was even more disgusting than the medicine itself. How is your memory? Lin Su ignored the exhausted little prince, who looked pale and miserable, and started drawing on a blank sheet of paper. As she drew, she asked, if I ask you to memorize 2 pictures and their key points, how many minutes would you need? Minutes? Little Prince covered his mouth, trying to hold back his stomach's churn, and thought, if it's not too difficult, it should be quick. How many key points are there? 720. That's a lot of information to memorize in just a few minutes. Little Prince swallowed and asked, can I see the pictures I need to memorize first? Sure, I'll give them to you right away. Lin Su quickly finished her drawing and handed over 2 simple sketches of the human body. Knowing which bones to attack is very important. There are 702 points on the body. Those in red are the deadly spots, 36 in total. The critical points are 72, marked in blue. The other points have different effects. If you don't want to study in detail, just remember the general locations, which are marked in black. In the game, bone removal only achieves its skill effect, but Lin Su plans to teach a more advanced upgraded version, she researched herself. When combined with critical hits, the new bone removal has a high chance of causing instant defeat. For the little prince who doesn't have much extra strength, this version is clearly more suitable. The little prince took the paper and glanced at it briefly, but soon he was dizzy from the dense red, blue, and blacks before his eyes. He trembled and asked in disbelief, is this all I have to memorize? You don't have to memorize it, Lin Su said lazily, shrugging. If you decide to give up, just return this to me. This is her ancestral knowledge, and she doesn't plan to share it easily. The little prince's heart was broken. He felt either frustrated or even more frustrated. This multiple-choice dilemma was really tough. Why can't this little girl be as patient with him as the palace teachers are? Actually, the little prince didn't understand the key point. First, the teachers in the palace who instruct princes are all high-ranking. Teaching the prince brings not only real benefits but also fame, status, and reputation. With such strong motivation, everyone is naturally patient and gentle in guiding him. Second, even if they really had no patience, anyone qualified to teach the prince would have to be a famous person. They would consider their image. They can't afford to be seen as impatient or rude. Lin Su doesn't care about her reputation. Not only does she gain no benefits now, but she also has to support this little white face for free. Not using the ruler already shows her concern for the future of the empire's blossom. The little prince was quickly sent aside to memorize the acupoints obediently. Lin Su generously offered to prepare a late-night snack for him. If his memory still wasn't good enough, she could also brew a memory potion for him. Hearing this, the little prince's energy surged instantly. He gritted his teeth and vowed he would never let her down. He absolutely refused to drink that strange potion again. There are many different races of exiles gathered here. No one would travel so far just to catch them. I'm not afraid of getting wet, but I worry about getting soaked and falling apart, Lin Su sighed. Is the Shiju people even a place to live? It's more like a place for pickling vegetables. The seawater here is salty enough if you stay a few days. Just rinse off when you're done, and you can cook right away. No need for extra seasoning. The night passed quickly. The little prince clearly couldn't memorize all 720 acupuncture points, but he was still successful because he remembered the 108 vital points. Border town, all the equipment was ready. The little prince, with years of training and a deep fear of great threats, managed to memorize the 108 vital points in one night. The hardware was prepared. Lin Su took out her secret materials, and the master alchemist's improved potion was ready. No need to worry about minor energy. Even foot fungus could be handled. All conditions were met. The only problem was that the little prince had energy but couldn't release it outward. It's like having a bank account with $1 million in savings. Theoretically, you're rich, but you don't have the password to access the money.
Don't worry about that.
Just practice attacking this wooden dummy. Try to hit as many vital points as possible within the given time. By the way, after you equip your weapon this afternoon and switch to a moving target, it will be a B-grade magical beast. Are you happy? Excited? Proud? Not at all. The little prince was trembling with excitement, tears of pride in his eyes. Your Majesty, your son will have the honor of being the most tragically killed member of the Crawford family in history. He left the alchemy wooden dummy, one that automatically marks scores when hit on the vital points. He left the little white tiger, one that bites the target's backside when hitting off center points. Lin Su ignored the prince's painful, resolute expression and waved her sleeve, heading out to gather materials. She needed to craft suitable weapons for the little prince as quickly as possible. The basic parameters didn't need to be perfect, just enough to include an extra attribute that automatically draws energy from the user to boost attack power. Since the little prince couldn't release his energy outward, she would use the weapon to guide it. Right now, Lin Su's only problem was, where could she find so many basic weapon materials for the banana supply? Her only hope was the supply town outside the jungle. Do you have iron in your shop? Outside the Warcraft jungle border town, in a quiet blacksmith shop, a special customer arrived during a slow day. Yes, of course, we have some. May I ask? The sleepy shopkeeper reflexively looked up, about to answer, and ask what the customer needed. But he saw no one at the counter. Is this a ghost? Or a hallucination? It's not a hallucination. It's a matter of perspective, Lin Su said with a straight face. She knew she was small, but she didn't expect the shopkeeper to be so dismissive. She raised her arm to get his attention, then asked, "How much iron do you have?" A lot, he replied. The girl was strange. She wasn't dressed in soft silk or cotton, but in animal hide clothes. Could it be because of her unique taste? Or maybe a new trend on the continent. And she came alone to the blacksmith shop. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. Then he quickly recovered and awkwardly said, "Are you trying to make a metal doll, child? Are you crazy, brother?" Lin Su said with frustration. "I just want to buy some iron." "How much do you have and how much does it cost, buying iron?" "This little girl?" The shopkeeper looked at her small, pink, innocent appearance. He sweat nervously and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked politely, "Child, where are your guardians? Why do you ask?" Lin Su looked at him. "Are you trying to judge my family's wealth to decide whether to charge extra or cheat me?" The shopkeeper broke out in sweat. "Or maybe you're planning to kidnap me and then call my family to pay a ransom." Lin Su continued, analyzing. The shopkeeper was sweating more. Or perhaps, human imagination is endless. All right, I won't ask such stupid questions anymore." The shopkeeper quickly stopped him, sweating profusely. If he kept listening to this girl, he might soon become a notorious criminal, robbing, killing, arson, and all sorts of crimes. "So, you must tell me, what do you need the iron for? Does that have anything to do with you, sir?" Lin Su said patiently but with a hint of helplessness, as if she was talking to a curious but clueless little ghost. The tall, muscular blacksmith shop owner, nearly 2 meters tall, looked silently at the small girl in front of the counter who was not even as tall as his thigh. He stared for half a minute, then quietly slapped himself, tears streaming down his face, scolding himself for being rude. After buying the iron materials, he headed straight to another shop. Since he was already here, he thought about how eating only meat and fish wasn't enough. Since he was out, he decided to buy some staple food for a change. Even bread would do if there was no rice. He wasn't picky. He didn't worry about paying either. Recently, he had earned quite a bit from the people of the Shiju clan. Before coming, he even borrowed some money. If things got really bad, he could sell the magical beast crystals from his bracelet. That's what stories often say. Local residents outside dangerous secret realms are simple folk. They can easily sell a broken stone they find in the woods for the price of a small detached house, even in a fancy area. It's been days. Still no sign of the prince? Yes, sir. It seems there's no trace of the prince nearby. The only area left unchecked is the lost jungle, right? Yes, sir. Useless. Have the other races also shown no signs? Yes, sir. Can you say something else?
Yes.
I can, sir. Get lost. Yes, sir. In a hidden residence somewhere in the town, a young man was pacing anxiously after respectfully reporting to the knight. He clenched his teeth and cursed quietly, then finally stopped after a while. He wiped his sweat and muttered nervously, "Sister, I haven't found my little nephew yet." On the mirror, a beautiful, noble woman's face appeared. She frowned, trying to hide her impatience. Still no sign? Her tone showed she was quite displeased with the young man's report. "Actually, I've been thinking carefully, and the most likely place is probably the lost jungle." "I have the same suspicion. But there are very few people strong enough and trustworthy enough to help us. If we're not careful, we might end up sending the prince not aid, but the abyssal death gods wielding sharp blades." The noble lady sighed softly, her eyes slightly red. "I feel sorry for little Afid, and your poor brother who has been working a week without pay." The young man also wanted to cry. "Maybe I should sneak into some foreign adventure team to try it out. At least that's better than waiting outside." 045 disguise. He decided to act quickly. After ending the call, the young man began preparing his disguise. First, he needed simpler clothes. He called his subordinates into the small house. After carefully examining them, he thought from their knightly pride to their guards. They were a bunch of showy peacocks. Since they were supposed to protect nobles, couldn't they dress more plainly? Even their cufflinks were delicate, limited edition items from a famous city shop. Who would believe he was a down-and-out adventurer needing to join a temporary team if he wore such clothes? Actually, the young man hadn't thought it through. His own status was noble. Besides protecting him, his personal night guards mainly helped with appearances. If he didn't dress properly, it would be embarrassing. He was unhappy as he left the house. He stood at the door with a group of high-level guards, scanning the street for 10 minutes. Then he excitedly pointed at a passerby.
Go.
Capture him, huh? The passerby was walking peacefully when suddenly a group of cold-faced guards appeared and grabbed him. It looked like the person they caught was quite noble. This was too shocking. The passerby struggled in a panic. Injustice. He wondered what he had done to deserve being arrested by such high-class guards. Why are you shouting injustice? The young man signaled for a stop and curiously asked. I don't know. But isn't that what everyone yells when they're caught? The passerby explained dazedly and kept struggling. Your Excellency, I was just out to buy some butter. The young man frowned. What does that have to do with me? He waved his hand. Take him inside and strip his clothes. No. Your Excellency. The passerby shouted more desperately. I have a wife. I don't care. I just bought you some clothes. 5 minutes later, the young man entered the house, handed the passerby a bag of gold coins and a new outfit, then waved his hand to let the innocent, seemingly lucky man go, who looked like he couldn't believe he had escaped. After changing clothes, he looked much simpler. Next is the weapon issue.
There are some rules about this.
The weapon can't be too good, or your identity might be easily exposed. But it also can't be too poor, or it would be hard to explain losing it in the wilderness. His hair was tousled, and all his skincare products were wiped off. TSK. Why does a down-and-out adventurer need to be so handsome? The young man was unhappy with his natural good looks. He wasn't going to a fancy social event after all. But then again, his natural handsome appearance is hard to change, so he decided to forget it. He might as well see it as contributing to raising the overall skill level of adventurers in the country. He went out alone and directly headed to the Adventurers Guild in the town. Before he could even enter, he saw a large crowd gathered at the door. Among the crowd, there was a small empty space. When he squeezed in, he saw a young girl setting up a stall. The crowd was pointing and talking excitedly. Even without listening carefully, the young man could roughly understand what was happening. In summary, it was simple. This little girl was selling things, very useful things. Battle bandages, 5 gold coins per roll. Healing potions, 10 silver coins per bottle. Magic replenishing potions, 15 silver coins each. Also, space bags, 6 slot bags for 5 gold, 12 slot for 15 gold, 32 slot for 40 gold. Each slot can hold up to 99 of the same item or potion. Battle bandages? He had never heard of them. Potions weren't uncommon on the continent, but the problem was that these were said to be instant recovery types. As for space bags, isn't a space bag just a way to divide a 3-dimensional space? Slots? What are those? Drawers? The young man listened with great curiosity. Little girl, where did you get these things? No one doubted the authenticity of the items at the stall because in this world, no one would be foolish enough to put fake goods in front of the Adventurers Guild. Since the existence of this stall has been approved by the Union, it means that the staff inside have at least verified the authenticity of the goods on display. Xiao Lin Su habitually looked up at the young man and naturally responded, 1 question, 1 gold coin. TSK. Another curious person. The young man was momentarily stunned, but didn't get angry. Maybe because the other person was about the same age as his little nephew, he felt a bit sympathetic and didn't like to scold children of this age. After handing over a gold coin, he smiled and squatted down, using a coaxing tone to ask, Good kid, can you tell your brother the answer now? Lin Su happily replied after receiving the money. Bought it. Yes, she bought it. The red and blue potions were bought from a game shop before. A set of 99 only cost 20 or 30 silver coins. She didn't expect that in this world, 1 set could be split into 10 sets. Of course, the battle bandages and space bags were made from collected materials, but there's no need to explain that in detail. All bought. The young man clearly didn't believe it and directly asked the key point. This is the second question. After 10 seconds of silence, the young man handed over a second coin. Lin Su took it happily and answered, No. The young man swallowed hard, feeling a bit frustrated. So, is this the answer you sold me for 1 coin? No explanation, no clarification, just a simple denial worth a coin? Although he had money, it didn't mean he was willing to be taken advantage of. 2 coins weren't much, but for a common family, They could buy coarse bread to feed the whole family for a week. Was the previous one your third question? Lin Su asked calmly. Finally, the young man realized he had been played, and by a girl who was probably less than a meter tall. Then, the young man turned around and left. Lin Su, with professional ethics, waved goodbye to her customer. Come visit often when you have time. He stormed into the union. After taking a deep breath, the young man forced a smile and said to the staff behind the counter, I am a down-and-out wandering adventurer. I want to find a team to enter the Lost Jungle. Are there any adventuring groups short of members or willing to accept new members? 046. The so-called road tyrant. The staff looked at the young man silently for half a minute before speaking slowly. Yes, the look in their eyes was strange. Could it be that something was wrong with me? No, my clothes are fine, my weapons are fine, my hairstyle is fine. Could it be that I am just too dazzling? The young man shifted uncomfortably, still unsure what was going on. Then, the staff member's next words finally made him realize where the problem was. Are even down-and-out adventurers now rich enough to toss a couple of coins on the street and play with little girls? Suddenly, the young man burst into tears. He had been happily teasing a little girl and forgotten everything else. Setting up a stall at the town's Adventurers Guild was actually a sign of helplessness. When he didn't have enough coins to buy what he needed, Lin Su's first thought was to sell monster crystal stones, since that was a common plot in stories. But he didn't realize the problem until after he took out the crystal stones. The staff told him that these stones weren't pure. They hadn't been refined or purified. They were just raw stones, unstable and prone to accidents. More importantly, the magic energy stored inside would slowly fade over time. If Lin Su's bracelet hadn't had a time-stopping spell, these stones would just be pretty rocks now. If a team really wanted to make money by mining magic crystals, they would usually have an alchemist with them. This way, they could preserve the magic energy in the raw stones and refine them gradually. After all, this isn't an RPG game where anyone with no money can just go into the woods and fight monsters to get rich. Another big problem was that even if Lin Su refined the stones, he would need to register his identity before selling them. In stories, people just show a high-level magic stone, and the shop owner immediately greets them personally, offering good food and respectful service without asking questions. But in real life, it's like someone walking into a jewelry store with a bag of diamonds without an ID. Most people wouldn't try to flatter or bribe them. The usual response would be to stay calm, find a phone, and call the police immediately. Who knows? Maybe they're an international criminal trying to sell stolen goods. After learning more details, Lin Su quietly concluded that novels may indeed be inspired by real life, but treating novels as real life is nonsense. This is also the main reason why Lin Su is currently sitting at her stall in front of the Adventurers Guild. By the way, the young girl is very happy that there is no city management team in this world. Everyone knows that when someone appears in front of the public for the first time, especially with a new product that has been officially verified as interesting, there is usually no need to worry about sales. It's like the early days of TV shopping. When people see new and strange items, even if it's just a mop with a different shape, many are eager to buy and get fooled. Lin Su's mother loves buying a bunch of new things at home that she never uses, and after realizing she was tricked, she would look innocent and ask Lin Su's family, "Darling, what do you think of these small things I bought?" These small items usually cost about half a month's family expenses. Usually, Lin Su's father's usual cold, expressionless face would stiffen for a moment, as if he had a stomach ache. But in the end, he would always give in to his wife's hopeful look and say insincerely, "Not bad. Dad, that's so fake. It's obvious you're lying to yourself." After that, there's no need to say more. These small things are now officially stored in the family's storage room, with a reserved spot for them. Lin Su's mother breathes a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied and ready to be more careful next time when shopping online. Women tend to be a bit more sensitive. Lin Su's father would even help tidy up later, coldly warning his clever little girl not to ruin his wife's happiness. And many times, women can be a bit silly. I don't know about other women, but my wife has the right to be silly her whole life. The implication is that he knows what's going on, she knows what's going on, and he doesn't mind. Plus, he's capable of cleaning up all the messes. so it's better for her to be sensible and not talk too much. Lin Su has often felt lucky to be born into a wealthy family. She believes her father must have felt the same way. Seriously, who else could support such a spendthrift wife? First, there are quite a few women among the adventurers. Second, these women usually have very full hands. Third, Lin Su's goods are genuine and reasonably priced. These 3 points are enough to make Lin's small stall very popular. So, in less than half an hour, young Lin Su successfully finished her stall, took a pocket full of gold coins, and hurried back to the shopping street to buy more goods. She hoped the shopkeeper was honest and didn't sell her pre-ordered flour to someone else. Turning the corner and walking through a small alley, Lin Su was about to head toward the mill when an unfriendly voice called out, "Stop, kid." Lin Su turned her head, squinting to look at the 4 men who suddenly appeared behind her. "What do you want?" This is the classic rule of crossing over. There's always a challenge group around the protagonist, just like there are always dead people around Conan. The 4 men paused, surprised that the young girl was so calm. But they didn't lose confidence. They quickly put on even more serious expressions and said, "We suspect that the goods at your stall are not legally obtained. Please hand over your earnings, and once we verify everything, we will return it to you." "Do you mean I should give you this pocket?" Lin Su took out her small pocket from her bag and waved it in front of them. It was made of animal hide, with bone buttons, and a strange knot made of red silk thread at the opening, like a Chinese knot. After inspecting, it was clear that this was the same pocket used when the shopkeeper took her money. It was full now, showing she hadn't spent any of it on the way here. The 4 men were very happy, thinking they could easily fool this naive girl.
Yes.
"Hand it over to us." Looking around, there were many people nearby, but no one was helping. Some residents hurried past, pretending not to see what was happening. It was surprising that such cold-hearted events, common in modern society, also happened in this semi-wild, strange world. Lin Su silently ignored the strange feeling of familiarity rising in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and handed over the money bag. Like all fools with not enough brains, Lin Su not only failed to question the 4 obviously malicious men, but she even personally walked up and handed them her purse. Staying out of any high-profile actions in unfamiliar environments is Lin Su's rule. After all, she has no guardian now, and attracting unnecessary attention could lead to big trouble. The 4 men had never encountered such an easy robbery. They were momentarily stunned after taking the purse. They thought they should say something, but the threatening words they had prepared seemed useless now. Suddenly, the 4 felt no sense of achievement and were at a loss. Even grabbing the purse couldn't make up for their fragile egos. Meeting someone so unprofessional was a huge blow to any serious thief.
"Ah.
Thank you." The first man took the purse, looking dazed and polite. Immediately, the other 3 looked at him with disdain. "You're welcome," Lin Su replied politely. The 4 men fell silent. The atmosphere was too strange. It was better to leave. Lin Su watched as the troublesome 4 turned to leave. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Stop." The hero of justice finally arrived. "Big brother, it's not good to interfere too much."
Lin Su felt a headache.
Why is her life so full of surprises lately? When did you all start bullying a kid? Only after the hero approached did Lin Su realize that this was the same person she had accidentally hit with 2 coins earlier. The robbery, which had gone smoothly, hit a snag. The 4 men first looked surprised, but then they didn't show any regret or panic. Instead, they seemed strangely excited, pointing at the young man who had appeared and threatening him. "Sir, I advise you not to interfere." Oh yeah. Now, they finally looked like real villains. This was their dream.
Oops.
No, this was the kind of normal robbery they had imagined. Even the young man was stunned. Their tone and behavior looked like villains, but why was this strange excitement coming from them? The 4 didn't seem to want to run away. In fact, they looked like they were eager for him to cause more trouble. Could it be that they thought she looked too harmless? Otherwise, these 4 people must have noticed that they are nearby. Actually, their target is not the little girl's money bag, but me. The young man, who is prone to conspiracy theories, gasped in surprise and quietly became more alert. He realized he was too careless. Maybe these four are connected to the mastermind behind kidnapping the prince. If they dare to harm and hijack the royal prince, then it's natural to think that they also have plans against me, the duke and brother of the queen, in the empire. He secretly signaled the guards hidden among the crowd to be ready. It's clear these four have already been marked for a future fate, being dragged away, hooded, and subjected to strict questioning. Seeing his signal understood, the young man relaxed a little and cleared his throat to continue bravely. Now, hand over the girl's money bag. Gentlemen, it's wrong to bully a little girl like this. None of your business. The first man replied, still not planning to leave, as if he was deeply involved in the act. The young duke casually adjusted his sword at his waist, pretending to be indifferent. Of course it's related to me. That bag contains 2 of my gold coins. Lin Su quickly covered her face and turned away. Darn, it turns out he's willing to chase across a long distance just for 2 gold coins. Well, maybe not 1,000 miles, but it shows how deeply the young duke resents this. These 2 gold coins are not ordinary. First, it's the first time he's been tricked by a child. Second, these coins ruined his perfect plan. But of course, a duke wouldn't really cause trouble just for that. He was only annoyed that he paid too much attention to the other person. He didn't expect that this attention would lead to 4 robbers. The 4 men followed the young man's movements and saw his sword.
Magical inscription, fine steel.
These features mean the blade is very sharp and has a 50% chance to summon a magical attack. It's quite a powerful weapon. The 4 men felt like crying. Even if this sword was in the hands of an amateur, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary adventurers like them to handle. They thought, why didn't we just run away earlier? Maybe we'll return those 2 gold coins to you. The second man sincerely suggested, holding on to hope. Sorry, but I still want to get the whole bag. The young man shook his head regretfully. Resisting was useless. The 4 bandits, feeling lonely, finally took out the still warm money pouch from their clothes and handed it to the young man, regaining their freedom. However, what they thought was freedom was actually a trap, hidden among the crowd. The guards had already followed them. Soon, the 4 of them would reunite with the young man in a small dark room, a touching reunion. After watching the 4 leave, the young man turned and handed the money pouch to Xiao Lin Su, pretending to be kind. Child, be careful in the future, he said, expecting her to look at him with admiration. Xiao Lin Su looked at the pouch and twitched her lips. Thank you, she said. The young man was stunned. No feelings of pride, no admiration, not even a blush or embarrassment. He suppressed his disappointment and continued. All right, take your money and go home. No need. Keep it as a souvenir, Xiao Lin Su replied, turning to leave. The young man hurriedly grabbed her arm. Wait. You don't want your money, sir? Xiao Lin Su looked at him helplessly. Thank you for your help, but I've already wasted enough time. The pouch is full of stones. If you like the bag, you can keep it for fun. Can you let me go now? The young man was stunned. Stones? Who is Xiao Lin Su? A professional player? Where does a professional player keep her money? In a space bag. So, Xiao Lin Su had already transferred the money from her pocket into her bracelet's space inside her bag when she was packing up. All the currency stored inside the bracelet appears as a number, just like in a game, safe and lightweight. When needed, she can directly withdraw it. Although she still doesn't understand how the bracelet's space stores money, she guesses it's just another separate space within the larger space. As for the original money pouch, it was just a cover, something she used to hide the stones and not attract attention. In other words, even if the young man hadn't appeared, nothing would have happened. No robber would stop on the street to count money after robbing a girl. Without the young man, Xiao Lin Su and the 4 bandits each went their own way after the robbery. Xiao Lin Su continued shopping, and after the 4 men walked away, they checked the pouch, completely furious. A young man appeared. After the robbery, Lin Su and the 4 men couldn't leave. The man acted as a hero, and Lin Su, feeling helpless, was forced to watch. The 4 men were robbed back and then ran away, leaving him furious. From these 2 outcomes, It's clear that Lin Su was still somewhat delayed in her youth by these events. Yet, the man still looked proud, as if she should thank him. This made the impatient young girl feel overwhelmed. Telling the truth to hurt him was a lighter punishment. Ignoring the young man pulling a stone from his money pouch, Lin Su looked stunned and dazed. She turned to leave but stopped after a few steps, as if remembering something. By the way, if you want to catch those four, you can go to 11 Blue Street. That's where they live. How do you know that? Are you asking how I know you want to catch them? Or how I know where they live? Even someone without stealth skills dares to go tracking. It seems this continent really lacks talent. It was easy for Lin Su to spot the guards following the young man. She could guess their positions with about 70% accuracy. As for why she didn't see the four men, it's simple. They were too weak. They didn't even trigger her lowest warning level. A person with many guards and excellent weapons, like an adventurer? Maybe they came for the young prince too. Lin Su sighed, feeling that peaceful days might be gone forever. If you want to know how I know their address, it's simple. When I handed over the money pouch earlier, I accidentally found 4 pouches on the ground. One even had an ID card inside. I think those people dropped it. Killers are just a stronger version of thieves. If they don't even have full-level theft skills, it's embarrassing. Only those who aren't diligent would think of robbing, which makes a lot of noise and easily attracts trouble. The young man's eyes nearly popped out, almost shouting, "You found them?" "Yeah, I found them," Lin Su nodded firmly. What kind of troublemaker did the Elf King save? A young man with a complicated expression said goodbye. Lin Su hurried back to the mill, which had delayed her plans again. Today was just her unlucky day. The destination was only a few steps across the street, but she was held up for nearly 20 minutes. What does "a short distance feels like a world apart" mean? It means you plan to buy a few potatoes at the market downstairs, but a nosy neighbor drags you into a 3-hour gossip session in the hallway. She rushed into the mill and didn't waste time. "Boss, I want some wheat flour." "Sorry, young lady, it was bought just now." "No way," Lin Su almost cried. She just wanted to buy some wheat flour to make food, and it was so hard. "When was it bought?" "We agreed you'd hold it for an hour." "Sorry, young lady, exactly 1 hour ago. The Adventurers Guild came to buy supplies and took everything." "1 minute?" "Just a minute ago, she was pulled aside by that hero to talk outside."
Darn.
If she had known, she wouldn't have wasted time chatting with him. "What about the rice?" "Sorry, young lady, the Adventurers Guild just bought everything." Darn. These people are so ruthless. They took everything without leaving a grain. "So, what do you still have here?" "Just some bran."
Do you want that?
The border town only has this one mill, but of course, it can't only have a small stock of flour. Otherwise, the residents would have starved long ago. The problem is, new rice and flour won't arrive for at least 3 days. Lin Su also needs to go back to the jungle soon to forge weapons for Little Prince. Looks like today is hopeless. She might as well eat a few more days of roasted sweet potato and meat. Just as Lin Su walked out of the mill feeling very disappointed, at the same time, 4 bandits faced a dramatic turn of fate. According to the young duke's orders, the 4 bandits were taken to a hidden residence for questioning, suspected of having ulterior motives. The guards firmly believed that the 4 had hidden intentions for approaching the duke and wanted them to tell the truth. But in fact, the 4 only wanted to extort a little girl. So, the problem was, the bandits didn't know what these fierce guards wanted them to confess, and they couldn't even escape being beaten. Meanwhile, the guards were becoming more and more frightened. They couldn't get the 4 men to confess despite harsh treatment, showing how strong their willpower was. They truly were formidable opponents. The lovely misunderstanding continued. When the young duke returned and heard no results, he was very shocked and became even more reluctant to let anyone go. Some guards even suggested asking the imperial capital for help, hoping to send a magic interrogator to try and get answers. The 4 street thugs had already been classified as top-level dangerous individuals in the empire. As villains, they finally succeeded. Their achievement could be recorded in the history of criminals. In the border town, as a storm was approaching and chaos was breaking out, Lin Su rode her broom at full speed back to the forest. Little White Tiger happily meowed to welcome her home. The young prince looked relieved, thinking that even if Lin Su supervised him to practice martial arts, it was much better than Little White Tiger, because at least she wouldn't bite his bottom. 049 rescue fireworks going into the forest wasn't a waste. Although she didn't buy flour, the young girl learned many things. Everyone knew that busy places had two main advantages. First, it was easy to sell things, and second, it was easy to hear gossip. When Lin Su set up her small stall at the Adventurers Guild entrance, it was to sell her goods quickly, prevent trouble from jealous rivals, and also to learn about the current situation. From what she heard, all the hidden races that had appeared in the town had been cleared out and had fled into the dense forest to escape deadly beast hunts. However, the human teams hadn't arrived yet because diplomatic issues were complicated. Toby was worried about foreigners causing trouble, making things difficult for entry requests. The foreigners also feared their best people being sent into enemy territory and dying mysteriously, so they carefully selected who to send. Still, despite all this, many human adventurers came to the border town hoping for luck, even if they weren't officially part of the national team. Some of these adventurers had strength or influence. For example, the young man Lin Su met had guards around him, clearly from a well-connected family. It seemed he was trying to make a name for himself, and maybe even hoping to find some treasure.
Lin Su quietly remained alert.
The other person might not be targeting Little Prince, but it was also possible. If she had the chance, she wanted to go out and find out their nationality and background. If this person was only interested in the magic element uprising, she could hold back and not confront him for now. But if he was after Little Prince, Su, where are my weapons? Little Prince's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he suddenly interrupted Lin Su's thoughts. They're still being made, Lin Su replied casually. Just then, she noticed a shimmering light flash across the dagger in her hand. Wow. Excellent. She picked it up and felt its properties. It was a good weapon, but the special attribute wasn't what she wanted. She casually tossed the weapon into her bracelet space. Looking at the Little Prince spinning around nearby, she sighed. Can you stop sticking so close to me? Go find Xiao Bai and fly around for a bit. Not everyone liked being disturbed while working, especially not a little kid. Everyone on Earth knew that the most dangerous creatures in the world were children. They have wild ideas, brave attempts at new things, incredible destructive power, and boundless energy. In families with young children, furniture often gets damaged, and at least 80% of household wear and tear comes from these little troublemakers. The Little White Tiger transformed into a giant tiger and carried away the grumpy little potato. Peace returned to the world. But just as Lin Su took out a new piece of iron ore, ready to craft her next weapon, a burst of fireworks suddenly shot up into the sky from the forest in the distance. To keep the Little Prince's whereabouts secret, Lin Su had already recalled all the guiding fireworks hanging in the forest. Now, only the Shiju clan had these signals. According to the agreement, there are 3 colors: green, red, and black. Green means there's a situation, and Lin Su might go check it out if she's free, maybe help a little. No pressure if she doesn't go. Everyone would be fine. Red indicates danger, and Lin Su should go rescue, if possible. Black means the situation is extremely urgent, and the Shiju clan faces an irreversible crisis. If she sees black fireworks, she must evacuate immediately. Staring at the sky, where red, green, and black fireworks burst in a dazzling display, Lin Su felt speechless. What the heck is going on? The team was sweeping with brooms, and Lin Su decided to go see the situation in person. Since the Little White Tiger had taken the hostage away, she wasn't worried about danger. She was walking on an empty road, so even if a terrible enemy appeared below the fireworks launch point, she probably couldn't be defeated easily. She had heard from the Shiju people that, except for a few wind magic users and naturally winged races, most of the continent had not yet explored the sky domain. At that moment, she could use her advantage to assess the situation. If she could gain something, she would try. If not, she would quietly mourn for her allies and do her part. The captain of the Shiju team was sweating and feeling helpless. I told you before, don't keep such important things in your pocket. The other Shiju members also broke out in sweat. They knew what the fireworks were for and what kind of people would be attracted after they were set off. They all turned their heads toward the suddenly appearing druid team in the forest. A silent prayer appeared in their eyes. Perhaps that young girl thought this druid team was an irreversible threat and decided to strike first? The druid team looked uneasy and exchanged glances. The leader of the druids stepped forward, coughing awkwardly. "Sorry, we didn't know you were friendly and peaceful Shiju people. As you might know, the magical beasts in this forest are very wild. We've been on alert these days, so when we sensed the gathering of magical energy, we thought someone was attacking, and then, I understand," the Shiju captain wiped his sweat and continued. "We were just testing elemental fluctuations nearby with alchemy tools. It's normal to cause misunderstandings. But why did you have to use fireball magic? Aren't druids supposed to excel at shape-shifting, combat, and natural wood magic?" The young Shiju team leader was about to cry. Could this be fate? How could he explain to the young girl that the fireworks were just a misunderstanding? Clearly, this druid team had accidentally crossed the beast's defense line. The Shiju people, who hadn't seen other races in days, had almost forgotten that many intruders had entered the forest. So, fate's rubber tire rolled over at 120 miles per hour, catching both sides off guard. "You understand, that's good," Druid sighed in relief, seeming to think that once the misunderstanding was cleared up, everything would be fine. The Tide Clan member looked at Druid with pity. "We understand you're not wrong, but you'd better leave here quickly." "Why?" "Because," before he could finish, something unexpected happened. 050 Druid, be careful downstairs. The Tide Clan member heard this voice from the air and immediately showed a bitter smile. The Druid team was suddenly shaken. They didn't understand why someone would be above them. Before they could look up, a dozen black soil bombs the size of durians fell from above, exploding upon hitting the ground, causing a loud earthquake and shaking everything. The Druid team was very surprised. The Tide Clan member was very familiar with this method. Knowing the enemy was coming, they had no time to explain and quickly jumped into a nearby lake to escape. They decided to submerge about 10 meters to ensure safety. The unlucky Druid members were left to face all the main firepower alone for no reason. Magic bombs? No, magic bombs don't look this ugly. Although they quickly raised wooden shields to block most of the explosion, the Druid members still felt the shock. Not to mention, the remaining half of the blast hurt everyone quite a bit. They weren't in immediate danger of death, but their fighting ability was definitely affected. Lin Su was never one to be polite in fights. In a battle, it's all about catching your opponent off guard and defeating them. Seeing her successful attack, she thought the enemies didn't seem too tough. She decided to take this rare chance to take out these dangerous people. Once the explosion subsided and the enemies hadn't reacted yet, she jumped down from her broom, and her twin daggers slid from her sleeves into her hands, ready for a combo attack. First, a quick series of wind strikes, then a wide-range dragon snake dance attack, followed by map poison bombs, magic traps, and blade fans. As she unleashed her combo skills, the Druid Elite team was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of attacks. They had no time to react, let alone fight back, remaining on the defensive the entire time. Lin Su quickly spotted the best-dressed enemy, who looked like the leader, and decided to take him out first. She pulled out her dagger while the group attack cooldown was active and charged forward shouting, 9-star strike. Stop. Seeing that Druid captain was about to be defeated today, the tide turned when the Shio clan captain surfaced. Upon seeing the situation, he was so shocked that he lost his composure and immediately shouted, "Stop. It's a misunderstanding, darn." While Lin Su was removing bones from the little prince, he couldn't watch closely but still overheard bits and pieces. According to the other person's explanation, a person has 720 vulnerable spots all over their body, including 36 deadly points. Usually, hitting any one of these 36 points could seriously injure someone. He never expected this young girl to be so ruthless. She aimed for 9-star weak points right away. This was truly aiming for the kill, not just a casual massage at a street parlor. If she had hit all her targets, Captain Druid wouldn't have survived, and that would have disappointed the audience. A misunderstanding? Lin Su staggered but quickly steadied his chubby body, hurriedly cutting off his skills. He turned in surprise to look at the Shio clan captain still in the water, who hadn't yet climbed ashore. A misunderstanding, darn. You fire 3 shots even when it's a misunderstanding? She almost thought she'd have to come help clean up the mess. The druid team was covered in blood and wounds, barely avoiding death. When they finally regained their senses, they realized they were sweating coldly. Just thinking about what had just happened made them feel terrified. Seeing the Shio clan members and this little killing goddess girl seem to know each other, they suddenly guessed there might be some hidden story they didn't know. Afraid that delaying any longer might lead to something terrible, the Shio clan captain quickly climbed ashore. Before even shaking off the water droplets, he explained the whole story. The truth finally came to light. The druid team was stunned, then started crying.
Darn.
They had been reckless, setting fire without thinking. No wonder the strange fireworks rose into the sky, and the Shio clan members looked so strange. Lin Su was also stunned, then broke out in sweat. It was truly a misunderstanding. He almost accidentally hurt an innocent person. Little girl, you're really impressive, the druid captain said with a bitter smile, feeling very complicated. Losing to a young girl, even if they had firepower, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, it was all just a misunderstanding. Her real intention was just to rescue her friend. Thank you. Is she really that impressive? Well, that's normal. In the game, there are many geniuses. Every new player is praised as a rising star of the continent, the hope of humanity, and so on. This praise, when placed in the game, is just routine background dialogue, but in the real world, it feels quite frightening. Not agile enough? Others have been running tirelessly for over 10 years to train, while Lin Su only needs to kill monsters, level up, and add attribute points. Not strong enough? Others sweat and persist daily with weight training, but Lin Su still only needs to kill monsters, level up, and add attribute points. This world is inherently unfair. Unless a rare genius with exceptional talents appears in front of Lin Su, most people really can't compete with her. Moreover, she used to dominate the assassin industry. Quick, stop the bleeding for them first. The members of the Shiju tribe saw the druids swaying and quickly reminded them.
Cough.
The battle bandages are sold out. Lin Su felt a bit embarrassed. Her stock was all sold at the border town clearance sale, so now she had no way to stop the bleeding.
Then,
let's detox first. Tiesk. No wonder women are considered the most ruthless in this world. They fight, and even when they have the upper hand, they still use poison. Lin Su's eyes darted around quickly, and after a long moment, she shyly smiled and looked down, saying, "The antidotes are also sold out. Business today was really good, very good." The members of the Shiju tribe looked helpless, and the druids were on the verge of tears. What kind of situation is this? After some discussion, everyone agreed that the best plan was for the druids to follow Lin Su to the nearby giant tree area. There, they could make battle bandages and antidotes directly to treat injuries, saving time. On the way, the Shiju tribe members quietly told Lin Su about the other party's basic situation. The druids can communicate with nature. Among the races on the continent, they and the elves are the most peaceful and dislike war. I think they managed to come in safely mainly because of the guidance of the forest trees. The meaning behind the Shiju tribe's words was somewhat subtle, but Lin Su understood that at least these 2 races on the continent could be trusted. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. I understand, but nothing is absolute. I hope you can understand too. The little prince is not in the giant tree area right now. Don't mention this matter later. 051 bustling jungle back in the safe zone. The druids, like the members of the Shiju tribe, also couldn't step into this area. Surprised, she looked up and saw Lin Su release another purple firework. Remembering what had just happened, everyone instinctively shivered and almost turned around to run on the spot. Don't be afraid. She's just warning the nearby monsters not to attack outsiders. The Shizu people knew this was a reminder for the little prince and the white tiger not to come back for now. They could wander outside a bit longer until she came to pick them up. But they couldn't say this directly, so they politely gave a different explanation. Anyway, the purple firework did have that function, so they weren't exactly lying. They set up a cauldron on the rack and prepared the work table. The girl took out materials while casually saying, "That's right. I think other races saw the fireworks too. Someone else should come soon." After thinking for a moment, she asked druids, "By the way, you guys don't have any enemies, right? In case someone from another race shows up later and takes advantage of the situation, it would be bad if they weren't prepared." Currently, druid people are quite easy to bully. From the looks of it, even the little prince coming to take the bone-removing tool could easily defeat them. The druid leader smiled and said, "Our tribe never makes enemies." This was something they were proud of. They believed their reputation on the continent was very good. But that's not always true. People in the world are always moving around. It's impossible not to have any enemies. Lin Su touched her chin and chuckled. For example, if you get something good, others who want it will hate you. If you settle in a certain area, people who want to visit will also dislike you. Different people have different opinions. Maybe you just took a harmless walk on the street, and someone might call you show-off or say you're trying to attract girls' attention. Can you honestly say you have no rivals in your tribe? Did I do? So, did you make enemies because you went and bullied someone when you were full? Lin Su asked. The druid leader sighed and said, "I think I'm not that bad. But the main point was he wouldn't be so bored as to do that." Therefore, whether the druids are willing to make enemies or not has nothing to do with whether they have enemies, Lin Su shrugged. "Hey, could you guys keep watch around here? If anyone comes, just let us know." The druid leader wiped his sweat and quietly asked the Shizu, "Is this girl really your friend? She doesn't seem to be from the same group." "She really is." The people of the Shizu clan also sweated and thought for a moment before adding, "We are truly sorry and saddened by this situation. All right, let's go on alert. Take your time to heal." After saying that, he stood up and left. Finding suitable fabric, cutting, cleaning, soaking in medicine, a series of steps were done one after another. Finally, Lin Su remembered she could first give them a few bottles of blood tonic to buy some time, then prepare antidotes. After a while, they began treating the poison and bandaging wounds. In the end, each person was given a small red potion, and the druid people finally recovered from their serious injuries. They tried moving around a bit. A group of simple folk, like the young werewolf Gray from before, exclaimed in amazement, "These bandages really work. And that medicine, how did you make it?" "That's a trade secret." Lin Su finished cleaning the cauldron and packed away the remaining herbs. She then stood up and asked, "Have you decided where to stay? If not, I can set up a camp for you, but I will charge. How about near the Shizu clan? That area is safer now, and if anything happens, they can help you quickly. Although we've said this before, I still want to repeat it," said the druid sincerely, looking at Lin Su with admiration. "You really don't act like a child." "Not acting like a child? Is that a compliment or an insult?" Lin Su smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." Because of the fireworks, after Lin Su personally escorted the druid to set up camp near the Shizu clan and returned, the giant tree area had indeed gathered several groups. Judging by their skin color and appearance, these groups clearly came from different races. But they seemed to get along well. At least no one fought, and everyone was working together to try to enter the safe zone. Of course, all attempts failed. While everyone was lining up and trying to push forward into the safe zone, suddenly a young girl appeared from the woods. The shock of this was naturally quite intense. Lin Su remained silent, blinked, and looked at so many people suddenly emerging, feeling somewhat speechless. The elite members of different races also fell silent, blinking as they watched a fragile young girl appear in such a dangerous place, equally speechless. After a long moment, whose child brought her into the monster forest? Someone from a small team was the first to react, annoyed, and asked the other races, "How can you bring a child into such a forbidden zone? This is reckless, you're risking your lives and hers." "Wait, this child seems to be from the human race." "Human race? I don't think I've seen any human groups enter the monster forest. Could this child be a human? That's impossible. How could a child come in alone? Even if they managed to get in, how could they survive here? Maybe they were teleported by space magic? Like from a magic research accident, or perhaps someone deliberately caused trouble. So, they were abandoned. Maybe. That's really sad." Sigh. After a group of various race elders chattered, some seeming sympathetic, others gloating, a person with light wheat-colored skin, whose race was unknown, stepped forward as a representative. They crouched in front of Lin Su and tried to be friendly, coaxing her. "Good child, how did you get here? Where is your home? Where are your parents?" Again. Lin Su rolled her eyes. Everyone kept treating her like a little kid. Over the days, she couldn't tell if she was used to it or just speechless. Her mood was very complicated. "I came here. I am here. Not here." She answered all three questions simply, and before the others could digest her answers, Lin Su slipped past the crowd, easily stepped into the safe zone, and with a quick sweep of her broom, flew up to the treehouse. She then calmly took out some food and asked, "Want to buy some snacks?" She thought for a moment and added, "Price list is on the sign. Look for yourself." She pointed to the price sign hanging below the treehouse. The crowd of various races froze in shock. How did she get in? More people meant more business. Although the hidden races weren't focused on food, they couldn't help but be curious about the girl, since she didn't talk much about anything else besides buying and selling. Their curiosity grew, but they felt helpless. This was like a cat scratching at their nerves. It wasn't over yet. After a while, before they could figure out how the girl entered the safe zone or discover her identity, an uninvited group of monster teams arrived together. They weren't here to fight. With Lin Su's presence, they had already been given face. They had made arrangements and improved their meals over the past few months, so it was unreasonable not to give her some respect now. The main point is that just by looking, everyone can tell that these people's meat is definitely of lower quality and worse taste than beast meat, making it inferior food. They came just to watch the spectacle, teasing and playing with various races for several days. The monsters have a very mischievous sense of fun and are eager to see how others react when they see themselves. The different race groups indeed satisfied these creatures. When they saw the monster team appear all at once, everyone's faces showed shock or fear, and some, who had been heavily teased recently, even had tears in their eyes. Brother Black Panther was very pleased. He carried a prey behind his tail and confidently strolled out of the safe zone. The many races, seeing such a large monster group, didn't dare to act rashly and politely made way for them. Well, mainly because they were afraid of being killed or wiped out. Roar. Amidst the stunned, stone-faced crowd, Brother Black Panther first threw the prey into the safe zone, then, very naturally, roared at the little girl. Of course, no one would mistake this roar as an attack. It sounded more like a greeting, like, "Hey, you at home?" or "Have you eaten yet?" It was hard to misinterpret. Everyone was stunned, feeling that everything they knew was being turned upside down. "Is it you today?" The little girl naturally started talking to the Black Panther, casually dragging the prey over and asking while skinning it, "I thought it was supposed to be a monkey next? Could it finally be willing to eat fruit?" Roar, roar, roar. "Hee hee, you must be bullying the monsters again. That's not right." Roar, roar. All right, your internal issues are none of my business. I'm just here to cook." Roar. "Enough, stop talking. We don't speak the same language, so I can't understand what you're shouting." The girl finished skinning the beast, turned around and skillfully lit a fire to prepare the meat. Everyone silently thought, "You don't understand, yet you talk so much." The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. The group of different races clearly couldn't accept this situation. The only race on the continent that can communicate with the beastmen is the half-orcs. They have various branches, and some even have leaders capable of commanding groups of monsters to fight together. But one thing is certain. Even if half-orcs can lead monster groups, they are usually just ordinary breeds. No one has ever heard of anyone able to summon so many high-level monsters with a wave of their hand. And they are intelligent ones. Due to the many dangerous creatures on site, after some difficult communication through mental signals among the different race teams, they finally reached a consensus to temporarily retreat strategically. Why not communicate verbally? Please, everyone knows these creatures are intelligent and can understand human language. If any words offend them, they might get angry and attack directly. Given the current concentration of enemies and allies, a fight would be as fierce as ancient battles. Near the only water source, the Tide tribe and the newly arrived Druid tribe are stationed. Their tents look very mismatched with the jungle atmosphere, standing side by side and drawing attention. The retreating race teams soon discovered these two groups and met up smoothly. As the pioneers who arrived earlier, the Tide tribe members warmly welcomed the various race teams and took the opportunity to introduce the current situation of the monster jungle. First, I need to mention the young girl in the giant tree area. Her name is Sue, but her family name is unknown. No one knows how long she has lived here, and her strength is still a mystery. The only thing known is that, apart from a mutated, upgraded high-level lightning panther, she is practically the second in command of the area and the only person close enough to the Tree of Life. The Tide tribe members have kept the prince's affairs discreetly. Her origins are mysterious, but for now, her presence is beneficial and harmless to everyone. First, without her, the monsters in the forest would constantly bother the various races, making exploration difficult. Second, without her, long-term stay would be very hard for everyone. Issues like accommodation and food, since not every team has members skilled in cooking. Although her services are not cheap, as elites of different races, everyone agrees that problems solvable with gold are not real problems. After the Tide tribe's analysis and introduction, the various races shifted from worry to relief. Their main goal is to investigate the source of the magic surge. If the young girl can provide such convenience, other issues become less important. After realizing that living in the jungle was not as difficult as they initially thought, all the races relaxed. They introduced themselves to each other and started chatting casually. The injured members of the Druid tribe quickly attracted attention. Everyone was curious about why all of them were wrapped in bandages. After some gossip, they learned about the awkward misunderstanding that had just happened. So, the reason was that you accidentally set off the signal smoke for the Water tribe? One Titan member asked in surprise. Is that young girl really that? Powerful? Yes, the Water tribe member explained as the main speaker. He sighed and said, besides this kind of signal smoke, she also has fire signals with magical beasts. They are golden yellow and explode to cover a large area, almost the size of the giant tree zone. When these signals go up, all the nearby magical beasts will rush to help as quickly as possible. That's another reason why you shouldn't defend her. The various race teams, especially the Druid tribe, shivered in fear. Imagine if the Druid tribe had accidentally set off this kind of golden yellow smoke. The Druid captain suddenly felt very lucky that he was only seriously injured. Can we also get some of this kind of smoke? A brother with a light-skinned tone, who had previously failed to flirt with Lin Su and was a handsome Night tribe member, hesitated and asked. This question caused a big reaction. Everyone, including the Night tribe team, turned sharply to look at him. Are they thinking he wants to cause trouble? The other races wondered. Is he trying to cause problems? The Night tribe members thought. This handsome Night tribe member was suddenly surrounded by many attractive gazes, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Realizing that his words might have caused misunderstandings, he quickly explained, everyone, don't misunderstand. I just want that kind of red-black smoke. Don't you remember? The demons are coming soon. One sentence instantly highlighted an important point. If he hadn't said that, everyone might have forgotten that there was also a race of demons wandering in the forest. The Water tribe members were also surprised. The demons are here? Why didn't we see them? Could it be that they didn't notice the smoke just now? Someone from another race sneered coldly. Those strange guys are probably not like us at all. Even if they see fireworks, they won't show up. They will hide in dark corners to observe the situation and then quietly appear, scaring everyone. Everyone from different races sweat nervously. The demon race is known as one of the most rebellious groups on the continent. This doesn't mean they are particularly evil or ruthless, but mainly because their personalities can be hard to tolerate. For example, both the half-orcs and demons believe that strength is the most important. They like to find fights everywhere. However, beating someone to near death is very different from lightly injuring someone and then spitting on them in contempt. The first causes serious harm but is considered normal competition, with a sense of friendship and mutual progress. The second causes minor injuries but adds a mental insult, which is a clear provocation. So sometimes, a group's public image depends just on their attitude. As for actual harm,
Who really cares about that?
many people in the world pretend to be strong and often care more about face than true strength. Because of this, the handsome night elf thought about lighting some fireworks on himself. He felt it would make him feel safer. At least in case he gets separated and encounters demons, he can quickly send a signal to call for help. But what can he do once help arrives? He hasn't thought that far yet. As mentioned before, demons are not social, but are not evil either. This needs to be clearly stated. Everyone has different views and priorities, but it's not a matter of life and death. At most, they just dislike each other, maintain a peaceful appearance, and secretly set traps or cause minor conflicts. Maybe even some small or private fights. It's like you really dislike a neighbor but would never think of storming into their house with a knife to kill them. At most, you might sneak out at night and throw a stone at their window. Meanwhile, the people chatting excitedly outside the lake at the Tide Tribes don't know that the small demon team, which many people want to see fail, has already reached outside the safe zone and is having a one-on-one conversation with young Miss Lin Su. You say you want to cover for me for a month? Lin Su looked at the man in the black cloak in front of her, feeling confused. It's so hot, so humid in the jungle, and the sun is so bright. Is this person crazy? Or is it that the way people think in this world is something she just can't understand, willing to suffocate themselves just to look cool? There's no need to say this is about keeping identities secret. If you really want to hide who you are, just wear a mask. There's no need to cover everything on your body. If you're worried that your clothes might give you away, you could just wear a mask and some loose shorts and go out. Besides, everyone's body looks pretty much the same when they're naked, except for their faces. Using this method to hide your identity is much better than wearing a cloak, and it's also cooler. If someone on Earth wore a long black cloak in public, it wouldn't hide their identity at all. Instead, it might attract a crowd eager to watch, and most of those people would probably call the mental health services out of curiosity. But if someone wore just loose shorts, the police might come instead of doctors. The man in the black cloak nodded slightly. Despite the curious crowd of beasts watching him, he didn't seem embarrassed. Maybe he was just pretending to be calm. Anyway, Lin Su couldn't see even a strand of his hair, so it was impossible to guess how he was feeling. A deep voice came from under the cloak. The man continued, "We want you to only provide us with shelter, food, and help with investigations during this month."
Why?
Lin Su asked, not because she didn't want to, but because she was curious. Because the strong magic disturbance and its influence across the continent suggest that there's something very valuable hidden here, the man in the black cloak said openly. It's not just us. Other races probably know too. If there's a powerful artifact buried here. Oh my God! Can someone get this little cat off my head? By the end, the man sounded almost overwhelmed. That white cat. It had been very curious about his outfit from the start. He tolerated its claws, its bites, and even its attempt to peek inside his cloak. But now, it was just sitting on his head, sunbathing and napping. Enough is enough. There's no need to listen further. Smart people already understand what's going on. Everyone is here to find treasures. They say it's for investigation, but if it were really just for that, there's no need to be so eager. In other words, now different races are competing fairly to see who can uncover the secret first and claim the treasure. The demon race wants to cheat by using money to buy Lin Su, a key person, to help them. It's that simple. Your request I cannot agree to. Lin Su thought for a moment and still refused regretfully. Why? The man in the black cloak was surprised. If it's about payment, no. I just think that more people make it easier to find out the truth from the past. She doesn't care who gets the artifact. The only thing she cares about is whether that artifact can tear open space again and send her back to her original world. Estimating that the beast's lunch break is almost over, the Shiju people, along with other race representatives, returned to the giant tree area to rent a tent from Shaolin Su. Outside the safe zone, the team leader of the various races just had a failed negotiation and was feeling upset while eating. This immediately caused a small conflict. The conflict didn't involve fighting, but everyone started criticizing the demon race. They believed the demons were secretly contacting Shaolin Su behind everyone's back for some hidden purpose. Of course, this guess accidentally hit the truth. However, the demon representative wouldn't just accept blame. They retorted that others were hypocritical, pretending to be friendly while competing against each other. Could it be that someone would share benefits willingly after getting them? Especially, the Shiju people were unfairly targeted. Seeing the demon race leader walking ahead of the other race representatives, they assumed he was leading the team to set up the tent. They thought he was a combatant and immediately directed most of their attacks at the Shiju team leader. They used various aggressive tactics, direct accusations, subtle hints, sarcastic remarks, and veiled insults, showing their contempt with sneers and scoffs. Their main focus was on criticizing the Shiju leader for meddling on land despite being an ocean race. The attack was so fierce that the Shiju team members abandoned their armor and fled without fighting.
Darn.
He was just there to pass by, so who did he offend? As a result, the demon representative won a small victory, and their fighting spirit surged, shifting the blame back onto the other race representatives. When the representatives of different races saw the good guy who was chatting and analyzing the jungle situation being knocked out, their anger instantly reached its maximum. They actively charged toward the enemy's attack. Lin Su had never seen such multiracial conflicts unfold before her. Out of a somewhat gloating attitude, she didn't try to stop or mediate. Instead, she watched happily. Especially the little white cat, who understood her owner's feelings very well, brought back the recently scattered monster group and led the beasts to cheer and cause trouble in two teams. Their impressive display spread throughout half of the monster jungle. But even though she was just watching the fun, Lin Su saw some clues. First, she noticed that the demons seemed to have poor social relations. While all the other races had just arrived in the jungle and quickly mingled after chatting, the demons appeared somewhat aloof and antisocial. They seemed like troublemakers, eager to make enemies with everyone and hoping for chaos to grow bigger. To put it simply, they seemed to be afraid of peace and wanted chaos. Next, she observed the strange balance and harmony among the races. She used to think that the phrase, "not all races are friendly," meant there was deep hatred between them, like in stories where each race has its own traits. Elves are vegetarian and beautiful, dwarves are rough and good at forging, demons are wicked and kill on sight, gods are hypocritical and heal others. There are also factions of light, darkness, and neutrality, with alliances and enemies among races. That would be normal and typical for fantasy stories. But now it seems that the conflicts between races are not very deep. Most of the time, they just pick petty fights over trivial matters. Aside from their unique customs and personalities, everyone is quite similar in nature. Anyway, they are still considered a wise race, like different countries. Between races, there is scheming, diplomacy, and occasionally one race gets angry at another over some issue and loudly protests or challenges. But in the end, due to various reasons and after some compromise, they usually don't fight. After watching the lively scene for a while and getting a good understanding of the situation, the young girl started to find the noise annoying. She sighed and ordered the magical beasts to clear the area. When the races were passionately arguing, someone suddenly interrupted and cut off the excitement. The magical beasts chased and barked at the intruder. No one dared to stay near the giant tree area anymore. They quickly covered their heads and ran away. After successfully driving everyone back to the camp, the beasts turned around and left without hesitation, showing professionalism. The representatives of the races looked at each other, feeling both frustrated and conflicted. What exactly are they here for? They didn't set up the camp properly, didn't enjoy the fight, and everyone felt disappointed. The people of the Tide race also looked helpless. They sighed, discussed with the druids, squeezed into two tents, and managed to find some sleeping spots for the leaders of each race. Only then did this day finally end. Where did you hide the little prince? After all the races disappeared from the safe zone, Lin Su finally had time to check on the small white tiger that had suddenly returned when the demon race appeared. The white tiger suddenly grew larger, trying to look fierce and elegant, giving Lin Su a sidelong glance as if cosplaying a certain big cat. With Brother Hay, Lin Su thought for a moment and finally realized who this little cat was pretending to be.
Ugh.
With its size and figure, does it really have the nerve to cosplay a famous animal star? Everyone knows that the physique of a leopard is among the best in large cats. As for the sacred beast in front of her, better not mention it. If only it would think about dieting and controlling its little belly someday. Meow. The white tiger reverted to a kitten and happily nodded with a meow. Lin Su thought for a moment, took out the wolf tooth chain from her clothes, and handed it over. She also handed her a delicate and elegant headpiece. Raphael's deception, a divine-level disguise device. I've already input the appearance of gray inside and adjusted it to match the prince's current age. You give this and the wolf tooth to him, and let him wear both items before he comes back. The wolf tooth fell out during the gray replacement of teeth. Its smell and magical energy should be enough to deceive those hidden races who come to visit, making them think that the little prince wearing the wolf tooth is a true half-beast. As for Raphael's deception, unless another person with gaming skills also crossed over and obtained a divine-level appraisal skill, it's best to stay cautious. Meow. Little white tiger obeys the command, carrying the headpiece and wolf tooth pendant, then leaves again. P.S. Calling for book reviews because there's too much remaining essence. P.P.S. Calling for pink PK fans because the pursuit firepower behind is too fierce. 0:55 breakfast time. Due to the painful lessons from the daytime experience, various race teams gathered again overnight around the Shiju tribe's tent to study all kinds of knowledge about the monster jungle. This time, even the arrogant and proud demon race joined the discussion, curious about the current situation. In this age of information, news changes rapidly everywhere. Not just them. Even the smarter people find it hard to keep up. After all, no one used to believe that someone could tame a jungle full of wise monsters, but now, how can such a small creature make them listen obediently? Actually, this is because of the rigid thinking of different races. They admit that some monsters have evolved intelligence, but in their eyes, these monsters are still not on the same level as themselves. In the past, when people came to tame monsters in the jungle, they mainly relied on strength to suppress, making contracts with monsters to do hard labor, feeling superior to the monsters. Under such circumstances, monsters naturally wouldn't want to cooperate. Even if they were eventually subdued, it was not out of genuine trust, but because they couldn't resist due to lack of strength. Meanwhile, Lin Su and the beasts are on equal footing. Nowadays, even sacred beasts can act cute and seek care, so what could she possibly envy or hope for from lower-tier beasts? Mutual benefit, gradually becoming familiar, and then when she occasionally offers suggestions that don't violate principles or affect their living conditions, the beasts are naturally willing to give her some face. This has led everyone to be very curious about how Lin Su interacts with the monsters. Although the Shiju tribe emphasizes that the monsters and Lin Su are just ordinary friends and no contract has been signed, her words already carry influence among the monsters. Once there is real substance, does it matter whether there is a contract? The next day, after listening all night to the young girl gossiping, the members of the tribe, with tired, red eyes, visited the giant tree area again. The young girl was cooking breakfast, but this time, she was not alone. She was squatting beside a small wolf child. The little wolf had a pink face, white, soft arms and legs, and a pair of fluffy ears and a tail. They thought they were prepared for anything, but once again, they were shocked. Their strong mental defenses suddenly broke down. Another little one? One young girl was already enough to drive them crazy. If this little wolf child was as difficult to deal with as the girl, they would be speechless. And the wolf child appeared so suddenly, so unexpectedly. It was almost as surprising as coming home and finding out you had a secret family. Why didn't you tell us yesterday? Besides that girl, there's also a half-beast child who can get close to the Tree of Life. After a moment of silence, a team leader asked in a low, annoyed voice. I have no idea. Shiju clan members wiped their sweat and said nothing. At first, they were also stunned, but after thinking for a moment, they quickly understood. The so-called wolfman was obviously pretending to be the little prince. Although his appearance, scent, and even the magic fluctuations around him had changed, Familiar people could still recognize him by his clothes and some small habits. Today, Lin Su cooked a pretty hearty breakfast. First, because the little prince said he was very sad after being abandoned all day yesterday and wanted food to comfort his fragile heart. Second, she also expected more members of different tribes to come, so she decided to treat everyone to a meal. She cooked meat, fried fish, and rice stew. She had bought various pots, pans, and seasonings from a small border town, enough to improve the monotonous food variety. "Would you like something to eat?" When she saw people arriving, Lin Su greeted warmly. Everyone except the Shiju clan seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was fine that they could peacefully coexist with magical beasts here, but it was a bit much to be so comfortable, almost like a challenge to everyone's limits. "Give me a plate of honey-fried Doma beast ribs, 2 fried eggs, and a loaf of bread." "Oh, you didn't buy bread?" The Shiju clan member ordered familiar dishes with the others' gazes, then looked surprised at the end. The mill's wheat flour and rice were all taken by the Adventurers Guild. "I didn't even manage to get any gray bread." Lin Su sighed. "I don't trust ready-made food either. Ugly-looking food has no appetite, but attractive food is too risky. If I make it too fancy, the shop owner will definitely lose money. But if I want to avoid losing money, the taste or appearance won't be as good. If the appearance is good and it sells well, there might be something added like artificial coloring or flavoring. It's a sad truth about Earth people. When it comes to eating, they are always nervous. They don't dare to eat without making it themselves, and they avoid cheap or unknown restaurants. It's not about being fancy. It's mainly because they fear eating something harmful like recycled oil or chemicals. Expensive good restaurants are safer because they have a good reputation and clear prices, so they don't risk cutting corners. In ancient times, martial heroes were more cautious about poisons than modern Earth people are about choosing a place to eat. One careless word could lead to a biological crisis right in front of them. The visitors from different races looked at each other with confusion. Why does this young girl care so much? Although some words were hard to understand, it seemed she was implying that someone might be poisoning the food being sold. That's serious, selling poison food. Could there really be such ruthless people in the human empire on this continent? It's terrifying. The Xia tribe member smiled bitterly. "Sue, I've wanted to say this for a while. I think you have a lot of distrust towards humans. Is it because of your background? Were you abandoned? That's why you appeared in the monster jungle." To him, this girl was strong but selfish, bold but cold, trustworthy but also cunning and sly. An ordinary girl wouldn't be so complicated. Many adults aren't even this complex. So, the Xia tribe member believed that Lin Su's personality must have a complicated and unclear background. He even imagined several tear-jerking stories, recalling every tragic tale he had heard from traveling minstrels. Each story had its own emotional punch, but the only thing they all shared was that in his mind, all the pitiable protagonists were replaced by Lin Su's cute little face. Actually, he was overthinking. P.S. Did you see yesterday's Pink Summon PK? Missed it? Well, okay, do you see it now? 056 stealth technique. Fortunately, besides the flour from the mill, there are still some small quantities of loose goods sold privately outside. Although there is no processed flour, rice grains are always available. Lin Su can simply rough shell the rice himself. Using the tornado technique makes it quick and easy, with high efficiency. Apart from the rice being a bit more broken and some loss, everything else is very satisfactory. After treating everyone to a mixed Western and Chinese breakfast, we all sat down again to discuss the investigation of the monster jungle. Yesterday's scene was too chaotic and no serious progress was made. We need to make good use of the remaining time.
Sue?
That child. Before the official discussion, Druid first leaned down. She's an abandoned half-orc child. Lin Su casually gave the noble little prince of the Dabairo Empire a rough identity as a destitute orphan. Then she turned back to the group. Let's discuss how to investigate this area. What do you all want to do?
Hey.
A feed frowned, unhappy with the little face. Be good. Come here, brother. Shio clan captain quickly diverted the little prince's attention. After comforting the prince, She continued, I personally have no objections to how the investigation is divided, but it seems that different races want to take turns investigating at different times. In other words, everyone doesn't want to cooperate? Lin Su asked, rubbing her chin.
Why?
I think working together would actually make the investigation easier. Well, it's mainly because everyone has different work habits and investigation methods. The Night Clan member hesitated with a forced smile, looking for an excuse. The demon race, wrapped in a black cloak, sneered coldly. Honestly, everyone wants to monopolize the artifact. You, and we're thinking the same thing, just pretending to be polite and refusing to admit it. Despicable demon race. Several people were triggered by this remark, jumping up with weapons drawn, ready to fight. It was hard to tell if they were angry with contempt or embarrassed and furious. Want to fight? Don't think that just because you're many, I'll definitely lose. The demon representative also stood up. With a wave, a cloud of black mist appeared, and several others in black cloaks suddenly materialized out of nowhere, forming a defensive circle around the groups. The others were startled. They hadn't noticed anyone else nearby before. Could it be teleportation?
Wow.
I thought there were no stealth techniques on this continent. Lin Su's eyes lit up, and she became interested.
Huh?
The demon race representative looked surprised. Do you know this magic? This is one of the ancient dark assassination techniques that the Dark Magic Research Department only decoded and restored 6 months ago. However, the demon race hasn't fully mastered its secrets yet. They only understand some basic principles. If I had to say, I prefer to call it a skill.
Lin Su smiled.
The main idea is to use surrounding light, environment, wind direction, and so on to hide your scent and tracks. For example, human vision is limited. When looking straight ahead with one eye, the field of view is about 50 degrees upward, 70 degrees downward, 100 degrees to the side, and 60 degrees toward the weak side. With both eyes, it's roughly 50 degrees up, 70 down, and about 100 degrees to each side. If someone stands outside these angles, it's hard for a person to see them without shifting their view. Hiding scent works similarly, like standing upwind makes it hard to smell someone downwind, and hiding presence is also part of it. For example, some people like to play pranks by quietly walking behind someone and suddenly tapping their shoulder to scare them. This prank works because the person is in the blind spot of the other's view. Stealth techniques are based on this idea. Learning how to hide your shape in view blind spots, use wind to cover your scent, and reduce your presence to make yourself less noticeable. When reaching a higher level, you can also use some light confusion spells to trick the senses. This way, even if you appear in noticeable places, you won't attract much attention. Ordinary magic detection can't usually find these tricks unless someone has very sharp senses, like a chameleon changing color. Of course, in the game, stealth skills are quite strong and don't rely on many principles. Once your skill level is high enough, you can even walk right up to someone and give a rude gesture without problems. It's clear that the demon's current stealth techniques are not perfect. They seem to only erase other senses temporarily, but this magic often causes noticeable fluctuations. If someone carefully uses warning or perception-enhancing magic around, this stealth can be easily broken. The demon representative was very excited. Good girl, tell me more about this stealth technique. Hey, that's going off topic, isn't it? Lin Su chuckled.
Darn.
If he just asks her to teach, she has to teach? Wouldn't that make her look too obedient? Of course, if the other side sincerely asks, she might consider it, perhaps with some gold coins as a sign of sincerity. Other races also felt cold sweat. This skill doesn't seem very honorable. It looks like something suitable for sneaky tricks. Everyone urged to stop arguing, saying, let's not fight. If anyone's unhappy, just say so. We should quickly discuss the details of the investigation. Several races hurried to smooth things over, worried that the demon's earlier questions would cause more trouble. The demons thought for a moment, realizing they couldn't escape easily. As long as the girls stayed here, they would have chances to find out more. After some consideration, they reluctantly agreed to sit down and discuss the matter again. All right, but I hope there won't be any more unfriendly incidents like before. No problem. Even the people of the Lingxi tribe eagerly promised. The other races, though somewhat dissatisfied, could only nod.
Su.
Will you teach me that? In a seemingly peaceful atmosphere, only the little prince spoke up, pulling at Lin Su's sleeve and asking. Of course, Lin Su smiled and gently patted the prince's small furry ears. Once you learn this, I won't have to worry about you accidentally getting hurt. Let me add something. Of course, I don't mean you're too useless. 057 The distance between dimensions. The demon race representative was almost crying with envy, but what could he do? The two kids clearly shared some mysterious close bond. Since they were willing to teach each other stealth techniques, no matter how much he seethed with jealousy, it was useless. Also, the demon race believed that this little boy was not simple. At least he could get close to the Tree of Life. However, the little prince, overwhelmed by the complex feelings of envy and resentment, was also ungrateful and expressed his dissatisfaction. Mainly, he was unhappy with Lin Su's attitude. So, while the demon race representative was heartbroken and wanted to shout to the sky, the little wolf prince ran away on his short legs. He felt underestimated. He was sad. He decided to go back to his tree house to grow mushrooms. Kids have big tempers. Don't take it personally. Lin Su smiled, apologizing like a parent whose child misbehaves and makes guests laugh. He didn't take the runaway little prince seriously. You will definitely face retribution, the Shui tribe member said sincerely. Maybe he should consider bringing this child into the Shui tribe's political refuge after he returns. The small episode ended, and after several tangents, the topic finally returned to the Tree of Life. Lin Su understood the mindset of many races. If they could find valuable things here, they would work together to dig them out. Afterwards, they would share the benefits equally, each faction getting a part. Although everyone gained something, the gains were often offset by losses, so in the end, it was almost the same as gaining nothing. On the other hand, if one race could monopolize the final prize, even if they only got a single seed, it would be a real advantage over others. Satisfaction and pride often come from comparison, having something that others don't. Just like many people prefer earning $1 on their own rather than sharing $10 equally with others. Let me clarify. How you arrange your time is none of my business. As long as the people who come here need help, I can assist them. But one thing, no matter who discovers what, the information must be shared with me. Otherwise, I reserve the right to refuse further help. If any race deliberately hides or deceives, I might even consider destroying or removing their bases and detection tools. Lin Su explained up front that whether others could accept her words was their own concern. Anyway, she was willing to do anything to go home. If others didn't follow her rules, she warned they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. As you all know, there are a few monsters in this forest willing to listen to me. At first, some races looked unhappy after hearing the first part, but after hearing the second part, everyone calmed down again. Is it really just a few monsters listening to her? The different races didn't doubt that if this young girl truly disliked someone, she could have them turned into nourishment in a corner of the jungle by her command. A pure, natural, pollution-free nourishment that helps plants grow well. The Sea tribe didn't mind whether the information was kept secret. Their race had no reason to fight with others. Whether other tribes were strong or weak, they mostly had nothing to do with the ocean. But the Sea tribe was very concerned about Lin Su's way of speaking. They thought a young girl shouldn't offend so many people at once. Her attitude and demands were already pushing the limits of what the other tribes could handle. After a moment of silence, the demon race was the first to speak. We have no problem giving you the information, but how can you guarantee you won't leak our secrets to others? This was typical of assuming others would do the same. The demon race believed that if they had important information about others, they would consider selling it to others for the biggest benefit. They also thought that a young girl wouldn't cause much trouble, and even if they didn't say anything, she might guess some of their plans while helping. So the real question was, how could they be sure that no one else, besides the girl, would find out what they had? I can't prove that. It's up to you to trust me, Lin Su said casually, shrugging. And think about it from another angle. If I really wanted to leak your secrets, you could just ask me about others' movements through me. I heard that demons are good at reading people and tempting others, right? The demon race was satisfied with this answer. The other races hesitated, thinking, if they couldn't read people's minds, They could only hope the girl was trustworthy. The Tsayo tribe had been sweating nervously since earlier. Now that the negotiations were finally over, only a bitter smile remained. This really… Forget it. We'll discuss the details when we go back. For now, you should come out and help everyone set up a few tents. Each tent costs 1 gold per person per day, Lin Su cheerfully asked the others. I think you all know that, right? Yes, we do. Is this kid also from the demon race? Based on the initial impression after meeting the forest girl, the different tribes felt speechless, while the demon tribe admired her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Setting up the tents was quite simple. Lin Su chose a good spot, asked about each tribe's preferred colors and symbols, then took materials from her bracelet space. She hammered in stakes and quickly set up all the tents in less than 10 minutes. Everyone was amazed. They had already slept in the tents of the Tsayo and Druid tribes last night, so they knew these tents looked simple, but were actually quite advanced. They had special effects like constant temperature, humidity control, wind, and dust protection. Once inside, it felt like entering a different space. Seeing how the girls set up the tents without any special tricks, using ordinary fabric and stakes, and doing it very quickly, they thought it was a shoddy job, rushed by a greedy contractor. The most frightening part was that she didn't even set up a basic magic circle. But after trying it, everyone found that these tents were just as sturdy and comfortable as the ones they slept in yesterday. It was truly amazing. Do I look like Doraemon? After finishing the tents and turning around, Lin Su looked at the crowd with a funny smile as they marveled. Doraemon? No, it's nothing, she said. TSK. See, that's the generation gap. She and they are from different worlds of civilization. The era of hidden races establishing new settlements in the jungle has begun. Lin Su had to quickly teach the little prince more things. Her safety was only truly in her own hands. Relying on her protection or trusting that all hidden races were good people, that was too unrealistic and easily broken. Moreover, if she could leave. Your judgment was wrong. This position just happens to be within my main line of sight. Lin Su thought with a sigh. Little brat, I already covered your nose and ears to make things easier for you. You can't expect me to also blindfold your eyes, can you? Or are you only planning to sneak around in front of disabled people? The little prince wagged his little tail and shyly turned his face away, muttering, If you let me stand behind you, I definitely won't be seen. That's nonsense. Walking behind someone isn't sneaking, it's called tailing. The former is for professional thieves, the latter is for professional stalkers. There's a big difference. At least I've gotten pretty good at bone removal now. Yes, very good. Yesterday, a titan came to complain. They said they played with you, but you didn't cooperate. You kept poking them and making them laugh for 3 hours straight. Why did you poke their pressure points to make them laugh? When she mentioned this, Lin Su felt overwhelmed. She was teaching bone removal, not the sunflower acupoint technique. But it seemed the little prince was more interested in using skills for pranks than for self-defense. She spent a whole day teaching him how to kill pressure points, but these prank-related points didn't need teaching. Just showing him a diagram was enough for him to remember. Yesterday, when the Titans came to her, they didn't realize the little prince had pressed their friends' pressure points. They thought their friends had been driven crazy by some evil trick, and they were furious, demanding harsh punishment for the beastmen culprit. Of course, Lin Su also admitted that the little prince was very talented. If she hadn't been cheating with her game system, he might not have learned skills faster than others. His current progress wasn't slow, these were technical skills, and mastering them wasn't just shouting a skill name in the game to trigger it. But that wasn't enough. As the investigation of the tribe slowly got underway, she was worried she wouldn't have much time left to stay. It was you who taught me that leaving the energy and the pressure points without triggering it can keep stimulating for a long time, and then, the little prince mumbled, looking quite aggrieved. I told you to try everything I taught you. Lin Su looked at him in disbelief. I also said that if you don't drink water, you can die naturally in 3 days. You seemed pretty doubtful then. Why didn't you try it? That's not interesting at all, the little prince said with a pout. The Shiju people watched nearby, helping to guard for a while. When the conversation ended, they quickly interrupted, Su, Xiao Wang. Ahem. Maybe we can teach the little werewolf in a different way. Different how? If I wear a bikini to class, will he be more interested in learning? The Shiju person looked annoyed, with a twitching mouth. No, I mean, this kid seems more interested in practical skills. For example, when learning to recognize acupoints, he remembers faster because he tested the effects on others. Maybe you can try to make his stealth skills more practical too. Children shouldn't be discouraged. Lin Su's senses are already sharper than most. Finding out that the young prince is still learning stealth is easy for her. Not to mention covering his ears and nose. She could probably sense his position just by his breath, even if she covered her eyes. This is very bad. Very bad. At least progress step by step, and don't crush his enthusiasm for learning. Lin Su sighed. Just tell him he likes mischief. No need to be so polite to this little brat. The Shiju person was right. Lin Su also noticed that. But how can stealth be used practically? She thought for a moment and then said to the young prince, "Fine, you won't have dinner tonight." The young prince scoffed. Here we go again. Su, the Shiju person wanted to speak again, warning Lin Su that this might only make him more rebellious. No, not just tonight, tomorrow, the day after that, and the day after that. Lin Su smiled happily, eyes curved, looking very pleased. You won't have dinner every day. From now on, I only provide you with breakfast and lunch, and in limited amounts. Su, this time, the young prince finally sensed something was wrong. If you're hungry, you'll have to sneak into the camps of other tribes using stealth. Or if you can't steal food, you can steal money and buy food from me. Lin Su sighed. How did I not think of this before? As expected, the Shiju are so experienced. Her hatred instantly shifted. The Shiju person silently endured the angry glare of the young prince, feeling like crying but unable to. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. After a moment of silence, I noticed that the little prince was showing his teeth and gesturing with his little finger, as if threatening to reveal his weak spot. The people of the X tribe couldn't help but feel sad and shed tears.
And he didn't mean it that way.
Oh, Neptune, your big shorts. Because of Lin Su's decision, chaos began to spread in the beast forest. At first, the little prince was very brave and endured his hunger. He probably felt a bit guilty about having to steal food. But he soon realized that Lin Su's limited breakfast and lunch were truly limited. The meat supply was so precise that it could satisfy his hunger, but never fill him up. Not only the X tribe and other races were told not to give him food voluntarily, or they would lose their right to investigate. Even the little white tiger was forced to stay close to Lin Su while eating. The little prince couldn't even shamelessly snatch the cat food. Fortunately, there were many wild fruits in the beast forest. With his familiarity with the jungle and the permission of the magical beasts, the little prince could still keep his strength. But no matter how tasty the wild fruits were, they couldn't compare to the deliciousness of meat. After several days of this miserable situation, the little prince finally couldn't hold back his hunger and exploded. 059 The Hidden One. PK votes 1600. Extra update. The first to be robbed was the X tribe. Everyone on the continent knew that the X tribe originally lived in the ocean. Although they were amphibious, land was not their main habitat. Because of this, the X tribe's body was quite special. They had to immerse themselves in water regularly to recharge, like charging a battery. If they didn't contact water for a long time, they would experience dizziness, insomnia, weakness in limbs, and mental fatigue, which would greatly reduce their fighting ability. Since camping by the lake, the X tribe members went out daily to hunt, patrol, and investigate the Tree of Life. The rest of the time, they loved jumping into the lake to swim a few laps, at least 5 times a day, no more, no less. Especially before meals, swimming would improve their appetite. A huge tragedy happened one evening when the X tribe members finished their routine swimming, came ashore hungry, and prepared to enjoy a hearty meal. But they found that their food, which was originally on the shore, had mysteriously disappeared. Enemy attack. A nervous member of the Shur family shouted immediately. Of course, it's also possible he was so hungry he overreacted. Food mysteriously disappeared. Someone or beast sneaked in. Something was hidden. Ill intentions, enemy attack. So, it's not unreasonable that when someone is half-dazed, their thoughts tend to run wild. For example, if someone is very sleepy in the morning and is suddenly awakened, and if someone nearby says something at that moment, the person might respond with a completely unrelated and strange comment. The more confused a person is, the more their mind can wander. One small spark can cause a big wave. The Sure family squad leader suddenly had a bright idea. Before he could stop himself, he realized his shout had alarmed the tents around him. A titan from inside a tent poked out half his body, surprised. Enemy attack? But we didn't feel any magic waves. The enemy is really terrifying. The squad leader was silent. He actually thought it was more frightening that 10 titans, each about 2.5 meters tall and weighing 300 pounds, could fit inside a tent less than 5 square meters. Although he knew logically that the tent might have a spell to expand space, making it 50 square meters, from the outside, it looked like a wild boar had crawled out of a squirrel hole every time the titans left the tent. The night tribe was very cautious. As they left the tents, they quickly took positions at hidden spots and places easy to attack from. Who is the enemy? Did they leave any traces? Please describe the scene in detail. The demon race representative appeared casually, wrapped in a black cloak, smiling mysteriously as if he had seen something interesting. The Sure squad leader immediately understood what the other saw. A young thief from the brave and skilled half-beastman tribe. Of course, if the demon race representative knew Aphides' true identity, he would probably laugh even more. An heir to an ancient and noble half-elf royal bloodline, a thief. In that moment, the squad leader suddenly felt like crying. He believed he had witnessed the fall of a noble human royal family. Not stopping it himself made him feel the deepest guilt he had ever experienced. As more people started to emerge from the tents, things seemed about to get out of hand. To prevent the demon race from revealing the thief's identity, the squad leader quickly spoke to calm everyone. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Everyone stay calm. My team members misjudged the situation. A small rabbit just passed by. The Tsai tribe member, who was falsely accused by their leader of being frightened by the rabbit, now realized the truth. Hearing this, he immediately felt upset and said, "Our food." "Sorry, everyone, keep working. We're leaving now," the leader said, covering his mouth, turning his head, and dragging the person away. The other Tsai tribe members probably guessed that their leader knew something important. They cooperated quietly, not protesting, and took their companions back to the tent. Back at the tent, the Tsai tribe members discussed how Lin Su had planned to use hunger to train the little prince in stealth, along with their own guesses. They suddenly understood the mystery of their tribe's missing food. "But, leader, isn't this encouraging theft?" One Tsai tribe member hesitated to speak. "And is it really okay to let the little prince grow up with this kind of training? If the royal family finds out, they might get angry and cut ties with us." The Tsai tribe leader was crying and said, "This is not important now. As long as the little girl can help the little prince, everything else doesn't matter. Maybe after they finish their investigation, they can ask the chief to close the borders for 500 years. With its Tsai tribe's deliberate help, the little prince's stealth skills improved very quickly, growing at an incredible speed. At first, when he stole food from the Tsai tribe, it was more like breaking and then true stealth. But after practicing more and more, the little prince became a skilled infiltrator. He can hide under people's noses without being seen. He can follow someone openly into the camp, using cover and blind spots to stay unnoticed. One day, he even silently hid behind a lurking demon, pretending to be a shadow for an entire afternoon. When the demon switched shifts, the little prince suddenly jumped out and played a prank, scaring the demon into falling under a tree. The little prince started out learning to survive out of necessity, but gradually he became confident and enjoyed it. He loved every moment. The different races also began to understand why they often lost food and valuables. They saw firsthand how a half-beast thief was growing stronger. If material loss was bad enough, the mental blow was even harder to bear. A little child. The socks of the gods. Clearly, he is a proper little villain. After days of chaos and commotion, the tribes finally reached their limit. They persuaded the people of the Tide tribe, as representatives, to meet with Lin Su. They politely expressed their opinion that the little wolf was already skilled at sneaking and no longer needed more practice. They hoped he could return to his normal 3 meals a day and stop camping out alone to steal food. Especially the Tide tribe leader, who swore that the prince was now mature enough. Besides Lin Su, no one else from the tribes could match him anymore. 060 The Beginning of Darkness. PK votes 1700 more updates. After hearing the sincere words of the tribes, Lin Su was pleased with the prince's rapid growth. He called the little one back and said with emotion, "All right, just practice sneaking a bit more. Starting today, your meals will be restored, and you don't need to go to others' places every day." Oh, the little prince seemed a little reluctant to leave. May the gods above. The tribes also felt relieved and prayed to their gods, grateful to finally be free. They were so excited they almost cried. But before they could finish their feelings, another bad news hit them hard. Starting tomorrow, we will learn new skills. Lin Su gently patted the prince's small furry ears and nodded with satisfaction. As a proper thief, I think the most important skill you should learn is actually stealing. Okay. The little prince's eyes lit up quickly, and he answered eagerly. Even his fluffy tail wagged happily, as if showing his joy and determination to his master. May the gods above. The tribes froze for a moment, then trembled with even greater excitement, praying again. Oh gods, please just take us all away. To protect their conscience and ensure that the future little prince, after returning, wouldn't be hunted down by the Tabiro royal family, the Tide tribe strongly opposed Lin Su's teaching plan. They believed that if learning sneaking could help the prince survive better, then learning theft was completely unrelated. They also subtly hinted that the little prince was just a child and shouldn't learn such shady skills. What if he grew up crooked? Who would be responsible? Their unspoken message was clear. The Tabiro royal family definitely wouldn't let this go easily. Lin Su was very unhappy with the narrow-minded view of the Shiju people. She believed that skills should not be discriminated against. After negotiations failed, Lin Su decided to challenge the captain of the Shiju tribe to a duel. She promised to only use normal attacks and theft techniques for defense and offense. Then, in front of many different races, the Shiju captain fought Lin Su for more than 10 minutes, losing a weapon, a shoe, a bag of gold coins, and a set of armor. The final key to winning or losing was a belt. After a fateful moment, Lin Su raised the belt, which the Shiju captain had originally tied to his pants, and waved it at the audience with a playful kiss. Although responses were few, she was quite satisfied. If the captain of the Shiju tribe still refused to admit defeat, he would have to use one hand to hold his pants to continue fighting. Everyone knew that even the bravest warriors have their limits. They can bleed and fight fiercely, but no hero can accept fighting with their pants down in front of so many people. "Did I give up?" the Shiju captain cried, tears in his eyes. This girl was really shameless. Even the most sneaky tribes on the continent wouldn't steal someone's belt during a fight. You saw that, right? Lin Su ignored the complicated expressions of the onlookers and turned to demonstrate to the eager little prince. She explained, "Theft is not as simple as you think. Stealing the most important item at a critical moment can decide the outcome of a fight. No matter the situation, stealing the opponent's weapon weakens their attack. Stealing their armor reduces their defense. Stealing their shoes decreases their agility. Stealing involves more than just sneaky tricks. The real skill is in stealing without being noticed, turning the tide of battle. The key to theft training is how to take what you want without being detected. On the surface, it looks like stealing secretly, but in reality, it is a clever skill training. A good thief's actions must be secretive, quick, and impossible to catch. If the same method is used but theft is replaced with assassination, someone who cannot even stop theft naturally cannot prevent a hidden dagger that might appear inside them at any moment. Lin Su's explanation made the little prince feel excited and full of energy, but it also made the people listening nearby feel scared. At this moment, the captain of the Tide tribe broke out in a cold sweat. He almost imagined himself as the unlucky person who was stabbed. All skills are basically about technique training. It doesn't matter what I teach you. What matters is how you use it. Lin Su smiled and continued speaking to the little prince. For example, I teach you how to break bones. Originally, it's a way to attack enemies by hitting specific points and releasing energy. But if you expand its use, it can become a way to control or interrogate. Also, the points you learn about can be targeted when using other skills, making your attacks more powerful than usual. Similarly, stealth, theft, and even the skills I will teach you in the future all have their many practical uses. Skills are fixed, but techniques are alive. What you need to learn is how to turn these techniques into your own assets and instincts. This is similar to martial arts, which emphasize that the core principles never change. The scope of a skill is much broader than just the skill itself. In the end, the Little Prince's learning plan remained the same, fully managed by Lin Su. Others wanted to oppose it, but they had no way. They couldn't argue better than her, and experience proved that theft was useful and important. Opposing it was pointless, and if they kept resisting, they might be the next ones caught with their pants down. Furthermore, even if others had good reasons to reject her view and criticize theft as improper, the little prince was very determined and eager to learn. Since he had already expressed his willingness, what else could they do? They might as well just go home, wash up, and sleep. That night, the little prince eagerly asked to start learning theft immediately, hoping to practice and use this skill as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the people of the Tide tribe had a nightmare all night. In their dreams, King Tabiro tearfully scolded the Tide tribe for neglecting the prince's downfall and failing to help him. In the dream, the people of the Tabiro Empire were all throwing rotten eggs at them. 061 Demon General. The next day, the Tsunami tribe member with panda eyes was immediately caught by the demon tribe as soon as he stepped out of the tent, and they insisted on a strict inspection. Haha, it seems your sleep isn't very good. The demon tribe member, cloaked in a black robe, smiled mischievously as usual, looking like he was here to cause trouble. I brought a few bottles of our special demon-made restful brew. Would you like some? It's perfect for spreading on bread. No, thank you. When I finally rest, I plan to sleep for a long time. The Tsunami tribe members sweat nervously. They knew better than to touch anything that could drain their mental strength unless they were crazy. That's a pity. The demon tribe member shrugged indifferently, then turned to the Tsunami squad leader. By the way, do you have time to chat with me? You know, the forest can get pretty lonely. Well, there are quite a few small taverns in the border town. If you're feeling lonely, you could try those. But I just want to talk to you, the demon tribe member interrupted. The Tsunami tribe member felt like thunder was crashing overhead, and a black line appeared on his forehead. What kind of strange conversation was this? After a moment of silence, the squad leader sighed helplessly. All right, if you insist. He comforted his worried team members and was invited into the demon tribe's tent. Actually, they didn't have much hostility toward the demon tribe. As mentioned before, the conflicts among the races on the continent had little to do with the ocean. Without conflicting interests, the Tsunami tribe saw no reason to hate any continent's race. Moreover, to be honest, the Tsunami tribe had even cooperated with the demon tribe a few hundred years ago. Although the demon tribe's personality was often criticized by other races, it was undeniable that their mastery of dark magic was unmatched by any other race. At that time, the Tsunami tribe was researching a lost ancient curse, and when they faced difficulties understanding some key points, they had to seek outside help. May I ask how much you know about the pastry? The demon tribe member asked as he entered the tent and served a bowl of hot, thick soup, without much politeness, directly getting to the point. The Tsunami squad leader hesitated. Why do you ask about that? Hehe. The demon race casually sat down nearby. We get along well, so I can tell you the truth. We want to invite Sue to the Dark Royal Academy as an honorary mentor. Haha. The captain of the Shiju team spat out some tea, not because it was hot, but from shock. Actually, he almost wanted to cough up blood. The demon's plan was really terrifying, showing no regard for others' feelings. But Sue is just a child, and she's human. The captain almost screamed. Age doesn't matter. As long as she's strong, the demon race will respect her. Last year, the half-orc tribe defeated the former wolf leader, Gray, who is only 14 years old. And are you sure Sue is human? I think she gets along very well with us demons. What do you think? That, even the demon's point of view, made the captain of the Shiju team feel guilty for disagreeing. Although he was very sure that Lin Su was definitely a human child, he also believed that no human child could be as bad as Lin Su. I only met Su after I entered the monster forest. I don't know her much more than other races. But if you really want to invite her to the demon race, I personally don't agree. She needs a childhood that's not so twisted. Thank you for your advice. Goodbye. The embarrassed captain of the Shiju team was sent out of the tent. The demon from earlier took off his cloak, revealing a handsome young face, and asked the other silent tribe member beside him, "What do you think of what he said?" "I think the concerns of the Shiju tribe are somewhat reasonable. That child is still very young, even if the demon race worships strength at this age. Sir, maybe you should think about it again. That's not important. I already said, the demon race only worships strength. For example, the current wolf leader is a 14-year-old boy. And I, a demon general, am only 128 years old. On this continent, young, strong fighters are becoming more common." The young, handsome demon general sighed and said. The face of the family member twisted for a moment before he finally spoke with difficulty. Although demons can live for hundreds or even thousands of years, by the continent standards, being 128 years old is no longer that of a young person. "You may go now." "Yes, my lord." After a morning of organizing information and feeling about 50% confident in convincing the other side, the young demon general put his cloak back on, ready to visit Lin Su. Just as he stepped out of the tent with a confident and relaxed mood, his mood was half ruined. The dark demon god symbol on the demon tribe's tent had been painted over with a cartoonish, funny-looking pile of dirt. After asking the nearby guard, he learned that a little wolf had been here, playfully lively, for half an hour. On the way from the lakeside to the giant tree area, his good mood was again half spoiled. A small white tiger happily led a group of magical beasts running past him, kicking up mud from the ground after a night of rain. When the animal team passed by and made way, the demon general looked down with a dark face, noticing that his finely made black cloak was at least half soiled. Finally, when he arrived at the giant tree area, it was only natural that the demon general would be grim-faced and gritting his teeth. Aren't you the demon tribe leader?" Lin Su exclaimed in surprise when she saw the demon general. "Why aren't you wearing your cloak today?" The demon general held his dirty cloak in his hands and hesitated. "You can recognize me?" It was impossible. Whenever demons came here to buy food, they always wore cloaks. Why could this girl tell he was the leader? Well, it's not that hard to tell. Even though you demons never show your faces, you're the shortest, probably only 176 centimeters. The others are at least 177. How does that little brat notice a difference of just 1 centimeter? The last bit of his good mood vanished. Someone who hasn't been a demon general wouldn't understand the pain of leading and commanding a troop, always feeling like a flock of chickens. His teeth clenched coldly as he said, "I'm still growing. Being shorter than them is normal." "Oh, haha. What do you want to see me for?" Lin Su quickly changed the subject, sensing the tension. 36 strategies. Confident that she was not in the right mood to discuss recruitment matters right now, the demon general, after calming down, changed the subject as a way to prepare the ground. "My demon soldiers received news outside the jungle. A strong human adventure team entered this area yesterday. How do you plan to deal with those humans?" The demon general never believed that Lin Su would have any special affection for humans. The simplest reason is that if they truly wanted to live among humans, with her strength, she could have easily stepped out of the monster jungle long ago. Lin Su was momentarily stunned, then nonchalantly shrugged. "Just treat them normally. Do you think I should give them a discount?" The demon general was also surprised. He always felt that she shouldn't be so calm. "No. I mean, don't you want to do something? Like sending monsters to stop the human adventurers. I mean, delay them." He was quite clever. After spending some time together, witnessing how the girl commanded the monsters to run around, it was easy to guess why her tribe was attacked by monsters in the past. Otherwise, why would they attack so fiercely when they see us? And for so many days, only injuries, no deaths among our tribes? The simple truth is that wild animals hunt for survival, for food. Monsters are the same. If their pursuit of a few small groups wasn't real hunting, then it's obvious that there are other motives behind it, possibly manipulated by humans or for other purposes. No need for that. It was just some personal matters back then, and I didn't want to see outsiders, Lin Su openly admitted, without any embarrassment, to the demon tribe's almost probing suggestion. She straightforwardly told them that she was the one who ordered the monsters to attack. Do you object? But now I don't care. I've already hosted your kind, so there's no reason to make things difficult for my own human people. Do you think I get along better with your kind than with humans? Did I really think you get along better with our demon tribe? The demon general said sincerely. Actually, many demons are not as strong as you. Lin Su raised her finger in the air. She felt that his words insulted her innocence and kindness. However, this hand gesture was common on Earth, but apparently not popular on the continent, and the demon tribe didn't recognize it. I am serious. I have already sent messages to the senior members of my clan, recommending you as an honorary tutor at the Royal Academy. Not to mention, we are very interested in your stealth skills. Finally getting to the main point, the demon general said seriously, if you can help us decode part of the ancient assassination technique, you will definitely earn at least a baron title. King, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron. I recently learned about these from the Shiju clan's explanation of history. The first two are noble titles, the last two can be bought with some money. If I guess correctly, there are probably many barons in your demon world, Lin Su said with a smile. Do you really think I am easy to fool? The demon general also smiled and admitted, yes, I thought I could trick you. Actually, the senior leaders offered to give you a count title to tempt you to join. A dark count? That's quite sincere, but unfortunately, Lin Su had no intention of going back home from the start. Otherwise, why would she stay here and deal with so many different races? She shook her head regretfully. Sorry, I don't want to go anywhere right now, she sighed. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Well, you can think about it some more. The demon general stood up and was about to leave, then suddenly paused as if remembering something. By the way, I lost a military notebook yesterday. I wonder if the little wolf took it. The demon general spoke more politely, since everyone knew the little prince was practicing theft skills. I'll ask around, Lin Su said. If he really took it, I'll talk to him properly. Especially to praise him, he was amazing. He managed to steal from a small elite boss, though it might just be luck. That's why her teaching was so successful. No other little potato could be as impressive as her little prince. Once the demon clan left, Lin Su immediately climbed a tree. She grabbed the sleeping little prince from his treehouse, who had a flushed face. Did you steal the demon clan leader's notebook? Yeah. Do you want to return it? The little prince rubbed his eyes and yawned sleepily. Let me see it first. Looking at the notes she collected, there were surprisingly many entries. Of course, military secrets were impossible to include, but there were detailed records of practice battles within the demon realm, along with the note-taker's personal comments and insights. From a military perspective, this was a very useful reference. Take it and read it carefully if you have time. An heir to an empire shouldn't only know fighting skills and magic, Lin Su said, tossing the notes back. She gently rubbed the little prince's fluffy ears. If you have free time, it's best to copy it down, so I'll have something to give back when they come to take it. Oh, the little prince was still a bit sleepy, half-dazed as he took the notes, responded vaguely, then, in a dazed manner, rubbed against Lin Su and leaned on her, speaking softly with unclear words. Su, I want to learn other skills too. After a long cycle of resistance, suppression, resistance again, and suppression again, over several months, the little prince had become quite calm about accepting Lin Su as his caretaker, teacher, or even mother figure. Especially with Xiao Baihu, who is a bad example, and Little Potato, who is very good at acting cute. Of course, this was only in front of Lin Su. Your body isn't currently suited for learning many skills, Lin Su thought for a moment. How about I teach you some other things? What?
Lin Su chuckled.
The 36 stratagems, the famous strategies, used to catch thieves, to outwit enemies in the sea of fish and snakes, to cross the sheep and tiger peach trees, to walk secretly in the dark, to empty the cauldron and escape from distant places, to find beauty on the beams of a house, to attack Wei and conquer Gua. The little prince might be her only disciple in this world, her only successor. How could he be easily tricked and humiliated like before? Lin Su decided that even if she had to leave, she wanted to leave a mark of her visit in this world. An heir to an empire was the best choice for that. Entry 63. Before officially teaching the 36 stratagems, Lin Su had other things to do. She hadn't forgotten that there might be humans out there who wanted to hunt down the little prince. If the hidden race people weren't all friendly to humans, posing a potential threat, then the humans who openly plotted against the prince were obviously a much greater danger. Lin Su never believed that hidden attacks were necessarily less dangerous than open ones. Since there is still a hidden risk, it shows that the other side at least has some concerns and is not willing to show their face or openly confront. The real rules are about balancing interests and forming alliances based on benefits. Even if there are people among the hidden races who support the mastermind behind the prince's downfall, as long as they have concerns, their stance won't be stable. When the situation changes, these people will have to consider whether to switch sides. Moreover, as long as humans do not appear, no one can recognize the prince after he has changed his appearance. The current problem is how to help the prince avoid potential spies as more people enter the jungle and it becomes impossible to stop them. Duke Tabiro of the Empire, after more than a month of waiting, finally managed to secretly join a human adventurer team exploring the lost jungle. This wait wasn't too long because the Empire kept the prince's disappearance secret and didn't officially announce it. The royal family couldn't openly recruit top experts, so the Duke had to wait for a capable private team to appear. He needed to secretly assess and test each team trying to enter the lost jungle. Otherwise, if he accidentally revealed himself among a group of apprentices, he might be blown up before even taking 10 steps. Once he identified a strong team, he had to create chances to approach them and show his own strength. Usually, high-level adventure teams work together for many years and have excellent teamwork. They rarely accept outsiders unless under special circumstances. Even if a strong team considers adding new members, they wouldn't just pick anyone from the Adventurers Guild randomly. After many twists and turns, it was lucky to finally make contact after more than a month. If not for the Queen's message saying that the prince's bloodline mark remained strong and stable, the Duke almost thought that when he finally entered the lost jungle, he would only find a bunch of relics of little nephews. On the first day in the jungle, everything went smoothly. The adventure team just passed the outermost area, encountering only small, low-level monsters. The team members didn't even need to use half their strength and easily dealt with them. The next morning was also smooth. In the middle zone, a few more powerful territorial bosses appeared. Their physical strength and magic power were better than the low-level beasts outside, but they were still quickly and easily defeated. By the afternoon of the next day, the team had simply nibbled on some dry bread and continued to go deeper. Everyone initially thought the next part of the journey would just be the usual monster battles and level-ups. However, at this moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. After resting and adjusting their states, just a mile into their walk, a young girl riding a large white tiger appeared in front of the team. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. If a girl riding a tiger appearing in the lost jungle wasn't surprising enough, then the dozens of high-level magical beasts gathered behind her were even more shocking, especially since everyone realized these beasts were intelligent. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Monster Beast Jungle. May I ask who is the team leader? The girl asked casually as she approached on her tiger. The team leader was stunned for a moment. I am. Should we fight? But she's just a little girl. Should we not fight? But there are many magical beasts behind her. The adventure team leader hesitated, gripping his weapon, caught in the biggest dilemma of his life. The girl then pulled out a sheepskin scroll. If you are the team leader, that's easy. I am the representative of the native residents of the Monster Beast Jungle. This time, I am here to handle your entry applications. Entry applications? Of course. This jungle is home to several races, including the Tide Tribe, Druid Tribe, Night Tribe, Demon Tribe, and Titan Tribe. To coordinate everyone's living habits and avoid conflicts, we will arrange accommodations and other matters uniformly. We want to prevent unpleasantness during your stay. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The creatures behind me are the original inhabitants of the Monster Beast Jungle. You might be living here together for a while. Black brother, say hello. The team was silent. A black panther slowly stepped forward, glancing over the adventurers from top to bottom, left to right. He snorted, lazily raised a paw, and after a brief greeting, turned around and left. Black brother is the boss of the magical beasts here. Usually he's quite friendly, so don't worry, Lin Su smiled. Seeing that the human team remained silent, she didn't bother to explain further and directly presented the main reason for her visit. Here are some wristbands. After filling out the entry forms, please keep wearing them until you leave the monster beast jungle.
Why?
The team leader finally snapped out of his daze. Glancing at the wristbands, he immediately understood. They were enchanted with tracking magic. Was this girl trying to monitor them? Moreover, it was clear that the other side didn't even want to bother hiding. The magic circle was casually carved onto the surface of the bracelet. Lin Su didn't mind their attitude and patiently explained, as I mentioned earlier, the races living in the monster jungle are many and varied. To avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts, everyone entering the monster jungle is required to wear a bracelet. It's like when you enter a country, you need to apply for permission from the local authorities. Nonsense. We usually sneak in, a quick-talking team member blurted out, and before the captain could stop him, the truth was revealed. Cough, cough. The team leader quickly tried to cover. Our team takes on missions that cover a wide area, so sometimes we don't have time to handle the formalities. But little girl, I remember the Lost Jungle is under the jurisdiction of the Tabairo Empire, right? Why are you asking us to wear this thing here? Is that so? Lin Su nodded. Honestly, I don't mind. Could you explain to the monsters about how the monster jungle is an inseparable part of the Empire's territory? Seeing the excited and restless monster herd, the team leader felt like crying. If the monsters were so obedient, this place would be a zoo, not the Lost Jungle. After observing the negotiation, it was clear that both sides had reached a deadlock and a fight seemed imminent. Quickly comparing their strengths, the Imperial Duke finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Little girl, do you remember me? He recognized her as the little troublemaker he had met before, but had kept quiet out of modesty. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to speak. It was obvious these monsters were too many for his team to handle. If only one or two appeared, it would be manageable, but a whole herd. Maybe, considering he had once helped her, he could skip wearing the bracelet? The Duke's mind raced quickly. His goal was different from the team's. They were exploring the monster jungle for herbs and investigating the magic disturbances, while he secretly searched for Prince Aphid. It was easy to avoid his teammates' gaze. Just find a reason to explore nearby after calming down. But if they insisted he wear the bracelet, that would complicate things greatly. Should he try to use friendship to his advantage? Lin Su looked at the young man and recognized him. She forced a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm usually not interested in boring men who hit on me on the street." The Duke of the Empire was quickly defeated, tears in his eyes as he retreated under the contemptuous gazes of his teammates, who saw him as a pervert. Actually, he wasn't interested in underdeveloped girls. He preferred mature, noble ladies.
Darn.
Are you still watching? All resistance, bargaining, and speech were useless against overwhelming strength. Clearly, Lin Su brought a group of unreasonable opponents to reason with a human squad. Either they wear bracelets and accept monitoring, or they negotiate with the monsters. After careful thought, the squad leader made a tough decision. Everyone would wear the bracelets. After a quick show and collecting some forms, Lin Su headed straight to the giant tree area to secretly meet with the leaders of the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan. They are now wearing the bracelets. Good, the Demon General chuckled. Remember not to let the little wolf boy take off his bracelet. As long as he keeps it on, I guarantee the human squad won't notice him. Though I don't understand why a half-orc would attract human attention. You don't need to understand that, Lin Su smiled. It seems your clan's failed stealth technique still has some use. It suppresses senses in a targeted way. Combined with the Sea Clan's curse, the person wearing the bracelet will automatically ignore the other's presence. Although magic fluctuations are noticeable, they are masked by positioning magic waves. Unless someone skilled investigates carefully, it's hard to detect. Don't say that, the Demon General said with a smile. My clan also contributed. At least it satisfies my curiosity. The little wolf's identity is quite special, right?
You.
Lin Su and the Sea Clan leader both became alert. Did this guy see something? The demon general was pleased with their reaction and confidently waved his finger. I'm not like those unworldly fools. Last year, when I traveled across the continent, I had an encounter with a new wolf chief's half-orc, Gray. His wolf fang necklace looks just like the one the little wolf is wearing now. So it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Lin Su and the Sea Clan leader exchanged glances and both relaxed. Half-orcs rarely give their teeth to others unless that person is a trusted companion or a close family member. The demon general chuckled mischievously. Honestly, I won't tell anyone, but is that little wolf cub the illegitimate child of Gray? With the same race and identical looks, plus Gray's wolf fang. This deduction seems to be the truth. Lin Su swallowed a small lump of blood. Her face flickered with confusion and embarrassment. Then she turned her head away with a strange expression. She hadn't said anything bad. It was all in this person's imagination. Captain of the Tide tribe also felt awkward. He couldn't reveal the true identity of the young prince because it would pose a serious threat to him. But he also couldn't admit it outright, as that would damage the reputation of an innocent half-beast. Actually, you misunderstood. The captain of the Tide tribe spoke with difficulty, only able to respond with a weak rebuttal. Hee, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, the demon general said with a mysterious smile, as if everyone knew the secret. Feeling satisfied that he had uncovered the truth, he stood up and left casually. After a long time, Lin Su and the captain of the Tide tribe exchanged glances again. After a moment of silence, the captain took a deep breath and asked hopefully about the future. He won't go around telling others, right? What do you think? Lin Su replied. The captain of the Tide tribe hesitated, then looked distressed. He definitely will tell, he said with a sad face. That darn gossip-loving demon. Sure enough, by dinner time that day, the shocking news that the young prince was actually the illegitimate child of Gray, the wolf leader of the half-beast tribe, spread quickly throughout the camp. Various races used different excuses to visit the Great Tree area at least 10 times. Behind seemingly casual chats and small talk, within 5 sentences at most, the topic would inevitably turn to a feed. Since the young prince had been causing trouble in the jungle with stealth and theft, he was encountering such strange atmosphere for the first time. Although he didn't know what was happening, his animal instincts warned him to stay alert. Su, are there dangerous enemies coming? The young prince quietly asked Lin Su. More dangerous than enemies, she replied. Rumors are more fierce than tigers. This is always true. The young prince gasped in fear. Even black panthers and monsters can't handle it? Lin Su sighed and looked at him with pity. You might as well accept it. Little Prince didn't notice the subtle difference in pronouns, and that one sentence threw him into panic. Lin Su, gritting her teeth, stood up, planning to discuss with the demon general the importance of keeping one's promises. After asking around, she learned that the demon general hadn't actually spread his ridiculous guess to outsiders. He had only told other demons. Since they were all on the same side, that didn't count as leaking it, right? What happened next was easy to imagine. The other demons hadn't promised to keep it secret, so the rumor spread quickly. Before long, a huge embarrassment fell upon the little prince, who ended up being the center of everyone's attention. While people of all races looked on with mixed feelings, admiring, jealous, and amazed at the half-beast tribe's early maturity and strength, the human adventurer squad finally arrived at the Great Tree area, surrounded by a strange atmosphere. Although Lin Su had promised them a special pass to avoid attacks from high-level beasts, the low-level ones didn't care about such things. Besides, the forest was full of other dangers, including some aggressive plants. On top of that, the team had to stop often to collect samples for their mission. Because of all these reasons, it wasn't until 3 days after they had put on their wristbands that the human squad met Lin Su again.
Auntie.
The captain was relieved to finally see her, even though their teams hadn't gotten along very well before. Just call me Aunt. No need to be so formal, Lin Su quickly interrupted, putting down the roasting fork in her hand and stepping out of the safe zone. I'll take you to set up camp. The little prince was napping in the treehouse, and although the wristbands should keep him hidden from them, it was still better to be cautious. The captain and his teammates exchanged awkward smiles. Was this friendly or not? After a pause, he nodded. All right, thank you. No need to thank me. The lodging fee is 1 gold coin per person per day, paid daily. So, not that friendly after all. Following Lin Su to the campsite, the group of humans was stunned by the sight of countless tents by the lake. When they saw people of all races moving around peacefully together, the human adventurers were left speechless for a long time. Although there haven't been large-scale wars among different races on the mainland for a long time, it is still unrealistic to say that relations are very harmonious. The simple reason is that there is little communication and interaction between them, so there is no emotional foundation. How can they get along well? For example, neighborly relations in modern tall buildings or long-distance platonic love. These are almost like myths when it comes to true success. When the human adventuring team first met Lin Su in the forest, they thought that the idea of peaceful coexistence among various races was just empty talk or even a joke. But they soon realized that what they saw was real, and now they are beginning to believe that maybe the other side wasn't just bragging. These races have been living here peacefully all this time. I mean, peacefully? No conflicts at all. The human team leader wiped his sweat and asked during a break, while Lin Su was setting up the tent. He had been polite to all races, smiling at everyone, not expecting to gain special favor, but just wanting to avoid trouble. Surprisingly, some races even came over to chat, and their friendly attitude made the humans feel quite nervous. Well, it's okay. Sometimes we argue or have a fight, but usually we just play cards to settle things. The loser helps the winner cook for 3 days or wash clothes for 3 days. The forest was too lonely, so they had to find something to pass the time. Also, not all heroes or elites are good at managing household chores, especially males. Of course, gambling sometimes causes arguments. Many races often suspect that the demon race cheats because they win too often. So far, the demon race's clothes for the next 3 months have been booked by all the other races. The demon general is eager to lead his people to keep winning at poker and conquer the other races. Their next goal is to win food supplies to reduce the gold coins their race spends at Lin Su's place. The humans were speechless. Their experience, common sense, and the worldview they had been taught all made it hard for them to accept such illogical things. But at least, this situation should be beneficial or harmless to them, right? After setting up the tent, Lin Su left, leaving a group of innocent human lambs surrounded by many races, without even a simple introduction. After initial feelings of confusion and helplessness, the human adventure team quickly realized that these races did not seem to take the opportunity to bully others when the forest guardian was away. Even the notorious demon race appeared very friendly, constantly inviting them to play cards and build bonds. After some psychological adjustment, the human team finally relaxed and truly accepted that this incredible unity among the races was indeed happening in the lost jungle. As the human team relaxed and communicated with the various races, the nobleman quietly took the chance to gather information. You mean that little girl has a child with her? Are you sure? Yes, the druid race replied kindly. That's a very cute half-beast wolf cub. The nobleman's hopeful expression dimmed, and he looked disappointed. A half-beast, huh? I thought it was my little nephew. Yes, the druid smiled again, hesitated for a moment, then looked around to make sure Xiao Lin Su wasn't nearby. He leaned in and lowered his voice, and that child has a special connection with the wolf leader. Gossip is a natural trait shared by all races. Oh, even if that child is the illegitimate son of the wolf leader, it doesn't concern me. The nobleman sighed. Where could his nephew be now? The others around them became interested in the druid's topic. After all, the relationship between the little wolf and Gray was already the hottest topic in the beast forest. If you didn't share your latest thoughts and opinions, you'd be considered outdated. The second most popular topic was about the relationship between the little girl Sue and the wolf Gray. Why else would the child bring her along? A group of diverse people, well informed about the latest trends, eagerly speculated about various secrets, often referencing incidents involving Lin Su and the little wolves in the jungle to support their views or highlight the impressive nature of the two children in the giant tree area. The nobleman became more convinced that the little wolf probably had no relation to his nephew. Listen to this. Skinning and laundry, sneaking around stealing, drawing doodles on tents. These are not things his proud and noble nephew would do. His little brother AFI is noble, proud, and full of magical talent. Of course, he also looked down on the other tribes. These people really have no common sense. Even if half-orcs are strong, they can't mature enough at 7 or 8 years old to have children, right? Gray is only 14 this year, but according to their stories, Gray's illegitimate child is at least 6 or 7 years old. 066 Revival. The Duke finds it hard to imagine that one day, men would communicate feelings like gossiping women. But clearly, after the Little Wolf's gossip discussion, the human adventurer team quickly and smoothly integrated into the group of different tribes that arrived first in the jungle. They also learned a lot about Lin Su's deeds and business. That's great. With that girl's bracelet mark, we can avoid most fights and dangers. Collecting samples should be done quickly, and we can probably leave the jungle by the day after tomorrow. The team leader returned excited and held a small meeting to report the results. As for the Tree of Life, it's a bit complicated. I think we can explain the situation to the Adventurers Guild after we leave. Just knowing that so many different tribes gather here is already very valuable news. It's not a complete mission, but at least we'll get some reward for the information. What nonsense. What about his nephew? The Duke swallowed a small amount of blood and forced a tearful smile. Indeed, that's great. The team members cheered happily, while the Duke secretly spat blood. By the way, Slyanya, will you go out with us in a few days? Just when the Duke thought all hope was lost, the team leader suddenly asked unexpectedly. What? The Duke was stunned for a moment. It's like this. You said you're not only a swordsman but also a bard, and you want to explore the lost jungle to find traces of the ancient elves and seek inspiration for your creations, right? The leader smiled shyly. Although I personally think this is a foolish idea, sometimes your noble ideas are a bit different from normal people. Of course, I'm not saying you're crazy, nor do I want to steal your adventure experience and rewards. If you are willing, you can stay here a bit longer. Other races seem friendly, and with the bracelet, there are fewer dangers. After we return, we will inform the Adventurers Guild and record your adventure experience and rewards temporarily. When you go out again, you can claim them yourself. Captain, the Duke was moved, tears in his eyes as he held the rough hand of the captain. You are so thoughtful, the Elf King above. He didn't expect that the identity he casually made up would be useful in this way. Slaria. The captain clearly couldn't handle the Duke's deep gaze, feeling a bit awkward and shy. I like women. After Lin Su's slander, the Duke's reputation for being unprincipled was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Darn. I also like women. 2 days later, the adventure team finished collecting most of the jungle plant samples and said goodbye to Duke Slaria. They left the lonely bard wandering in this ancient elf homeland. Of course, the bard had already found a new wealthy patron during this time. It wasn't a big deal, just planning to stay with the druid tribe for a few days in their tents. After all, it's not very polite for one person to occupy a whole tent. The young girl strongly suggested saving land resources and forcibly dismantled the original human tents. Of course, the cost saved would still be 1 gold per day. During the time the human team stayed, Lin Su had already warned the young prince through magic to be careful to avoid these people. Not for any other reason, just to prevent possible harm. The young prince, still affected by poison and curses that hadn't been cleared, knew how important this was. He had learned his lesson and was very cautious about humans. He kept a magic sheepskin paper given by Lin Su, always alert. Once he saw the small red, representing humans approaching, he would immediately run away, trying not to let anyone see even a piece of his clothing. When the rest of the human adventurer team left the jungle, leaving only Slaria with a small red, still flickering on the sheepskin paper, the young prince's actions became even more relaxed. Confident that the enemy was now alone and vulnerable, he even took the initiative to block the small red, several times, acting mischievously. Of course, he wouldn't face danger directly or fight foolishly. After all, he is an adult and may not hold back like someone from a different race. So, the little one mostly sets traps, like burying special prank paint landmines along the main path. Duke's Rania is caught in a difficult life. After learning about the culprit from the alien population, he developed a new habit. Before meals, he prays not only to praise the elf king but also modestly curses the little wolf creature and nostalgically remembers his noble and polite young nephew, who is somewhere unknown. Even though they are both children, the difference in how they behave is so big. Sue, do you think the Tree of Life looks a bit strange? One day, after a routine investigation, the druid didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a while before speaking. Like what? It's hard to say exactly. The druid hesitated. It's just a feeling. I think it seems to be slowly coming back to life. Lin Su leaned against a giant tree, reading a book about plants while glancing at the weather. That's normal. The weather has been warmer lately. Even if it grows some leaves to breathe, it makes sense, but the Tree of Life withered over 1,000 years ago. Its branches shouldn't still have this kind of vitality, the druid said, squatting down again, looking troubled and confused. And before the elves migrated, they took the seed of the tree. Even if it can grow new leaves, it would just be an ordinary plant. Such fluctuations are too unusual and shouldn't happen. Lin Su closed her book to interrupt. Are you saying that the magic surge from a few months ago might be related to this? Or maybe the magic surge caused the Tree of Life to change. Did I think so? The druid sighed. It's a pity I can't communicate with it. I can't communicate with it either. Lin Su sighed and reopened her book. Tell me when you have a more reliable answer. Don't keep giving hope only to let people down. Such situations have happened too many times over the past few months. These people investigate in various ways, making groundbreaking discoveries, but in the end, everything always falls apart. Sue, trust me, it's alive, the druid said firmly after a long silence. 067 farewell alive? That's normal. After all, it was once a sacred object of the elf race. Usually, stories say these kinds of things don't die easily. Even if it turns into a fossil, maybe in the future, tourists will visit, and it might release a last bit of energy to inspire some special power in an ordinary protagonist. Then, it would become a long city myth of about 1,000,000 words. For the druid's rare, serious moment, Lin Su carefully observed around the Tree of Life afterward. Unfortunately, she didn't have the innate talent of their race. She looked left, right, up, and down, but saw no change in the tree compared to when she first arrived. Just then, the little prince bounced back from his mischievous play outside. Lin Su quickly pulled the little kid in front of the tree, pointing and asking, "Kid, do you see any change in this tree?" Change? The little prince wagged his fluffy tail, spun around the tree, and then ran back, confused. No change. What happened? The druids say it's alive again. Lin Su touched her chin. Why don't I see any difference? They like to talk mysteriously and show off, the little prince said.
Don't worry about it. I'm hungry.
He ignored the Tree of Life and rushed to the stove. After peeking into the pot, he looked sad. Sue, haven't you made dinner yet? I already did. Then where's the dinner? I ate it already. That was my share. You didn't come back on time, so I fed Little White, Lin Su said disdainfully. She had already told this kid to come back on time for meals and sleep in the giant tree area. But this little ghost kept watching the humans bully others and stayed out later and later. Kids shouldn't be spoiled. They must always realize who's the boss. That night, tears flowed like a river. The next morning, after breakfast, the energetic little prince turned his grief into motivation. He went to find Slinia to continue his mischief and vent his anger. Meanwhile, Lin Su still remembered what the druids said yesterday. She decided to ride her broom and carefully circle the Tree of Life again. This time, her effort paid off. She finally noticed something unusual. In the hollow center of the tree's crown, a small patch of tender green color was seeping out from the trunk. It didn't look like leaves, but more like some kind of moss. She scraped off some of the powder carefully and collected it in a glass bottle. Lin Su then decisively returned to the ground, set up a crucible, and prepared to analyze its ingredients. When the Night Tribe came for their routine survey, I asked them to pass a message to the Druid, requesting that someone be sent to help with the research. The Druid tribe members arrived after hearing the news. They took half a bottle of moss powder without looking and simply swallowed it. After savoring it for a while, Lin Su finally lost patience and asked, "How does it taste?" "Pretty good. Let's have some more." The Druid smiled and raised the bottle. Lin Su silently took out a small dagger and made a threatening gesture at the Druid's neck. "Just joking," the Druid quickly laughed, coughed, and then nodded seriously. "This matches my guess. The moss is full of strong life energy. If I'm right, the Tree of Life has really come back to life." "Come back to life? There are no elves here anymore. What can it do if it's alive?" Lin Su frowned and thought for a moment. "Do you think the magical energy distortion from a few months ago is related to the Tree of Life's revival?" "That's very likely." Lin Su felt a bit disappointed. Based on the Druid's guess, it's clear that the revival of the Tree of Life is closely connected to the magical upheaval from a few months ago. But unfortunately, the revival is a result of the upheaval, not the cause. Cause leads to effect, but effect doesn't reverse to cause. In other words, Lin Su couldn't find a way to return to her original world based on this investigation. If the elves knew about this, they'd be very happy, the Druid said, not seeming too disappointed. Instead, he looked thoughtful. Since the elves migrated 1,000 years ago, there's been no sign of their activity on the continent. Some even think they're extinct. If the Tree of Life revives, it might produce new elven fruits. This legendary race could finally return. Yeah, but she couldn't go back.
Lin Su replied indifferently, sighing.
Why had so many people spent so much time without figuring out the cause of the recent uprising? Am I really going to stay here forever? The Druid finally noticed Lin Su's strange mood. "You don't seem very happy." Lin Su shot him a glance. "Give me a good reason to be happy." Well, the elves might be able to return to the continent. I'm not familiar with them. I don't feel anything for the elves. So the Tree of Life is awakening. How does that concern me? The Druids gave up. They could see that the young girl was genuinely not bothered by this big news. Frustrated, they shrugged helplessly.
"All right.
Sue, I don't know what you're disappointed about, but if you need help, the Druids are happy to assist you." "Thank you." Lin Su still felt a little touched. Even if others couldn't help, the fact that they were willing to support her without knowing much was very comforting. "By the way, we plan to leave here tomorrow." "Why?" "Actually, we've decided this a long time ago. Although we still don't know the cause of the magic surge, our investigation over these days shows that the magic in this forest is quite stable now. It's unlikely there will be another outbreak within 1,000 years. Plus, with the Tree of Life already revived, even if someone tries to interfere, the natural elements here can suppress any restless magic energy." The Druid smiled. "In fact, after confirming the tree's revival yesterday, we decided to withdraw from this area. Today is just a farewell." Darn. No wonder the promise to help sounded so confident. It was just an empty promise. Lin Su was frustrated. "Not only us, but after I told other races about the Tree of Life, they also decided to leave this area gradually. Soon, others will come to say goodbye to you." The Druids continued to share shocking news. "Well, after working here for so long, regardless of the outcome, they should go back home and report."
Lin Su grimaced.
"Congratulations then. Safe travels." 068 Where to go. PK votes 1900 plus extra. The next day, the Druid team was ready. They said goodbye to the various tribes they had briefly interacted with at the camp and prepared to return to their large forest home. The demons were the most reluctant to see the Druids leave, mainly because the Druids still owed them half a month's worth of laundry. They expressed deep regret. Before leaving, the team also visited the Great Tree area. Their parting gift to Lin Su was a seemingly ordinary leaf. "I thought a gentleman would at least give a nice necklace or something before breaking up, even if he didn't give a ring." Lin Su sighed after examining the leaf. She looked up seriously at the Druid captain. "I'm really disappointed in you." The calm and polite Druid captain twitched his mouth and then sighed. "Sue, you're not really a woman yet. Originally, my people suggested giving candies. Who? Who dares to underestimate their own taste? Lin Su immediately shot a sharp look at the group of druid people in front of her. Everyone quickly looked away or pretended to be calm. Some even whistled casually. It seems everyone voted together.
Lin Su remained silent.
Su, this isn't just an ordinary leaf, the druid captain explained quickly when he saw Lin Su looked unhappy. Oh, Lin Su carefully examined the leaf for 10 seconds. What makes it special? Because it's pollution-free and preservative-free? No. Look closely. The druid people are used to ignoring parts they don't understand. They pointed at the leaf and told Lin Su to hold it up to the sunlight. This leaf's veins contain flowing magical energy. When you face the sunlight, it shows a faint golden color. Oh, like 24K gold. The druid captain finally understood that Lin Su wanted to hear the plain truth. He said directly, "These magical energies are infused by us, the druid people, using natural elements. Holding this leaf, you can safely pass through the druid tribe's barrier without being attacked. And it will never wither. So, it's like a pass. If I visit their home in the future, I'll need to bring this leaf. Remember, Su, I told you that if you need help, we're happy to give it," the druid captain said kindly. "I believe a girl who can get along peacefully with magical beasts will also respect nature. Druids welcome all friends who love nature. That's too kind." Lin Su was genuinely touched. Yesterday, she thought they were just making empty promises. "I don't really have anything good to give you. How about I pack some dried meat for you to eat on the road? And if possible, please pack more wild fruits and bread." Finally, after sending away Druid, Lin Su sighed with emotion and then took Sha Bai directly to the camp area to ask about others' departure times. Upon inquiring, she learned that the words Druid had spoken yesterday were true. Almost all races, including the Xia tribe, planned to leave within the next day or two. The earliest was the Titan tribe, who planned to set out this afternoon. The latest were the Xia tribe and the Demon tribe, who would pack up early the day after tomorrow. The recently unlucky bard's return date was uncertain, and he seemed to want to stay and enjoy himself a bit longer. Su, the prince's curse. Seeing Lin Su go to the camp area, the Xia tribe's squad leader pulled her aside to whisper. "Are you planning to let him go back with you now?" Lin Su asked. "No, if anything happens to the prince, we Xia tribe can't take responsibility," the squad leader said with a bitter smile. "I suggest the prince return to the royal family first, and then the royal family can send an elite escort to bring him to the Xia tribe. Or you can take him with us." "Me go with the Xia tribe?" Lin Su was surprised. "Why? After all these days, besides the strict investigation, there hasn't been any other news from the empire. The news of Prince Aphid's disappearance hasn't been made public either." The Xia tribe leader hesitated before continuing. "I suspect that perhaps the Tabairo royal family has given up on finding the young prince. So, there's no need to wait here anymore. The best choice is for you to take him with us. Wait until the curse is lifted, and then decide what to do next." "You mean the Tabairo royal family and other princes, right?" "Yes. The eldest prince is training with the Imperial Army, and the second prince is studying at the Imperial Light Academy. Su, although the young prince is the most talented in magic and the most noble heir of the Tabairo royal family, he can be abandoned. Maybe the mastermind behind the scenes has made everyone believe he's no longer worth searching for," the Xia tribe leader sighed. "Only the queen insists, but even that might not change the entire royal family's decision." TCH. A bloody succession battle. Lin Su also felt helpless. That's why promoting family planning and the one-child policy is such an important measure. "Su, forgive me, I can't understand what you're saying. My point is, the fewer disputes there are among children, the better. At least kids won't be fighting all day about whether their parents favor the older or younger sibling." "That's also true," the sea race person said with some sympathy. "The ocean species lay eggs. A couple can produce a whole clutch at once. Each clutch has at least 3 or more children, and some energetic couples can have over 10. It's quite chaotic. Fortunately, they are the only intelligent species in the ocean, and each couple can only have one child in their lifetime." "So, have you decided to go back with us?" the sea race captain asked again.
"Well,
just in case," Lin Su hesitated. What if, right after I leave the jungle with the prince, someone from his family comes looking for him here? It wouldn't be good to just take the kid without permission. That's very unlikely, the captain replied.
Yeah, Lin Susaid.
Anyway, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. I'll think about it some more. That was the end of the matter for now. After talking with the sea race people, the demon race also came by, mainly to ask if Lin Su wanted to return with them to earn a countship. She politely declined, and they left regretfully. Today was definitely a busy day for Lin Su, and soon she was visited again by Slyanya. 069 exposure. Hey, didn't you go out today for a touching date with the elven homeland? Lin Su was surprised to see Slyanya appear at this time, because it meant the little prince probably hadn't gotten anything all morning.
Poor him. He lost his toy.
Your expression looks pretty disappointed. Let me guess, is that little wolf cub waiting outside for me to come play with him again? Slyanya smiled sharply. Su, was your bracelet just so the little guy could track my footsteps? What else would it be for? Lin Su sighed at the angry duke. Could it be because I secretly like you? Slyanya took a deep breath. All right, everyone stay calm. I came to ask you some questions. You're so bold to get angry with a kid, Lin Su shot back without mercy. Where do you see me as a kid? Where? Slyanya almost spat blood. At such times, the kind-hearted Sayo clan stepped forward to mediate. Su, let's first hear what he wants to say. Yes, it's important not to anger people too much, in case they get embarrassed and do something they shouldn't. I'm not afraid, but I'm currently taking care of a child. Lin Su couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Finally, she reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll give you some face. Actually, Saleya also wanted to talk about the Tree of Life, but his difficulty lay elsewhere. The revival of the Tree of Life was a big event. The magic fluctuations caused by it were gentle, but gentle doesn't mean weak, especially since the Tree of Life is known for its vitality and natural power that can produce elves. In this situation, the small bloodline magic of the Tabairo royal family, which is meant to identify royal members, was simply not enough. As a bloodline mark based on life magic, its magic waves are usually not weak. But if the prince's bloodline magic is like a bright spark, then the vitality emitted by the Tree of Life is like a blazing fire. The fire completely outshone the spark and even covered up the Tabairo royal family's magic mark. A day earlier, Duke Saleya received news from his sister that they had lost the prince's identification mark on the magic map. In other words, Saleya could only rely on his own eyes to find his nephew from now on. Do you want a magical beast from the jungle to be your guide? Lin Su was shocked after hearing Saleya's only request. She looked him up and down as if he were crazy. Could it be that your recent comfortable life has made you crave some exciting challenges? Just because magical beasts show respect doesn't mean their temper has improved. From a biological perspective, magical beasts are still carnivores. If they're hungry or feeling adventurous and want to try new flavors, they might even bite a few tender poets as snacks. Lin Su is familiar with them, but not others. In the eyes of magical beasts, although Lin Su and others have hands, feet, and walk upright, she is completely different from them. For example, if one person is friends with another, does that mean they truly consider the pig raised by the other person a friend too? Lin Su is a friend, but others are just food. That's how simple their thinking is. When asking for help, it's best to be modest. Slyanya endured and finally suppressed the urge to slap a child's bottom. Isn't there a kind-hearted monster? I just want to learn about this jungle. I don't need it to be good at fighting. Detailed map of the monster jungle, showing all monster locations, terrain, and surrounding environment. 100 gold coins. Lin Su responded enthusiastically, producing a piece of sheepskin parchment. The Xian people wanted to sigh. They remembered that their own team had bought a copy of this map before, but later, other races avoided it. 100? You might as well go steal it, Slyanya roared. You can choose not to buy it. Lin Su nodded politely and put the sheepskin back into her bracelet. She also shot a quick glance at the Xian captain, who was about to speak. If she guessed right, he probably wanted to do a good deed, like borrowing the map for the poet or something similar. The Xian captain smiled bitterly. Just like a young girl understanding him, he understood her too. Her warning look clearly meant she didn't want him to cut off her source of income. Thinking of this, the Xian captain sighed again. How did such a young girl develop this kind of personality? Could it really be, as he had thought, that she had some tragic story behind her? Over the past few months, the Xian people's attention on Lin Su had exceeded their expectations. This race was peaceful and non-confrontational, which allowed them to view everything around them with a more tolerant attitude. They found it incredible that a young girl could live alone in this dangerous life zone that made even the most fearless people afraid. No matter how bad her temper or how much she annoyed others, the Xian people could always find reasons to forgive her. She's just a child. She doesn't understand anything. She's just trying to survive. To other races, the lively jungle demon might seem dangerous, but to the Xian, she was just a fragile girl in need of protection and care, even if they sometimes grudgingly admitted she was a little troublemaker. Slyania, that map is really useful. The Xian captain finally decided to side with Lin Su after much thought. If you want to explore this jungle, it can help you reach many places. Slyania nervously tugged at her hair. No, I need more than just a map. I also need to understand the movements of this jungle. Do you understand? Movements, not just a still landscape painting. Movements, Lin Su esquintez. What do you want to know? Su, the people of the Shi tribe also felt something was off. Saleya calmed down and suddenly realized that her previous reaction was too impulsive. But a child, a member of the Shi tribe, probably wouldn't guess her true purpose, right? Sorry, I think we should talk about this later. She needed to find a perfect excuse to hide her real goal. Watching the poet leave, Lin Su and the Shi tribe's people exchanged glances. What are you thinking? 070 interrogation. No need to ask. The answer is definitely the same. The Shi tribesperson struggled to speak. Is it because of the little prince? This is possible, but not necessarily the only reason. Lin Su was reluctant to believe it. Forget it. Let's just assume he's here for the little prince. The Shi tribesperson skipped the hesitation and asked directly, do you think he's an ally or an enemy? No need to guess. Just test him directly. If something feels off, deal with him immediately. Lin Su clenched her teeth. She didn't have time to play guessing games. Sometimes, being direct is the simplest and most effective way. Right now, Lin Su faced two possibilities. One is that Saleya is on the side of the little prince, sent by the queen or others to find Prince Aphid, who mysteriously disappeared from the palace, and to do her best to return the prince safely. If that's the case, then Saleya must be the queen's most trusted person, or perhaps a close relative or a friend of the queen, not involved in the complex royal interests, but possessing enough power to protect the prince from behind-the-scenes interference. The other possibility is completely opposite. Perhaps this strange bard is actually an agent of the hidden mastermind, sent to eliminate the prince and remove this threat once and for all. Because the identity of the mastermind is secret, Lin Su couldn't be sure what kind of status or reputation the person cursing the prince holds in the royal family. Just like in detective stories where the killer is always the most unexpected person, although some stories intentionally add suspense and stretch the plot, it's clear that the person least suspected is often the one who commits the crime most easily. So, if the person is sent by the royal family, there's a good chance they might be influenced or manipulated by the hidden mastermind behind the scenes. In other words, they might not be entirely innocent. In summary, the only thing that needs to be confirmed now is, who is the person behind this individual's assignment? Lin Su is a humble person. She knows she's not good at interrogation, so she naturally asks the Shizu for help. After all, she's a young person raised in peaceful times. Although she sometimes has mischievous ideas, Lin Su believes her small tricks aren't enough to be dangerous in this situation. I mean, first give him a potion that weakens his magic to prevent him from warning the mastermind if he notices something's wrong. Then cast a permanent curse to disable his skills. I mean his magic and combat abilities. If he cooperates, I'll lift the curse. If he's up to no good, he'll be a useless person for life. Then call on the magical beasts to slowly extract a confession. If he tells a lie, bite off a finger, say another lie, and bite off another. Right in front of him. If he doesn't bite it off, then slowly gnaw it from his body, piece by piece. I don't believe anyone wouldn't break down like that. Lin Su first shared her immature plan, then sincerely and eagerly asked the Shizu captain, "Do you think this could make him confess?" "I'm not very confident." The Shizu captain's face turned pale with cold sweat, almost choking himself when he heard the last part. Is that really no confidence? From mind to body, from will to soul, this attack was thorough and detailed. Just hearing about it made even the most hardened person shiver. Are children these days already so ruthless? "I'm really glad no one has shown bad intentions toward the prince so far," the Shizu captain hesitated and said. "Yeah, me too," Lin Su agreed. "Really? You're glad, not regretful?" Since that conversation, the Shizu people completely lost interest in speculating about Lin Su's tragic background. They believed that no tragedy in the world could turn a normal young girl into such a bad person, so it is very likely that this is simply her natural talent. Alternatively, if such a terrible tragedy did happen to turn a good girl into this, they think it's beyond what their minds could imagine. They sent the little white tiger to bring back the wild little prince to the treehouse. Lin Su spent the whole day boiling a potion to weaken magic power. Unfortunately, the partner from the water tribe firmly rejected her last interrogation method. To break the other's mental defenses, only potions and curses could be used. Since there are fewer options, the potion's effect must be reliable. Otherwise, if the potion has no real impact, it's useless to ask questions. That afternoon, Lin Su finished the potion, and by evening, the evil curse magic circle of the water tribe was ready. At night, a chicken salad was prepared to keep the little prince waiting quietly in the treehouse for the summoning. Lin Su and the water tribe waited outside the giant tree area for Slaria's arrival. Compared to her nervousness in the morning, Slaria now seemed to have fully calmed her emotions. The best example was her face, which now looked much more fake with a smile. He walked slowly and gracefully like a noble, then politely bowed with a slight smile. "Ladies, I wonder what brings you to see me at this hour?" The water tribe member, not good at lying, realized they hadn't rehearsed their lines with Lin Su yet. It was easy to activate the curse once he stepped into the magic circle, but how could they make him drink the potion? Before they could think of a solution, a small figure suddenly rushed out and punched him in the stomach. Slaria is a skilled swordsman and not very careless. But even the most cautious person wouldn't expect a child to attack like this. He only saw a flash in his eyes, and before the smile on his face even faded, he felt a heavy blow to his stomach. The pain made him bend over involuntarily. Then, he felt a sharp pain on his scalp, and someone grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up. A cold liquid was poured into his mouth. "You!" He wanted to speak, but his mouth was covered again. He was hit on the chest. And before he realized what was happening, Slaria had already swallowed the potion. The captain of the Tide clan frowned. 071 recognizing each other, my cooperation with Lin Su this time made the Tide clan people very unhappy. They originally thought they were the ones protecting the weak and doing what was right. But Lin Su's actions made them feel like they were in league with evil or helping the villain. "Su, I hope next time we can come up with a better way to make him drink the potion instead of this." The Tide clan captain waved his hand to activate the magic circle, while he and Lin Su looked at each other helplessly and discussed. "You know, this kind of behavior is too violent. Maybe he's not an enemy but a friend. You should think from a different point of view. Maybe he's not a friend but an enemy?" Lin Su, who was watching the magic circle activate, casually replied, "I usually prefer to think from a less optimistic perspective. Lower expectations from the start and prepare for the worst. That's the wise way to minimize losses. For example, if he turns out to be a friend, then my approach might be a bit harsh on him, but at most I'd just undo the spell or antidote and apologize. The process might be a bit bumpy, but in the end, no one gets hurt. But if he's actually an enemy, then your way might be too cautious, making it easier for him to notice and secretly pass on the abnormal situation here. The process would be peaceful, but it could lead to more enemies. You're not wrong, but no buts. When the goal is clear, the outcome is always more important than the process." Lin Su straightened up. "It looks like the curse is broken. I'll go get him." The glow of the magic circle began to flicker and fade, and the spell-binding Slyania on the magic circle started to weaken layer by layer. The magic power was successfully drained, and the curse was broken. Lin Su grabbed a broom and flew over, pulling the person out by the collar. All this happened so quickly that it was almost impossible to react. Slyania felt like she had gone through a strange experience. She didn't even understand what was happening before she was inexplicably made into a helpless lamb. It wasn't until Lin Su threw her to the ground and a circle of Tide clan members surrounded her with weapons drawn that Slyania realized the situation might not be very favorable for her now. I always thought the Tide clan was a peaceful group. Slyania calmly looked around and finally aimed at the captain of the Shiju team. May I ask, what does your current action mean? The captain of the Shiju team looked embarrassed. He had never played the role of a villain before and was not very skilled at it. In this awkward situation, what should he say? Just then, the little prince was startled by the magic circle from earlier. He quickly finished his salad, wagged his tail happily, and jumped out of the treehouse to watch the fun. After observing the scene, he quickly noticed Slyania in the encirclement. The little prince widened his eyes, looked surprised and incredulous behind everyone, and opened his mouth in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone turned their heads, and Slyania naturally looked in the direction everyone was focusing on. Ears upright, tail flicking. Although he had been pranked for several days, this was the first time he faced a little wolf directly. Are you saying that you caught me just to help this little wolf prank me? Slyania's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to believe this ridiculous answer he had guessed. Lin Su also twitched. Dear overthinking. She wasn't bored enough to go to such lengths just to make a kid happy with a big show. But the truly shocking part was yet to come. When the little wolf saw the object of his prank over several days, instead of gloating or attacking, he looked at him with big, teary eyes, slowly beginning to well up with tears. Slyania was a bit creeped out by this affectionate gaze. He moved uncomfortably, opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, the little wolf, tail wagging, rushed over crying and threw himself into his arms, howling, "Uncle!" The sound of weapons clattering to the ground made everyone gape in shock. This was terrible. Lin Su's face turned pale, and she swallowed a small gulp of blood, turning her head. She just happened to see that the captain of the Shiju team beside her now looked like an old person with a stroke, lost in a daze. The little wolf was still crying happily in his uncle's arms, and everyone else was stunned. Fortunately, Slyania was not stupid. Hearing the little potato's voice, he already suspected what was happening. He quickly tore the little wolf from his arms and excitedly asked, "Aphid?" Yes. The little prince took off his crown and transformed back into his familiar, delicate little face. One chubby hand clung to Slyania's clothes, while the other kept wiping tears and sniffling. Uncle. He finally saw his family and burst into tears. Slyania felt both emotional and frustrated. His little Aphida was the mischievous little wolf cub he had been talking about these days. No, that's just lively and adorable. Any idea of being impolite must be his own misunderstanding. Lin Su also felt emotional and frustrated. He accidentally let the enemy see through his plan. He really caught the reinforcements off guard. But honestly, who would have thought the queen was so ruthless, sending her own brother to handle things? After regaining composure, the Shiju people felt awkward. They didn't have Lin Su's thick skin. It was all a misunderstanding. Slyania glared. A misunderstanding? These people's hands are really ruthless, trying to deal with him harshly. If his little Aphida hadn't run out to speak, who knows what might have happened next. Don't think he didn't see the magical beasts around. They weren't just there for show. Just as he was thinking about the magical beasts, Lin Su clapped his hands, erasing the evidence. All right, everyone, disperse. It's late, and it's time to sleep. Hey bro, thanks for today. I'll invite you all to dinner again, when we have time. The Black Panther growled loudly, ignoring everyone, nodded, then turned and flicked his tail, leading his followers away. Lin Su turned back. The ground is cold. You shouldn't just sit there. Want to have some late-night snacks and talk? Slyania's mouth twitched. Don't you want to say something else? Like what? Lin Su asked sincerely. Like, my current situation. Slyanya hinted that the other should give him an explanation. All for the prince's safety. Sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable. But I believe the queen and the prince will be touched by your efforts and won't forget you, Lin Su pretended to sigh. Don't worry, I'll give you a 20% discount on the antidote. Discussion about the destination. My heart is darker than theirs. My skin is thicker than theirs. As for my face, it's better if I don't compare. Some people just don't care about face. Sulanya quickly assessed the strength of both sides. Then, after realizing the truth, he sadly retreated. He was no longer a match for this young girl. Finally, both sides reached a peace agreement and, ignoring the earlier unpleasantness, began to discuss important matters. A more credible leader from the Xia tribe stepped forward. Sulanya quickly learned when a feat appeared in the forest and the situation at that time. As the queen had predicted, it seemed that someone within the royal family had poisoned the prince. Leaving him alive was to prevent his soul mark from being found at the crime scene, which could lead to searches. In the end, they used teleportation magic to throw a feed into the chaotic space-time flow, hoping he would perish on his own. Under normal circumstances, with this series of actions, the little prince should have died shortly after. The poison and curse on him were difficult to handle, and he was thrown into some unknown corner of the continent. Unless he suddenly fell into the light Pope's chamber by chance, no one could have saved him. But that day was unusual. The unconscious little prince was just thrown out of the space-time vortex and was found by a small white tiger out for a walk. This is really...
Sulanya Said, feeling complicated.
He didn't know whether to thank the Elf King for letting his little nephew meet this girl and save his life, or to curse the Elf King for letting his nephew fall into the hands of this girl and live a dark, miserable life. The Xia tribe members praised Lin Su sincerely, not understanding Sulanya's mixed feelings. Their main point was simple. If it weren't for her, the little prince would have died completely. So, in summary, Lin Su is a good person, really a good person. Children should be praised more. The Xia tribe no longer cared about Lin Su's background. Their goal had changed. They wanted to subtly turn this girl into a good person. At least, not a good person, but a normal bad person, not someone who constantly surprises and shocks others' bottom lines. Sulanya felt even more complicated after hearing the praise. Could this girl really be considered a good person? Su, do you want to come back with me? The little prince, disguised again as a little wolf, asked eagerly. He had already reached an agreement with his uncle. Once they arranged the personnel in the next few days, they would go straight to the imperial capital. King Tabira's palace has lots of delicious food. If you go, I'll ask the head chef to cook for you every day. Cough, cough, cough. Ceylon almost choked on his own saliva. What is wrong with his little Afayad? Why did he invite this naughty girl back to the palace? Lin Su looked down on Ceylon and turned her head with a fake smile. Thanks, but I'm not interested. She isn't obsessed with food and doesn't need to sell herself cheaply for a few bites. Besides, the palace chef is usually only at a master level, but her cooking is at a grandmaster level. Yeah. Su's cooking is much better than the palace chef's. How could she possibly like their food? Ceylon quickly agreed, praising Lin Su's wise decision. That's true. The little prince remembered his meals since living in the jungle. Comparing them to palace food, he sighed loudly, then brightened his eyes and looked for a new idea. Then I'll ask the tailor to make you many beautiful dresses. Lin Su didn't speak, pointing at the clothes the little prince was wearing now. A grandmaster tailor. The little prince desperately tried to say, the palace has lots of gold coins. I'll ask them to give you some. Ceylon quickly covered his little nephew's mouth with his hand. He hoped the child wasn't trying to use the treasury to tempt the girl to come home with him. Hee. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh. That's pretty tempting, actually. The little prince's eyes sparkled with excitement as he struggled. Ceylon felt like crying. But I can't leave right now. Lin Su paused before finishing her words. She gently rubbed the little prince's fluffy ears. In the future, if I need to, I'll come find you. Keep the gold coins for me. Humph. Trying to trick a kid. The little prince was frustrated. He pouted and didn't speak, angrily shook off his uncle's big hand, squatted on the ground, and started pulling grass silently. Ceylon sighed sadly. Why does his little nephew so badly want to bring this girl back? She didn't seem to like him much either. This kind of psychology is called a fledgling attachment, similar to Stockholm Syndrome. When one side is clearly weaker and must depend on the stronger side to survive, the weaker side unconsciously develops a shared fate and reliance on the stronger. The little prince is under a deadly curse, abandoned, with no ability to protect himself. Lin Su can detoxify and save his life, supply his daily needs, and is strong enough to teach him new, powerful skills. Therefore, it is natural that the little prince would develop a sense of admiration and dependence on Lin Su, similar to that of a parent or mentor, especially since Silanea cannot understand this. Su, actually, going to the Debairo royal family might be a good choice for you, said the Tsai clan member, hesitating for a moment from the perspective of someone needing a guardian for a minor, then trying to break through Silanea's stern gaze and speaking. At least they would find you a new foster family, so you can grow up like a normal child. Normal child? Lin Su interrupted. Sorry, I need to clarify. When you say normal child, do you mean someone who goes to bed early, gets up early, listens obediently, doesn't pick food, isn't rude to adults, and spends days learning things like flower arranging, etiquette, dance, and other lessons from a family teacher? And for fun, plays house or throws beanbags with a bunch of sniffly little kids? Silanea imagined this and shivered. The little prince also imagined it and shivered. Dakama. The poor Tsai clan member opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, finally giving up helplessly. Indeed, I can't imagine you adapting to that kind of life. A few months ago, Lin Su might have been happy to have a legal identity and integrate into the human world, but now, with the Tree of Life showing signs of abnormality, hope is slim. Maybe she could return to her own world again, who knows? Under these two choices, Lin Su doesn't believe this world has more appeal than her own home. The demon general smiled more mysteriously, curling his lips and quietly leaning in to say, Silanya didn't curse that little brat at breakfast today. When he saw the kid, he even smiled in a disgusting way, as if that was his illegitimate child. This fool. Lin Su secretly despised Silanya's lack of brains. He's still an adult. How could he really argue with a child? Oh, the demon general nodded indifferently, not bothering to dwell on the issue. It seemed he was just casually gossiping, and soon shifted to another topic. By the way, the people from my clan outside the jungle sent a message again last night. It looks like another human adventuring team is planning to enter the jungle. Oh, Lin Su asked, are they here to check out the Tree of Life? Or to collect plant samples? This team isn't registered with the Adventurers Guild. Maybe they're hired for some private reason. The demon general chuckled. Also, recently someone found Duke Tabairo's adventuring records at the Border Towns Guild. He's the king's brother, and I wonder what they're doing in such a small place. Speaking of which, your business might be quite busy in the future. Thank you. Lin Su forced a smile, biting her lip. After gossiping, the demon general bowed with a mysterious smile and left. Lin Su endured, waiting until he was out of sight before sending little white tiger to bring back the little prince for questioning. Soon, the little potato was successfully caught, with Silanya and the tsunami tribe following behind. Lin Su ignored the latter too, and directly asked the little one, who was dropped on the ground by little white tiger, "What's your uncle's name?" Silanya. The little prince looked blank, not understanding what was happening. I'm asking his real name. His real name is Silanya.
Silanya Sevita.
Silanya arrived just in time to hear his name, and hurriedly called out, You can find me if you need anything. The little rascal was indeed bullying his little nephew again. Luckily, he sensed something was wrong and rushed over immediately. Lin Su shivered violently, almost spitting out black blood. Silanya Sevita. You idiot. When pretending to be a civilian, didn't you realize the first thing you should do is change that flashy name? Noticing that Lin Su's small face looked a bit unwell, the Xian tribe member's initial question changed quickly. Su, what happened? Lin Su hesitated, then looked at the Xian tribe member. Do you know the names of all the members of the Debairo Empire royal family? I know that. Su, I can tell you. The little potato struggled in Lin Su's hand, raising his hand to get a chance to answer. I'm not asking you. Well, the Xian tribe member hesitated. I only know some of the main royal family members who are often active, but all of them. Lin Su held back her words. Is Slorania active in the imperial capital? Of course. I am recognized as the dream lover of the ladies in the imperial capital, Slorania said proudly, tossing her head. Su, is there a problem? The Xian tribe member finally realized something was wrong. Lin Su looked sad. The demon race just told me two things. What are those two things? First, a small human team with unclear purpose has entered the jungle again. Second, someone found the adventure registration records of an imperial duke who is also the queen's younger brother and Slorania. The Xian tribe member gasped. So, what do you mean? Slorania has been using her real name from the start. If someone with bad intentions checks, they can easily find out where she has appeared. I also don't think the demon race would come specifically to tell me two unrelated pieces of gossip. Their message probably means they are warning us. Someone has already discovered Slorania's trail and guessed something. Now, that person has sent people into the monster forest to find her. Are demons really that kind? The little prince exclaimed in disbelief.
Don't be silly.
Why do you think they are bad? Just because of the impression your dear father and mother or the royal tutor once planted in your muddled mind about demons. Lin Su sneered. I don't know if demons are good or bad, but I do know they are not fools. I even suspect that the rumors you and Gray spread a few days ago were deliberately released by them to confuse us. Today, they specifically came to tell me that your relationship with Slorania has become so close overnight that it's disgusting. It's very likely that demons already knew you are Prince Afid, so they asked me to tell you not to be too obvious in your affection, or it might attract suspicion. Since the demon race knows that Xylan is an Empire Duke, it's likely that other races also know. A duke from the Empire disguises himself as an adventurer to enter the monster forest, just to fall in love with a half-beast? Even a fool can see something is wrong here.
The
Tsai tribe member wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the prince. Now, hearing Lin Su's warning, he could only blush awkwardly. Your Highness, Su is right. Maybe the demon race is genuinely warning us in good faith. That's too much. Do they really want to hurt my poor Afida? Xylan is angry. Lin Su, furious, wants to hit someone. If you weren't so stupid that you don't even know to change your name, how could those people find this little guy so quickly? Xylan shakes his head and shifts the focus seriously. That's not the important issue now. What matters is the situation of that small team. Lin Su is speechless. The Tsai tribe member, feeling helpless, finally speaks. Your Grace, the best thing for you to do now is to take the prince and leave quickly. Are your people ready? Not yet. Xylan, overwhelmed by the situation, couldn't risk sending his little nephew to possibly face danger alone, thinking he might just be a tourist. So, he had no choice but to urgently ask his sister for help. The queen, listening through the magic mirror, almost faints. You told me before that you had prepared a disguise, but now you say you forgot to change your name after disguising yourself? What kind of fool is my brother? Poor little Afida. I didn't expect to be so famous here. Xylan feels embarrassed, but also a strange sense of pride. Enough, the queen says with a grim face. Now tell me, how long will it take to bring my Afida back to the palace? To ensure safety, escorting him with guards all the way isn't the best option. I was already contacting the Magic Guild to arrange a teleportation spell. Once everything is set, I will teleport Afida directly from the nearest Magic Guild back to the palace. Xylan explains. But it seems we don't have much time now. Sister, can you think of a way? What can I do? The queen's eyes were red, and her voice was a little choked. If there had been others involved from the start, how could I have placed all my hope on you? Sran Yeton immediately felt upset. Why did her words sound like she was saying he was unreliable? TSK. Did you hear that? This person is being looked down on. Lin Su teased the Shiju people with a smile. Cough, cough. The Shiju person looked embarrassed. It was already bad enough that they were eavesdropping on royal private matters, and this girl still openly expressed her opinions. Was she not afraid of offending anyone? The queen had good hearing. She heard some noise nearby and asked quickly, Sran Yeton, who is over there? Point two onlookers. Sran Yeton gritted his teeth.
Come on.
We're not watching anymore. Little one, let's go strip the beast hide. Lin Su snapped her fingers casually, leading the little prince with a wagging tail to leave. Stop right there, Sran Yetan was furious. He ignored the queen and jumped over with a mirror to block them. How can my little Afid do such a crude thing as stripping a beast hide? Sran Yetan, the queen, almost fainted this time. Did I hear you right? You said my poor child is doing what? Stripping a beast hide. Under Lin Su's half-smile stare, Sran Yetan quickly raised the mirror to comfort the nearly fainting queen. It's a misunderstanding. Little Afid is doing very well now, just as noble and elegant as in the palace. He wanted to cry. He was lying and deceiving his poor sister. The noble and elegant little prince wagged his tail and poked Sran Yetan with his chubby finger. Uncle, can I talk to Mom? I want to show her the small bow I made from beast bones yesterday. I did everything myself, from removing the bones to polishing and making it. Child, your mother will be upset about this. Sran Yetan's eyes filled with tears, unsure whether to agree to this request that would clearly hurt the queen.
Lin Su filikit her finger.
Sran Yetan hesitated sadly, but still handed over the magic mirror. Hello, Queen. Lin Su took the mirror without politeness, waved her hand as a greeting, then got straight to the point. You already understand the situation. I think the main issue isn't about the prince's life. The most important thing now is whether you can persuade the palace to send someone to pick up the prince. Child, can you please return the mirror to Sran Yetan? The queen was a bit confused. Why was she discussing such an important and serious matter with a child through the magic mirror? Are you sure? Personally, I think I might be more reliable than your foolish brother. But if you insist, I can find an adult to talk to you, Lin Su said, handing the mirror back to Captain Shi of the Shizu tribe. It seems that appearance still matters a lot at first glance. As soon as Captain Shi appeared, the queen's face lit up with joy, showing a completely different attitude from when she faced Lin Su. Great. Are you from the Shizu tribe? Yes, Captain Shi nodded and sighed. Your Majesty, let's discuss the current problem. This building is crooked, and we've wasted several minutes just talking nonsense. Before that, I want to confirm something. I heard there is a very tricky curse on my little Afid. If the Shizu tribe intervenes, what are the chances of restoring him? How long would it take? And the cost. The queen was drifting off topic. After half an hour of rambling, calming down the worried parent, Captain Shi felt exhausted. So, as I said, the issues with the prince can only be addressed after he returns to the palace. When can you send someone? Or can you inform the palace about the current situation of the little prince? I personally think it's better to make the danger clear. At least then, those bad people will have to consider the king's reaction before acting again. The queen was silent for a while and then sighed heavily. Do you really think telling His Majesty will scare those behind the scenes? If that were true, how could they have dared? Lin Su and Captain Shi exchanged glances and then remained silent. Indeed, they had already attacked the little prince in the palace. Talking about deterrence was nonsense. If those people had killed Afid and disappeared for a year or two, no matter how much the king loved his younger son, he would have to consider the new heir and the stability of a country. Could he really keep obsessing over a son's accident forever? I have an idea, the queen said, now regaining her elegant confidence. It was likely that her earlier rambling was just a different way of thinking. Nobles often have this problem. They sometimes face a difficult issue without a clear solution at the moment. At this moment, a true noble would not openly admit they are helpless, nor would they let the atmosphere become awkward. Usually they choose to talk in circles, going around and around, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 or 4 circles. This is a psychological tactic, hinting to others that I am not nervous. I just want to keep you guessing about what I am thinking. At the same time, it also gives me enough time to think carefully and decide what actions to take. Hearing this, Lin Su suddenly had a bad feeling. For example, the queen's next words might pull her into another complicated situation. 075 conditions for help, PK tickets, 2,000 plus more. Sure enough, her bad feeling came true. Rimna von Kloprins. On behalf of the Tabiro royal family. The queen finally spoke, looking seriously and sincerely at the captain of the Sea tribe. She spoke solemnly, word by word. "We kindly ask all the tribes in the lost jungle to escort the prince back to the royal family." After speaking, the queen stepped back from the magic mirror and bowed deeply to the Sea tribe people on the other side. By declaring her full name, she was not only making a personal request, but also representing the entire Tabiro royal family. The Sea tribe people could not refuse. Lin Su silently slapped herself, tears in her eyes. What a jinx! After the Sea tribe people cut off the magic communication and turned away, Lin Su was the first to raise her hand to show her stance. "I can help inside the jungle, and I can also provide some potion support after you go out. But I want to make one thing clear. Until the Tree of Life is fully revived, I will not step out of the jungle even a little." The Sea tribe people look surprised. Why? If the escort mission gets big, the beast jungle might not be safe either. "There's no reason," Lin Su said with a shrug. "I'm shy, I don't dare to see people." Nonsense. When the demons saw the visitors, they didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, they looked as if they had been expecting them for a long time. Judging by their attitude, it was clear they came specifically to remind them, and they probably guessed the purpose of the visitors' arrival. "Let me guess, are you here to ask for help?" The demon general took off his cloak, looked at the group with a half-smile, and finally focused on the little wolf. "This must be Prince Afade, right? I'm actually more curious about how you saw through us." Lin Su also smiled, not minding that others called her a little kid. She guessed the situation pretty well. At least the other person hadn't exposed the little potato's true identity before. From this alone, she felt she could trust and respect them. The demon general smiled and said, "His disguise and aura are fine, but I must say, the dark potion smell on the little prince is too strong. I remember, when I was a child many years ago, I also detected this scent on someone from your royal family." Silania suddenly understood and asked, "Are you talking about Her Royal Highness the Princess?" "Who?" Lin Su quietly asked the person next to her to share. The people from the Shiju clan also tried to figure it out and whispered back, "It might be the current queen of Tabiro. She suddenly died 20 years ago just before she was to marry a neighboring country." The Tabiro Empire claimed it was an assassination by some dark forces, but they never revealed the real cause of death.
Great.
If that's true, then the demon race probably knows the poison formula on the little prince.
Oh.
Could this be the legendary hero mode? No matter how tough the deadly path is, the hero always seems to meet helpful people rushing to offer solutions. They not only manage to escape danger, but might also gain new powers or be forced to learn secret skills like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 technique. In this way, the little prince is naturally the hero, and she seems to be his first benefactor. She not only dutifully helped protect the prince's life, but also supported him with her own resources and even shared her secret skills. According to the story, maybe she will sacrifice herself in some danger next, then pass on her entire inheritance, including legendary sacred beast secret manuals, as a keepsake for the prince. While Lin Su was lost in her wild thoughts, Silania and the Shiju clan had already connected with the demon race. The latter was well prepared for the help request and agreed quickly. Of course, the demon race wasn't planning to be heroes or saviors. They simply wanted the skills Lin Su possessed. Everyone's gaze turned back to Lin Su, who was lost in thought.
Why are you looking at me?
Lin Su, lost in her dark thoughts, was suddenly snapped back by the intense gazes. She turned around in frustration and said, "I told you, I'm only responsible for providing potions and jungle assistance. Don't ask me about anything else." The Su. The little prince wagged his tail and tried to act cute. "Calling uncle is useless." Lin Su firmly shook her head. "I absolutely won't step out of the jungle now. I don't even want to go to Tabiro Palace, and I'm not interested in the demon territory either." "What do you want?" "Just set a condition, and the demons will try to meet it," the demon general said calmly, ready to negotiate. He was willing to risk everything for the dark assassination skills. After all, he had been too confident and boasted to his superiors before even talking to the young girl. He thought it would be easy to deal with a naive kid, but it turned out to be more difficult than expected. The thing I want, you can't give. Lin Su sighed deeply and looked far away. As long as you want it, we can try to give it, the demon general said confidently, rolling up his sleeves like a rich man. Tell me, what are your conditions? Wealth? Power? Fame, that, or a handsome man? Hey. The member of the Xia tribe was unhappy. He didn't like others teaching the girl bad habits in front of him. Lin Su also spat blood. She thought she was already quite bold, but it seemed there was someone bolder. Stop guessing. Just tell me a more realistic condition. And, be clear, don't think you can take advantage of me. I'm not this kid's guardian. Cough cough, Slyanya, the guardian of the young boy, finally couldn't stay silent anymore. Sir, if you want to raise his help, could you consider a different condition? Like wealth? A friendly treaty between the two nations? Tax reductions for trade, or a beautiful woman? The demon general looked annoyed. You're quick to learn. Haha. Slyanya awkwardly smiled. We sincerely ask for your help. Sue's situation is special. We can't ask a young girl to make sacrifices. So if the Tabiro royal family can do something, please just say so. Take your time talking. I'll go find Brother He to set up defenses in the forest, Lin Su said wisely, retreating before the demon general could speak again. She wondered why these people thought she would willingly step back for the young prince. Could it be the protagonist's law? Or do they think she looks like a fool? Meow 076 water source. The Black Panther's den is the best living place in the entire jungle, better than other strongholds. According to the natural law that stronger creatures have more resources, the Black Panther, as the leader of the beast jungle, has the best cave in the area. It is the most comfortable, with the warmest temperature and the strongest magical aura. Besides the poor lighting, this place is truly a lucky spot. It even has a natural private bath. This should be upstream of that big lake, Lin Su said after circling the magical fountain pool inside the cave. She finally concluded, I've always wondered where the water from such a large lake comes from. I didn't expect it to be here. The small fountain erupts from underground, and the water flows into a pool about the size of a tennis court. Then, a natural creek winds out, passing through the giant tree area and slowly merging into the big lake. The Black Panther strolled over slowly, growling softly, as if explaining the origin of the small fountain out of courtesy. Lin Su couldn't understand animal speech, but the little white tiger understood and happily meowed in reply. Fountains like this are rare in nature. Most are man-made landscapes. This is mainly because of many conditions needed: pipes, water flow speed changes, spray force, and more. All these factors create a water jet that moves upward. In the game, there are also a few natural fountains, usually linked to mysterious phenomena or faith powers, such as resurrection fountains, cursed waters, or others. These game fountains are guarded by elite monsters, making them very hard to approach. Touching them can sometimes cause unexpected status effects, blessings, or curses. Luck plays a role. Finding a special event near a fountain is a common impression among gamers. Especially, the more powerful the fountain guardian, the more impressive the fountain itself tends to be. Lin Suo seemed to realize something and looked at the Black Panther. In this way, the fountain can be seen as being protected by a high-level boss, although it's just considered a bathhouse by others. No, I can't continue with this line of thought. Clearly, this place is the source of a large lake and small streams. If I keep thinking about it, I might start calculating how much bathwater I've drunk over the past few months. After pondering for a moment, she flipped her wrist, pulled out a bottle of potion, and threw it directly into the center of the spring. The small bottle struggled against the water jet for a while before finally breaking open. The potion instantly merged into the spring water. The water area shimmered with a golden light and then returned to calm. Initial tests show that the water is rich in vitality, which in the magical world means it contains a lot of life elements. On Earth terms, it has many minerals like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No wonder the young werewolf swam across the big lake with a wound and didn't bleed out. Turns out the water quality was so good it was like cheating. Thinking again, she grabbed another bottle of highly toxic poison and poured it in. After a while, A few green bubbles appeared on the surface, then the water returned to its original color, with no further effects. There are two possibilities. 1. The water naturally contains purification elements that can neutralize some toxins. 2. The poison dose was too small to have any real impact. If it weren't for the water being so amazing, could it really be that the dose was just not enough? Lin Suo thought for a moment, then took out her alchemy cauldron, set it to the largest size, and poured all her poisons, regardless of type, into it. Once the cauldron was full, she was about to pour the mixture into the pond. The Black Panther finally lost its temper. Even after enduring so much, there's a limit to patience. This little girl was really pushing her luck. Roar! It flicked its tail and leapt over, fur bristling. The Black Panther puffed up, turned its back to the water, and glared at Lin Suo with claws extended and a low growl.
Ah.
I was just doing an experiment, Lin Suo said helplessly, holding the pot. Maybe she had gone a bit too far? Alright, this plan was no good. Under the threat of the Black Panther, Lin Suo chose to compromise. She temporarily set aside the water issue and shifted to more important matters. She mainly came to check on the new jungle team. There would be plenty of opportunities to investigate the water quality later. She spent half an hour cooking to make up for the harmful chemicals she had carelessly poured into the bathhouse earlier. Then she spent another half hour making shampoo, hair brightening agents, and other small items to please the panther. When the Black Panther finally, happily, agreed to forgive her, she finally got to the main topic. She marked several areas on the jungle map that needed special protection. When giving instructions, Lin Suo hesitated for a moment. Currently, I only know that the other person is highly suspected of being a bad guy, but I can't be sure they are definitely evil. Is this a case of killing or scaring? She isn't so heartless as to truly not value human life. No matter how much she reminds herself that this isn't her world, human lives are still human lives. So, better to just capture and lock them up. Black Panther doesn't care either way. Since the girl requested a barbecue and help, it doesn't matter what the outcome is to it. After confirming the details, Lin Suo packed up the map and left. Before leaving, she also collected a bucket of fountain water to water the trees. It's harmless and might even help plants grow. When they returned to the giant tree area, Little Prince and the others had already come back. It seems Slorania and the demon race reached an agreement. As for the details, Lin Suo wasn't interested. She has done her best as a supporting character. Being able to do this much for them is already very responsible. Unless it's a simple story, she wouldn't be willing to guarantee lifelong protection. Sue, I'm leaving tomorrow. Little Prince suddenly rushed over to Lin Suo, his big eyes red and swollen, looking like he had been crying for a while. Yeah, are your things packed? Do you want me to bring some snacks for the trip? Lin Suo casually replied, setting down the wooden bucket and grabbing a ladle to water the trees. I've prepared everything for A-feed. No worries. Slorania looked wary, as if guarding against being tempted by the girl to charming the prince. Hearing this, she immediately became alert and stood dozens of meters away, speaking from afar. Even if he can't step into the giant tree area, his heart to protect his little nephew won't change. Alright, I won't see you off then. Lin Suo waved her hand casually, indicating no need to worry. After watering a few more times, she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. Little ghost.
Sue?
A-feed, feeling disappointed at being ignored, drooped his little head, looking quite pitiful. But suddenly, things took a turn. The girl in front of him turned her head back. Little Potato immediately wagged his tail excitedly and rushed over. Do you have something else to tell me? Nothing much. I just want to remind you not to forget Raphael's deception. You still owe me that divine artifact, Lin Suo said seriously. The little prince and Slorania both looked grim at her words. 077 parting ways with the help of various races. There's no need to continue pretending in front of these people anymore. With these people's protection, it became much easier to avoid the eyes of others outside. Not to mention, the Demon Clan's cloak formation is very good for hiding faces. Usually, no one dares to approach with such a strong dark magic aura to reveal the cloak, unless they don't care about their life. Of course, even though I say this, Lin Su's words still make people a little sad. Even without romantic scenes like kisses to boost views, at least a few gentle words of reassurance would help set the mood. The young prince, who is very sensitive, was heartbroken. Clearly, Lin Su's reaction didn't match any of his imagined little dramas. So, the little guy tearfully handed over Raphael's deception and the wolf Fong, then left feeling sad. Slaria was half satisfied, half worried, and followed closely behind. Lin Su was very happy to get back the magic artifact. As for the gloomy little prince, he ignored everything. He and a little kid have little in common, and asking to get his own things back isn't a big deal. That night, the proud prince, feeling hurt, threw a tantrum and went to sleep in a bed with other foreigners, swearing he would never talk to Lin Su again. Slaria fully supported her nephew's decision and felt relieved. After understanding the situation, Lin Su decided not to charge the prince for using the tent that night, as a small comfort. Early the next morning, after a good night's sleep, Lin Su got up. As soon as he stepped out of the treehouse, he saw that many new leaves had grown on the tree of life. He wasn't sure if it was because of the fountain water he poured yesterday. Since it was high-quality bathing water guarded by a boss, the effects still need to be studied, but if it didn't have any effect, it would be very disappointing. At this rate, the druids expect the giant tree to recover quickly. It should be possible to restore the Tree of Life to full growth within half a month. Maybe this will be the chance to go home. Hey! While Lin Su was admiring the new leaves and feeling touched, the upset little prince came back. Kids don't have much sense of shame. They might argue for a night, but after that, they still act carefree and shameless. Unlike adults, who often blow small things out of proportion, acting like they can't lift their head after saying they don't mind. So, Lin Su often finds it easier to deal with children. At least they have a strong ability to resist attacks, and most importantly, they don't hold grudges. After quietly calling out to Lin Su, little prince started pouting and trying to stay positive. After a while, he looked down at the grass and said sadly, "I'm really going to leave. I know you said that yesterday," Lin Su replied. "Now won't you see me off?" Little prince quickly looked up at Lin Su, then quickly looked down again, as if afraid someone might see him. He asked unhappily, "See you off where?" Lin Su thought about it. If it was just about sending him a mile or so, she could consider it. But farther away would take too much time. Maybe to the royal palace, the imperial city, or the small town. Little prince secretly watched Lin Su, noticing she was expressionless and glaring at him. His voice got softer as he listed places, until he finally fell silent. After a long silence, feeling quite wronged, Little Potato finally couldn't hold back and wiped his tears with his chubby hand. He sniffled and asked, "Just send me out of the jungle. That's all I want. Just out of the jungle." "Okay, Su." Lin Su sighed helplessly, then gently touched the little prince's head. She thought to herself that this little troublemaker had grown taller than her without realizing it. Over the past few months, he was now a head taller than her. "I've arranged for Brother He to personally escort you out. He can help you avoid the human team's route. The fireworks are in Slyania, as you know. Are you really not coming back with me? The royal palace has lots of gold coins, and I can give you all my pocket money," Little Prince pleaded, clutching Lin Su's clothes, looking pitiful like a neglected child. "Well, that depends on how much pocket money you have." Little Prince's eyes lit up. "How much do you want? I can ask my father to give you some." Excited, Slyania almost rushed in. "All right, just kidding," Lin Su said dismissively, then patted Little Potato's head. "I have other things to do soon, so I can't see you off. Go quickly. Your mother at the palace has been worried for a long time." She waved goodbye to the reluctant little prince, who kept turning back. The tribes of the Xie and Mo races each bowed slightly to Lin Su as a farewell. As the last outsider disappeared from sight, the surrounding noise faded away. It was as if everything had returned to how it was when Lin Su first arrived, quiet and still. The little potato who was ambushed had gone to reunite with his family. The small team of different races investigating the situation had left. Even the native magical beasts had been sent out by Lin Su to guard the jungle paths. Correction. It is now even quieter than when Lin Su first arrived. At least back then, a few magical beasts would come out to scare and tease her and the little white tiger. It seems like life is getting more and more boring. Lin Su sighed, pouted, and looked down. Then she unexpectedly noticed her little pet was still there. She became curious. "Little White, want to go out hunting with your girlfriend?" Over the past few months, it had been doing better than her. Her clients and patrons had left, but this little cat had made friends with a local female beast in the woods. The two often went out to scare small animals and cause trouble, making them a famous pair of fierce beasts in the jungle. Of course, Lin Su suspected that the little white cat was just lonely and looking for a girlfriend to pass the time. It was probably just for fun, not serious about staying together. The best proof was that it never tried to introduce that female beast to her. Since there was no point in introducing her to the family, it seemed like it didn't plan to stay with her for long. Meow. The little white tiger licked its paws and rolled on the grass, basking in the sun, covered in grass and leaves. It looked happy playing alone and not interested in going on a date. "Since you're not going on a date today, why not carry me out for a walk?" Lin Su chuckled, pulling out a disguise to look like Raphael. Her face blurred for a moment, then became clear again. When she reappeared, the girl disappeared, and another prince of a fur appeared in her place. Meow. The little white tiger was startled, its fur bristling as it jumped up, glaring at Lin Su with wide eyes, almost popping out. The one sent out by the mastermind to trouble the prince had to be an elite. First of all, forget about everything else. The beast groups in the magical forest weren't just for show. Without some fighting ability, it's possible that they might not find the culprit, and instead, the beast pack could KO the attacker first, quietly, peacefully, and environmentally friendly. That would be a huge scandal, possibly leading to one of the top 10 tragedies of the Dabairo Empire. It might even be turned into a popular fable to teach children that bad people get their just desserts, especially by mothers at bedtime. The mastermind was clearly intelligent, knowing they couldn't rely on luck or advantage. Their only edge was being hidden, so they spent a lot of money hiring top assassins. That was only natural. At least, this behavior has two main benefits. First, it is very safe. The people doing bad things are not part of the organization, so loyalty doesn't matter much. They don't know the true identity of the others, and even if they get caught, they won't reveal their real target. Second, it is very discreet. The only thing the secret mastermind needs to do is pay and assign the task. They don't even know who is accepting the mission. Everyone is a stranger. Even if others try to watch closely, they can't prevent it. What a perfect plan. What a foolproof arrangement. But, unfortunately, there's a saying, unexpected events happen. Although the mastermind plans everything carefully, they didn't expect a small accident during the operation. The payment in the underground market was high, but the assassins who took the mission were not the elite the mastermind imagined. In fact, the 4 assassins who accepted the task are all second-generation powerful figures. Their parents are the president, vice president, assistant to the president, and assistant to the vice president of the Assassin Guild. Don't think only official organizations have second-generation members. That's a very insulting idea. Even a small bandit village would likely have second-generation members. In TV dramas, the handsome heroes often encounter black second-generation kids who are everywhere. These black second-generation kids are usually pure and innocent, even though they are involved in dark activities. After falling for the righteous hero, they often use their status to bring food and warmth to the hero in captivity, sometimes even helping out depending on the situation and the director's mood. Later, after showing loyalty and betrayal, the hero relies on the black second generation to defeat the criminal hideout. If this girl is popular and capable, she might even stand beside the hero, crying over her unlucky father, and then traveling the world together, becoming the hero's loyal companion, sacrificing everything for youth and justice. But if she is unpopular and clumsy, she usually ends up committing suicide like the girl in the Unfeeling Valley. The Assassin Guild is also an organization. As with any organization, there are struggles for power and conflicts among different factions. The older generation of assassins is aging, while the new leaders are still competing. The only way to rise is to complete important missions that increase influence. The mission to assassinate the Empire's prince is clearly very important and influential. The key point is that the target is of noble status. It's obvious that the employer is aiming directly for the imperial throne. Otherwise, no one would bother to create such trouble for no reason. So, if the mission is successful, the assassin responsible will gain great fame. This is like Jing Ku trying to kill the king of Qin. Even if he fails, he will be remembered forever. Because the king of Qin's influence helps promote Jing Ku's reputation, making him famous even in failure. It's similar to how celebrities on Earth promote themselves. If they're not popular, they spread rumors, sue others, or start online fights. The method doesn't matter. What matters is who your target is. Turning someone else's popularity into your own, that's called hype. When the Assassin's Guild leaders received the mission and sent off the client, they all thought about how to create hype. The target was the Empire's prince. This kind of assassination mission is rare, maybe once in decades. Missing this chance to become famous would be such a pity. Plus, the main point is that although the prince is famous, he's still just a kid. Catching him would be very easy, if only this little kid wouldn't suddenly explode with a big burst of energy. As for the monsters in the Lost Jungle,
Come on.
even the most clueless second-generation rich kids have some skills. They might not be top-tier fighters or very experienced, but with the guild's many resources, training a few good experts isn't too hard. And they're doing this for fame, not money. They've invested a lot in high-level potions and magic scrolls. Even if they can't move freely in the Lost Jungle, at least escaping with their lives wouldn't be difficult. So, the guild leader called his son and gave him detailed instructions, carefully handing over the mission order. The vice guild leader also called his son and did the same. The guild leader's assistant and the vice guild leader's assistant.
Everyone was involved.
Everyone thought that when their sons appeared in the team, their status would naturally make them the team leader, take all the credit, and return victorious. But on the day of the meeting, they found out there were 3 other people with the same idea. No one was naive. The 4 of them all felt frustrated. The mission order had already been issued, and now it was impossible to turn back and call someone else's son home. The 4 old men exchanged knowing smiles and then compromised. After paying the deposit, the 4 sons formed a small team, each with a portrait of the little prince, and set out directly. The mastermind behind the plan never imagined that his carefully designed, perfect operation would turn into a confusing scramble for bargaining chips. When someone fights for power within their own circle, others are also fighting in theirs. The world isn't as simple as it seems. The 4 novice assassins were somewhat skilled. Their lack of experience was something they could improve on. Their biggest advantage was that their identities on the continent were very clean. Since they hadn't yet committed any crimes, it was hard for them to be suspected, even if they wanted to be. Thanks to their father's dedicated training, each of the 4 had some unique skills. When they fought, they looked impressive. For example, just making a certain gesture could cause others to panic and shout, "Is that the legendary XXXX?" The strength wasn't the main point. It was the surprise. For these 4 high-level assassins, the outskirts of the monster forest were easy to handle. They had plenty of rare potions for support, which other assassins didn't. 2 days were enough for them to cut through the forest's edge and reach the inner area. Of course, they were still some distance from the center, but experienced fighters knew that deeper inside, high-level intelligent monsters appeared. They couldn't just rush in blindly anymore. According to the Adventurers Guild, a group of different races has gathered in the forest center recently. One of the sword fighters from the previous team hasn't come out yet. Besides that, only a little girl and a young wolf-like creature are the right age for the prince, the temporary leader of the assassin team, who is also the guild master's son, analyzed the intelligence seriously. He didn't doubt that the young wolf was the prince. Everyone knew that even if someone tried to disguise themselves, they couldn't change their racial traits. So, the only one fitting the description was the little girl. You say the gender is wrong? Don't be silly. Nowadays, men look like women and women look like men. Who can be sure just by appearance? Women tried hard to show they weren't inferior to men. Sometimes, when they couldn't do so elsewhere, they sought attention by acting out, swearing, drinking heavily, or making provocative moves to prove that women could be just as good as men. Men face a lot of social pressure. Some groups pretend to be weak or delicate, especially when they encounter setbacks. They act sad or moody, seeking comfort, trying to appear innocent or noble, hoping someone will take care of them and protect them, saving themselves years of struggle. In any world, there are women who are tougher than men, and men who are more delicate than women. You can't expect everyone to be mentally healthy and obedient. Of course, the assassin captain believes that the heir to the throne should be mentally stable. However, there is still a strong possibility that the other person is pretending to be a young girl to hide their true identity. Based on this information, the assassin captain firmly believes that anything could happen before they uncover the truth. So, you mean the portrait isn't reliable? The little prince might have turned into a young girl now. Our target might be the little girl seen in the jungle. The vice guild leader's son nodded thoughtfully. Exactly. The captain clenched his fist, full of confidence and pride. The little prince thinks he can fool us with such tricks? He's too naive. He may lack experience, but he has a good father. From childhood, he heard many stories about assassination missions from his father, and he's familiar with common tricks on the continent. Now he has a chance to show off his skills, which excites him. Hee. Kids are always full of fantasies. With that noble little mind, how could they imagine the dangers outside? The assistant to the guild leader's son spoke confidently as well. That's right. The captain nodded again. We must not be fooled. From now on, remember clearly, our goal is that suspicious little girl. Yes, the little girl, the others repeated firmly, nodding in agreement. They are confident because they are the best assassins. The four of them are lost in their own confidence. Maps for sale, food for sale, potions for sale. Hey, handsome brothers over there, want to buy something? A voice called out from nearby as the four assassins exchanged proud smiles. As they enjoyed their confidence, a street vendor's shout reached them.
Ah, yes.
Your map is from the Lost Jungle, one of the sons hurriedly called out. Perfect timing. Our map isn't very detailed. By the way, how do you sell your potions? Are there any discounts? As the son of the deputy assistant, his father often handles guild purchases, so under family influence, this young man is also the most financially savvy member of the team. Discount? No, but you can buy 10 and get 1 free. A map costs 20 gold coins, and potions are sold in groups of 10, each group costing 5 gold coins. How many groups do you want? The little boy calling out the prices, carrying a basket, hops around happily, not at all shy. How effective are these potions? 5 gold coins is a bit expensive. I remember the best potions in the Imperial City cost only 4 gold per group, and wholesale prices could be negotiated down to about 3 gold, 44 silver, and 27 copper. Better potions are limited and hard to get. The deputy assistant's son looks picky, first using a special magic test to evaluate the potion's effect, then rummaging through the basket like a shopper choosing vegetables, and finally clapping his hands and nodding. All right, the effect is even better than those. He pauses, then, with hands on hips, loudly demands, will you sell it for 4 gold? This is a psychological bargaining tactic. Many believe that raising their voice shows they are right. Or, from another perspective, it's like a little thug trying to scare someone. Are you selling or not? If not, I'll get angry. The little boy pulls his basket back and shouts back confidently, not selling. Okay, the deputy assistant's son shouts again. 5 gold, deal. That is this person crazy. The little boy and the other 2 sons look down on this person. The deal is done. After collecting the money, the little boy happily leaves. The 4 assassins take the map and gather around to look at it, nodding in admiration. This drawing is really detailed, even more refined than the map recorded by our guild. Yeah. Look, it even marks the areas where high-level monsters appear. Yeah. Wow. There are even suggestions for dealing with magical plants and small groups of insects. Yeah. Lawrence. Why do you only keep saying yeah? Lawrence, the son of the vice guild leader, hesitates. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel like I've seen that little boy somewhere before. Haha, he's not our target. Who cares? The team leader suddenly chokes on his laughter, eyes wide with surprise. The other 3 people were also very surprised. Their faces turned pale as they suddenly remembered something they had forgotten. Darn. That was the little prince. After a moment of shock, they became very angry. Darn. Who the hell said the target was a little girl? 079 new resident. While the assassin squad leader silently remembered that he was the idiot who said that, tears streaming down his face, Lin Su had already removed her disguise and was happily flying back toward the giant tree area. It looks like those 4 aren't trying to attack the dead little ghost. It was just a false alarm, Lin Su concluded with a sigh. The reason was simple. If they wanted to attack, they would have done so when she appeared as the prince. Since the 4 didn't seem interested in the prince, she guessed they weren't dangerous. What she didn't know was that there are actually people in this world called fools. Meow. The white tiger, carrying the little girl, let out a sad cry, showing its displeasure at being abandoned earlier to go talk to others. All right. When they reach the center, I'll let you go play. Lin Su patted the tiger's head to comfort it, then added, but those 4 aren't enemies. Don't go overboard. Meow. By the way, tell Brother Hay later to have the magical beasts withdraw too. No need to make things difficult for them. Meow. There's a saying that goes, fools are blessed in their own way. The 4 assassins would never have guessed that their idiot of a companion had unintentionally saved their lives. While they continued to delve deeper into the jungle, which Lin Su had allowed to pass, they occasionally wondered why they hadn't encountered the legendary high-level intelligent magical beasts. But these small doubts were quickly drowned out by regret and confusion. Darn. That was the little prince just now.
Boo-hoo, they really want to cry.
Until they arrived in the giant tree area in a daze, as if in a dream, and saw the tree of life, their expected destination. They remained stunned and tearful, unable to regain their senses. Where is this? I've never seen it, but it feels so familiar. Such a huge tree. Ah, the air is so fresh. Tree? Look, isn't this the tree of life mentioned in the Adventurers Guild? This good news finally brought a little clarity to the 4 who had been feeling lost and hopeless. They felt excited and energized. They found their target, the little girl.
No.
Where is the little prince? The guys rolled up their sleeves, eager to wash away their shame. They looked around quickly, but saw that the small boy they expected to find selling things was not there. Instead, they saw a little girl busy cooking under the tree of life. Maybe she heard the noise and turned around. Seeing the 4, she paused for a moment and then casually said, "Want some soup?" The 4 assassins. Their target changed from the little prince to the little girl, then back to the little prince. The struggle and the blow to their pride were hard to forget. Finally, they reached the tree of life. They clenched their teeth and held their breath, hoping to find the little prince, but he was not there. Instead, they saw the girl they had heard about. The 4 felt very sad and lonely, as if they were being teased and humiliated. By whom? They didn't know. Maybe it was fate? Why did they come here in the first place? After being disappointed again and again, their spirits took a big hit. Even the ancient military saying goes, one should act with full energy at first. If you hesitate, you'll weaken. It means that when doing something important, it's best to do it all at once with enthusiasm. Repeating the same effort over and over can ruin the mood and atmosphere. For example, the 4 assassins now felt like fools, jumping around without accomplishing anything. They didn't even know who their real target was. The only comfort was that they made it through the lost jungle without any injuries.
Wait.
Come to think of it, they hadn't even encountered a high-level magical beast yet. Little girl, are you the only one here? The team leader decided to approach and talk. He thought he should find out what was going on. As he moved forward, he was surprised to feel a strange fear, like the area was rejecting him. Some people have left before. Right now, it's just me. Who knows what will happen in the future, Lin Su said. Who are you looking for? They left.
When?
That couldn't be right. Just now, they had seen the little prince. The team leader was shocked. I heard there were many people here before I came in. Yes, we just left this morning. Someone, the soup is ready. Would you like some? No, thank you.
Oh.
There was a 10-minute silence. The young girl peacefully enjoyed her soup, feeling safe and satisfied. Outside the safe zone, for people were going crazy. Oh, is that it? Why did she stop talking to herself? Why did she suddenly ignore us? This feeling is really uncomfortable, like being caught between two worlds, making me feel restless and frustrated. Probably, she doesn't expect a young girl to understand normal social greetings. After the leader spat blood and felt helpless, he tried to start a conversation again. Young girl, can you tell me if there are any other people living here? It seems not. Do you know anyone? I guess so. The leader suddenly felt stupid. She's just a young girl. Even if she lives in this jungle, how much can she really do? It looks like finding the little prince is still something I have to do myself. While thinking this, the young girl unexpectedly spoke up. Are you planning to stay in the jungle for a while? Probably. It depends on how quickly we find the little prince. Ideally, we finish the mission today and leave. If we can't find him soon, we might have to stay for a bit longer. The leader suddenly lost confidence in the future. I can help you set up camp. The fee is 1 gold coin per person per day. It doesn't include meals or hot water, but I can guarantee you won't be bothered by monsters while you're here. Do you need a tent? That means if you really want to stay here, just register with me and pay. Do you think the monster jungle is that easy to enter? Lin Su smiled, snapped her fingers, and suddenly there was a rustling sound above their heads. Looking up, they saw a clearly intelligent, high-level magical panther sitting among the branches, smiling at them. Is this world crazy? The 4 of them were shocked and overwhelmed. Father, where exactly have we come to? 080 rescue after a whole day of effort. The 4 of them spent the night in their tent, gathering to discuss their progress. They realized only 2 things for sure. First, the mission target is definitely in the jungle, and they have already encountered it. So, their current activity area can be limited to this region. Second, the little girl living near the Tree of Life is more mysterious than the intelligence suggested. They suspect she has the ability to summon and command magical beasts. This target is very clever, and that girl's magical beasts. Maybe this is the hardest challenge we've faced since starting, the team leader concluded with a serious look. The 3 others, including the senior brother who just joined, felt a bit embarrassed to correct the leader's son's words at this moment. They also thought the situation was tricky. Whether they give the enemy face or not didn't matter much. What mattered was saving face for themselves. Lawrence, the vice leader, cleared his throat and spoke. Anyway, avoiding the magical beast's trouble here is a good thing. Tomorrow, we will thoroughly search the jungle. We're sure to find that little boy. It seemed the boy was pretending to be a traveling merchant, and maybe he would appear again without them having to look for him. Perhaps he would just jump out in front of them someday. Miracles do happen in this world. Exactly. That's our biggest advantage right now, the vice leader said, clenched his fist. As for that little girl, we must not reveal our true purpose. A good assassin learns to hide. Of course, the 3 nodded in agreement, all saying they had no objections. They understood this well, because they were the best assassins. Although they faced unexpected setbacks, the young team was full of energy. After resting and adjusting their mood overnight, the 4 assassins woke up confident and ready to face the current challenge. Did they leave early in the morning? Lin Su took half an hour in the giant tree area to understand what the little white tiger was trying to express with its gestures. When she finally guessed correctly, the tiger let out a relieved sigh and nodded vigorously. Can they tell what that team was planning to do? If it was just collecting plant samples, I have a complete set here. They could have come to buy from me. Meow meow roar. The little white tiger was very excited and prepared to dance and gesture again. Forget it. I can't understand it. I should just ask someone directly. Lin Su sighed and grabbed her broom, ready to go out. She still had a good impression of the 4 people from yesterday. They looked innocent and, most importantly, they were kind at heart. They weren't the kind of people she initially thought would come to chase the little prince. Usually, people's first impressions are like that. If you think someone is bad at first, but then find out they are actually good, your guilt makes you see them as even better. Conversely, if you think someone is good but later realize you are wrong, after feeling betrayed, you might see them as very bad. It's like a contrast effect. Strong differences make a deeper impression. Anyway, since she was free now, She had little to do besides her daily routine of going to the Black Panther's cave to fetch water and watering the trees. She might as well go see the adventure team from another world. Lin Su wandered through the monster jungle as if it were her own backyard. Thanks to the monster's communication, she quickly learned where the new team of 4 was, within 5 minutes. Don't think that communication in primitive jungles is outdated. In a magical world, anything is possible. For example, what is the principle behind a magic mirror? It's based on sensing and transmitting magical elements. If you compare it, the magic elements in this world are like electricity in the real world. They change form more often, but their energy still works the same way. Monsters are more advanced than wild animals. Animals mark their territory with scents or liquids to warn others not to intrude. Monsters, on the other hand, rely on their own magical elements to release mental pressure or send messages to creatures entering their territory, similar to the concept of a pressure or aura, often mentioned in stories. Some bold monsters prefer to roar loudly to show their strength, which is more intimidating but less discreet. Soon, she arrived at the scene. It was fortunate she came just in time. The 4 unlucky ones had stepped into the blood-dried vine trap that the little prince had once fallen into. They were struggling inside. There were also a few weapons scattered nearby, probably the ones they had been holding, but for some reason they had fallen outside the trap. But the tragedy was even worse. Because of the binding nature of the blood-dried vine, all 4 of them were tied up, their limbs restrained like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. They couldn't even reach for emergency scrolls, let alone escape. Staring at this very familiar scene, Lin Su was only left with a resigned expression. It seemed these 4 had skills only on par with that dead little ghost. After a moment of silence, she was speechless again. Did they really think they could come to the monster jungle to die with such skills? Was it bravery born of ignorance? Or was it that young people's thinking had already outgrown her understanding as a 20-year-old person? Frustrated, Lin Su drew her dagger. She had little enthusiasm for rescue now, feeling lazy and weak. Swift wind, continuous kills, the familiar flashes of the dagger, the precise slicing, the severed dried vines. This time, her pale face was not waiting for help from the familiar 20-kilogram little potato, but from 4 strong young men, each over 100 kilograms. Being able to tie up an heir to an empire and 4 assassin guild heirs twice, and force them into a desperate situation, this blood-dried vine net in the monster jungle was truly outstanding. It probably wouldn't be surpassed by any other magical plant in the next 100 years. Why are you just standing there, waiting for me to carry you out? Lin Su quickly turned her head, only to find the 4 adventurers lying on the ground, looking terrified and staring at her with wide eyes. She finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Huh? Oh." The 4 looked awkward. They were indeed a bit surprised. Didn't expect a little girl to be so fierce with her attack. Her dagger dancing was so sharp that even they, as professionals, felt a bit dazzled. 081 professional and unprofessional, they had been too caught up in the excitement and momentarily forgot that their lives were at stake. They thought they were just watching a demonstration at the guild training ground, so they continued lying there, watching the girl take down the blood-dried vine, and even tested how long her move could last. Darn. If this move couldn't hold out, they would be tied up again first. Finally realizing the situation was serious, the 4 hurriedly used their hands and feet to crawl out of the vine-covered area, grabbing their weapons and pulling out scrolls. They seemed determined to wash away their shame, throwing a bunch of scrolls at the vine on the ground like a shower of flowers. They were the 2nd generation of powerful figures. They had plenty of money. My father doesn't care about these scrolls. You beast.
Lin Su gasped in shock.
I've seen people betray others, but I've never seen anyone do it so openly. Didn't you see she's still standing here and hasn't left yet? Young lady, run. The 4 finally remembered that their savior was still caught in the vine net. They had already thrown the scrolls away and shouted in panic. Darn it! Lin Su was so angry she wanted to rush out and kick them. People often say, don't fear opponents who are like gods, but fear teammates who are like pigs. Since crossing into this continent, Lin Su started from level 0, facing survival challenges. She endured many hardships but never fell. In the end, she managed to navigate among different races with ease and even raised a little imperial prince as a pet. Unexpectedly, her reputation was about to be ruined because the danger came from behind her. She was careless and got trapped, almost losing her purity in this beautiful forest. Her face turned pale. She quickly grabbed her broom and soared into the sky. Amid a spectacular explosion, she broke through flames, wind blades, lightning, and falling rocks.
What?
The chaos was caused by a mix of different scrolls being scattered. After risking most of her life, relying on excellent flying skills and multiple pills for survival, Lin Su finally escaped the bombing zone with only a few injuries, enough to show how fierce the battle was. The star of the magic plant world, the blood-dried vine that had captured many high-level beings from the continent several times, ended its short but glorious life. It was ordinary in appearance, but died honorably, proud of its achievements in life. Next to the bombing zone, endless resentment was spreading. Young lady, the 4 foolish assassins, unable to read the situation, rushed over excitedly, hugging, cheering, throwing flowers, and clapping, tears streaming down their faces. You're safe. That's such a relief. It was so dangerous just now. Yes. But who was responsible for her danger? Lin Su took a few deep breaths, calmed her nerves, and looked at the 4 with narrowed eyes. She clenched her teeth and said, "Everyone. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The 4 fell silent. After exchanging glances, the leader stepped forward with a determined look. "Here's what happened," he began sadly. "We were investigating some things nearby at first. We noticed the blood-dried vine, but no one asked how you got into trouble." Lin Su felt weak and thought that such fools, who were angry at themselves, were lowering their class. "Forget it. What are you investigating?" The 4 of them hesitated and looked away nervously. The reason they accidentally entered the blood-dried vine earlier was because they found a torn piece of clothing with the royal emblem of Tabiro. So they suspected and wanted to check if the little prince had appeared nearby. But they are assassins. How could they casually tell others about their mission? They are the most professional. Could it be something shameful? It's not exactly shameful. Although the meaning was similar, the 4 of them were unhappy with Lin Su's vague and ambiguous wording. They firmly believed that assassination was a noble and great job. Even though it was an act that could only exist in shadows, it wasn't shameful. A good assassin could make the entire continent tremble. How could such a cool job be shameful? They didn't say anything because they were professional and low-key.
Punto. Lin Su sighed helplessly.
Anyway, don't you think you're overestimating yourselves? She had little patience for people who held her back, even more than she had for that noble little potato back then. Overestimating themselves? This little girl, who hadn't even grown hair yet, was criticizing them, professional assassins, for overestimating themselves. The 4 assassins were deeply affected. The leader's face flickered with pale, red, and black colors as he coughed. "Little girl, is what you're saying a bit too much?" Although they were principled assassins who wouldn't kill anyone outside their target, that didn't mean they had no temper, little girl. Be careful with your arrogance or they might come and give you a spanking. Isn't it? Lin Su rolled her eyes. I won't say much about the others, but you just dropped your weapons far away. That's unprofessional. A good adventurer would never find themselves defenseless and in an awkward situation. Ahem, about that, we need to clarify. It was just an accident. You know, sometimes things happen too suddenly and we get caught off guard. Lin Su silently remained silent. She raised her dagger and waved it in front of the 4, then swiftly retracted it under her sleeve. Then she slowly bent down again, pulled out a dagger from inside her suede boot, waved it around, and with a sharp sound, she put it back. She then touched her waist and each side, revealing a pair of daggers. She repeated this several times. The 4 assassins were shocked and moved to tears. You truly are very professional, young lady. After a moment, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried even more fiercely. How could a young girl carry so many dangerous weapons? Her actions proved the unprofessionalism of the 4 foolish assassins. Seeing them obediently stay silent and not dare to argue anymore, Linsu stopped her performance, shook her head, and continued to criticize. And the second thing you are unprofessional about is not knowing how to properly adjust your body when captured. You haven't learned how to free yourself? Whether it's being tied up by a person or by magical vines like before, if you're sure you can't avoid it, you need to quickly change to a position that benefits you. For example, if your hands are tied around your knees, stretching your body might give you more room to move. Or even simpler, if you just keep your hands in front of your body while being bound, it will be much easier to break free than lying flat on the ground like before. Yes,